I woke up to the lying down money-making system. As long as I still have breath, I can earn 1 yuan every second. I excitedly calculated earning 1 yuan per second, which means 86,400 yuan a day and 2.59 million a month. I am a high school student, suddenly earning over 2 million a month, nearly 30 million a year? Not only that, there is also a function to become stronger by spending money. There is also a shop function. Shop. I silently repeated the word shop, and I saw 4 items appear on a panel. 1 cubic space. Strengthening spirit fruit. Talent spirit fruit. Repairing spirit fruit. The prices are 10,000, 20,000, 40,000, and 80,000 respectively. The 5th grid says, to be continued. However, only the icon of the first item is lit up, the rest of the grids are gray. Curiously, I clicked on the 4th item, the repairing spirit fruit. Exclusive level is not enough, please upgrade your level. Level? He was puzzled for a moment, then understood. Spend money to become stronger. It means spending money and then upgrading the exclusive level. The first level costs 100,000? By leveling up, can I increase my asset growth rate? Is this too awesome? Does that repairing spirit fruit mean it can be used to save my sister? I then looked at the repairing spirit fruit and asked quickly, system? Is it like this? There was no response. Could the system be mute? I couldn't help but wonder. ZZZ. Just as the thought arose, a refreshing electric shock made me dance on the spot. My mouth twitched a few times. System, you look so cool. I understood that this system is just aloof, not mute, and stingy. ZZZ. As soon as that thought arose, I danced on the spot again. The passing old ladies shook their heads. Young people nowadays. Really incomprehensible. Damn. After the electric shock ended, I gritted my teeth, trying hard not to think about the system. Wait. I suddenly realized that after being shocked twice, the body strength on the panel reached 102. Electric shock makes you stronger? Could the system be a sadist? Just as I thought of this, I quickly suppressed my inner thoughts. This setting is a bit tricky. However, I don't plan to really get stronger through electric shocks. I don't want to become a masochist. I shook my head. Forget it. I won't bother the system anymore. Whether the repairing spirit fruit can save Xiaoqing or not, at least there is hope. So, now just wait to earn enough lying down. 1 yuan per second, over 80,000 a day. I can earn enough by the morning of the 4th. By then, I'll pay the hospital 100,000, cover Xiaoqing's expenses, and level up. I smiled even brighter, stretched lazily. That's it, let's go home first to review the lessons. The college entrance exam is on June 8th. And, after the break, there is a school-wide physical examination to test talents. Thinking of this, I boldly raised my hand and hailed a taxi. 2 days later, 9 a.m. On May 4th, I once again arrived at the Special Disease Inpatient Department, at Dr. Zhou's office. What? You've raised 100,000? Dr. Zhou was very surprised and somewhat worried if I had done something illegal. Yes, is 100,000 enough? I asked quickly. It should cover 2 months' expenses. Dr. Zhou replied quickly. That's good. I nodded in satisfaction. I estimated that in 2 months, I should be able to raise my exclusive level to level 4 in exchange for the repairing spirit fruit. I asked Dr. Zhou again about my sister's condition, but the result was the same. I smiled, then I'll trouble you with my sister, Dr. Zhou. I'll go downstairs to pay first. If I have time, I'll come to check the situation. The special disease ICU does not allow visitors, so I can only come regularly to check the situation. Besides, I still have to study, and the college entrance exam is in a month. This is quite important to me. After bidding farewell to Dr. Zhou, I went to the payment counter downstairs. At this moment, the payment counter was crowded. I could only take a number and wait to be called. I hope that topping up 100,000 yuan will bring me a surprise. I was full of anticipation. I took the opportunity to look at the panel. Host, Wuchen exclusive level, 1. Assets, 144,000, still growing. Now, my assets have exceeded 140,000, and they are still rising every minute and every second. These 2 days, besides daily living expenses, I haven't spent much money. After all, I'm used to being frugal. It really makes me wonder how to spend money, and I haven't adapted to it for a while. Spending 350 in 2 days is already considered luxurious for him. After waiting for a while, I finally reached his number. I walked to the window, where there was a pretty cashier inside. Hello, staying in the hospital or checking out? The cashier said in a formulaic manner, but suddenly saw me, this handsome and elegant guy. Her eyes lit up. A smile appeared on her face under the mask. Her voice softened. "Little handsome guy, do you need any help?" "Hospital payment," I said, handing over my sister's medical card. As the cashier operated, she asked, "How much to pay?" 100,000, I replied. 100,000? The cashier was stunned, but she had seen this situation many times. "How do you want to pay?" "Credit card," I said, handing over the bank card, full of anticipation. Soon, I entered the password. Payment successful. Congratulations, host, exclusive level upgraded. Assets increase by 1, body strength increases by 5. Just after the payment was completed, I heard a series of prompts, and I didn't even have time to look at the panel. Suddenly, a rush of heat entered my body, causing my muscles to swell. My bones made a slight cracking sound. It felt like my whole body was injected with a force, refreshing and comfortable, making me frown and moan softly. The cashier looked at him in surprise. "Thank you." I blushed, turned around, and left in a hurry. Then, I looked at the panel information. Upgrading not only increases the asset growth rate, allowing me to earn $2 per second, but also increases body strength? I looked at the panel, pleasantly surprised. At this moment, the asset growth rate was also increasing by $2 per second. In other words, lying down for a day could earn me $172,800. In a month, I could earn over $5 million. And that's not counting the upgrade of the exclusive level. However, the next upgrade will be much more difficult, requiring 1 million to upgrade. In other words, it will take at least 6 days to earn 1 million. And within these 6 days, I have to spend 1 million. Earning money is easy, but spending money is hard. I sighed deeply, then shifted my focus to the option of body strength. What does body strength mean? I feel very strong now, but how strong am I really? Could it be that I could lift 600 pounds with both hands, compared to 100 pounds before? I thought about it and felt that it should be the case. Lifting 600 pounds with both hands would be too terrifying. And there's room for growth. Thinking about this, I suddenly wanted to try something with my hands. I looked around but couldn't find anything to try. However, soon, his eyes lit up. "Ah, it's you," he said, running happily to a middle-aged, chubby man. "Brother, I have a question for you." "Go ahead." The man, who looked to be in his 30s or 40s, was very easygoing. "You must weigh around 200 pounds, right?" I hesitated and asked boldly. After all, this question was quite embarrassing. The man's face turned sour, and he said impatiently, "I'm only 191. 2 pounds. Oh, my eyes lit up, and then I asked a very embarrassing question. "Can I hug you?" The man widened his eyes, looking at me incredulously. Nowadays, are kids so bold? If you don't answer, I'll take it as a yes? Without waiting for the man to respond, I suddenly approached and effortlessly gave the 190-pound man a standard princess hug. The previously noisy surroundings instantly fell silent, and you could hear a pin drop. Many middle-aged women showed a horrified expression. Am I getting old too fast, or is this world changing too fast? This art style. Is this CP popular this year? After a brief silence, there was an uproar. "Wait, put me down first." The middle-aged man also looked terrified, then slightly embarrassed. "So, this is how it feels to be lifted high by someone? Who isn't just a 190-pound child?" Thank you, sir, I'm fine now, you can let go." Guo-chen quickly put the middle-aged man down, and the sudden shyness of the middle-aged man made him feel goosebumps all over. Leaving the messy middle-aged man behind, he turned around and ran out in a flash. As he ran, he was surprised. Such speed, such quick reflexes? So, physical strength is not just about power? Speed, reflexes, and even defense have all been greatly enhanced. Isn't this too exaggerated? With this much strength, can I take on dozens of Kuan? When Guo-chen arrived at the hospital entrance, he suddenly felt a surge of blood. When he levels up again, can he become a superhero and maintain world peace? Guo-chen? But at this moment, a voice brought him back to reality. He glanced over and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Damn it! It turned out to be the class monitor Zhang Shi and the class flower Lu Xiaoqiao. Zhang Shi comes from a wealthy family with assets worth millions. Lu Xiaoqiao is both tea-loving and materialistic. However, Zhang Shi, out of jealousy that Guo-chen is the schoolgrass, always targets Guo-chen. Mocking Guo-chen's family background, Lu Xiaoqiao flatters Zhang Shi, naturally joining forces against Guo-chen. Guo-chen glanced at the two of them and didn't want to deal with them. Lu Xiaoqiao asked, "Guo-chen, what are you doing at the hospital?" She wanted to inquire about Guo-chen's situation and then spread gossip when she returned to the hospital. Guo-chen glanced at Lu Xiaoqiao and said, "I'm here for a tour." "What? Touring at the hospital?" Lu Xiaoqiao was stunned, then burst into laughter. "Guo-chen, are you crazy? You're not here for treatment but for a tour at the hospital? You know I'm here for treatment, why ask? Who's the crazy one? Guo Chen retorted. Lu Xiaoqiao was taken aback, then turned pale with anger. Of course, I know you're here for treatment. I want to know what illness you have. Zhang Shi frowned. Guo Chen, watch your words. Xiaoqiao is also concerned about her classmates. If you don't appreciate it, that's fine, but you insult her. Are you even a man? Guo Chen shrugged. She's concerned about her classmates? I think she's more interested in gossip. You're cursing at people. Lu Xiaoqiao yelled in anger. Guo Chen raised an eyebrow. Alright, then let me show some concern for you. Are you here for an abortion? Ha! Lu Xiaoqiao was stunned. Guo Chen was also taken aback. Did he guess right? He then looked at Zhang Shi with a righteous tone. Zhang Shi, you're already 18. If she's pregnant with your child, you should take responsibility and let the child be born. Abortion? Are you even a man? His voice grew louder, attracting the attention of onlookers. Many people looked over with curiosity. Shut up! Lu Xiaoqiao stomped her foot in anger. Zhang Shi's face turned red with anger. Shut the hell up! Why do you care about our business? Then why do you care about mine? Guo Chen sneered and then looked at Lu Xiaoqiao. Are you really going for an abortion? Who the hell are you to ask? Zhang Shi couldn't hold back anymore and threw a punch at Guo Chen's face. However, in the next moment, Guo Chen effortlessly caught Zhang Shi's fist. He squeezed it. Ouch! Zhang Shi felt like his hand was caught in a vice. His face turned pale with pain. He struggled to break free from Guo Chen's grip while shouting, "Let go of me!" Oh! Seeing this, Guo Chen released his hand. Crack! Zhang Shi staggered and fell heavily to the ground, screaming in pain. Lu Xiaoqiao yelled, Guo Chen, why did you hit Zhang Shi? She said as she went to help Zhang Shi. Guo Chen sneered, it's his own incompetence. What does it have to do with me? Zhang Shi's face was completely lost, angry to the point where his head seemed to be about to erupt like a volcano. His eyes were red. Staring fiercely at Guo Chen, he said, I'll kill you. Roar! Just when Guo Chen thought Zhang Shi was raging in incompetence, the next moment, he was shocked. In just 1 second, Zhang Shi transformed into a nearly 3-meter-tall bear man. Yes, he really turned into a huge bear man. At the same time, a bear paw as big as a fan, with sharp claws, swiped towards Guo Chen. The air emitted a sharp whistle. Damn, transformation? Guo Chen sensed extreme danger, but his reactions and speed were enhanced. So, at the first moment, he quickly stepped back. The huge bear paw passed less than half a meter in front of his body. The gust passed over his face, feeling as painful as being cut by a knife. Extremely fierce. However, the next second, Zhang Shi's other huge bear paw was already chasing after him. He was ready to strike back. Sizzle. Roar. But Zhang Shi's moment of glory came to an end. A sound of electricity came from his body. He yelled, fell down, convulsed twice, shrank, and turned back into a naked, sprawled person. His clothes tore during the transformation. Damn. So shocking, eye-catching, damn. Guo Chen saw at a glance the part of a man that men could see but women shouldn't. He was speechless. Such a big contrast. What is this? Transformation? I heard that recently, some people have been gaining superpowers, but unfortunately, not us. The people around were also pointing and whispering. Lu Xiaoqiao was already stunned. Take him away. At this moment, a cold voice attracted everyone's attention. It was a tall figure, a 1.7-meter tall beauty with legs that were probably 1.2 meters long. However, no matter how beautiful she was, her icy gaze was enough to keep people at bay. Standing at 1.7 meters, her aura was 2.3 meters. As soon as she spoke, 2 people came over, lifted Zhang Shi, and took him to the specialized armored vehicle parked on the side of the road. Clatter. The beauty walked up to Guo Chen and said, have you awakened too? No, I haven't, have I? Guo Chen shook his head. Did the awakening system count as awakening? Probably not, right? The beauty sneered, it's normal for early awakeners to hide. It seems like you're a power-type awakener. I'm not. Guo Chen quickly waved his hand. He was afraid of being taken away too. The beauty chuckled, a person who can escape in front of an estimated B-level talent like a bear transformer without awakening. Are you a martial artist? She waved her hand, don't worry, it looks like you're still a student, right? As long as students don't pose a threat to others, we won't interfere. But, she changed the subject, if you misuse your abilities, don't blame us for being rude. Guo Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. Alright, we may meet again in the future. The beauty waved her hand and said, let's go. After that, she and her men quickly got into the car and left in a hurry. Guo Chen, just now. Lu Xiaoqiao, still in shock, looked at Guo Chen with some fear. Of course, she wasn't afraid of Guo Chen. She was afraid of Zhang Shi. Guo Chen nodded. Yes, I also saw the golden needle mushroom. It must be painful to be pricked, right? Lu Xiaoqiao stared angrily at Guo Chen. Am I discussing this with you? Lu Xiaoqiao took a deep breath. I mean, how did Zhang Shi turn into a bear? So what? Guo Chen shrugged. Since the global earthquakes at the beginning of the year, people around the world have been awakening one after another. In this day and age, information cannot be blocked. However, under the influence of the media matrix in various countries, riots are quickly suppressed. People are starting to accept it slowly. Now, when someone awakens, it is not too surprising, but rather enviable. I mean, Lu Xiaoqiao hesitated. Guo Chen suddenly realized, are you afraid you're pregnant with a bear? He waved his hand. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Lu Xiaoqiao wanted to hit someone. Is this what I mean? I'm scared. Guo Chen then waved his hand. Wish you a smooth abortion, I have something to do, goodbye. After he finished speaking, he hailed a taxi and left. Go to hell. Lu Xiaoqiao cursed in anger. Back to the rental house. It seems that Zhang Shi has awakened, but do I count as awakened? Guo Chen sat on the sofa, lost in thought. Forget it, let's not think about it. I'll plan how to spend money. To upgrade, it costs 1 million. This is really troublesome. How to spend money? I need to study this carefully. In addition, does spending in the store count as an expense? If it does, then it's easy. If not, I'll have to find another way. With this in mind, he opened the store panel. Now in the store, 2 slots are lit up. One is 1 cubic space. The other is body strengthening spirit fruit. What does 1 cubic space mean? Portable space? 10,000 per cubic meter. Quite cheap. Guo Chen was also very excited. Portable space, that's an ability of the spatial system. Spatial ability should be rare, right? Thinking of this, he immediately clicked to purchase. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 cubic space. The system prompt appeared. Guo Chen spent 10,000, plus the wealth accumulated in the past 30 minutes. He had 37,760 in assets remaining. Then, he felt a chill in his head, shivering all over. Then, he felt a small space existing in somewhere. He thought, looked at the scroll on the coffee table, and with a thought, the scroll disappeared. Then it appeared in that space. With another thought, the scroll fell onto the sofa. It really works. He was very excited. This is the ability of spatial teleportation. He tried for a while. He concluded that the range of spatial teleportation is about 1 meter. The object to be teleported must be smaller than the remaining space. For example, a sofa cannot fit into the 1 cubic meter space. This ability is already very strong, and the space can be bought with money. So cool. He played for a while but did not upgrade the space, because he found that store expenses are not considered in the upgrade expenses. And now, upgrading is the priority. If he can avoid spending in the store, he will. Body strengthening spirit fruit. 20,000, not cheap, let's buy one to try. He then shifted his gaze to the body strengthening spirit fruit. After some hesitation, he bought one. Instantly, he spent 20,000. Assets remaining, 18,960. Money flows like water. Earning 2 coins per second is not enough. He must upgrade. How effective is the body strengthening spirit fruit? Holding the bright red, strawberry-sized fruit that looked appetizing, he was full of anticipation. The fruit was fragrant and mouth-watering. He took a bite, and it melted in his mouth, with an excellent taste, quickly turning into a warm flow that spread throughout his body, making his body tingle. Very comfortable. He quickly summoned the panel. Host, Guo Chen. Exclusive level, 2. Assets, 19,080, currently increasing. Asset growth, 2 expenses, 350/1000000. Body strength, 6. 52. This body strengthening spirit fruit is quite effective, directly increasing 0. The strength of 5. Equivalent to an increase of 50 kilograms of strength. Reactions and other aspects have also increased. Guo Chen's face was excited. The strengthening spiritual fruit is expensive, but there are no other problems. If you directly eat 10 of them, strength increased by 500 kilograms, I'm afraid it's not weaker than Zhang Shi's strength after transformation. Coupled with the improvement in speed and reaction, when it comes to a real fight, he can be easily defeated. If weapons are used again, it would really be bullying. However, this can only be thought about. At this stage, it is still mainly about leveling up. First, roll up the snowball. It's only the 4th today, and school starts the day after tomorrow. Dear classmates, I miss you so much. Guo Chen was bored and could only stare blankly at the assets that increased by 2 yuan per second. He even looked forward to going to school. In school, he had an average relationship with male classmates, mainly because he was handsome and had good grades. Carelessly, he would steal the limelight from others. It was normal to be jealous and hated. His family background was not good. His parents passed away early, leaving behind little inheritance, so he and his siblings had to live frugally. Therefore, he hardly attended class reunions, birthdays, and even rarely participated in games. As a result, his relationship with classmates worsened, and he was even easily set up behind his back. He was inherently unruly. So, he developed a sharp tongue of "I won't attack unless provoked" and became good at arguing with people. His relationships became even worse. And now, he awakened the system. Shouldn't he share it with his classmates? With expectations, he watched the increasing assets. The fourth quickly passed. The fifth also passed quickly. On the sixth, he officially started school. In the blink of an eye, more than 40 hours had passed, and his assets reached 342,660. In just over a day, he spent over 300 yuan. The show is about to begin. After all, money must be spent on the blade, right? With expectations, Guo Chen, walking with the wind, arrived at class 32 of the third year. The atmosphere in the class seemed different from usual. Have you heard? Zhang Shi awakened. I heard he's very powerful. He can transform into a beast. I envy him. I heard that as long as a student awakens, they can choose any prestigious school. People whispered. Xiao Qiao, you are really lucky. Zhang Shi has a boundless future ahead, and you will enjoy it too. Don't forget us. You two are like a fairy couple. Several girls next to them seemed to be complimenting Lu Xiaoqiao. Lu Xiaoqiao sat upright, with a proud look on her face, smiling and waving her hand. Of course, I won't forget you all. Speaking of which, I didn't expect our Zhang Shi to awaken. Another boy next to them asked, Xiaoqiao, do you know how Zhang Shi awakened? Can you teach us? Yeah, we are classmates, teach us. Others joined in. Actually, it's nothing. Lu Xiaoqiao was about to show off, but suddenly saw Guo Chen walking in. Her face immediately darkened. Oh, Lu Xiaoqiao, why did you stop talking? At this moment, Guo Chen walked over and asked with a smile. I don't want to talk about it. Lu Xiaoqiao rolled her eyes. If you don't say it, then I will? Guo Chen looked at Lu Xiaoqiao and said, it's simple, he awakened because I provoked him. Ha! Everyone looked incredulous. Lu Xiaoqiao's face couldn't be uglier. Guo Chen, shut up. At this moment, a loud roar came from the door. It wasn't Zhang Shi, but who was it? Zhang Shi originally came to school with a proud and superior attitude. Because he awakened. From then on, he was no longer in the same circle as these ordinary people. The only role ordinary people had for him was to show off. However, as soon as he reached the door, he heard Guo Chen's words, which made him unable to contain his anger. Instantly, his face turned as red as a monkey's butt. Ah, Zhang Shi? What's wrong with him? Everyone turned to look at Zhang Shi. Guo Chen also looked at Zhang Shi and said with a smile, what? Can't I speak the truth? Weren't you awakened by my provocation? Shut up. Zhang Shi clenched his fists. Guo Chen shrugged. Who do you think you are? Why should I listen to you? Don't push me. Zhang Shi showed signs of almost losing control. However, he was also unsure. Because the group of people had warned him earlier that causing a scene after awakening would lead to serious consequences. Guo Chen calmly looked at Zhang Shi and said, what are you going to do? Show off your partial transformation in public again? Zhang Shi was trembling with anger. Ahem. Just then, the class teacher Yudong arrived. Yudong, also known as Brother Dong, claimed to know astronomy and physiology. He could be serious when needed and funny when appropriate, overall a good person. After all, he was born after 2000. He was already aware of Zhang Shi's awakening, and there were even notifications about Guo Chen's possible awakening. These two guys could cause chaos here, and if they really fought, they could destroy the classroom. So he quickly walked over and said, alright, Zhang Shi, Guo Chen, it's time for class, go back to your seats. Okay, Brother Dong. Guo Chen stretched lazily, gave face to Brother Dong, nodded, smiled, and returned to his seat. Just you wait. Zhang Shi gritted his teeth, found a way to save face, returned to his seat, and didn't forget to glare at Guo Chen. He thought that once he mastered his partial transformation, he would teach Guo Chen a lesson. Damn, old Guo, you're awesome, you've already pissed off the immortal couple as soon as you arrived. Lu Chang sarcastically gave him a thumbs up. Guo Chen laughed, basic operation, don't be a jerk. Alright, students, let's discuss something before morning reading. Brother Dong, seeing the two ancestors sitting down, clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. The last class this morning will be a collective physical examination. No one should be absent, it's very important this time, so don't mess around, the consequences will be severe. Everyone knew that this collective physical examination was for screening purposes. Therefore, everyone was excited. Brother Dong waved his hand. Alright, let's start morning reading. The college entrance examination is coming soon. After that, he sat down and watched everyone read. However, at the beginning of this topic, who would still have the mood to read? They started whispering to each other. But Brother Dong had also been a student before, so he turned a blind eye to it. Old Gua, I heard that this time the physical examination will test talents. What do you think? Lu Chang pretended to read and nudged Guo Chen's elbow. Guo Chen replied indifferently, I don't care. This time, he really didn't care. After all, he had awakened the system. Are you giving up? Lu Chang joked. Guo Chen looked at Lu Chang, shook his head, and said seriously, have you heard of the Hollywood superhero trope? No. Lu Chang shook his head. Guo Chen smiled, poor guys rely on mutation, rich guys rely on technology. They hope to become powerful and wealthy through mutation. As for me, I'm already wealthy without mutation. Lu Chang almost spat blood. I'm telling you seriously, and you're bragging to me? He quickly said, Old Gua, wake up, you're not rich, don't we both know that? Yeah, Guo Chen, you're overdoing it this time. Exactly, who are you calling poor? The two guys behind were also hurt by Guo Chen's words and quickly protested. Hee, you'll see later. Guo Chen just smiled, picked up his Chinese textbook, study. Although studying can't change my destiny, it can change yours as I watch you study and change your fate. Oh my god. So mean. Everyone rolled their eyes. Soon, the morning self-study ended, and the first class began. After class, everyone started discussing on a large scale. At this moment, Zhang Shi sneered, this time it's about checking talents. I was taken away by the relevant department for transformation before, and I heard them talk about it. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at him with admiration. His deskmate quickly flattered, wow, Shi Ji is amazing. Shi Ji, do you know what this talent is all about? Zhang Shi became even more proud and said, I've heard people say that awakening is awakening, and talent is talent. Now talents are generally classified into 8 levels, S, A, B, C, D, E. The higher the talent, the higher the awakening starting point, and the faster the future ability improvement. Don't you guys know? Awakeners are also classified into levels, a simple division from level 1 to level 100. The higher the level, the stronger the strength. As he spoke, he continued disdainfully, it's useless to tell you so much. Those with talents who can awaken are 1 in 100. In our class, having 1 or 2 people awaken is already a rare event. Many people were disheartened by his words. This made him feel even more superior. At this moment, someone asked, Shi Ji, do you know your talent? Upon hearing this, Zhang Shi looked proud and said, me? SOSO, B-level talent, also 1 in 1,000. The crowd immediately burst into admiration. Envy abounded. Seeing this, Zhang Shi felt even more proud, then looked at Guo Chen and sneered, so, some people are just all talk. It's good to have a physical examination, to know that they have no talent, and to know their own worth. When the time comes, with no talent and poor, let's see how you get by. Forever at the bottom of society. Shi Ji is right. There are always people who think they're great, but unfortunately, reality never spares anyone who talks big. Many people were disappointed, but still knew how to flatter. After all, Zhang Shi came from a good family. Now that he has awakened and is a B-level talent, wouldn't it be wise to curry favor with him? Well said. Guo Chen stood up, clapped his hands, the class monitor is the class monitor, you're right, without money and talent, you can only stay at the bottom. The crowd was stunned. The usually unruly Guo Chen, was he going to flatter now? Did this one sentence make him see reality? However, Guo Chen quickly laughed and said, but, maybe I don't have talent, but I have money, right? I have money, I can hire many awakeners to help me, why should I stay at the bottom? What? You have money? The crowd was stunned. This guy's parents died early, he lived in the urban village, where did he get the money? However, at that moment, there was a cry from the door. A tall and elegant beauty walked in, her eyes scanning the room. Then, she walked up to Guo Chen, young Master Gua, breakfast is ready. Would you like to eat it in the classroom or on the plane? As soon as she finished speaking, the sound of a helicopter could be heard outside the classroom. Noble service from Qinghui Group? Rumors say that a meal costs 50,000 for customization. It is said that it can provide all services. Everything. The crowd was shocked to see the badge on the woman's chest. Guo Chen, having Qinghui Group come to serve breakfast at school? Are you okay? Let's have it in the classroom. I'll eat with my good friend, dish by dish. Guo Chen smiled and pointed to his table with Lu Chang. Indeed, this Qinghui Group was pre-booked by him, with an advance payment of 10,000. Spending 50,000 on breakfast? Isn't that too extravagant? But he needed to spend money to level up quickly. Okay, young Master Gua. The beauty smiled and left. Lu Chang widened his eyes. Lao Gua, am I dreaming? Breakfast from Qinghui? This is top-notch service. It's also top-notch enjoyment. I watch videos, all talking about Qinghui's delicious food, except for being expensive. There are no other flaws. He really couldn't believe it. Because he is just an ordinary double-income family, with his parents' combined income totaling around 100,000 a year. Eating a breakfast that costs 1/3 of the annual income? Guo Chen smiled and said, this is nothing. I will eat at Qinghui for breakfast, lunch, and dinner in the future. I told you, I have money. As he spoke, he looked at the other classmates. Sorry, everyone, I overslept this morning and didn't have breakfast, so I'll eat in the classroom. Did I disturb you? This. No, you didn't disturb us. Could it be that Guo Chen is really a hidden second-generation rich kid? Everyone was shocked, their expressions varied. Lu Chaoqiao looked at Guo Chen with a complex expression. Humph. Zhang Shi gritted his teeth. His family was well off, with assets of 2 to 3 million, but that was his parents' money, and there were real estate properties. If he spent 50,000 on breakfast, his mom would kill him. As for eating at Qinghui every meal, his family couldn't afford it. He was so sour that he said through gritted teeth, I see you're just pretending, trying to act tough, right? Are you crazy, spending all your money to show off? Eating at Qinghui every meal? Nonsense. Everyone thought he had a point. At this moment, a beautiful woman entered with several delicate maids. They laid out high-end tablecloths on the desks for Guo Chen and his companion. They set up the tableware and presented exquisite food that ordinary students had never seen before. Guo Chen and his companion started to enjoy the meal. Top-grade caviar, blue dragon, and golden abalone porridge, top-grade white truffles, and queen mushrooms, among others. It whetted their appetites. Eating it was a delight to the taste buds. However, because they had class later, they ate quickly. It's worth 50,000, the cost performance is very high. Guo Chen nodded in satisfaction, mainly because the ingredients were very precious. He then looked at the beautiful woman. Miss, what's your name? Young Master Gua, you can call me Xiaozhen. Xiaozhen smiled sweetly. Guo Chen nodded. In that case, I'll book the whole day today. If I'm satisfied, I'll add more later. Okay, young Master Gua. Xiaozhen's smile became even sweeter. It's a total of 150,000. After deducting the previous 1,000 you paid, you only need to pay 14,000. Okay, Guo Chen said, taking out his bank card. Xiaozhen used a mobile card reader to swipe the card. Ding, Industrial and Commercial Bank, 140,000 yuan credited. The card reader made a sound. It shocked everyone. 15,000 for a day's living expenses? What kind of extravagant life is this? Everyone's eyes towards Guo Chen changed completely. This rich kid is heartless. At this moment, Guo Chen asked again, Xiaozhen, how much is your monthly income? Can you tell me? Xiaozhen was stunned for a moment. With bonuses, a little over 20,000 a month. She seemed to realize something. Her eyes were full of anticipation. Guo Chen smiled. Would you mind being my assistant? Just carry a bag, drive a car, pick me up for school, and run errands? He paused. I'll pay you 50,000 a month. How about that? Xiaozhen's eyes lit up. A personal assistant? Being an assistant today, could she be a lady-in-waiting tomorrow? Such a good opportunity. How could she miss it? She nodded busily. Serving young Master Gui is my honor. If young Master Gui is willing, I will resign from the company immediately. Okay. Guo Chen smiled. Add me on Alipay. I'll give you the first month's salary. Ha! Xiaozhen was stunned. She hadn't even started working, and she was already getting paid? A fairy boss. She quickly took out her phone and added Guo Chen on Alipay. Soon after, her phone made a sound. Ding, Alipay credited 50,000 yuan. Once again, everyone was amazed. Is this the financial power of the rich? Such a beautiful woman, is she really corrupted by money like this? Is there still justice in this world? Is there still law? Alright, you guys can go now, I have to go to class, don't disturb your classmates for too long. Guo Chen finished pretending and waved to Xiaozhen. He felt very happy. After coming and going, he spent 200,000, with only 150,000 left, but his assets were increasing every minute. Ate delicious food, pretended to be rich, also recruited a beautiful woman as an assistant. Is this the life of a rich person? When Xiaozhen left, the whole classroom fell silent, all staring blankly at Guo Chen. Who is this person? So unfamiliar, but so handsome, especially when swiping the card. Zhang Shi, who was just saying that Lao Gua spent all his money to show off. At this time, Lu Chang broke the silence, looking at Zhang Shi. who can spend 200,000 just to show off? Isn't your Jiangxi family wealthy? Why don't you try to show off this? Jiangxi's face turned pale. Everyone nodded. Spending 50,000 was enough to show off. No need to spend another 15,000. It seems that Guo Chen is really rich. Fengge, I spoke too loudly just now. Please don't be angry. I apologize to you. Fengge, you look so handsome when swiping the card. Some opportunists turned to flatter Guo Chen. Even Lu Xiaoqiao was a little tempted. Not to mention, being an assistant to Guo Chen for 50,000 a month would be great. So envious. Jiangxi saw this scene and was so angry that his veins bulged, shaking all over. Gritting his teeth, he said, just wait and see. When my strength is up, your money is nothing. Just as he was speaking, the teacher for the second class came in. Everyone quieted down. After 2 classes in a row, when it was time for the third class to end, Dongge came in again. When he came in, he first looked at Guo Chen. This kid hides pretty well. Was his previous poverty just a pitiful act set up by the young master? Rich again, and awakened, isn't that too unbelievable? Did he speak too loudly to him before? However, he just thought about it, clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention and said, "We are going for a physical examination soon. This is very important, don't mess around, the school can't protect you. If you need to go to the bathroom, go now, and wait for further instructions to go downstairs." After he finished speaking, everyone went to the bathroom one after another. But everyone's faces couldn't hide their anticipation. After all, which young person doesn't have the adolescent dream of saving the world? Who doesn't want to be the protagonist of the world? Before long, Dongge received the notice and waved his hand. "Let's go, line up in order and follow me downstairs." Then, he led everyone downstairs. When everyone arrived at the playground, they lined up. At this moment, 10 positions had 10 long lines. The staff were wearing white coats, looking solemn. There were soldiers with real guns standing nearby, and soldiers patrolling and observing around. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. "Damn, even the military is here?" Lu Chang exclaimed softly. As soon as he spoke, Dongge sternly rebuked, "Don't talk." Guo Chen also glanced around. There were military personnel and the same uniformed people who took Jiangxi away at the hospital entrance that day. It seems that the fierce and tall beauty is from a special department. Guo Chen also felt that the higher-ups attached great importance to this matter. Soon, the people in the front class finished drawing blood and collecting fingerprints, and it was their turn. The people in their class went up one by one to draw blood. When it was Lu Chang's turn, he clasped his hands together and whispered, "God bless, Buddha bless, ancestors bless, even if it's a D-level talent, please." Indeed, as long as one can awaken, even if it's a D-level, the starting point of life will be different from ordinary people. Head, don't be nervous, everyone has their own destiny, there's nothing wrong with being an ordinary person. At this time, a middle-aged man in military uniform smiled and patted Lu Chang on the shoulder. Lu Chang could only smile helplessly. Who would believe this? The officer smiled at the situation, didn't say anything, but looked at Guo Chen. "Young man, you have a strong physique, don't worry, even if you don't awaken, you can still join the army." Guo Chen, who was 1.8 meters tall, had excellent physical condition after 2 enhancements. He was outstanding. That's why the officer said so. Guo Chen nodded, "Yes, sir, after I spend all my family's billions, I will go serve the motherland." The officer was stunned, his mouth twitched. "Did I ask about your family's wealth?" Those familiar with Guo Chen burst into laughter. This laughter helped dissipate some of the tension. The officer then smiled and said, "All right, go for your physical examination. Young people nowadays are really interesting." After that, he walked away without looking back. Not long after, Lu Chang and Guo Chen finished drawing blood, recording fingerprints, and then walked arm in arm towards the cafeteria. School ended early at noon, so they could go to the cafeteria early. After all, Guo Chen had made a reservation to have a big meal at the Qinghui group in the cafeteria. Just as they arrived at the cafeteria, many people were already heading inside. Lu Chang, excited, said, "Lao Guo, what if I have an S-level talent? What if too many girls like me by then?" "You don't need to worry about that at all," Guo Chen said with a smile. "Are you saying that with my charm, I can have all the girls, keep them in my harem, and there won't be any problem at all?" Lu Chang was so excited as if he really had an S-level talent. "Oh, that's not it," Guo Chen shook his head. "What I mean is, as long as I'm around, the girls will like me first, and then consider you." "Brother Guo is great. Brother Guo, want to have a meal together?" "Wow, it's Brother Guo from Class 2 of Senior 3, so handsome." Before he could finish his sentence, several lively girls came over and flirted with Guo Chen. Guo Chen politely declined, "No, thank you." "Wow, Brother Guo talked to me." The girls cheered. There was no way around it, Guo Chen was handsome and had good grades. Then he looked at Lu Chang and shrugged. Well, with me around, you won't have that trouble. Damn pretty boy. Lu Chang gritted his teeth. Guo Chen looked at Lu Chang. Oh? Insulting me? I was going to give you a complete set of Huawei's VR system with advanced body sensing, but if you don't want it, then forget it. What? Lu Chang's eyebrows raised. Huawei's VR system? 90% realistic sensation? The so-called leading Ling Jing? The king of games? Valued at 50,000. The artifact he had been dreaming of. Thinking of this, he immediately knelt down, clasped his hands. Father, please accept my bow. Pretty boy is an honorable title, others are not worthy, only father is truly deserving. Guo Chen waved his hand. My son, get up quickly, have a meal with father. I'll transfer the money to you later. Thank you, father. Lu Chang jumped up, patted his chest. Guo, oh no, father, when my S-level talent awakens, I'll cover for you. Guo Chen chuckled, S-level talent is nothing. Father is right. Lu Chang saluted. The two chatted and walked into the cafeteria, and as soon as they entered, they saw a strikingly beautiful figure in the crowd. Wow, Lao Guo, it's Luo Wan, the school flower who is as famous as you. Lu Chang's eyes widened. She's so beautiful, you can recognize her at a glance in the crowd. So what? Guo Chen shook his head. Her father is the richest man in Rong City. Even if you have an S-level talent, she wouldn't look at you. Lu Chang was not convinced. The same goes for you. Just as he finished speaking, Luo Wan smiled at them and walked over. Ha? No way. Lu Chang's breathing quickened. Could it be? Guo Chen. Luo Wan smiled brightly at Guo Chen. What a coincidence. I was just thinking of looking for you. Damn. Lu Chang saw it and rolled his eyes. Lao Guo had a sharp tongue. But what he said was all true. Can you do whatever you want just because you're handsome? Guo Chen raised an eyebrow. Although Luo Wan was on par with him, this was still the high school section of Rongsher No. 1 middle school. Being the school flower or school grass was just a title. Everyone still focused on studying. He smiled. Do you need something from me? The college entrance exam is coming soon. I want to ask you if you are going to the 4 major military academies, Peking University, Tsinghua University, or studying at our Shu University? Luo Wan blinked her eyes eagerly as she looked at Guo Chen. Lu Chang, on the other hand, looked pained. He was like a dazzling light bulb. Moreover, their conversation was too high-end. He couldn't join in at all. Damn it! Several prestigious universities, you two can choose whichever you want, right? Guo Chen smiled. What about you? This time, Luo Wan said seriously, you know my mother is the head of the Shu University admissions office, so I will definitely choose Shu University. And, she suddenly leaned closer to Guo Chen and whispered, I know you have awakened, no matter what level your talent is, with your grades, studying at the special college newly established by Shu University, even if you engage in research, you will definitely be well treated. Also, I have awakened too. My mother took me for a test, S-level talent. Fire element. If you are also strong, we can fight together. If you lean towards research, we will be in the same college. I can protect you. So, she took a step back, smiling. Guo Chen, I hope we can go to Shu University together, okay? Luo Wan's words completely exceeded Guo Chen's expectations. In fact, Luo Wan was not familiar with him. They rarely met, because one was in class 2 and the other was in class 1. But their names were very common, because every time there was a school-wide exam, Guo Chen was basically first, and Luo Wan was second. He rubbed his nose and said with a smile, it's not impossible, although Shu University is inferior to the 4 major military academies, as well as Peking University and Tsinghua University. But, Shu University is in Rongsher, closer to my younger sister. Luo Wan hurriedly said, ordinary colleges definitely cannot compare to these 6 universities, but special colleges may not be the same. The future ranking of special colleges will determine the ranking of the alma mater. You seem to know something? Guo Chen raised an eyebrow, looking at Luo Wan in surprise. However, given Luo Wan's background, it was normal for her to know some inside information, such as the awakening incident. Without a doubt, it must have been reported by that long-legged beauty, but Luo Wan knew about it. How about you treat me to a meal? I'll tell you more? Luo Wan looked at Guo Chen expectantly. Sure. Guo Chen nodded without hesitation. The two walked inside side by side. Damn, no humanity when it comes to the opposite sex. Using a single dog like me as a light bulb, huh? Lu Chang looked pained, but he still followed along. On the other side, a tall and handsome boy with a stern face was staring intently at Guo Chen and Luo Wan, clenching his fists, gnashing his teeth. Guo Chen, do you even deserve to be with Xiao Wan? By this time, Guo Chen had already arrived at the center of the cafeteria with Luo Wan and Lu Chang. Young Master Guo, can we start serving the food? Xiaojun greeted with a smile. And in the center of the cafeteria, the people from Qinghui Group had already set up a gorgeous tablecloth. It looked just like a high-end restaurant. Although this was a school, Qinghui Group had the means to arrange all this in the cafeteria. Damn, Qinghui Group? Which rich guy arranged this service? Do we have to come to the cafeteria to eat such high-end food? Purely trying to disgust people, right? The food in hand doesn't taste good anymore. Passing students saw the high-end dining table and the exquisite food. They suddenly suffered a critical hit of 10,000 points. Damn, still using this move? So damn unlucky. Zhang Shi and others walked over, seeing this scene, almost twisting their noses in anger. Qinghui VIP service? Luo Wan saw this scene, also very surprised. Guo Chen, did you arrange this? Guo Chen smiled, of course. He waved his hand, sit and eat, it should be enough for the three of us. Then I won't be polite. Luo Wan was also just surprised. With her wealth, eating at Qinghui every day was affordable. The key is who you eat with. The three sat down, and someone came to serve them. Is that Luo Wan? Zhang Shi only noticed that next to Guo Chen was a school flower, Luo Wan. Super rich girl, fair-skinned, beautiful, with long legs. How did she end up with this guy Guo Chen? And so intimate? Others, seeing this, were envious and jealous. Lu Qiao, who was with Zhang Shi, also looked uncomfortable at the moment. It seems that Guo Chen and Luo Wan are more compatible together. However, Guo Chen completely ignored the gazes of the people nearby, only looking at Luo Wan. Any insider information? Luo Wan hurriedly lowered her voice. I can't say too much. Anyway, the country has been preparing for half a year, and in the next semester, special colleges will be established in schools ranked 211 and above. In these colleges, relevant majors will be added. The most important ones are the combat department, research department, etc. At this point, she glanced around and said, anyway, in the future, this special college will be highly valued. Beautiful Luo, what are the admission requirements? Lu Chang, feeling itchy, asked quickly. Luo Wan smiled, I can't say more. Anyway, when the results of this physical examination come out, each middle school will set up a special training class. By then, everyone will know these things. The college entrance examination is in a month. Is there enough time for the training class? Lu Chang frowned. Luo Wan explained, the special college enrollment is postponed by a month. The unified examination will be on July 7th. Results will be announced on the spot. 10 days to fill in the application. The list will be out on August 1st. School starts in September. Oh, Lu Chang suddenly understood. Guo Chen also gained a lot, but then he looked at Lu Chang. Old Lu, what's with your O? If you haven't awakened, if you don't have talent, then it's none of your business. What the? Lu Chang was almost choked. Don't want the VR anymore? Guo Chen asked. Lu Chang quickly smiled. I mean, your sister is my aunt, stepfather, don't get me wrong. After that, he ate like a defeated country. Guo Chen also chatted with Luo Wan, a sentence here and there. After finishing the meal, Guo Chen and the other two returned to the classroom, and at the classroom door, they bid farewell to Luo Wan. Luo Wan raised her arm and shouted, Wei Chen, we agreed to go to Shu University together, let's go. Let's go. Guo Chen responded awkwardly. Luo Wan happily walked away. Stepfather, just kill me, even a single dog's life is a life. Lu Chang looked constipated. Guo Chen shrugged, I'm also passive, it's none of my business. With that, he walked into the classroom gracefully. Lu Chang, helpless, followed suit. The day's classes were soon over. At 9 o'clock in the evening, after the evening self-study, during the break, Guo Chen couldn't stand Lu Chang's teasing, so he spent 50,000 yuan to buy him a Huawei VR, plus 12 hours of making money lying down. His balance now has reached 196,260, with expenses of 250,000. The second upgrade is already a quarter complete. Not bad. Guo Chen walked out of the school gate with Lu Chang, and at that moment, Miss Xiaojun was waiting eagerly at the entrance, waiting for Guo Chen to finish school. Young Master Guo. Xiaojun walked over respectfully, I have resigned from the company, now I am your full-time assistant. Very good. Guo Chen nodded with a smile and handed over the school bag. Work hard, if you do well, you'll get a raise. Okay, Guo Xiao, I will definitely work hard. Xiaojun nodded vigorously. This conversation made Lu Chang envious and gnash his teeth, cursing his adoptive father as a beast in his heart. Just like Dong Zhuo. Ha! As he thought about it, wasn't he like Lu Bu? So majestic. However, Guo Chen completely ignored Lu Chang's thoughts and walked out with the two of them. He was also thinking about saving some money to buy a car. But when he calculated the money, it was not enough. With only 170,000 in income a day, it was too little. Just enough for food. As he was thinking, he had already walked nearly 50 meters out of the school when suddenly 4 or 5 people rushed out from the side. Guo Chen, stop right there. The leader was the male student who was so upset in the cafeteria watching Guo Chen and Luo Wan. Zhao Liang? Guo Chen raised an eyebrow. This Zhao Liang was from the Zhao family in Rong City, considered one of the top 10 richest people. He had multiple listed companies under his name. Zhao Liang was the second son of the Zhao family, good-looking, with good grades, and a decent family background. He was just slightly overshadowed by Guo Chen. Normally, they didn't interfere with each other. However, when Zhao Liang came out, Guo Chen understood and said with a smile, "You're here because of Luo Wan, right? As long as you know." Zhao Liang stared at Guo Chen sharply and said fiercely. Guo Chen immediately reached out his hand. "You are too kind, but since you are well-meaning, give it to me." "What?" Zhao Liang was puzzled. "What the heck? A red envelope?" Guo Chen smiled. "Luo Wan and I have agreed to take the entrance exam for Shu University together because we share the same feelings. Since you are friends with Luo Wan, you must be here to bless us for a happy marriage. Shouldn't you give me a big red envelope?" Zhao Liang was confused at first, then he became furious. "You mother fasterous cur. Luo Wan is the woman I've chosen, and you're entangled with her, and you still want me to give you a red envelope? Are you crazy?" He was so angry that his blood pressure rose. "Oh, you're not here to give a red envelope?" Guo Chen smirked. "Oh, I know why you're here now." Without waiting for Zhao Liang to speak, he continued, "You must have heard that Jiangxi was awakened by my anger, and you also want me to awaken you, right? You son of a b***tch. Are you crazy?" Zhao Liang's face turned red with anger. He almost forgot why he came. "I've already awakened a long time ago. I'll beat you to death if you come to provoke me," he roared, exuding a strong aura immediately, and punched fiercely towards Guo Chen. This power was probably equivalent to a physical strength of 5. "Guo, be careful. Guo Xiao." Zhao Liang's fierce punch made the air whistle, giving a terrifying feeling. Lu Chang and the others felt a sudden tightness in their hearts. Lu Chang even rushed over to help, but his reaction and speed were far behind the awakened Zhao Liang. "Hey!" Almost at the same time, the other 3 people brought by Zhao Liang showed a cold smile. Why provoke an awakened person? And all of this happened in an instant. When Guo Chen saw Zhao Liang's fist, he just smiled, then had a thought. A brick appeared in his hand instantly. Block! Bang! The brick shattered. Zhao Liang, who had not reacted at all and never expected Guo Chen to have a brick, let out a painful scream. His hand hurt badly. Blood was flowing. Cur. Zhao Liang was tricked, feeling both pain and discomfort. He stared at Guo Chen. You've awakened too? Awakened, isn't it normal? Guo Chen shrugged. Spatial type? Zhao Liang asked uncertainly. He also has a relationship, knowing that spatial system is very rare, and very functional. It's just that the combat power in the early stage is relatively weaker. Right. Guo Chen nodded. Fortunately, I installed 2 bricks in the space, otherwise, I would really have been hammered by you today. He said, looking up, pointing at Zhao Liang. You go, I'm in a good mood today, I'll let you go. Damn. Zhao Liang was suddenly furious. If you were a level 50 spatial system expert, I would have left without a word. What combat power do you have as a newly awakened spatial system, trying to show off to me? Are you very powerful with 2 bricks? If I smash them all, how will you deal with it? Die. He roared and once again rushed in front of Guo Chen, fiercely punching. Bang! As expected, Guo Chen had another brick in his hand, which he threw at Zhao Liang. Trash! Zhao Liang sneered. This time he was prepared. He exerted force with his left fist and shattered Guo Chen's brick. Although his hand hurt, but his expression became more ferocious, more excited, more cruel. Now that you're out of bricks, let's see what you can do. Die! He roared and punched fiercely in front of Guo Chen again. This punch, he was confident. Bang! Ouch! However, the next moment, Guo Chen had another brick in his hand, despite being smashed by Zhao Liang. But Zhao Liang's fist was bleeding even more. He gritted his teeth angrily. Didn't you say you only had 2 bricks? Ha! Guo Chen raised an eyebrow. Are you a spy? Do all Chinese people only have 2 bricks, without specifically mentioning just 2? As he spoke, he raised his hand. Another brick appeared in his hand. He smiled. Sorry, I didn't make it clear. I don't have much in my space, just 200 or 300 bricks. Do you still want to perform bare-handed brick breaking? Damn! Zhao Liang almost spurted blood. His blood pressure skyrocketed, almost fainting. Damn it! Guo Chen's face darkened. If you don't break bricks, it's my turn? After speaking, he suddenly rushed forward, and a brick flew towards Zhao Liang's hand. What are you trying to do? Zhao Liang looked terrified, instinctively blocking with both hands. However, Guo Chen was faster than Zhao Liang. He was more ruthless. Brick by brick, he smashed at Zhao Liang's hands. Zhao Liang's hands were smashed to a pulp. Even the bones were exposed. He screamed in pain. He ran while shouting, "Help me, help me." However, the 3 people he brought with him were just ordinary people. They didn't dare to fight against awakened individuals like Gui Chen. They turned and ran. Zhao Liang was hammered more than 10 times, his hands were almost useless. He hurriedly said, "Gui Chen, I was wrong, don't hit me, my hands are ruined, I can't take the college entrance exam, and I won't be able to complete the special training tasks in the future." Trash. Gui Chen saw Zhao Liang crying and sniffling, casually threw the brick away. "Forget it, it's boring to bully the weak, go away." Zhao Liang ran off as if granted amnesty. "Damn, Lao Gua, have you really awakened? Are you in the spatial system?" Lu Chang walked over with a look of surprise, circling around Gui Chen. "Hey, where is it? What are you looking for?" Gui Chen looked at Lu Chang with a caring look for the mentally challenged. "Where is your space hidden?" Lu Chang asked seriously. Gui Chen raised his hand and touched Lu Chang's head. "Child, go home and eat some walnuts." Lu Chang was speechless. At this moment, Xiaozhen stifled a laugh. He quickly wiped his head, his hand covered in dirt. "Damn, Lao Gua, are you using my hair to wipe your hands? Can't use your brain, is it okay to be a handkerchief?" Gui Chen said as he walked away. Lu Chang gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and caught up, asking eagerly, "Lao Gua, how did you awaken? Quickly share with your brother." Gui Chen raised an eyebrow. "Brother? Oh, wait, share with the kid." Lu Chang compromised. Gui Chen nodded in satisfaction. "I like to sleep upside down. Now that I think about it, it should be when I'm upside down, the blood rushes to my head, making it easier to awaken." "Really?" Lu Chang's eyes lit up, laughing heartily. "Lao Gua, thanks, if I awaken, I'll definitely buy you something good. Gotta go." He disappeared in a flash. Gui Chen was stunned for a moment. He made a joke, and did Lao Lu take it seriously? Would he really go back to sleep upside down? However, he didn't dwell on it and instead waved, "Xiaozhen, let's go." They hailed a cab and returned to the rental house. Xiaozhen was shocked. She had imagined 100 scenarios, but never expected Gui Chen to live in such an old urban village. Moreover, everything seemed so ordinary. However, she quickly understood that this was probably the eccentricity of the wealthy. Too rich, too handsome, to the point of having no friends. So he adopted a commoner persona, to get along with ordinary people. Yes, it must be like this. Xiaozhen strategized, her logic coherent, but she felt a bit uneasy. Would something happen tonight? However, not long after, Gui Chen handed Xiaozhen a key, saying, "Xiaozhen, here's the house key for you. I'll be staying here temporarily. Have someone clean the room tomorrow. Also, from now on, prepare breakfast for the next day every night, unless I change my mind." He rattled off a series of instructions. Xiaozhen nodded busily. "Okay, Gui Xiao, I'll remember." Gui Chen nodded, then turned back curiously after a few seconds, looking at Xiaozhen. "Are you planning to stay here tonight and warm my bed?" "Ha!" Xiaozhen's heart tightened. Indeed, he was so direct, even though Xiaozhen was prepared. But she was still a bit shy, lowering her head, half pushing, half pulling. "Isn't this inappropriate? How can I do this?" Gui Chen rolled his eyes. "I know it's inappropriate, then why don't you leave?" "Ha!" Xiaozhen was stunned, her face turning red in an instant. This, Gui Xiao. Really? Do you really want to warm my bed? Xiaozhen, are you trying to get my salary and my body again? Woman, you're so greedy. Gui Chen said in surprise. Gui Xiao, you misunderstood, I'll leave now. Xiaozhen covered her face and ran out as if her life depended on it. How embarrassing. Misunderstood. Sigh. Gui Chen watched the flustered Xiaozhen, shook his head. This damn charm. It's time to rein it in. Then, he slammed the door shut. After freshening up, Gui Chen lay comfortably in bed, recalling scenes of hitting people with bricks. He summarized his experience in spatial combat. Then he remembered what Luo Wan had said. First, after the physical examination, gather talented individuals and set up a training class. Later, establish a special academy affiliated with major universities. Just this one thing made him daydream. The future seemed to be getting further away from his previous expectations. But did he really have talent? Did the things brought by the system count as awakening? What is that talent fruit? Does it increase talent? When he levels up again and unlocks the talent fruit, he could give it a try. Second, which university to attend? The 4 major military academies? Become an officer upon graduation and serve the country? Or Tsinghua University? Peking University? These are internationally renowned institutions. However, after much thought, he still wanted to stay in Rome City and attend Shu University with Luo Wan. It's not because of Luo Wan. It's because of his younger sister. To be honest, even with that healing fruit, he's not sure if it can cure her illness. But even if the healing fruit doesn't work, as long as I improve my strength, there will always be a chance. Guo Chen clenched his fists. He vaguely felt that the real world hides infinite mysteries. Thinking about it, he fell asleep. The next morning, Xiaojun blushed and prepared breakfast with the people from Qinghui group for him. After breakfast, Xiaojun drove him to school. At school, classmates were the same as usual, just occasionally talking nervously about the physical examination. Everyone was quietly waiting for the results. Only Lu Chang was different. He came to school with panda eyes, and when Guo Chen asked, it turned out he was practicing handstands at home. He was indeed a cute little fool. Guo Chen wanted to advise him at first, but after some thought, he decided against it. He wanted to observe how foolish this rebellious son could be. In the blink of an eye, it was Friday, May 10th in the morning. Guo Chen happily got out of Xiaojun's car and entered the classroom. The reason for his happiness was that he was about to level up. And it was said that today the results of the physical examination would be announced, and training classes would begin. The news had been flying around these days, making everyone excited. Panel. Guo Chen sat at his seat and the panel appeared. Host, Guo Chen. Exclusive level, 2. Assets, 351,060, increasing. Asset growth rate, 2. Expenses, 700,350/1000000. Physical strength, 6. 52. He still had over 350,000 in assets, but expenses had reached 700,000. Because on Monday, expenses had already reached 250,000. 3 days had passed. He had been eating Qinghui's food for 3 days, 150,000 a day, which was 450,000. As he was going to school, there weren't many other expenses, even house cleaning and beautification were taken care of by Qinghui's people. It was quite helpless. However, according to his estimation, if he spent 150,000 today, and then spent big on Saturday, he would be able to level up. So, being happy was inevitable. Lao Guo, oh no, foster father, I really love you. As Guo Chen anticipated the changes leveling up would bring, Lu Chang's loud voice came from the door. All the classmates looked over. Zhang Shi frowned, because he disliked Guo Chen so much that he even started to dislike Lu Chang. Guo Chen's mouth twitched. Was Lao Lu crazy? Just call each other foster father and son in private. Shouting so loudly in public, isn't it embarrassing? Damn, Lu Chang, are you trying to turn Guo Chen gay? Confessing your love so loudly, you're so brave. Someone joked, causing laughter. You guys don't understand a thing. Lu Chang stared with dark circles under his eyes, stood at the platform, and said, from today, Guo Chen is my publicly acknowledged foster father. That's what I said. Guo Chen really wanted to kick him down. Who the hell wants to be your foster father? Just for fun? Are you taking it seriously? Lu Chang, are you crazy? Who actively acknowledges a father? Someone asked with a smile. Lu Chang looked disdainfully at the person and asked, if acknowledging a foster father can help you awaken, would you do it? What? Lu Chang? Have you awakened? The class erupted. Impossible. Zhang Shi quickly shouted. In class 32 of grade 3, awakening was his thing. He, don't believe it? Then I'll show you. Lu Chang said, and with a loud shout, he suddenly began to transform at an extremely fast speed. Finally, he turned into a shiny diamond man. Under the sunlight, he was especially dazzling. And the next moment, his whole person suddenly merged into the ground, turning into a diamond-like water flow. He quickly rushed to the back of the classroom. Then, once again transformed into his original self. The key is, his clothes didn't change. Wow, this is amazing. Can do earth escape, and can turn into a diamond? Super defense? Lu Chang is so powerful, everyone exclaimed. Snap! Zhang Shi broke the pen in his hand. He envied the ability to transform without damaging clothes. Alright, I've shown off enough, I won't say more, I'm going to pay my respects to my adoptive father. Lu Chang smiled and ran to Guo Chen's side. He bowed, adoptive father, thank you for teaching me to awaken, thank you for nurturing me. Enough with this nonsense. Guo Chen used to joke and let Lu Chang call him father. But Lu Chang kept calling him adoptive father. It made him want to vomit. However, Lu Chang really awakened, which was quite unexpected. And, did he really awaken just by sleeping upside down? Can't be, right? He waved his hand, old Lu, don't be so cheesy, isn't awakening just a small matter? Haven't I awakened too? What? When Guo Chen said this, everyone was shocked once again. Guo Chen also awakened? Handsome, rich, and awakened? Life is so unfair. Zhang Shi's face turned uglier, and he broke another pen. No. Impossible. Lu Chang happened to hear Zhang Shi and sneered, Zhang Shi, what do you mean by impossible? Listen carefully, my adoptive father awakened in the spatial system. Extremely rare. Inherent space, do you understand the value of this? Spatial system? Zhang Shi shuddered. Everyone was even more amazed. Although they didn't understand, the spatial system sounded very powerful. Ahem. However, at that moment, Brother Dong coughed twice and walked in. There was a military officer beside him. It was the military officer who had spoken to Lu Chang and Guo Chen that day. Brother Dong clapped his hands. Students, pause for a moment. Instructor Wu has something to announce. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately quieted down. They were full of anticipation. The physical examination results are here. Guo Chen also looked curiously at Instructor Wu. He also wanted to know if his awakening system counted as an awakening. Did he have any talent? At this moment, Instructor Wu walked to the platform with a list in hand, his stern gaze sweeping over the crowd. Dear students, first I want to tell you that this method of testing talent is not 100% accurate. So, even if talent is not detected this time, it doesn't mean you don't have any talent. Moreover, as time goes on, people without talent may also develop it. As soon as he spoke, the students present were no longer so nervous. In fact, this was also the intention from above. He continued, furthermore, for awakeners, you should consider it as an emerging profession. The development of this society cannot rely solely on awakeners. Do you understand what I mean? Understood. The students answered loudly. Guo Chen couldn't help but secretly admire that the people above had considered everything thoroughly. In fact, it was true. Not everyone could be a prodigy. But, society cannot do without ordinary people. Then, Instructor Wu said, alright, next, I will call out the names of the students, follow me outside. Everyone perked up their ears, quietly praying in their hearts. Zhang Shi, Lu Chang, Guo Chen, Lu Chaoqiao. Instructor Wu paused, please come out, these 4 students, the rest of you, continue with the class, sorry for the interruption. After that, he turned and left. Behind him was a dead silence. Many people looked disappointed. Guo Chen and the others, including Zhang Shi, also felt this sense of disappointment. They just remained calm, stood up, and walked out of the classroom. Shortly after, there were sighs in the classroom, as well as comforting words from Brother Dong. When they walked out, Instructor Wu was waiting for them in the corridor. Congratulations, Instructor Wu smiled at the 4 of them. I need to inform the other senior 3 students. You guys go to the indoor gym on the 2nd floor and wait for me in room 1. After saying that, he headed towards class 3 of senior 3. I didn't expect that our class would have 4. After Instructor Wu left, Zhang Shi glanced at Guo Chen and the others, and said with a complicated expression. Then he added, however, we are all in class 2, let's cooperate more in the future and strive for progress together. Lu Chaoqiao nodded busily, yes, we need to cooperate more. Lu Chang widened his eyes, Zhang Shi, with your tone, do you want to be our leader? I have a B-level talent, 1 in a million. Judging from your appearances, having a C-level talent is already good. Let's stick together, I'll lead the way. What's wrong with that? Zhang Shi said with narrowed eyes. Lu Chaoqiao also said quickly, yes, I heard that in a city of a million, there are only about a dozen or 20 B-level talents. Being 1 in a million is already modest. Zhang Shi has this ability, willing to lead the way, it's also for everyone's good. Humph. I even said I have an S-level talent. Lu Chang sneered. Zhang Shi sneered, S-level? It's good enough for a city to have one, why should it be you? Alright. Guo Chen waved his hand, there's no need to argue about these things. He looked at Zhang Shi again, Zhang Shi, we won't team up with you. There are 2 reasons for that. What reasons? Zhang Shi looked displeased. First, Guo Chen raised his index finger, if we were to form a team, I could easily team up with Luo Wan, because Luo Wan has already been tested and is an S-level talent, so you with a B-level talent shouldn't think about being the big shot. What? Zhang Shi looked shocked. Luo Wan is actually an S-level talent? Before Zhang Shi could say anything, Guo Chen raised his middle finger. Second, and the most important reason, as soon as you transform, you reveal the golden needle mushroom, it's too dazzling, I'm afraid I can't stand it. Guo Chen! Zhang Shi was hit where it hurt, suddenly furious, clenched his fists, wanting to start a fight. Lu Chaoqiao quickly stopped him. Zhang Shi, don't be impulsive, it's not good for our future if we fight. That's true. Zhang Shi calmed down, then looked at Guo Chen and the others, you guys just wait for me. If I have the chance to spar with you, I'll beat you until your mother doesn't recognize you. With that, he huffed and walked away. Lu Chaoqiao hurried to catch up. Humph, I'm all diamond, let's see how you fight. Lu Chang rolled his eyes at Zhang Shi. Guo Chen waved his hand, why bother with them? Let's go to the indoor gym first, they should announce our talents later. As they spoke, the two quickly left the teaching building. Just as they came downstairs, they saw Luo Wan, dressed in summer school uniform, standing in the sunlight, looking like a princess from a fairy tale, waiting for them.
Guo Chen.
Luo Wan greeted with a smile. I knew it. You would definitely be selected. She then looked at Lu Chang. Lu Chang, you were selected too. Lu Chang rolled his eyes. Miss Luo, don't underestimate people. You guys are the chosen ones, so am I. He moved closer, looking proud. I have awakened too. I am a defense type. Our trio can officially be formed. Great, great. Guo Chen, what do you think? Luo Wan quickly looked at Guo Chen. Guo Chen smiled. I have no objections. That's great. Luo Wan happily waved her fists. Then, the three of them together went to room 1 on the second floor of the indoor gym. By then, there were already 4 people inside. Guo Chen only didn't know one of them. The other 3 were Zhang Shi, Lu Chaoqiao, and Zhao Liang. It's really something. Among the 4, 3 are rivals. Surely, as soon as they entered, Zhang Shi, Lu Chaoqiao, and Zhao Liang all cast unfriendly glances. Another person, seeming quite arrogant, only glanced lightly at Guo Chen and the others. Guo Chen couldn't be bothered to chat with them, so he found a place and sat on the floor. Subsequently, people arrived in small groups. The room became a bit livelier. They waited for over half an hour. Instructor Wu entered with 2 people from class 12. Find a place, sit on the floor, and no talking. Instructor Wu came in and stood at the front podium, addressing everyone. People casually found places to sit. However, some individuals seemed inflated in their minds and continued talking. It seemed they didn't regard Instructor Wu highly. Seeing this, Instructor Wu frowned but didn't get angry. Instead, he calmly said, Everyone, introduce yourselves first. I'm Wu Jin from the Western Military Region's Psychic Special Forces. Level 25 Beast Soul Department. Please advise. Roar, as his voice fell, a terrifying aura emanated from him. It was as if a substantial white-haired gorilla, nearly 3 meters tall, had possessed him. It appeared before everyone. The deafening roar. The terrifying pressure. It made everyone present feel as if their hearts had been fiercely pounded, and their breath stopped. This. So terrifying. Is this the strength of level 25? Everyone looked at Instructor Wu in shock. The hint of self-satisfaction in their eyes vanished. Wow. So powerful. Lu Chang's eyes widened. Level 25? Guo Chen was also shocked. This Instructor Wu was really strong. Alright, quiet down and listen to me. Seeing the situation, Wu Jin's lips curled up as he spoke lightly. These brats needed a bit of a shock. Otherwise, they would get too cocky. Indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, the room fell completely silent. Good, very good. Wu Jin nodded in satisfaction. From now until the end of the exam on July 10th, I am your instructor. I only know how to lead soldiers, not babysit, so I will manage you according to military requirements. His gaze turned sharp. Remember the first rule, soldiers must obey orders. Understand? Understood. Everyone answered loudly. Good, next, I will announce the talent levels of the 31 of you. When your name is called, respond, and if you have awakened, inform me of your awakening situation. Wu Jin then picked up a notebook, glanced at it, and read, Class 1, Luo Wan, S level. As soon as he said this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Obviously, everyone knew the value of an S-level talent. Here. Luo Wan stood up hurriedly. Instructor, I awakened in the fire element. Show us. Wu Jin said as he wrote. Yes. Luo Wan finished speaking, looked around, and walked to the open space in front. Her eyes sharpened. With a swoosh, a pair of blazing fire wings unfolded behind her. She floated up. Raising her hand, a ball of flame, almost white, surged, causing the surrounding temperature to skyrocket. Those closer even felt their hair curling from the heat. Alright, stop now. Wu Jin was taken aback. Truly an S-level talent, awakening to such extraordinary abilities, possessing the ability to fly with fire wings. Moreover, the flame's level seemed high, with a temperature likely exceeding 1000 degrees. Not just him, everyone else was also stunned. They knew S-level was impressive, but they hadn't expected it to be this impressive. Zhang Shi, frowning, clearly saw the vast difference between his B-level talent and Luo Wan's. However, he quickly glanced at Guo Chen. A sneer appeared on his face. No matter how powerful Luo Wan was, Guo Chen couldn't be more powerful than him. Thinking this, he calmed down. Next, Class 1, Xinhao, A-level. After Luo Wan left, Wu Jin continued reading. Here. Before Zhao Liang and the others arrived, Guo Chen, a boy with a crew cut whom he didn't know, stood up. A-level talent. It surprised many people. Xinhao himself was also proud and cool, saying lightly, Instructor, I have awakened a sword that can be controlled by telekinesis. I call it the flying sword. After he finished speaking, a simple and ancient-looking purple sword formed behind him. As soon as it appeared, it gave off an unparalleled sharp feeling. He said, with a buzzing sound, the flying sword vibrated and flew at a very fast speed in the air above the classroom. The air hummed. Obviously, the killing power was quite good. His ability was too cool. Spiritual artifact, flying sword, not bad, have a seat. Instructor Wu was very satisfied. S level, A level, both are extremely strong existences. Not only strong now, but also have greater room for growth and faster growth rate. In the future, these talents will be the mainstay. He thought of this and looked at his notebook. Next, Zhao Liang, D level. Ah, Zhao Liang was stunned for a moment. He was only D level? The people in front were so amazing, and he was only D level? He felt very unwilling, but he still stood up. Instructor, I have awakened, but it's a power awakening. Show me your strength. Wu Jin said. Yes. Zhao Liang exerted his strength and punched out with force, creating a whistling sound in the air. Okay, I see. Wu Jin nodded. Power-type awakening is actually a physical strength awakening. In the future, when you absorb spiritual energy, each level of increase in physical strength will be stronger than others. The effect will be more pronounced as you progress, so don't be discouraged. Have a seat. Yes. Zhao Liang sat down looking frustrated. Later, Wu Jin called out Zhang Shi, Lu Qiaoqiao, and Lu Chang. Zhang Shi was no surprise. With a B-level talent, because of his beast transformation, Wu Jin only let him partially transform into a beast. Lu Qiaoqiao had a D-level talent and had not awakened yet. Lu Chang, on the other hand, was unexpectedly an A-level talent. His body could turn into diamond and he could also use Earth Escape, which surprised everyone. It also made him quite cool. Afterwards, Zhang Shi, Zhao Liang, and others all looked at Gui Chen, because Gui Chen was the last person in Class 2. Sure enough, at this time, Wu Jin announced, Class 2, Gui Chen, E-level. What? E-level? Ha, isn't that too low? Just enough to pass? The crowd was in an uproar, and Zhang Shi and Zhao Liang burst into laughter. Lu Chang and Luo Wan looked regretful. Guo Chen couldn't help but touch his nose. E-level? Isn't that too low? Could it be because his looks overshadowed his talent? However, he smiled and stood up. Instructor, I have awakened twice. One is a power awakening, and the other is a spatial awakening. Do you want me to demonstrate? Ah, dual awakening? Is it true? The crowd was once again in an uproar, all looking at Guo Chen in surprise. He was too outstanding, the lowest talent level, but awakened twice. Awakened two different types of abilities? And one of them is spatial? Wu Jin raised his head in surprise and looked at Guo Chen. You should know, even S-level Luo Wan has never made him look like this, because people with dual abilities are too rare, and spatial abilities are even rarer. Spatial abilities are not for combat, but their functionality is extraordinary, especially when entering that place. This situation must be reported. Thinking of this, he smiled. Guo Chen, show us. Okay. Guo Chen nodded, leaped in place, and effortlessly jumped to the open space in front of everyone. Then, he clenched his fist and suddenly burst out with power. A punch was thrown. Boom! A huge force directly smashed a big hole in the podium. If Wu Jin hadn't been there to block it, the podium would have flown up. Wu Jin's mouth twitched. I asked you to demonstrate, not to cause damage. What's wrong with the podium? Why don't you just punch me from a distance and let me feel it? However, he quickly realized that something was wrong. Zhao Liang had a D-level talent. Logically speaking, with the same ability to awaken body strength, Zhao Liang's current strength would definitely be stronger than Gui Chen, who was E-level. But he clearly felt that Gui Chen was stronger. Much stronger. Could it be the blessing of dual awakening? This needs to be reported too. When Wu Jin thought of this, he didn't care about Gui Chen's destruction of public property anymore. He waved his hand. What about the spatial ability? Right away. Gui Chen's gaze fell on the list book Wu Jin placed on the platform, pointing his finger. Come on, spatial exchange. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Jin's list book disappeared instantly. Then, a brick appeared on the platform. Wu Jin's mouth twitched again, unable to help himself. Kid, are you picking a fight with me? Just to show off an ability? Is it necessary to make a scene out of it? Ahem. Gui Chen, seeing Wu Jin's unfriendly gaze, also remembered Wu Jin's strength at level 25. He hurriedly smiled awkwardly. It's just that the atmosphere here is too serious. Let's have some fun. Instructor, please continue. Saying that, he turned to go back to his own position. Are you really not planning to return the list book to me? Wu Jin was both angry and amused. To be honest, this shows the abnormality of the spatial department. Stealing things unreasonably. If he hides it, he doesn't want to give it back to you. Even if you kill him, you can't get it back. So, the spatial department's items are all treasures, that's the reason. Just kidding, instructor. Guo Chen said, waving his hand, and the list book appeared in front of Wu Jin. He quickly jumped back to his position, stretched lazily. Instructor, the brick is a gift for you. The crowd burst into laughter at this. But the atmosphere did become much lighter. Of course, some people were not relaxed because of this. Like Zhang Shi, like Zhao Liang, and others no longer took Guo Chen's low talent seriously. Because Guo Chen's ability is amazing. Even the aloof and arrogant Qin Hao couldn't help but glance at Guo Chen more. Then, Wu Jin continued to call the roll. It didn't take long. Roll call ended. Alright, your talents are still good, 1S level, 2A level, 2B level, 4C level, 20D level, 2E level. 11 people awakened, including some with dual awakenings, rare spatial abilities, very good. Wu Jin also praised them endlessly. This quality is much better than their military. He then said, if you awaken later, report it, there will be rewards. Let's not talk about that for now. He looked at everyone. I ask you, do you know why so many people have started awakening? Because of the global earthquake at the beginning of the year? The resurgence of spiritual energy? Everyone guessed busily. Guo Chen also sat up straight, looking curiously at Wu Jin, because he also wanted to know why. In these past few months, there have been various opinions, but nothing has been confirmed. After waiting for everyone to speak for a while, Wu Jin said, some of what you said is correct. But, the most fundamental reason is that spirit gates have appeared all over the world. And these spirit gates lead to a whole new world, which we call the spirit realm. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone, and the spirit realm has released a lot of spiritual energy, not only causing awakenings but also allowing people to cultivate. Spirit gates? Spirit realm? Cultivate? Are there people in the spirit realm? Are they immortals? Or are they aliens? Everyone's eyes widened suddenly. Some even raised bizarre questions. And Guo Chen thought of the strengthening spirit fruit, talent spirit fruit, restoration spirit fruit in the store. Those with the word spirit in them. It's probably related to the spirit realm. Could it be that the system also comes from the spirit world? At this time, Wu Jin said, in the spirit world, we haven't found any people for the time being. However, there are many powerful animals, which we call spirit beasts. Of course, there are also many terrifying places. But you will gradually understand these later. I will only tell you that your assessment from July 7th to July 10th will take place in the spirit world. Furthermore, I will teach you a basic method of absorbing spiritual energy to enhance your level. Then, Wu Jin said, alright, you should have a general understanding. The spirit world has just appeared, facing internal and external troubles, relying on the living forces like you. Students, come on. In 20 or 30 years, you will be the backbone of our Huaxia. Wu Jin's words were inspiring. The crowd listened with enthusiasm. Then, Wu Jin asked, besides this, do you have any other questions? Raise your hand to ask. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone raised their hands. Guo Chen also raised his hand. Wu Jin saw him at a glance and said, Guo Chen, you ask. Instructor, you have only been revived for less than half a year, and you are already at level 25. I want to ask, how strong are the current top players? Guo Chen asked after some thought. The others also brightened their eyes, eager to know the answers to these questions. Well, Wu Jin pondered and said, there have always been ancient martial artists. Before the appearance of spiritual energy, their strength was not too obvious. However, when spiritual energy began to appear, their strength increased far beyond ordinary people. And the 5 hearts asking heaven guidance technique that you are about to learn is also passed down by ancient martial artists. As for the strongest group now, they should be around level 50 or 60, right? Don't think they are not strong. With each level increase, their strength will multiply. And these people should have no problem overcoming any obstacles. And you should know that among them, the strongest are the awakened ancient martial artists. Next are the unawakened ancient martial artists. Lastly, there are the awakened ordinary people. Wu Jin became excited as he spoke. He then looked at the crowd and said, so, you must work hard. Unawakened ancient martial artists are stronger than awakened ordinary strong people because they work very hard. Yes. The crowd was greatly encouraged. At this moment, Guo Chen asked again, so, instructor, are you an ancient martial artist, which is why you cultivate so quickly? Me? No. Wu Jin's face blushed slightly as he waved his hand. I used to be an ordinary special forces soldier. In fact, spiritual energy has been slowly recovering for about 10 years. After the appearance of the spiritual gate this year, spiritual energy has made a large-scale recovery. I was just lucky. A few years ago, I awakened my abilities in a life-threatening mission. However, it took me several years to reach level 10. And at the beginning of this year, when the spiritual gate appeared, I was ordered to lead a team to investigate. I accidentally ate a very rare spiritual fruit and directly reached level 25. After he finished speaking, the crowd was amazed. Such an incredible thing. Guo Chen also raised his eyebrows, wondering what kind of spiritual fruit could increase one's level by 15. Alright. Wu Jin waved his hand, let's not talk about it anymore. Now each of you will receive a piece of spiritual energy ore, and after teaching you the method, you will practice diligently on your own. In the future, come here for evening self-study every day to practice together. I will correct your mistakes and monitor your progress. After that, without further ado, he immediately had a large box brought over. Inside were 31 fist-sized spiritual energy ores resembling jade. They were distributed to Guo Chen and the others. He said, these are spiritual energy ores that we dug from the spirit world, very precious. As students, the country will provide you with a certain amount of spiritual energy ores for cultivation. When you enter society, you will have to earn them on your own. Speaking, he taught Guo Chen and the others a mental method called 5 hearts asking the heavens guidance technique. Soon, Guo Chen and the others overlapped their hands, held the spiritual energy original stone, operated the mental method, and sensed the spiritual energy. Then, the effect of talent was manifested. Luo Wan, as an S-level talent, sensed the spiritual energy as soon as she started and quickly began to absorb the spiritual energy original stone. A-level Lu Chang and Xin Hao absorbed the spiritual energy after 10 minutes. B-level Zhang Shi and others started after half an hour. C-level individuals started after an hour and a half. D-level individuals only started to absorb the energy after they had lunch and returned, taking another hour. E-level Guo Chen was very angry. It was already halfway through the afternoon when he finally sensed the spiritual energy, and the absorption speed was extremely slow. He estimated that it would take him 10 days to absorb a whole piece of spiritual energy original stone. However, Luo Wan only needed half a day. A-level probably took about a day. B-level took about 2 days. C-level took 3 days. D-level took about 6 days. The talent gap was indeed too large. After a busy day, it was finally time to finish school. As they were leaving, Wu Jin said, awakened students, come up and receive the spiritual energy original stone. Those who awaken once, receive 1 piece, those who awaken twice, receive 2 pieces. After each level up, receive 1 piece. For those who awaken later, after verification, you can also receive another piece. With these words, the awakened people were overjoyed, especially Luo Wan. While others had not finished using theirs, she had already run out of spiritual energy original stones. Everyone went up to receive the spiritual energy original stones. Guo Chen even received 2 pieces. After receiving them, today's school day officially ended. Wu Jin laughed. Guo Chen, aren't you very arrogant? I see that your spiritual energy original stone is still full, right? How about it, E-level talent, can't absorb at all. Zhang Shi finally seized the opportunity, walked over triumphantly, and said, Zhang Shi, you're just full of hot air. Forget about the beautiful Luo, even with my A-level talent, I'm better than you. Are you embarrassed to show off? Lu Chang retorted immediately. Guo Chen is his godfather. He had said that after awakening, he must protect his godfather, and he must. Yes, Zhang Shi, talent is just one aspect. Guo Chen is an awakened spatial user, he's not inferior. Luo Wan also hurriedly defended Guo Chen. Even the aloof Qin Hao walked over and said lightly, Zhang Shi, in my opinion, B-level and E-level are the same. And Guo Chen's abilities make him more important than you. You guys. Zhang Shi was furious. At this moment, Guo Chen looked at Zhang Shi and said with a smile, Zhang Shi, don't listen to them, your abilities are still very strong. Zhang Shi frowned slightly, feeling a bit surprised. But Guo Chen continued, after all, your ability is mental attack, which is also very rare. What mental attack? Lu Chang was also stunned. Guo Chen laughed, golden needle mushroom? Eye-catching. When spiritual beasts see it, they can be scared to death. The golden needle mushroom stings people, how painful. Ah, Luo Wan blushed instantly upon hearing this. Guo Chen, you're so naughty. Lu Chang laughed heartily, yes, mental contamination is also a means. Xin Hao's mouth twitched. The sharp-tongued Guo Chen lived up to his reputation. Damn. Zhang Shi was furious, pointing at Guo Chen, just you wait for me. The talent gap cannot be compensated by just talking tough. Wait for a spar later, I'll beat you to a pulp. Even without transformation, I can still make you search for your teeth all over the ground. He. Guo Chen smiled slightly. Actually, I kind of like you. I like seeing you frustrated, wanting to take me down but unable to. Just you wait. Zhang Shi gritted his teeth, roared loudly, and walked out in big strides. Ah, Zhangxi is good in everything, except that his mental resilience is too weak. Guo Chen looked regretful, waved his hand, let's go. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. Is it because their mental endurance is too weak? Or is it because you are too toxic? Soon, Guo Chen bid farewell to everyone at the school gate. A hint of a smile appeared on his face as well. Panel. He had a thought. The panel appeared the next moment. Host, Guo Chen. Exclusive level, 2. Assets, 294,660, still growing. Asset growth rate, 2 expenditure, 850 350/1000000. Physical strength, 677. He spent a total of 150,000 today, plus earning money while lying down. He still has over 290,000 in assets, and the expenditure has already reached 850,000. Once tomorrow passes, he can be promoted to level 3. Asset growth rate will definitely increase. Moreover, physical strength will also increase. And maybe he can unlock the talent spirit fruit in the store. Although he only has an E-level talent, he is confident because he can buy talent spirit fruits. Thinking of this, he smiled. What's more, he was surprised to find that his physical strength had increased by 0.25. Roughly calculated, he gained 25 pounds of strength. I absorbed about 1/5 of the spiritual energy or today, and my strength increased by 0.25? So, 1 spiritual energy or can increase by 5 strength, equivalent to 10 strong body spirit fruits? Although the strong body spirit fruit is effective immediately, it's more precious. But, shouldn't the value of a spiritual energy or be equivalent to 5 strong body spirit fruits, worth 100,000? So expensive. Thinking of this, he had more expectations for cultivation. This cultivation has an immediate effect. However, he is more looking forward to the level up tomorrow. As he was thinking, Xiaojun had already driven over to pick him up. May 11th, 9 a.m. Saturday. This is the second day Guo Chen knew he had an E-level talent and learned the 5 Hearts Ask Heaven guidance technique. He stretched lazily and got up from the bed. After returning home last night, he practiced the guidance technique for a while. Unfortunately, his talent was too poor. Moving spiritual energy was like pulling silk from a cocoon. He tried absorbing spiritual energy from the world without using spiritual energy ore. It was even more desperate. Without spiritual energy ore, efficiency decreased tenfold. So, he immediately threw the spiritual energy ore away and went to bed. I hope that after leveling up today, it will bring me surprises, and that talent spirit fruit. Please. If I can improve my talent, I really would rather not cultivate. Guo Chen muttered to himself. Mainly because his talent is too low, and having a comparison will make people very anxious and irritable. So, he is looking forward to today's upgrade even more. After washing up, Xiaojun brought a simple breakfast. Because Guo Chen had eaten a lot, he was really fed up. He had been eating for 5 days straight. Eating too much of anything, even delicacies, becomes boring. It's better to have millet porridge and meat buns. Whoever likes that clear brilliance can have it. I won't eat it anymore. After breakfast, Guo Chen stretched and sighed. Xiaojun's mouth twitched. You make a lot of sense. She quickly asked, Young Master Guo, what's the plan for today? Let's go buy a car, not too expensive, practical, because I have a bold idea. Guo Chen said with a smile. He already knew about the Spirit Gate and the Spirit Realm. He also knew about the assessment on July 7th. At the same time, during yesterday's cultivation break, he learned from Wuzhen that the most troublesome thing in the Spirit Realm is traveling. Because the Spirit Realm is vast. Even though Luo Wan has fire wings, it also consumes spiritual energy, so low-level people can only travel on foot. Some people have driven in before. However, there are no hardened roads inside, some places are very rugged, and even off-road vehicles cannot enter. So, he plans to expand the space later and squeeze in an off-road vehicle. When encountering a dead-end road where he couldn't drive, he would just park the car. Where he could drive, he would drive. Isn't this perfect? If the space is large enough in the future, wouldn't it be great to fit a helicopter in it? Soon, they left the house and arrived at a forest store hub in the city. This is the largest forest store hub in Rong City. Major national brands, most global brands are sold here. Guo Chen went straight to the leading forest store. Because he learned that the leading brand recently released a car called Spirit Realm 9. It's extraordinary. Not only is the shell made of Xuanwu steel hard enough, it is extremely intelligent and has strong off-road capabilities. The chassis can adapt to obstacles up to 25 centimeters. This perfectly fits Guo Chen's needs. The price is not expensive either, 399,000 yuan. With such configuration, if placed in a BBA 30 years ago, wouldn't it sell for over 2 million? Wow! When Guo Chen arrived at the leading 4S store, everyone was stunned. It's around 10 in the morning now. The store is packed. The salespeople inside are busy. All visitors are here to see and test drive the leading brand. However, Guo Chen is not in a hurry. With his current balance of just 390,000 yuan, he needs to earn more for about an hour. Around 11 o'clock, he will have enough money to buy the car. After waiting for a while, a staff member came over with an apologetic face. Sorry for the long wait, the store is too small and there are too many customers. Is 2,000 square meters considered small? Guo Chen couldn't help but laugh. Isn't a 2,000 square meter 4S store big enough? However, the brand power and appeal of the leading brand are irresistible. The staff member smiled awkwardly and said, sorry for the inconvenience. Which car would you like to see? Guo Chen smiled and said, I'm just a student, and you're so enthusiastic? Aren't you afraid I won't buy? It's company policy to warmly welcome all customers. The staff member said, moreover, just because you're not buying now doesn't mean you won't buy in the future. Besides, your visit shows support for us. We welcome you. Impressive. Guo Chen gave a thumbs up. To be honest, I want to buy the Spirit Realm 9. If the test drive goes well, can I pay in full and take the car? Oh, that would be great. The staff member wasn't too surprised because buying after a test drive is very common here at the leading brand. He said, today's supercar factories are fully automated, with production capacity more than 10 times that of 10 years ago. We have plenty of cars in stock, and you can take it with full payment. However, he continued, you may have to wait a bit for the test drive because although we have enough cars, we don't have enough colleagues for test drives. But you shouldn't have to wait too long. Okay. Guo Chen understood. Afterwards, he had the staff member show him around. He squeezed through the crowd to get a closer look at the Spirit Realm 9 prototype and learn more about the car. The staff member also gave him a detailed introduction. Our battery has been upgraded, and the super solar panels have been upgraded. With a full tank of gas and electricity, plus solar power, it can run up to 5,000 kilometers. If running on pure oil, with 50 liters of fuel, it can run up to 4,000 kilometers. The super solar panels are the main highlight, the staff member introduced to Guo Chen. This information hit the spot for Guo Chen. This range can allow him to travel further in the spirit realm. After another half an hour, it was finally Guo Chen's turn to test drive. After driving a big circle and trying out various functions like automatic driving and human-machine interaction, Guo Chen was ecstatic. In the future, driving this Spirit Realm 9 in the Spirit Realm, letting the car move on its own. They can focus on fighting monsters. This is so cool. I'm buying it, definitely buying it. After test driving, Guo Chen was so excited that he immediately made up his mind and had the staff sign the contract. Today, he will take home this high-value car. Okay, Mr. Guo, please follow me to sign the contract, the staff said with a smile, leading the way ahead. Guo Chen hurried to catch up, rubbing his hands in excitement. Not only did he get his hands on Lingjia 9, but once he paid, he would also immediately level up. Before long, they arrived at a room specifically for signing contracts. The staff took out the contract and prepared to sign it with him. However, at that moment, a loud bang came from outside, followed by screams and cries. What's going on? Guo Chen stood up in shock. The staff also looked tense and said, Mr. Guo, please wait here for a moment. I'll go out and check. Guo Chen stopped the staff and shook his head. You continue. I'll go out and see. I am an awakener. He threw his bank card to Xiaojun. Pay immediately, don't delay. His tone was very serious. With an air of authority, even though Xiaojun was puzzled, she quickly agreed. When the staff heard that Guo Chen was an awakener, they also showed respect. Ignoring them, Guo Chen quickly rushed out. He had a foreboding feeling. Inside the 4S store, customers were in chaos, fleeing in panic. There was a large blackened pit where an explosion had occurred. A car was destroyed. Thick smoke billowed. At the same time, a group of masked people dressed in strange attire rushed in with machetes, attacking ordinary people. Among them, some moved swiftly with incredible speed. Some transformed into wolves, biting people. Others had flames in their hands, continuously releasing hot fireballs elsewhere, causing constant explosions. Burning. Several people were recording videos with recording equipment, live streaming. The gods have descended, only those who believe in the gods can live forever. These are all sinners, we represent our Lord, ending their sins. Enter the God cult and gain eternal life. The speaker was an old man with a wrinkled face and white hair. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 people were injured or killed. Damn cultists. Guo Chen, seeing this scene, was furious. This was the internal threat that the instructors had mentioned during their idle chat, cultists. These people were a cult formed by some ambitious individuals, advanced awakeners, and practitioners who received high-level dog food. They sought to use the power they obtained to deceive the world, create panic, recruit followers, and ultimately lead to division to gain their ultimate benefit. However, Guo Chen did not expect to encounter these cultists today, just starting his cultivation yesterday. Kill. Seeing innocent ordinary people lying in pools of blood made his blood boil. Without hesitation, he charged towards a cultist wielding a machete. With a kick, bang! The cultist, who was about to attack a middle-aged man, was kicked by Guo Chen and flew more than 10 meters away. The middle-aged man was still frightened, but seeing the imposing Guo Chen, he was inexplicably moved and momentarily speechless. Guo Chen turned around and said, "Help others, retreat inside." Yes, yes. The middle-aged man nodded quickly, finally reacting. Because there were many elderly people and children on the scene, they were in danger of being trampled in the chaos. He immediately shouted, "The Awakener is here to save us, everyone be careful, protect the elderly and children." He ran and shouted at the same time. While he was shouting, Guo Chen had already rushed to another villain and knocked him out with a punch. "Awakener? You dogs who assist the tyrant, die." As soon as Guo Chen made a move, he immediately attracted the attention of 3 other Awakeners. These 3 individuals were 2 beast transformers and 1 fire manipulator. The 3 immediately surrounded Guo Chen. Without giving Guo Chen a chance to speak, they immediately attacked him. Swish, swish, swish. 2 beast transformers, one transforming into a wolf and the other into a bear, but it seemed their innate talent levels were not high. The werewolf was only about 1.8 meters tall. The person and the bear are 2 meters tall. In terms of strength and speed, they are far inferior to Zhang Shi. The 2 of them, one on the left and one on the right, launched an attack on Guo Chen like a violent storm. Their sharp claws kept waving in front of Guo Chen. Guo Chen relied solely on his reaction speed and agility to constantly dodge, narrowly avoiding danger, dancing on the edge like a blade. He was feeling a bit anxious too, because the 2 opponents cooperated seamlessly, putting immense pressure on him. At the same time, another fire ability user was watching closely, putting him in a very passive position. Fortunately, he attracted the attention of these 3 ability users and managed to defeat 2 villains. The remaining villains were blocked by some brave individuals holding chairs and stools, reducing casualties significantly. "Xiaojun, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and pay, I want to level up." Guo Chen kept flashing around, but luck wasn't on his side. Moreover, he hadn't seriously trained in combat, relying solely on instinct. He had been scratched in several places by the opponent's sharp claws, his clothes torn open, blood splattering everywhere. "Big brother, be careful. How can we help this young man? He's trying to save us." But in a battle of awakened individuals, we ordinary people can only be a burden. "Young man, please be careful." The crowd faced off against the cultists, seeing Guo Chen injured and blood splattering, feeling anxious and helpless. "Kid, you're dead. Lackey, stop meddling." The 2 awakened cultists were grinning maliciously, as if they could already see Guo Chen lying in a pool of blood. But just then, ding! "Congratulations, host, on your exclusive level up. Congratulations, host, on a 2% increase in assets. Congratulations, host, on a 10-point increase in body strength." Guo Chen heard a series of prompts in his ear, and at the same time, a surge of heat rose within his body. His muscles, tendons, and fascia felt like they were expanding. His strength skyrocketed. His reaction speed and agility suddenly increased. The claws coming at him from the opponent slowed down significantly. "Good, bring it on." Guo Chen was overjoyed, clenched his fist, and with a sudden punch, like a shooting star, hit the chest of the werewolf. The explosive power of his punch now approached 1,000 kilograms, and it also contained a strand of spiritual energy. With all his might, he sent the werewolf flying more than 10 meters away, faintly hearing the sound of bones cracking. And he didn't give the bearman a chance either. Almost simultaneously, a fierce left hook struck the temple of the bearman. With a loud bang, the bearman crashed and sank into the ground. Blood flowed out. His life was uncertain. Not good. This sudden turn of events caught the cultists off guard, especially the fire user who looked panicked. However, the fire user quickly reacted. The fireball that had long been gathering in his palm was suddenly thrown at Guo Chen. The speed was extremely fast. Unfortunately, not as fast as Guo Chen. "Is that all?" Guo Chen sneered, stepped aside, and avoided the scorching fireball. Boom! A punch directly hit the face of the fire user. The fire user's nose collapsed, blood splattered, and he flew backward, crashing to the ground. "Run, run fast. This person is at least a level 3 awakened with an S-level talent. May the gods protect me." "Villains, these are villains who killed our protector. These cultists were terrified, shouting and scattering in all directions. However, just as they turned around, something hit them on the back of their heads with a thud, knocking them unconscious. Even the old charlatan recording the video was no exception. After these people fell to the ground, the crowd could see clearly that it was actually a brick. "Thank you, big brother, for saving us. Young man, you're amazing. Thank you, you are our great hero." The crowd was stunned for a moment, then burst into enthusiastic cheers. Guo Chen was also stunned for a moment. Saving people was instinctual for him, he never really thought much about it before. However, when he heard the cheers of those he saved, a sense of joy welled up in his heart. And with each word of praise, he started to feel a bit proud. Being praised by others felt quite nice. However, he quickly shouted, "Treat the injured first, call the police, dial emergency services." His shout made everyone react, and they immediately called the police and emergency services. However, at that moment, 2 jeeps suddenly stopped at the entrance. 7 or 8 men and women in uniforms with a strong presence quickly got out of the cars and rushed over. Is it over? These few people were obviously surprised, and Guo Chen was also surprised, because the leader was none other than the tall and beautiful woman he had seen at the hospital before. He waved his hand eagerly, "Chief with the long legs, nice to see you again?" The tall and beautiful woman with long legs was stunned for a moment, then recognized Guo Chen and said impatiently, "I'm Meng Yao. You can call me Chief Meng. What kind of chief with long legs is she?" Meng Yao then directed her subordinates to provide simple first aid to the injured. She walked up to Guo Chen and asked, "What's going on?" "I should be asking you what's going on." Guo Chen immediately retorted, not backing down. "What?" Meng Yao was taken aback for a moment, then asked, "Who is really in charge here?" However, she roughly guessed that Guo Chen had saved these ordinary people. She was also somewhat surprised by Guo Chen's growth and strength. She waved her hand, "You ask first, what's going on?" Guo Chen immediately asked, "Last time my classmate hurt someone on the street. You came so quickly, why did you take so long this time?" Meng Yao smiled bitterly. "First, last time was just a coincidence. We had just completed a mission. Second, the cult is an organization, they had people covering for them, diverting our attention, so we couldn't come as quickly." She explained, looking seriously at Guo Chen, "That's why we hope you kids can grow up quickly and join us to protect the people." "How old do you think I am?" Guo Chen shrugged, casually glancing at the badge on Meng Yao's chest. It was indeed quite big. He waved his hand, "Forget it, let's leave it at that for today. I haven't finished buying my car yet." Meng Yao twitched her mouth. Is it deadly to buy a car a little later? However, she still pulled out a business card and handed it to Guo Chen. "You did well. I will record your contribution this time and pass it on to the military department. They will reward your instructors." She paused for a moment and added, "Also, this is my business card. You can contact me for anything." "Oh." Guo Chen took the card, put it in his pocket, and then asked seriously, "I miss my mom, can I contact you?" Meng Yao looked puzzled. "If you miss your mom, go find her, why contact me?" Guo Chen shrugged, "My parents passed away when I was 10, you just look a bit like my mom." "Forget it, I'm used to it, it's okay." He had indeed gotten used to it. 8 years. Enough time for him to easily mention his deceased parents. And Meng Yao really did resemble his memory of his mother, especially in temperament. Sichuanchongqing Tyrannosaurus. Beautiful and fierce. Meng Yao was stunned, looking embarrassed. "I'm sorry, I didn't know. If you miss your mom, you can still call me." "That's great." Guo Chen smiled, then asked, "Can you sleep with me like my mom did?" Don't misunderstand. He looked at the murderous look in Meng Yao's eyes. "I mean, just to sleep with me until I fall asleep and then leave." "Get lost." Meng Yao was so angry she was trembling. The overflowing maternal love had turned into a roaring dragon of anger. This kid really deserved a beating. "Ha." Guo Chen laughed, waved his hand, "Just kidding. To be honest, I was a little sad just now, but I'm much better now. Bye." With that, he ran inside in a flash. This kid. Meng Yao was both angry and amused. The reason she agreed before was that she saw a hint of sadness in Guo Chen's eyes. As a result, this kid actually teased her to dispel that sadness. How annoying. She watched Guo Chen's back, feeling itchy teeth. 20 minutes later, Guo Chen left through the back door with the staff, got his car, and drove home. On the way, he activated the autopilot mode. Panel. As soon as he spoke, the panel appeared in front of him. Host, Guo Chen. Exclusive level, 3. Assets, 10860, currently increasing. Asset growth rate, for expenditure, 249,350/200000. Physical strength, 16. 77. He looked at his assets, which were constantly increasing at a rate of 4 per second. He was very satisfied. the growth rate doubled. What made him even more satisfied was that the cost to upgrade to level 4 was only 2 million, not the expected 10 million. If it were 10 million, he would have to spend money desperately for about a month. But now, he earns over 340,000 a day. In 6 days, he could accumulate 2 million. In 5 to 6 days, he could level up. Moreover, this time the upgrade increased his physical strength by 10, adding 1,000 kilograms of strength. It was really cool. This increase in strength was not just about power. It was an all-around improvement. So, with just one upgrade, he could beat those 3 cultists. Shop panel. Then, he called up the shop panel. Talent Spirit Fruit is indeed unlocked, and the 5th item has appeared, Enlightenment Spirit Fruit? He looked surprised. Behind the Repair Spirit Fruit, there was the Enlightenment Spirit Fruit. The 5 items in the shop were all top-notch. Their prices were 10,000, 20,000, 40,000, 80,000, and 160,000. Each one was more expensive than the last, but each one had better effects. Now I can earn 340,000 a day. Upgrading is one thing, but improving strength is also necessary. If I don't upgrade immediately today, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on until Manga arrives. It's too dangerous. And later, I have to go to the spirit world, so strength is also important. I should buy the Strengthening Spirit Fruit and Talent Spirit Fruit to try them out. He quickly made a decision. However, when he thought about the prices in the shop, he felt a bit annoyed. Although he was making money lying down, it seemed that he was still poor. In no time, he was back home. Xiaojun also drove her own car back to the rental house. She bought groceries and personally cooked a homely meal for Guo Chen. Because Guo Chen said he didn't want a big meal in the morning. After a meal, Guo Chen was also very touched. Since his sister was hospitalized, he had been in a bad mood and had to save money, so he just ate in the cafeteria every day. It had been a long time since he had eaten such a homely meal. Xiaojun, thank you. After Xiaojun finished washing the dishes, Guo Chen said sincerely to her. Xiaojun waved her hand busily. It's nothing. If you like it, I'll cook for you every day in the future. Oh, there's no need for that. Guo Chen waved his hand. Although your cooking is okay, it's better to occasionally eat from a great chef. Xiaojun's mouth twitched. Wasn't that insulting? Seeing her reaction, Guo Chen burst into laughter. Xiaojun, I'm just kidding with you. Actually, the main thing is, your cooking is worse than mine. Xiaojun directly shut down. Mainly because she didn't cook often. Her cooking skills were indeed not that great. Guo Chen immediately stopped teasing Xiaojun and said, Xiaojun, you can go back today. Bring me some buns and soy milk on Monday morning. Okay, Guo, see you later. Xiaojun received the instructions and left without hesitation. This family, whoever wants to stay can stay. She couldn't stay any longer. After Xiaojun left, Guo Chen went into the house and looked at the photos of his parents. He remembered a lot. Finally, he smiled and said, Mom, Dad, rest assured, I will definitely save my sister and give her a good life. If you are there, it's okay to give me another brother or sister. After saying that, he took a deep breath. He took out Wu Jinfa's spiritual original stone and started practicing. Mainly because he doesn't have much assets now, he has to wait for the system to earn more money. Idle time is also idle time. Just familiarize himself with the techniques. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. May 12th, Sunday. 11 o'clock in the morning. Assets reached over 350,000. He had been enduring this, saving more money, and then planning for a big expense. It's almost time. I can greatly enhance my strength. Go to school tomorrow to show off an Inoi Jiangxi. With this in mind, he rubbed his hands together and summoned the shop panel. First, buy the Talent Spirit Fruit, see if it can really enhance talent. If it does, this price of 40,000 is worth it. Thinking of this, Guo Chen quickly spent 40,000. He bought a Talent Spirit Fruit. The next moment, the Talent Spirit Fruit appeared in his space. It was a fruit about the size of a large strawberry, crystal clear and white, fragrant and appetizing. Guo Chen, full of anticipation, immediately put it in his mouth. The taste was different from the body-strengthening spirit fruit, but it melted in his mouth just the same. Swallowing it, it immediately turned into a warm flow rushing through his body, making him feel hot all over, his heart beating faster. After a moment, he felt his pores expanding, as if his whole body was electrified. Is it over? Soon, the effect of the medicine stopped. Guo Chen stretched his limbs and made a crackling sound. Let's try it. He quickly took out the previous spiritual original stone from the space and used the 5 hearts asking the heavens guidance technique. As soon as he activated it, the spiritual energy in the original stone surged into his body. After practicing for a while, he stopped and exclaimed, it can indeed enhance talent, and it should have been raised to a C-level talent. It used to take 10 days to absorb one spiritual original stone, now it only takes 3 days. Take another one. Excited, he quickly bought another talent spirit fruit. Swallowed it. Try again. It's B level. Guo Chen roughly judged that his talent had increased again by absorbing the spiritual original stone. Again. Guo Chen quickly purchased another one, but this time, he ate 2 talent spirit fruits, raising his talent to A level. He ate 3 more. Talent raised to S level. S level. Guo Chen was very excited. He consecutively ate 7 talent spirit fruits, spending 280,000. He raised himself from E level to S level. This talent spirit fruit is simply a divine product. However, the further you go, the more you need. If I want to further enhance my talent, I'm afraid I'll need 4, but for now, I don't have enough money, otherwise, I won't be able to buy the body strengthening spirit fruit. I'll wait until I earn enough to push it to the limit. Now, let's buy the body strengthening spirit fruit to truly enhance my strength. Guo Chen was also very rational. Talent alone cannot immediately enhance strength. Rome wasn't built in a day. So, he set his sights on the body strengthening spirit fruit. Because he had 350,000 before, eating talent spirit fruits, testing, absorbing spiritual original stones, all took an hour. So, he now has 90,000 left. Body strengthening spirit fruit, 20,000 each. I bought one before, now I'll buy 9 more to try. Still lacking 90,000. I now earn 14,400 in an hour, I need 6 more hours. Let's have lunch first, then practice a bit, and come back at 7 in the evening. Guo Chen calculated and wasn't in a hurry. Anyway, whether in a hurry or not, the spiritual fruit was right there. Just more, not less. Very cool. He quickly went downstairs and found a small restaurant to eat. Then he hurried back home. He picked up the spiritual energy ore and started practicing. If absorbing spiritual energy before was bit by bit, now he was like a gushing faucet. It felt great. This practice lasted until 8 o'clock in the evening. With a bang, the spiritual energy ore in his hand shattered. No spiritual energy left. Ha! Did I absorb it all? Guo Chen was delighted. Threw the broken spiritual energy ore aside. I absorbed some before, but today I used S-level talent and only spent 8 hours to absorb the rest. In total, I'm faster than Luo Wan. Even with S-level talent, I'm not weak. That's great. He laughed like a fool. After a while, he looked at his assets again. 200,000, is this the charm of earning money lying down? His smile became even brighter. Then, he bought 9 body strengthening spiritual fruits in a row. Swallowed them all. Under the impact of the hot waves, his body quickly became stronger. This feeling was explosively cool. With 9 body strengthening spiritual fruits and 1 spiritual energy ore he absorbed before, his body strength directly reached 26.02. Simply put, his strength reached over 2,000 catties, 1,000 kilograms. This didn't even include speed, reaction power, and the destructive power added by spiritual energy. 10 body strengthening spiritual fruits increased strength by 5 points, 2 upgrades increase by 15 points, and 1 spiritual energy ore increases by 5 points. As for that 0.02, forget it, no need to mention. He was quite satisfied with this result. A huge increase in strength. Talent also soared. However, he looked at the store panel, and the price of body strengthening spiritual fruits had jumped from 20,000 to 40,000. He frowned. So, these goods will increase in price after 10 pieces? The system is indeed a profiteer. Ah, he regretted as soon as he finished speaking. Sure enough, a burst of violent electric current made him dance in pain on the spot. It was refreshing. Of course, checking his body strength again, 26.03. System, 6. Thumbs up for you. Guo Chen gave a thumbs up, looking helpless. But thinking about it, having a store was already good, so let the price increase. He was also glad he stopped earlier. Because according to calculations, to upgrade to SS level with talent spiritual fruits, he needed 4 more. And if he bought 3 and found the price had increased beyond his budget, wouldn't he just waste tens of thousands lying in the space? Enough talking, practice, I still have 2 pieces of spiritual energy ore in hand, strive to absorb them soon. In addition, it's time to save money for an upgrade. Upgrade to level 4, by repairing spiritual fruits to try for my sister. The road ahead is long and arduous. Earning money lying down is still not enough to spend. Thinking of this, he didn't even eat, as he had just swallowed 9 body strengthening spiritual fruits. He didn't feel hungry at all. He went straight into practice. In the blink of an eye, he practiced until 7 o'clock the next morning. With a bang, the second piece of spiritual energy ore shattered. His body strength reached 31.03. Physical fitness grew once again. S-level talent is indeed awesome. The talent gap can really make people desperate. Fortunately, I'm the one who makes others desperate. Guo Chen smiled, went downstairs, and happened to meet Xiaojun, so he handed the bag to her. The two went to the Spirit Realm 9. Guo Chen didn't activate the autopilot, mainly for the sake of novelty. Xiaojun was silent for a moment, couldn't help but ask, Guo Xiao, you're popular online, do you know? Popular? How popular? Guo Chen was somewhat surprised because he had been busy improving his strength these days and had turned off his phone. He had no time to check the internet news at all. Xiaojun quickly took out her phone, scrolled for a while, and handed it over. Take a look yourself. Guo Chen quickly turned on the autopilot. Then, he picked up the phone and took a look. Damn! He exclaimed, trending? And even reached the top? So awesome? It turned out that the top trending term was High School Student Awakener, for S-Store demonstrates extraordinary strength to save people. There were several other hot searches related to Awakener below. Clicking in, it was a video of Guo Chen smashing cultists. Hundreds of thousands of comments in the discussion. Mixed reviews. Some even trying to set the tone. But overall, Guo Chen was indeed popular. Xiaojun said irritably, not just trending at the top, but hanging there for a whole day. It's embarrassing, isn't it? One careless move, and you become a celebrity. Guo Chen was somewhat pleased. But he didn't pay too much attention. Let it be popular. Anyway, he understood that strength was the most important. Then, with anticipation, he said, I wonder what expressions they will have at school. Xiaojun was speechless. At 7:30, Guo Chen arrived at the classroom. Along the way, many people cast their attention and awe towards him. He also opened his phone while walking. His phone was blowing up. There were calls from Lu Chang, Luo Wan, and many other unfamiliar numbers. The messages were overwhelming. Most were boring inquiries about how he awakened. There were also threatening messages. Some claimed to be from news TV stations, self-media, etc. Wanting interviews. He ignored them all, briefly checked various social platforms, and found that his matter was still fermenting. The main reasons were the display of the Awakener's strength. Many people had heard of Awakeners but had not seen their battles. Hence, it sparked discussions. Secondly, the cultists. They brazenly attacked innocent citizens. This made people very uneasy. Forget it, no matter how much turmoil outside, what does it have to do with me? Improving strength is the way to go. Guo Chen thought and directly turned off his phone. After all, he was just a student with not many social needs. At most, Dr. Joe from the hospital would call, but he had left 2 backup contacts. One was Brother Dong. The other was Lu Chang. Soon, he arrived at the classroom. Guo Chen is so strong, taking on 3 at once. 2 of them are beastifiers, very fast. There's also a fire manipulator, very destructive. But he met Guo Chen. I wonder if those 3 people were beaten to death. Don't mess with Guo Chen in the future, he's terrifying. Indeed, the classroom was also discussing him. Only Zhang Shi, with a sullen face, was very displeased. After all, he was also a B-level talent and believed he was not weaker than Guo Chen. Was Guo Chen's fame just due to good luck? When Guo Chen entered, everyone quieted down, all eyes focused on him. Alright, I know I'm handsome, no need to salute me. Guo Chen waved to everyone. Everyone was speechless. And at this moment, Guo Chen sat at his seat, but many people still glanced at him frequently. Lu Chang saluted, Godfather, you are now an internet celebrity, a hero of Rong City, please accept a bow from your child. Old Lu, are you addicted to being a son? Be normal. Guo Chen was speechless. Lu Chang nodded, it's normal to be addicted to being a son to the Godfather. Get lost. Guo Chen glared at him. Lu Chang chuckled nervously, I'm just seeing you becoming more awesome, so I'm early to hug your thigh. Guo Chen chuckled, having a sharp eye is better than anything. Okay, God. Oh, no, old Guo. Lu Chang smirked and then asked, are you okay? 1 against 3, did you get any internal injuries? Also, cultists are all perverts, be careful of retaliation. Guo Chen knew that Lu Chang was genuinely concerned about him, so he waved his hand and said, don't worry, I'm more concerned about Xiao Chang now. That's true, Lu Chang nodded, how about seeking help from the government? What government? Can't we seek help from the instructors? Guo Chen had already considered these options. The reason he spent a lot of money to enhance his strength was for self-protection and to protect his sister. Cultists are like a sticky plaster. Once you get involved, it's hard to shake off. However, he had no regrets. With his abilities, he couldn't just stand by and watch others being killed without taking action. If it happened again, he would still step forward. Just as they were talking, Donggu walked over at some point and smiled, Guo Chen, you did well, impressive. Guo Chen was about to say that he did indeed do well, but Donggu anticipated him. Before Guo Chen could speak, Donggu quickly said, "Come with me to the office." After speaking, he turned and walked away. Donggu, 6. Guo Chen smiled and followed Donggu to the office. As soon as he entered, he saw Principal Zhang, the head teacher, and instructor Wu Jin. All their eyes fell on Guo Chen. "Guo Chen, you're here?" Principal Zhang stood up warmly, shook hands with Guo Chen, and said, "You are truly the most outstanding student in our school." Guo Chen looked puzzled. "Principal Zhang, you've mistaken me for someone else. I'm Lu Chang, not Guo Chen." This. Principal Zhang was taken aback, looking embarrassed. Although Guo Chen was the top student in the 3rd year, he indeed did not know him. He just saw Guo Chen coming in with Donggu and wanted to build a closer relationship with him. "Guo Chen, don't joke around." Donggu was scared white, thinking, "Bro, this is the principal. Can you stop causing trouble and dragging me into it?" Principal Zhang was even more stunned, his face turning uglier. Wu Jin suppressed a laugh, coughed, and said, "Principal Zhang, he is indeed Guo Chen." Seeing Principal Zhang's face turning as red as a pig's liver, Guo Chen quickly smiled and said, "Ahem, Principal, don't be angry. I just felt the atmosphere was a bit tense, so I wanted to lighten it up." Of course, I know you were joking, I was joking too." Principal Zhang laughed awkwardly, pointing at Guo Chen, young people nowadays, so playful. But in his heart, he was cursing. "Lighten up my foot." But he knew that Guo Chen was not only a hero for saving people but also popular on the internet. It seemed that Wu Jin also had high hopes for him. A bright future lay ahead. So, no matter what, he had to please this kid. He continued, "Guo, you did a great job this time, you stood up and made a great contribution to the school, well done." Yes, I also think I did a great job," Guo Chen said, then changed the subject. "So, Principal, any rewards?" Principal Zhang's mouth twitched. What thick skin. He took a deep breath, forced a smile. "Of course, there will be rewards, but let's discuss something first." "Let's talk about the rewards first, discussing other matters might come at a different price," Guo Chen said with a smile. Principal Zhang's mouth twitched again. "Why are you different from others?" Donggu, on the side, was sweating coldly. "Bro, do you know that Principal Zhang is known to be petty? If he holds a grudge against you, it's fine, but if you graduate and run away, what should I do?" Thinking of this, he coughed. "Guo Chen, listen to the principal well, it's good to be brave and rewarded, but don't be so direct." "Okay, Donggu." Guo Chen nodded quickly and then looked at Principal Zhang. "Principal, please continue." Principal Zhang finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Student Guo, Instructor Wu and the school have 2 things they would like to ask for your help with." "Please go ahead, Principal," Guo Chen said with a smile. Principal Zhang hurriedly said, "Because of your heroic actions, we are planning to hold a press conference. Many reporters are eager to interview you. If we don't hold a press conference, the school might be overwhelmed in the future." "Is there a reward?" Guo Chen asked. Seeing that the reward couldn't be avoided, Principal Zhang said directly, "For your heroic actions, we will reward you with a spirit energy crystal. If you attend the press conference, we will reward you with another one. How does that sound?" "Oh, okay." Guo Chen thought it was not bad at all. 2 spirit energy crystals were valuable and exactly what he lacked. At this moment, Wu Jin added, "In addition, the military department also wants to reward you with 2 spirit energy crystals for your heroic actions. However, there is a condition." He didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "We plan to use your image and deeds to directly promote the awakening and cultivation of practitioners, gradually making the public fully accept the changes of this era." This. Guo Chen frowned. "Wouldn't this bring a lot of trouble and put me at the forefront, becoming the prime target of cultists?" Everyone nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Wu Jin was about to speak, but Guo Chen interjected, "Of course, that can be done, but you have to pay more." Everyone was speechless. Principal Zhang, I told you, young people nowadays are both passionate and practical. It's impossible to make them work hard with just a few words." Wu Jin laughed heartily. "Indeed, times have changed." Principal Zhang smiled awkwardly, cursing in his heart. "Why did you provoke me? Trying to show how smart you are, Wu Jin? Don't think I can't handle you just because I can't beat you. I know your leader." Wu Jin didn't know what Principal Zhang was thinking and instead looked at Guo Chen, saying, "All right, we will pay more." As he spoke, he took out a piece of paper from his briefcase. "This is a medium-rated spirit energy property, a standalone villa with 1 floor above and 1 below, covering an area of 300 square meters." He handed the A4 paper to Guo Chen and continued, "With the ability to gather spirit energy, it produces about 1 spirit energy crystal every 2 days. Not bad, right? 1 spirit energy crystal every 2 days? Guo Chen raised an eyebrow. This was only rated as medium? If one spirit energy crystal was worth 10,000, the value of this property would be equivalent to 50,000 per day? For an average D-level individual, it would take 6 days to absorb one spirit energy crystal. For a B-level individual, it would be one crystal every 2 days. In other words, this property was completely sufficient for a B-level individual to use. Or, for many D-level individuals to use? This was incredible. With a smile on his face, Guochen said, although this medium-rated spirit energy property is decent, it's enough. I agree to your terms. Humph. Wu Zhen's mouth twitched in anger. Decent? Do you know how few medium-rated spirit energy properties there are in such a big city like Rome? There are only about 20. And this is Rome we're talking about. Once it's released, the value will definitely skyrocket to over $1 billion. Do you still think it's just decent? He went on a tirade, almost spitting on Guochen's face. Instructor, don't be so hasty, Guochen said with a smile, but he was also surprised. There were only about 20 medium-rated spirit energy properties in such a big city like Rome? There were definitely more than 20 billionaires in Rome, right? Considering how rare spirit energy crystals were, if they were to be sold, they would probably fetch more than 10,000 each. Thinking about this, he quickly said, I take back what I said earlier. This property is excellent. Thank you to the country, thank you to the leaders, thank you to the instructor. He then changed the subject. When can I get the keys and complete the transfer? Now. Wu Zhen looked at Guochen. Okay. Guochen nodded quickly. Good things must be grasped first. To be honest, if the country is poor and backward, and people need to sacrifice their lives and blood to save the people from danger, Guochen would not hesitate to step forward. He doesn't want the money. But now the country is not poor. So, things need to be done, and benefits need to be taken. If you don't fight for yourself, others will, and it's not worth it. You're dreaming. Wu Zhen said impatiently, a property worth billions, I can't just give it to you, I don't have that much power. There are two options. First, you represent the new generation of awakened individuals to promote, and you will have the right to use this house for 10 years. After 10 years, either you buy it in full, or the country takes it back. Second, if you promote as an awakened individual, the house will be sold to you for 50 million, payable over 30 years without interest. You only need to pay 1.67 million per year. After he finished, he looked at Guochen, you choose. Guo, my suggestion is to choose the first one. Firstly, paying over 100 million per year is indeed expensive. Secondly, after 10 years, when your strength has improved and you have enough money, you can still buy it. The first 10 years are the peak of your growth. Principal Zhang seemed to hastily offer advice to Guochen to save face. In fact, both Wu Zhen and Brother Dong meant the same thing. The higher-ups also meant the same thing. Giving you the right to use it for 10 years, and you promote it. The second condition is just a matter of face. After all, how could an ordinary student come up with over 100 million in a year? Ahem, is there a third possibility? Guochen thought for a moment, then looked at Wu Zhen. How about setting up an account for me, where I pay a minimum of 1.67 million per year, but I can pay as much as I want at any time until I reach 50 million, then the house will be mine. Is that possible? He looked expectant. If it could be done this way, he would definitely choose the third option. Firstly, this house will definitely appreciate in the future. Buying it for 50 million is a sure win. Secondly, according to his idea, it would be like having an additional channel to spend money. He had tried before, transferring money to others for no reason, and the system did not consider it as a spending. In other words, it didn't count as spending money. So, by doing this, he was essentially prepaying, and when he had money, he would pay back. Isn't that perfect? Thinking about this, Guochen felt like a genius. Wu Zhen and the others were stunned to hear this. First, does Guochen really have money? Second, what are the young people thinking nowadays? Is that not possible? Guochen asked with a smile, then raised his eyebrows. Instructor, you don't think I don't even have a few million in my pocket, do you? Wu Zhen felt a pang in his heart. As a level 25 awakened individual, he didn't even have $1 million in savings. After all, the higher the level, the more money it costs. Small money? Your uncle. He looked at Guochen with annoyance. We know you have money, okay? He waved his hand. Wait here, I'll make a call for instructions. You brat. Okay, thank you, instructor. Guochen looked obedient. Dong Ji's mouth twitched as he watched. Wu Zhen didn't really bother arguing with a kid. He smiled bitterly, turned around, and made a phone call outside. Soon, he came back and said, you're a special case, whatever you say, they agree to it. You're allowed. Signed the contract in the office at the training ground this afternoon. That's great. Thank you, leader, thank you, instructor. Guochen was overjoyed, his eyes lit up. This was truly perfect. However, he seemed to sense some resentment, and when he looked over, it was the principal. Principal Zhang looked like a grumpy woman. Guo Chen felt a chill down his spine. Guo Chen quickly smiled. Of course, I also thank our great principal. Principal, rest assured, when we hold the press conference, I will definitely praise the school and our great principal. Almost there. Principal Zhang finally smiled and patted Guo Chen on the shoulder. Guo, work hard. The future depends on young people like you. Thank you for your guidance, Principal. Guo Chen said, then changed the subject. When will I receive my spiritual energy stone? Principal Zhang's face fell, and he said impatiently, it will be forwarded to you by Instructor Wu. Go to class now. The college entrance examination is in half a month. If you can't even get into a 211 university, I'd like to see how you handle it. Training in the afternoon too? Guo Chen was surprised. Wu Jin looked serious. After the recent attack by the cultists, it has been decided to accelerate the training process for you young people. Maybe in the future, when you go to university, you will have to take on tasks to deal with these cultists. He also patted Guo Chen on the shoulder. Guo Chen, when I mentioned internal and external troubles before, I wasn't joking. It's been said many times, but it needs to be said. He looked at Guo Chen. With great power comes great responsibility. Keep it up. Instructor, rest assured. Guo Chen, rarely serious, said earnestly, when I am strong enough, I will eradicate the cult and make them unrecognizable. Go on, see you in the afternoon. Wu Jin waved his hand. Guo Chen bid farewell to everyone and ran out. The morning quickly passed. Cafeteria. Guo Chen met up with Luo Wan and Lu Chang in the cafeteria. This time, they had stir-fried dishes. Although Guo Chen had the ability to earn money lying down, he suddenly felt poor. He couldn't spend extravagantly anymore. After all, buying a medium-grade spiritual villa in installments costs money. Buying talent spirit fruit and strong body spirit fruit all require money. It's very difficult. They had just sat down for a while when Zhang Shi walked over with Lu Xiaoqiao and Zhao Liang. Hey, Guo Chen, why aren't you eating qinghui? Out of money, right? Zhang Shi didn't hold back, saying loudly, I knew you were just pretending. Lu Chang immediately cursed, we're tired of it. Can't we have a change of taste? What's your problem, have you tried it? Huh, just talk. Zhang Shi sneered. Guo Chen waved his hand, stopped Lu Chang, and said to Zhang Shi, you're right, I really don't have money lately. Huh, finally admitting it, huh? Zhang Shi felt so pleased in his heart that he wanted to mock Guo Chen for pretending to be rich. Lu Xiaoqiao also shook her head secretly. Guo Chen, it turns out, was pretending. Zhao Liang frowned slightly, feeling something was off. This was Guo Chen after all. Sure enough, Guo Chen smiled and said, yes, I have to admit, I've been spending a bit too much lately. So much so that I have to live frugally in order to use my pocket money to buy a medium-grade spiritual villa. Ah. He looked at Zhang Shi, you're so loud. You should be able to easily buy a medium-grade spiritual villa, right? What? Medium-grade spiritual villa? Zhang Shi hadn't reacted yet, but Zhao Liang exclaimed, impossible. I just had my dad inquire, and now spiritual properties are under state control. Not to mention the high prices, medium-grade spiritual villas start at 1 billion. Even if you have the money, you can't buy one. 1 billion? Spiritual villa? Guo Chen bought a villa? Zhao Liang's voice was not low, and the people around heard it and exclaimed. Spiritual properties have been promoted by the government in recent days. So, everyone knows a little bit. How could this not be shocking? No, it can't be. Zhang Shi's ecstatic face froze, looking at Guo Chen in disbelief. Are you talking nonsense? Zhao Liang's family has assets of tens of billions, and he can't buy it. How could you buy it? You're bragging. Ha! Guo Chen chuckled. Luo Wan shook her head and said, did you forget what Guo Chen did last Saturday? What merit did he achieve? If he wants to buy a spiritual villa, wouldn't the country prioritize him? Ah, this. Zhao Liang's face froze for a moment. Zhang Shi's face looked even worse. You can buy a psychic villa for 1 billion? Oh, I didn't spend 1 billion. Guo Chen shook his head. I made a merit, and the country gave me a preferential price, only 50 million. Damn, 50 million is not a small amount, and you still spent pocket money. What background does Guo Chen have? Also, making a merit is equivalent to the country rewarding 50 million. Envy is exhausting. As soon as he said this, the surrounding classmates exclaimed. Ah. Guo Chen looked at Zhang Shi and sighed. Zhang Shi, you're right, I'm poor, and I may not be able to afford qinghui for a long time in the future. I really envy you, having the opportunity to eat qinghui. Oh, wait. He looked serious. Zhang Shi, you can't even afford qinghui? Guo Chen. Zhang Shi was so angry that he breathed heavily, his face turning red, giving people the feeling that he could explode at any moment. he clenched his fists. Zhao Liang, however, held him back. Zhangxi, don't get angry with this petty person. With an E-level trash talent, one day you will step on him. He looked at Gui Chen and said, oh, by the way, I got the news that this afternoon, our special training class will elect a class monitor. Whoever has the biggest fist will have the final say. If you dare to be a coward and not stand up to be elected, I will challenge you for sure. He then pointed at Zhangxi. Zhangxi can also challenge you. Just you wait. Zhangxi was almost internally injured by anger, blaring fiercely at Gui Chen. Then, the group of people left in embarrassment. These grandsons, they have to bring it on themselves. Lu Chang felt a sense of joy for a moment, then looked at Gui Chen. Lao Gua, what you just said is true. It's true, when I get the house, you can live with me, Gui Chen casually said to Lu Chang. Ah, Lao Gua? Lu Chang looked indignant. I treat you as a brother, and you're lusting after me. It's just what I like. Luo Wan watched the two fools bickering on the side, laughing uncontrollably. However, at this moment, Lu Chang suddenly said, Luo beautiful, why don't you come and live together? After all, it's a villa. Psychic energy shouldn't be wasted. Indeed, although the psychic villa theoretically produces a psychic ore every 2 days. However, in actual use, it is still wasteful for one person. Moreover, the biggest advantage of the psychic villa is that it is rich in psychic energy, which can subtly change a person's physique. It may even enhance talents and awaken abilities. Ah, Luo Wan's mind went blank for a moment, staring at Gui Chen in astonishment. Can this really be done? Is this progressing too fast? Gui Chen was also stunned and couldn't help but glare at Lu Chang. You troublemaker, always looking for trouble. However, he still smiled and said, it's up to you, I don't mind, the room is big enough. Then I'll trouble you. Luo Wan blushed slightly but agreed readily. Great, it will be more convenient for us to take care of each other in the future. Lu Chang cheered. He didn't forget to wink at Gui Chen, with an expression of I made a merit, praise me quickly. Gui Chen gave him a look, changed the subject, and looked at Luo Wan. By the way, Xiao Zhuanzhuan, you have the highest talent. Do you want to be the class monitor? If you want to choose me, then I won't choose. Luo Wan said, thinking for a moment, don't worry, I'll scare Zhao Liang and the others for you first, and then you can come and choose. Damn! Lu Chang looked envious. Can being handsome really make you lawless? Gui Chen smiled, no need for that, Xiao Zhuanzhuan, you underestimate me. Although I want to take the easy way out, my strength doesn't allow it, you just watch at that time. I didn't mean to underestimate you, Luo Wan quickly said in a low voice, feeling a bit embarrassed. I understand. Gui Chen smiled and asked again, oh, by the way, you should have been practicing these days. What level are you at now? Level 3, Luo Wan hurriedly replied. Lu Chang exclaimed, what, level 3? I'm only at level 2. S-level talent, is it really that amazing? Then he realized, wait, according to what the instructor said, advancing from level 1 to level 2 requires a spirit energy ore. Advancing from level 2 to level 3 requires 2 spirit energy ores. That's a total of 3 ores, but we only received 2 this time, right? He looked puzzled. Luo Wan awkwardly smiled and said, my dad bought me a few more. Oh my! Lu Chang looked hurt, then turned to Gui Chen and asked, Gui, you should be at level 1 now, right? He was seeking comfort. Sigh. Gui Chen sighed, touched his hair, and said, old Lu, you have to accept reality. I'm also at level 3. What? Lu Chang widened his eyes and let out a bewildering cry. Gui Chen admired Lu Chang's expression for a moment and then said, moreover, my strength should exceed 3,000 kilograms. Are you serious? Lu Chang widened his eyes. This was a critical hit. During a previous chat about cultivation, Wu Xun probably told them about the situation at each level. For an ordinary cultivator, based on the power of spirit energy eruption, an eruption force of 3,000 kilograms had already reached the level of level 4. Moreover, Gui Chen was an awakened individual. His physical fitness would far exceed that of an ordinary cultivator. This was too unbelievable. Even Luo Wan was surprised by this. She looked at Gui Chen and said, Gui Chen, what's going on with you? According to the rules, even if you are a strength-awakened individual, you can advance to level 2 in your first awakening. However, advancing from level 2 to level 3 probably requires absorbing 2 spirit energy ores. Yes, I did absorb 2 spirit energy ores. Gui Chen shrugged. He wasn't lying. He did absorb 2 spirit energy ores. Although he had already discovered that he couldn't level up by absorbing spirit energy ores like others. Lu Chang was greatly shocked. Is my A-level talent fake, or is your E-level talent fake? Alright, let's have lunch first, and then you'll be the squad leader in the afternoon. Seeing Lu Chang so devastated, Gui Chen felt a pang of heartache for this adopted son. He didn't plan to hit him again. Soon, they had lunch, took a walk on the playground, and then arrived at the training ground. A sports hall in the first middle school. A room on the second floor. This training ground was quite large. After a weekend, it seemed to have been renovated significantly. The floor and walls had a metallic feel. There were more instruments around. Students from the Senior 3 special training class arrived one after another. Jiangxi and Zhao Liang, in particular, kept a close eye on Guo Chen, constantly provoking him with their eyes. Others also learned about the squad leader selection. So, they whispered to each other, some eager to try. After all, in their view, although everyone's talents differed, that was only one aspect of their strength. In actual combat, it depended on their performance on the spot. Before long, Wu Jin came in with a notebook, walked to the platform, and looked at the new podium. Alright, students, as you can see, the training room has been renovated, the floor, walls, and podium have all been replaced with A-level alloy. Wu Jin said, giving Guo Chen a white look. If it weren't for Guo Chen breaking the podium, there would have been no need to spend money on a new one. He continued, A-level alloy is a simplified term. In short, it can withstand attacks from level 20 experts, so you can train here with peace of mind. Guo Chen raised an eyebrow. This alloy was so powerful? You know, it said that level 20 experts have an eruptive force of 12,000 kilograms. And with spirit energy enhancement, the destructive power is already very terrifying. This can't be broken? He understood that they were serious about this. Next, the training is probably not going to be easy. Then, Wu Jin said, in addition, let me tell you, starting from now on, your academic classes will only be in the morning, and in the afternoon and evening, you will all be training here. The training will combine combat with practice. You need to understand that levels can only represent the power you possess. His sharp gaze swept over everyone, and only through actual combat training can your power be transformed into real combat strength, understand? Understood. Everyone quickly responded in unison. Very well, today's schedule: first, test your levels, those who rank high will receive additional rewards. Second, attend the first practical combat class. Third, practice guiding techniques. Wu Jin's voice echoed across the training ground. Upon hearing this, some people were eager to try, while others looked troubled. It was just like the usual monthly exam results announcement. At this moment, Wu Jin changed the subject. However, during these 2 months of training and testing, I need a class monitor to help me manage. Now, let's select the class monitor. His gaze swept over everyone. The rule for selecting the class monitor is simple: the strongest will become the monitor. He waved his hand. Those who want to be the monitor, step forward and accept the challenge. As soon as he finished speaking, several figures rushed forward. It was Zhao Liang, Xinhao, Jiangxi, and the 4 C-level students, as well as another B-level student, Wu Yu. Guo Chen and the other 2 did not move. At this moment, Zhao Liang glanced at Guo Chen and sneered, Guo Chen, weren't you very arrogant before? Why, now that you want to fight for real, are you shrinking back like a turtle? Jiangxi also smirked. Guo Chen, with such a small courage, how can you become a strong person in the future? Come on, step up. Who told you I wouldn't step up? Guo Chen chuckled, stood up, and walked over step by step. Do we have to all rush up and lose points? Moreover, he cracked his neck, snapped his fingers, and gestured towards everyone. I don't like to waste time, so let's all go together. What? Gui Chen, an E-level talent, a spatial functional awakened person, can be so arrogant? 1 against 8? Everyone, whether standing up or sitting down, was shocked. How arrogant! Ha! Wu Jin also looked at Guo Chen with great surprise. However, he did not intervene. It's normal for young people to be arrogant, they'll learn from getting beaten up. Guo Chen, you are too arrogant. Wu Yu, also a B-level, said angrily, don't be so cocky. If you want to fight, you have to pass my test first. Guo Chen, I think you've been too inflated lately. Soon, we will teach you a lesson in humility. Jiangxi was also very angry. Zhao Liang shouted, Guo Chen, you've provoked so many people at once, aren't you afraid of death? Others also expressed their dissatisfaction. However, Xinhao smiled and said, Guo Chen, you've said what I wanted to say. Forget it, you go first, knock them down, and then I'll join you. Ha! Everyone's mouth twitched upon hearing this. So, Xinhao was this kind of person. Guo Chen nodded, alright, you step back a bit. Xinhao took a step back, retreating a few meters. Alright, no more nonsense. Wu Yu, you go first, I'll make you cry first. Guo Chen's tone changed, his gaze sharp as he looked at Wu Yu. Swish, with a step, his speed was so fast that people couldn't react in time. Almost in the next moment, Guo Chen's iron fist had already appeared in front of Wu Yu. Before Wu Yu could react, he was punched in the nose, and he flew backward. Blood and tears splattered out. No one had expected Guo Chen's speed to be so outrageous. Just as they were astonished, Guo Chen turned his body, slapped Zhao Liang, and sent him flying. His face was swollen, and a tooth fell out. Zhao Liang's miserable cry finally woke up the others. Quick, hit him. He's so powerful. He specializes in hitting people's faces, be careful. The crowd also shouted loudly, exerting their powers. Zhang Shi frowned, his face dark, waiting for an opportunity. Hey, why are you all so weak? Can't even reach a strength of 1,000 kilograms? Guo Chen faced the rushing crowd, stepping continuously. His speed and reflexes were extremely fast. He dodged the punches and kicks of the crowd, as well as fireballs and ice knives with ease. Then, while exclaiming in surprise, he ruthlessly attacked these classmates. One punch per person, causing chaos. In less than half a minute, these people were left bruised and battered, scattered all over the ground, groaning in pain. Hearing Guo Chen's words, there was a heart-wrenching pain. Guo Chen, go to hell! Roar! Just as Guo Chen had knocked down everyone, Zhang Shi's upper body transformed into a bear, roaring angrily, his arms swelling, covered in bear fur. Then, with the strength of 1,000 kilograms, the bear paw struck fiercely towards Guo Chen. B-grade Zhang Shi was indeed fierce. But Zhang Shi, fully transform into a bear, otherwise, you are not my opponent. Boom! As Guo Chen's voice fell, his fist struck first. His fist clashed fiercely with Zhang Shi's bare paw. Power erupted suddenly. Zhang Shi's heavy body was sent flying, his palms seemingly cracking. Guo Chen, you are strong, but it ends here. Wu Yu, who had been beaten to tears, also petrified all over, his body doubling in size. With heavy steps, he had already rushed behind Guo Chen, who the petrified fist whistled and struck Guo Chen's back. Ha! Guo Chen just smiled, flashing behind Wu Yu as the opponent's fist struck. Boom boom boom, a series of violent punches. The petrification on Wu Yu's back instantly shattered, even crushing the surrounding rocks. Break for me! Guo Chen roared, leaping up and smashing Wu Yu's petrified head with a punch. Wu Yu screamed and fell to the ground with a thud. Guo Chen, die! At the same time, Zhao Liang's roar came, his speed surprisingly fast. Guo Chen located him by sound. Sensing Zhao Liang's physical strength, it should have exceeded 15. That is, Zhao Liang, with a D-grade talent, had already reached level 3. Previously, he deliberately concealed it, probably to take advantage of the situation and defeat Qin Hao as the squad leader. But he didn't expect to be slapped by Guo Chen. In a fit of anger, he revealed his trump card. Even if you have reached level 3, it's useless. Guo Chen laughed, not dodging, and directly exchanged punches with Zhao Liang. Bang! A head-on collision. Zhao Liang let out another miserable cry, his fist skin bursting, flesh and blood blurred, and even his bones showing some cracks. He was sent flying, his face filled with disbelief. Both awakening to power, his talent was higher than Guo Chen's, and he had even used spirit fruits bought from the black market. Why? Why did he lose in a head-on collision? He couldn't accept it. However, when he crashed to the ground, blood splattered from his mouth, he had lost his fighting power. Roar! Just as Guo Chen knocked Zhao Liang away, a bear over 2 meters tall, nearly 3 meters tall, roared and pounced. Zhang Shi fully transformed into a beast. His eyes were red. He was truly angry. Regardless of everything, he wanted to beat up Guo Chen. As he pounced, a strong wind blew, giving a tremendous sense of oppression. He was completely transformed into a beast, with the strength of a level 2, surpassing level 3, reaching a terrifying 2,000 kilograms. Compared to when he awakened before, he was several times stronger. His bare paw, the size of a fan, swept out, causing the entire space to ripple with strong winds. Everyone hurriedly retreated, holding their breath. Be careful, Guo Chen. Luo Wan clenched her fists. The beastified Zhang Shi was too oppressive. Lu Chang also looked nervous. Although Guo Chen showed strong strength, Zhang Shi's beastification was too scary. However, just when everyone was nervous, Wu Jin was ready to rescue at any time. Guo Chen smiled. Zhang Shi, you've been fooled. Even if you fully beastify, you are not my opponent. And me. Just wanted to fully beastify you and pollute everyone's eyes. As he spoke, his figure flashed. Fast as a stream of light. Passing under Guo Chen's bare paw, then kicking off like a bow. Swish! From the ground, he leaped onto Zhang Shi's bare shoulder. Bang bang bang! In the next moment, 3 heavy punches, in less than a second, bombarded Zhang Shi's bare head like a burst of firecrackers. Each punch carried nearly 2,000 kilograms of immense power, containing the power of psychic energy. The entire classroom echoed with a frightening sound of impact. The earth trembled along with it. Roar! The majestic Zhang Shi, not even handsome for 5 seconds, roared and collapsed. Guo Chen performed a stylish 720-degree aerial spin, then landed gracefully on the ground, clapping his hands. I haven't even used my full strength, and you all fell down. So disappointing. He pointed at Zhang Shi, but please pay attention, everyone, to how a beastifier can undo the beastification state. This is a required lesson. At his shout, everyone curiously looked over. Then, so ugly. So small. In the next moment, men looked excited, while women quickly covered their eyes. Some reluctantly opened their fingers. But everyone was shocked. Ahem. Zhang Shi coughed in pain, then gritted his teeth, leaped up, clutching his vital area, glaring angrily at Guo Chen. Just you wait, I will not let you off. Then, he ran out bare-chested. Hey, what are you doing? I'm a spatial awakening user, I brought extra clothes. After Zhang Shi ran out, Guo Chen shouted while conjuring a school uniform. Then he shrugged, classmates, you saw it, Zhang Shi likes to show off, not my fault. Everyone burst into laughter. Ahem, Guo Chen, focus on the task. Wu Jin couldn't bear to watch anymore, also silently mourning for this novice beastifier for 5 minutes. In fact, he had prepared a set of Huaka Institute's nanoscale clothing specifically for beastifiers like Zhang Shi. It could stretch 100 times, extremely resilient, ensuring that the beastifier wouldn't expose themselves. But before he could give it to Zhang Shi had already fully beastified himself. Whose fault was that? Hearing this, Wu Chen smiled and looked at Qinhao. Qinhao, shall we have a one-on-one? No, thanks. Qinhao quickly waved his hand. You must be at level 4 now, and as a power awakening user, your reaction and speed are far superior to mine. Although my flying sword is fast, it can't even touch you. And you, to beat me, would be a piece of cake. He shrugged, so, I don't want to be humiliated, class monitor. He actually had another concern. This guy only hits people in the face, and he wasn't as handsome to begin with. If he got beaten up and ended up with a swollen face, wouldn't his cool and handsome image be ruined? After saying that, he walked back to his seat with a carefree expression. But no one mocked him, because Guo Chen was really strong. Alright, Guo Chen thought Qinhao was quite cunning. He then looked at Wu Jin, instructor, make the announcement. Wu Jin said impatiently, what's there to announce, just selecting a class monitor. If you can get first place in Rong City next month, I'll go to the TV station to announce it for you. He didn't want to wait for Guo Chen to speak any longer, waved his hand, go down, you are the class monitor, lead everyone to practice the guiding technique first. I'll go check on Zhang Shi, this is getting out of hand. After saying that, Wu Jin strode out of the training ground. Guo Chen touched his nose, now these teachers, instructors, all seem to have learned to be sly. If you don't want to be criticized, just don't let him speak. 6. With this in mind, he scanned the crowd, those who need to practice, practice. Those who need to go to the medical room, go to the medical room. I don't want to repeat myself. Those who don't agree with me, challenge me one-on-one. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Liang and others could only remain silent and went to the medical room. The others hurried to practice. Only Lu Chang and Luo Wan gave Guo Chen a thumbs up, looking very pleased. Guo Chen smiled satisfactorily, took out the spiritual energy original stone, and began to practice. This was his last piece of spiritual energy original stone. However, the thought of several more spiritual energy original stones soon coming in made him happy. Right, he would soon be able to own a medium spiritual energy villa. He was very happy. Just as he was feeling happy, suddenly, a powerful spatial aura surged through his body. His body trembled a few times, as if being shocked. After trembling for a while, it stopped. Then, he felt something strange, as if a whole new world had opened its doors to him. Could it be? He raised his eyebrows. What's going on? Just now, I felt like there was some kind of fluctuation. I felt it too. It's not spiritual energy, it's an indescribable feeling. The direction seems to be where the class monitor is. Guo Chen's anomaly also caught the attention of the others. After all, they were now considered beginners in guiding techniques, with perception abilities different from ordinary people. They all looked over. They saw Guo Chen seemingly twitching in place. What's wrong with the class monitor? Having a fit? Is it because of Zhang Shi's appearance just now? He has a high skull. Everyone looked puzzled. Subconsciously, those who were teasing Guo Chen had bricks thrown at their faces as soon as they spoke. The two of them screamed in pain, looking very embarrassed. However, they were practitioners after all, and Guo Chen didn't use too much force. It was just a little painful. Is it fun to slander me? Guo Chen looked at them with a smile, like a big bad wolf looking at Little Red Riding Hood. Not fun, not fun. Class monitor, I'm sorry. The two of them quickly apologized. Guo Chen waved his hand, if you slander me again next time, Zhang Shi will be your fate. The two of them shuddered. Guo Chen, you're going too far. At this moment, Zhang Shi, now wearing a black nano combat suit, walked in angrily. Just comforted by Wu Jin, he was once again furious upon hearing Guo Chen's words. He wondered if he was about to have high blood pressure. Wu Jin also waved his hand. Guo Chen, that's enough, stop it. He paused for a moment, then asked, by the way, I asked you to practice, why is it so noisy? Everyone looked at Guo Chen. Guo Chen shrugged, instructor, sorry, it seems like I've awakened again, disturbing my classmates. What? Awakened again? Everyone exclaimed. Wu Jin also looked shocked. When did awakening become a meal ticket? Some people only awaken a few times in their lifetime. But those are rare exceptions that awaken every 10 levels or so. You're not even at level 5 yet. How is this possible? Zhang Shi's mindset was about to collapse. This sly guy only had an E-level talent, right? Not only that fierce, but also awakened again? Guo Chen shrugged, I also want to keep a low profile, but my strength doesn't allow it, sorry. He paused, looked at Zhang Shi, oh, by the way, we're even now, you don't owe me anything. What? When did I owe you? Zhang Shi looked puzzled. Guo Chen explained with a smile, your awakening made me angry, and my awakening this time was to beat you up. Isn't that even now? Zhang Shi's face turned pale, trembling with anger, feeling like there was a lump in his chest. Uncomfortable. Painful. Alright. Wu Jin was afraid that Guo Chen would drive Zhang Shi crazy. After all, he was a B-level talent. 1 in a million. He hurriedly said, Zhang Shi, say less, go back and sit down, control your emotions. Zhang Shi gritted his teeth and walked away. Wu Jin looked at Guo Chen again. Which awakening system is it? Generally, power awakeners will awaken and improve their level according to their talents, making them the easiest to awaken. As for other systems, secondary awakenings mostly enhance abilities, with a few awakening more powerful skills. He hesitated for a moment. You should have awakened in the power system for the second time, right? Guo Chen awkwardly touched his hair. It seems like the spatial system. What? Wu Jin was both surprised and delighted. Spatial system? It is rumored that the rarer the ability system, the harder it is to awaken multiple times. What ability did you awaken this time? This time, Guo Chen's mouth curled up. I enhanced my personal space and awakened a new ability. Damn! Wu Jin almost cursed. This kid is too incredible, right? Is this a normal E-level talent? He asked again, how big is your space now? What ability? Show me. The space is not big, about 300 cubic meters, equivalent to a house of over 80 square meters, too small, it's embarrassing to say. Guo Chen shook his head, full of regret. Everyone gritted their teeth upon hearing this, wishing they could beat him up if they could overpower him. Only 300 cubic meters? Simply inhuman. Wu Jin's mouth twitched, ignoring Guo Chen's sigh, and waved his hand. What about the ability? It's not that great, not in terms of attack, feels a bit weak. Guo Chen sighed. Wu Jin felt somewhat relieved seeing his expression and comforted him. It's okay, even the weakest ability in the spatial system is useful. Don't worry, show it to me first, I'll evaluate it for you. Okay, Guo Chen said, but didn't make any move. Suddenly, he disappeared, appearing at the door. Then, he disappeared again and appeared in front of Wu Jin. He looked at Wu Jin seriously and asked, Instructor, is instant movement within a 3-meter range too weak? Everyone. Wu Jin. The scene fell silent. Wow, it's actually teleportation. Being extraordinary is one thing, but are you really going to be so arrogant? Showing off? Wu Jin looked at Guo Chen seriously and said through gritted teeth, Guo Chen, think carefully. I am a level 25 Beast Soul Awakener, my basic strength exceeds 200,000 catties, and I also have Beast Soul Amplification and Martial Skill Amplification. As he spoke, he clenched his fist. The knuckles crackled. The look in his eyes meant, be careful, I won't go easy if I get provoked one day. Ahem. Guo Chen cleared his throat, smiled, Instructor is mighty, Instructor is awesome, I'll take my leave. With that, he teleported back to his original position. You can be awesome at level 25. Just you wait. Alright. Wu Jin finally smiled, not thinking about whether this extraordinary kid would surpass him in the future. If he really becomes too extraordinary, he'll find excuses to bully him a few times while he's not too strong yet. It's so damn frustrating. As he thought, he waved his hand. Next, we will learn basic combat. Even if you are awakeners of the elemental or control type, you must learn combat first, because abilities are just one aspect. Combat ability, the ability to unleash ultimate moves, is the way to go. When he said this, everyone's eyes lit up. Guo Chen also sat up straight. He is quite strong now, but in actual combat, it all depends on instinct, without any skills. Not to mention the high explosive moves. If he had mastered the moves and combat skills before, without upgrading, he would probably be able to defeat those 3 cultists. Listen up, martial arts are simple and clear, consisting of some basic boxing, kicking, and body techniques. After learning the moves, learn to chain them together. Chaining moves means a set of moves bursting out, connecting precisely, and pressing down on others. After learning to chain moves, you must learn ultimate moves. Because many of you, with a strength of 1,000 pounds, can only burst out with a punch of up to 800 pounds. That's a failing grade. Ultimate moves allow you to unleash a damage of 2,000, 3,000, or even 4,000 pounds with a strength of 1,000 pounds. Powerful ultimate moves are your most important reliance for winning against the strong and challenging opponents of higher levels. So, remember, level is important, combat skills, and the intensity of ultimate moves are also very important. Wujin said, waving his hand, "Class monitor, come out and demonstrate with me." Guochen heard this and twitched his mouth, feeling a bad premonition. Is old Wu going to deal with him? However, he didn't hesitate at all. Getting beaten up is getting beaten up, but being personally guided by a master will surely have a great effect. At worst, when he becomes stronger in the future, he can beat them back. With a teleport, he appeared in front of Wujin and bowed. "Instructor, please teach me." Wujin's mouth curved up, nodded, and then looked at the others. "Pay attention and learn well." Half an hour later, Wujin clapped happily and said to everyone, "You must have remembered the 16 moves we just practiced, which are the basics of combat, right?" "Remembered." Everyone answered with a happy face. Only Guochen stood proudly with a swollen nose and face on the side, looking as if to say it wasn't me who got beaten up. In reality, he was in pain all over. This damn old Wu might really be seeking revenge, teaching the 16 basic moves for a full half hour, leaving him with no good spot. However, he endured it. First, old Wu's beatings were real, and his teachings were real. Guochen had already memorized these 16 moves. Second, as the class monitor, he could receive an extra spiritual energy stone every week. So, the beating wasn't in vain. Third, he remembered all those who laughed at him, and he would make them pay later. Indeed, after everyone answered, Wujin nodded. "Good, next, the class monitor will arrange for 2 practice sessions. After the practice, I will test your level and distribute this week's rewards." He paused, then looked at Guochen. "Guochen, your reward will be given together later." "Okay." Guochen's eyes lit up. Just a second ago, everyone was laughing, but the next second, they were shocked. The class monitor arranges practice? What about the instructor? Before anyone could speak, Wujin clapped his hands, feeling satisfied, and walked out. Bang! The door closed. Everyone felt a sense of unease, as if they sensed something bad was about to happen. "Alright, everyone, did you hear what old Wu said? Let me arrange the training. I won't say much, start one-on-one training with me first, then pair up for sparring." Guochen clapped his hands, speaking as casually as Brother Dong. "Why not just pair up directly for sparring?" Zhao Liang looked displeased. Zhang Shi also said, "You're just the class monitor, not an instructor, why do you get to decide?" "Ha!" Guochen's mouth curved up. "You don't agree? Either go cry to old Wu or spar with me." He then changed his tone. "I'm doing this for your own good." He said sharply, "Zhangxi, come out." Guochen, Zhangxi already knew that Guochen was looking for a chance to retaliate. Before he could finish, swoosh of Guochen disappeared on the spot, and the next moment, he felt a sharp gust of wind by his ear. At the same time, there was Guochen's voice, "Left hook." Bang, ah! Zhangxi's head was hit by a sharp pain, then he let out a scream as he flew out sideways. He instinctively protected his face with both arms, at the same time, preparing to seize the opportunity to resist. However, he soon realized how naive his thoughts were. Right hook, left rising dragon, double fist strike, right kicking leg. A series of roars, accompanied by the sound of Guochen's punches hitting flesh in his ears. Everyone only saw Guochen moving left and right, up and down, chasing back and forth. The speed was fast and smooth. 16 consecutive strikes were completely executed, leaving Zhangxi no chance to resist in the air. Constantly swinging left and right, completely controlled by Guochen, he couldn't even touch the ground. Occasionally, when it seemed Guochen couldn't connect, he instantly teleported and connected as if cheating. Final strike, Twin Peaks hammer, go. Bang! Zhangxi fell from the sky, and Guochen teleported to the predicted position. His fists struck like cannons, fiercely hitting Zhangxi's stomach, sending Zhangxi flying more than 10 meters away. He crashed heavily into the wall, groaning in pain, covered in bruises, looking even more pitiful than Guochen. "Ouch, ouch!" Zhangxi groaned in pain. Everyone was shocked. The instructor taught the 16-move breakdown, not how to chain attacks. How could he chain attacks so quickly? Terrifying. Ha! At this moment, Wujin, who was secretly watching Guochen teach boxing at the door, was also shocked. This kid has a strong understanding. It's his first time learning combat. Although he used teleportation, it's still commendable. Of course, this is mainly because Zhang Shi is too weak. No, after beating this kid today, he will definitely hold a grudge. I have to beat him several more times in the future, or it will be too late. Thinking of this, Wu Jin turned and left, ready to have a cup of tea to calm down. Meanwhile, Guo Chen was feeling pleased. No wonder Wu Jin beat him, his face was all smiles. Turns out bullying the weak is so satisfying. Next, Zhao Liang. Guo Chen was ordered to beat people, how could he not work hard? With a teleport, he rushed to Zhao Liang. After one class, the whole class, only Luo Wan was still fine, everyone else was beaten black and blue, including Lu Chang, who was only lightly beaten. The most miserable ones were naturally Zhao Liang and Zhang Shi. Lu Qiaoqiao was also beaten, because Guo Chen already knew that Lu Qiaoqiao thought she was pregnant at the time, but the test result was wrong, so she also became a target. Xin Hao, on the other hand, surprised Guo Chen a bit. He seemed to have some kung fu skills and some ability to fight back, but he was also beaten, due to the huge gap in strength, and he also had teleportation. Alright, rest this class, pair up for sparring in the next class. Xin Hao, you're with me, others find your own partners. Class dismissed. After Guo Chen finished speaking, he waved his hand. Everyone then went to rest on the side. Some took the opportunity to discuss. Although they were beaten, they gained a lot. After all, being beaten is also a kind of experience. 10 minutes later, Guo Chen organized everyone into pairs for sparring in different areas. Xin Hao came to Guo Chen and said with a smile, "Monitor, please teach me. I am here to learn from you," Guo Chen said seriously. Oh, Xin Hao raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. "I can see that you have a foundation, you have practiced before. Let's spar, keeping our strength similar, without using teleportation. Please point out where I am lacking." Guo Chen was very humble at this moment, not as arrogant as before, because he knew that he only had the advantage of physical strength, not very strong in terms of power and technique. Don't be fooled by his immediate chain attacks, it's just that his opponents were too weak. In general, how could he have so many chain attacks to use? Guo Chen, don't be modest, okay, let's train together and improve together. Xin Hao, however, looked surprised, though a hint of praise flashed in his eyes. Classmates all said that Guo Chen was arrogant and conceited, but he could see that Guo Chen was very clear about his situation. So, the two of them began to deconstruct and practice together. Xin Hao talked a lot, and Guo Chen asked a lot of questions. After a class, Guo Chen benefited a lot. The bell rang. Everyone took a break. When the third class was about to begin, Wu Jin strolled in and saw everyone bruised and swollen. He nodded in satisfaction. He smiled and said, "Very good. To learn to fight, you must first learn to take a beating. Guo Chen, you did very well. That's it. From now on, for the first two classes every afternoon, follow this routine. When I think you're ready, we'll move on to the next routine. Master 16 moves, understand them thoroughly, ponder them well, engrave them into your bones, and form an instinctive reaction." As soon as he said this, everyone wailed. To be beaten by Guo Chen, the big demon king, every day? This is unbearable. However, Guo Chen nodded busily, "Yes, instructor." He then looked at everyone and said, "You must understand, the more I suffer now, the safer you will be in the future. Don't complain. If you defeat me, you can beat others." Everyone rolled their eyes at his words. "You're working hard to beat us? You're so great. Well said." Wu Jin clapped his hands, then placed a basketball-sized sphere on the podium. He glanced at everyone and said, "This is the psychic level tester. Come, follow the list and come up for testing. First, Luo Wan." "Here." Luo Wan responded and immediately walked up. Wu Jin pointed to the crystal-like sphere, "Place your hand on it and activate your psychic power." "Okay." Luo Wan activated her psychic power, and the crystal ball immediately emitted a bright light, with a blue light shooting up into the sky. Within the light, the number 3 was displayed. Level 3? Not bad, truly deserving of an S-level talent. Keep up the good work. You've advanced 2 levels, so here are 3 psychic energy ores as a reward. Wu Jin said, taking out 2 psychic energy ores from another bag and handing them to Luo Wan. "Thank you, instructor." Luo Wan looked delighted. These psychic energy ores are now strictly controlled by the government and are trading at 300,000 each on the black market. They are priceless. Wu Jin smiled and said, "Don't thank me, thank the country. You are the flowers of the motherland, which is why you are rewarded with so many psychic energy ores. When you enter society, you will understand how difficult it is." He waved his hand, signaling for Luo Wan to step down. Following her, Xin Hao, Zhao Liang, Zhang Shi, Lu Qiaoqiao, and Lu Chang all went up for testing. Both Xin Hao and Zhao Liang reached level 3. This surprised Guo Chen. Zhao Liang, with a D-level talent, would take 6 days to absorb 1 psychic energy ore. Even though Zhao Liang was a strength awakener, with a D-level awakening, he could directly advance to level 2. Even if Zhao Liang's family was wealthy and had enough psychic energy ores, he couldn't upgrade so quickly. As for Qin Hao, with an A-level talent, he could advance from level 1 to level 3 in 3 to 4 days. However, he only received 2 psychic energy ores at the time. To advance from level 1 to level 3, he needed 3 psychic energy ores. So, Qin Hao's background seemed quite extraordinary. Zhang Xu was only at level 2, Lu Qiaoqiao was still at level 1, and Lu Chang, despite having an A-level talent, was at level 2 due to a lack of psychic energy ores. All of this was reasonable. Except for Lu Qiaoqiao, everyone else received psychic energy ores as a reward for advancing. Afterwards, Wu Zhen looked at Guo Chen and said, "Guo Chen, it's your turn." "Here." Guo Chen smiled and, in an instant, appeared in front of Wu Zhen. Wu Zhen looked envious and then said, "In the future, don't use teleportation in front of me without my permission." Guo Chen shrugged, "Okay. You're the instructor, so I'll let you show off for now." Then, he placed his hand on the testing device. He also wanted to know whether his level was determined by the system level or by his strength. His system level is 3rd grade. However, based on physical strength estimation, he has already reached the edge of 4th grade. Buzz, in the next moment, the light soared into the sky, displaying the word 3. 3rd grade? Wu Zhen looked at it, not knowing what to say for a moment. If you say his level is low, he is only an E-grade talent, theoretically, he should only be 2nd grade now. After all, it's a power awakening. However, if you say his level is high, the strength he shows is much stronger than 3rd grade. Wu Zhen immediately decided not to think too much about it. After all, the spiritual energy recovery has just begun, and many things are still in the exploration stage. Guo Chen, perhaps, is an exception. He said, taking out 3 pieces of spiritual energy or, handing them to Guo Chen, promote 2 levels, reward 2 pieces. Awaken once, reward 1 piece. Guo Chen took them with a smile. Wu Zhen then took out 2 more pieces. This is the school's reward for your bravery, 2 pieces. Thank you, instructor, thank you, principal. Guo Chen was overjoyed and took them. Wu Zhen then took out 2 more pieces. This is the military's reward for you, 2 pieces. Thank you, military big shot. Guo Chen was overjoyed and took them. Suddenly, on the platform, there were a pile of shiny spiritual energy ores, making everyone drool. These are 7 pieces of spiritual energy ore. Generally speaking, to go from 3rd grade to 4th grade, you need 3 pieces of spiritual energy ore. To go from 4th grade to 5th grade, you need 5 pieces of spiritual energy ore. Theoretically, Guo Chen's 7 pieces of spiritual energy ore are enough for him to advance to 5th grade. However, as Wu Zhen mentioned earlier, cultivation is not always smooth sailing. He said that every 5th level is a bottleneck. That is, reaching the 5th level is a small bottleneck. Reaching the 10th level is a big bottleneck. By then, it depends on fate. But, this is enough to make people envious. Put them away. Wu Zhen said unkindly. He was also jealous of the 7 pieces of spiritual energy ore. As a level 25 instructor, he doesn't earn as much as Guo Chen. It's infuriating. Okay. Guo Chen smiled and put the spiritual energy ores into his space at once. Then he asked, "What about the contract for the medium spiritual energy villa?" "You can't escape from it, sign the contract after school tonight." Wu Zhen was even more annoyed. Guo Chen smiled and said, "Okay, instructor." "Thank you, instructor." He looked very pleased, smiling, and under the extremely envious eyes of everyone, he returned to his seat. It feels great. 7 pieces of spiritual energy ore, equivalent to 35 points of physical strength, that is 3,500 kilograms of strength. Afterwards, others also went up to test, except for B-grade Wu Yu, all were 1st grade. There is no way, absorbing 1 piece of spiritual energy ore for a C-grade person takes about 3 days. And, everyone has inertia. So, in reality, it will take a little longer. In the entire special training class, except for Zhao Liang, who used special means, and the special Guo Chen, no one else upgraded. After the test, Wu Zhen said, "Train well, it's already the 13th today. After your college entrance examination, we will go to the spiritual realm for trials. On July 7th, the assessment that will determine your fate will take place. Work hard. Remember, you are the first batch of students at the Spiritual Energy Academy, and the country can only allocate resources according to the school's ranking. The higher the starting point, the stronger the future strength. Also, the combat class will only last this week. Next week will be weapon class and elemental usage class. Don't be lazy." After he finished speaking, he waved his hand, "Start practicing guiding techniques. If you don't understand, come and ask me." After that, he sat down in his chair and took out his phone to play. Others immediately began to practice. Guo Chen now has a total of 8 pieces of spiritual energy ore in his hand, including the one left over from before. He also learned that absorbing spiritual energy ore does not upgrade him, but it still enhances his strength. That's also good. Soon, he took out the spiritual energy ore and started practicing guiding techniques. In the blink of an eye, it was 9 o'clock in the evening, and school was over. The cultivation speed seems to have accelerated again, and this spiritual energy original stone has shattered. Guo Chen finished his practice and sensed that the spiritual energy original stone was about to break. Just thinking, should he absorb it again? Forget it. But at this moment, Zhao Liang and Zhang Shi walked over. By now, most of the bruises on everyone's faces had already disappeared. This is the effect of spiritual energy. It not only enhances strength but also accelerates the body's recovery. Guo Chen, let's discuss something. Zhao Liang's tone was more polite this time. Go ahead. Guo Chen glanced at them. Zhao Liang smiled. Your talent is only E-level, you bought a spiritual energy villa, and you still have so many spiritual energy original stones in hand, you probably won't use them all, right? How about selling them to us? 20,000 for one. Guo Chen chuckled. Your talent is only D-level, not much better than mine. Zhang Shi said impatiently, Zhao Liang naturally has a way. Besides, with my B-level talent, I don't have enough spiritual energy original stones. It's a waste for you to hold on to them with your low talent. It's better to exchange them for money, right? Ha, Guo Chen chuckled. First, do I look like I lack money? He continued, second, so what if my talent is low? Is it possible that my absorption efficiency of spiritual energy is very high? What? Zhang Shi was confused. If your spiritual energy absorption efficiency is high, how can you still have low talent? He said in frustration, Guo Chen, I really lack spiritual energy original stones. Stop joking, you absorb one in half a day, how can your efficiency be high? You talk as if you don't lack anything. Guo Chen laughed, holding the spiritual energy original stone in his hand, activated the guiding technique, and absorbed it. Crack! The spiritual energy original stone shattered. He looked surprised. Oops, I accidentally absorbed a piece of spiritual energy original stone today. He then looked at Zhang Shi. What? Do you still lack more than me? Can you absorb one in half a day too? Zhang Shi was truly desperate. Is this person for real? What? E-level talent, absorbing a piece of spiritual energy original stone in half a day? Is that true? Squad leader, is your talent fake? Too fake, too fake. Everyone couldn't help but wail. Guo Chen now had abnormal abilities, abnormal comprehension, abnormal physique, and now even his absorption efficiency was far ahead. Isn't this going too far? Old Guo, this is too much, no wonder you were able to advance to level 3. Lu Chang couldn't help but exclaim. Luo Wan also looked pleasantly surprised because Guo Chen's efficiency seemed to be even higher than hers. After practicing several combat classes today, she didn't even use up a piece of spiritual energy original stone. She still had to work overtime. You're cheating. Zhao Liang's face turned pale with anger. Guo Chen shrugged. Say what you want, I actually wanted to keep a low profile, sigh. After saying that, he waved his hand. Xiao Huan, Lao Lu, let's go. I'll sign the contract, you wait outside the office. After signing the contract and getting the keys, we'll go to our new home. Alright, okay. Lu Chang was excited. Luo Wan blushed but didn't explain. The three of them left as soon as they decided. Nonsense. Zhao Liang, who had always liked Luo Wan, clenched his teeth upon hearing Guo Chen's words. His fists were clenched tightly. Others also looked at him sympathetically. You should know that before this, the whole school was saying that Luo Wan and Zhao Liang were a couple. A match made in heaven. But now, it's all over. Zhao Liang's face darkened. Guo Chen, you wait for me. When we go to the spiritual realm trial, it will be the day of your demise. Guo Chen didn't pay attention to Zhao Liang and the others. His primary goal now was to level up and enhance his strength. With strong abilities, he would have status and influence. Everything else is just superficial. Soon, he arrived at the office. Wu Jin and 2 men and women in suits were already waiting for him in the office. As soon as he entered, Wu Jin waved at him. You're here? Come over quickly. These two are from the National Psychic Asset Management Bureau. Now, to buy psychic assets, they all have to go through their department for approval. Guo Chen hurried over. Wu Jin introduced the two, the man named Zhou Yunyang, and the woman named Xiang Zihun. After everyone got acquainted, Zhou Yunyang took out the contract and warmly said, Guo, this is your contract. We have included all the requirements you mentioned. Take a look, if there are no issues, sign and stamp it. Guo Chen also took his time and carefully read the contract. Indeed, the contract terms were similar to what he had mentioned before. A special account was set up specifically for him, as long as he transferred money into it, reaching 50 million. This set of psychic real estate belonged to Guo Chen. The property was permanent. The land rights were for 70 years. According to the existing real estate regulations, the land rights could be renewed upon expiration. However, the contract also included additional restrictive clauses for Guo Chen. For example, no treason, no joining cults, no slaughtering ordinary civilians, and so on. Otherwise, the contract would be void, and the funds received would not be refunded. These clauses represented the bottom line of tolerance by the country towards any individual or awakened person. Guo Chen naturally understood. He immediately signed the contract. 3 copies were made. At the same time, Xiang Zihan handed the keys to the villa and a temporary usage certificate to Guo Chen. Guo Chen was overjoyed. Alright, from now on, Guo Chen, this villa is yours, but you have to cooperate with our promotion, Wu Jin said to Guo Chen after signing the contract. No problem, I will cooperate, definitely. Guo Chen nodded busily and then said, but, instructor, I have one more thing I would like to ask for your help with. You're talking about your sister, right? Without waiting for Guo Chen to respond, Wu Jin asked with a smile. Ha? Guo Chen was taken aback, then nodded, yes. Wu Jin smiled, we invited you to be a promoter, of course, we will consider your overall situation. Rest assured, on the day of the incident, the military has already sent people to protect your sister. In addition, a room comparable to an ICU has been set up in your villa yesterday. After you hold the press conference tomorrow, we will give you a day off to properly arrange for your sister. We will send military doctors and professional nurses to continue monitoring, and the military will continue to provide protection. He said, patting Guo Chen earnestly, Guo Chen, just focus on improving your strength, the country will not let you have any worries. Guo Chen was moved, as if a surge of warmth was stirring in his heart. He was very touched. How could he not strive forward with such a country? How could he not sacrifice and shed blood? He immediately bowed respectfully to Wu Jin. Thank you, instructor. Wu Jin returned the gesture, it's all for serving the people. Guai, let's exchange WeChat contacts. In the future, if you have any questions about psychic assets, you can contact us. At this time, Zhou Yunyang also walked up, smiling. He naturally saw Guo Chen's potential. I want to exchange contacts too. Xiang Zihan also exclaimed eagerly. She, on the other hand, valued Guo Chen's appearance. She looked infatuated. Wu Jin felt embarrassed and simply ignored it. No problem, we might need your help in the future. Guo Chen also understood the benefits of knowing more people, so he added these to his friends. Feel free to ask for my help anytime. Xiang Zihan said expectantly. Zhou Yunyang quickly pulled her back, asking her to keep some composure. After all, they were on official business now. Guo Chen smiled, alright, goodbye to both of you. He then bid farewell to Wu Jin. With a beaming smile, he left the office, feeling extremely good. He had acquired the psychic villa, found effective channels to spend money, and his sister had been properly taken care of. Perfect. Soon, he came out, met up with Lu Chang and Luo Wan, left the school, and got on the Spirit Realm 9 driven by Xiaojun. About 20 minutes. They arrived at a villa community within the first ring road, not far from the school. After completing some procedures, they drove the car in. Wow, this place is really a treasure trove of feng shui. The spiritual energy in the entire villa area is much stronger than outside. Upon entering, Lu Chang exclaimed. Luo Wan also sighed. Moreover, the spiritual energy in each house seems even more abundant. It's like having installed a water pump, so magical. In no time, they arrived at Villa No. 18. The property area is over 300 square meters with front and backyards. Guo Chen got off the car, very excited. From childhood to adulthood, he never thought he could live in a villa, let alone a spiritual energy villa. Opening the gate, they found the inside had been cleaned and the furniture looked new. There was not even a smell. With a spiritual energy villa, there was no need to worry about formaldehyde. They walked around inside. Lu Chang and Xiaojun were amazed, and Guo Chen was also delighted. Finally, they sat on the sofa, and Guo Chen said, this house has 2 bedrooms on the first floor and 4 bedrooms on the second floor. How about this, Xiao Huanhuan, Xiaojun Jiet, and my sister, you girls can live upstairs, and Lu and I will live downstairs. He looked at Luo Wan and Xiaojun, of course, you don't have to live here regularly, the rooms are reserved for you. I have no problem. Xiaojun quickly agreed. This is a spiritual energy villa, living here is said to improve health and may even awaken abilities. Luo Wan smiled, I will discuss with my parents when I go back, but it should be fine. Lu Chang also said, I will follow your arrangements, but I need to inform my parents too. Guo Chen had no problem, of course. After arranging everything, Xiaojun drove and took Luo Wan and Lu Chang home. Wu Chen, after washing up, went to his room. He sat cross-legged, full of joy. I never thought I could live in such a mansion. Tomorrow, after the press conference, I will pick up my sister, then move and bring my parents' photos here, let them also live in the villa. After that, I will practice diligently, spend money wisely, and strive to become a top expert as soon as possible. And what is the spiritual realm like? After thinking for a while, he put aside distracting thoughts, took out a piece of spiritual energy ore, and began to practice. May 14th, Tuesday, 7 o'clock in the morning. With a bang, the spiritual energy ore in Guo Chen's hand shattered. He had consumed another one overnight. Feeling delighted. This is the charm of S-level talent. Panel. With a thought, the task panel appeared before his eyes. Host, Guo Chen. Exclusive level, 3. Assets, 530,060, increasing. Asset growth rate, for expenses, 249,880/200000. Physical strength, 41.03. Not bad. From yesterday until now, absorbing 2 pieces of spiritual energy ore has increased my strength by 10 points, equivalent to a strength of 1,000 kilograms. And my assets have reached 530,000. Wait a few more days, when I have enough money, I will deposit it into that account and upgrade directly. Fantastic. Wu Chen was very satisfied. He could even feel the power surging within him. However, the consumption of spiritual energy ore is too fast, but the spiritual energy in the villa can be replenished. It's just that it definitely can't compare to the spiritual energy ore. In addition, talent determines the limit. Fortunately, I can buy talent spirit fruits. But for now, the top priority is to upgrade. The S-level talent is enough for the time being. Thinking of this, he quickly went out. By then, Xiaojun had prepared breakfast for him. After breakfast, they headed to the school. Just as they arrived at the school gate, Guo Chen noticed that there were many people near the school. Each of them was holding a phone, talking into it continuously. Some even carry a ring light with them, shining it on their own faces. In addition, there are also some people carrying cameras. What's going on? Guo Chen quickly parked the car on the side of the road. Xiaojun hurriedly said, "It should be because you, young Master Guo, are so popular that many self-media are here to ride on your popularity and wait for you to livestream." She glanced at the others, and some of them are probably from the news media. This is so annoying. Guo Chen frowned, but then he thought that the country would still use him for promotion in the future. These kinds of things would happen more often. Fortunately, his villa community had strict management, and there were military personnel on guard afterwards. He then smiled, "Xiaojun, you drive back, I'll go to the school by myself." Without waiting for Xiaojun's response, he teleported and appeared in an alley more than 2 meters away. Then, he exerted force with his legs. He leaped like a rocket and jumped onto the 7-story residential building near the school. His strength had now reached 4,000 kilograms. A leap of over 20 meters was not a problem. After that, he continued to jump on the rooftops of the residential buildings, quickly landing inside the school gate. That's Guo Chen. Wow, he jumped down from the rooftop. So cool. Everyone, look, that's Guo Chen's figure. As Guo Chen landed inside the school, many people live streaming noticed him. Suddenly, they swarmed towards him. The school security office quickly closed the gate. Some people live streamed directly into the school, shouting Guo Chen's name loudly, hoping to capture his face on camera. Some even started conflicts and fights because of this. At this moment, it was only a little after 7 o'clock, and many students who wanted to enter the school were blocked outside. For a while, chaos reigned outside the school. The principal was alarmed. The police were also alerted. After a lot of effort, the chaos outside was finally calmed down, and both self-media and news media were all invited to the school auditorium. Meanwhile, Guo Chen had already arrived at the office in the auditorium. The principal, Wu Jin, Donggo, and others were all present. At the same time, there was a very kind middle-aged man whom Guo Chen had seen on TV. He was the latest spokesperson for the Ministry of Education, Luo Hong. When Guo Chen entered, Principal Zhang introduced him to Luo Hong. The two greeted each other. Luo Hong smiled and said, "Little Guo, don't be nervous. We will accompany you later." In addition, the Ministry of Education will be responsible for nurturing awakened and talented students in the future. You will also be among the first batch of awakened individuals trained by the Ministry of Education. So, we also hope that in the future, you can work for the Ministry of Education. If you agree to sign the agreement, we can discuss the terms. What surprised Guo Chen was that a high-ranking official from the Ministry of Education personally came to recruit him. He was just a high school student. Ahem. Wu Zhen quickly said, Minister Luo, currently these students, including Gui Chen, are first trained by our military. I think Gui Chen can also consider our military, attending our military academy. He looked at Gui Chen again. Gui Chen, what the Ministry of Education can offer, the military can also provide. What the Ministry of Education cannot offer, the military can also provide. Gui Chen's mouth twitched. Did he, with just an E-level talent, really need to compete like this? Luo Hong raised an eyebrow. Colonel Wu, your military has many talents, and your students are also competing with us. It's not quite appropriate, is it? And you may not know, the highest committee has agreed with Minister Zhu from our department that we can select some outstanding talents from the military to work for our Ministry of Education. In the future, you might also be part of our Ministry of Education, you know? Wu Zhen's face darkened. Was this really the case? What if he was really selected to work for the Ministry of Education? Wouldn't they make things difficult for him? After some thought, he said, well, it's still early for Gui Chen to make a choice. Let's not discuss this for now. Luo Hong chuckled, looking satisfied, then turned to Gui Chen. Xiaogua, no need to say more. Once you're ready, we'll go up. Don't worry, if there are any difficult questions, just give me a signal, and I'll help you out. Got it. Gui Chen nodded, feeling regretful. Why didn't Lao Wu start a fight with Luo Hong? It would have been so exciting. And he realized that Luo Hong was different from Wu Zhen, with a bit of a sinister vibe. He needed to be careful. Soon, everyone walked out of the office and headed towards the stage in the auditorium. Principal Zhang took the opportunity to approach Gui Chen, lowered his voice, and said, Xiaogua, remember what we talked about yesterday? Gui Chen was taken aback, then nodded. Principal, rest assured, I will definitely speak highly of our alma mater and praise you. Good. Principal Zhang looked pleased. Soon, everyone emerged from behind the scenes and took their seats on the stage in the auditorium. Gui Chen sat in the center, with Luo Hong on his left and Wu Zhen on his right. The principal and brother Dong on either side. The auditorium was brightly lit, very bright. Reporters sat in the front row, while social media live streamers sat in the back row. Gui Chen glanced around and saw that there were quite a few people, a sea of heads, making him slightly nervous. At this moment, Luo Hong tapped the microphone twice and said, Dear friends from the press conference on Gui Chen's heroic act in becoming an awakened individual is officially beginning. We will answer a total of 15 questions, so please raise your hand if you have a question. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people raised their hands in unison. Luo Hong glanced and said, The lady in the second row, second from the left, please ask your question. Thank you, Minister Luo. A beautiful female reporter stood up with a smile and looked at Gui Chen. Hello, Gui, I'm Shenwei from People's Daily. I would like to ask, what exactly are awakened individuals like? What abilities do they have? And, could you demonstrate your ability to us? Upon hearing this question, Gui Chen smiled and replied, Hello, Reporter Shen, I'll answer your question. What are awakened individuals like? That's a good question. He pointed to himself. Awakened individuals are like this, just like ordinary people. The crowd burst into laughter upon hearing this. Xian Wei looked embarrassed. At this moment, Gui Chen's expression turned serious. Alright, let's stop joking around. In fact, awakened individuals are just as you imagine, suddenly awakening to an ability and possessing some innate talents. As for what abilities? Among my classmates, there is a student named Zhang Shi, with a B-level talent, 1 in a million, very powerful. His ability is to transform into livestock, quite impressive. There is also a student named Zhao Liang, with a D-level talent, also very good, strong in ability, and his ability is to be stubborn. Next time you meet them, you can interview them. He paused, admiring the expressions of the crowd. Looking very satisfied, he continued, As for my ability, it's quite rubbish, just the ability to swallow anything. Now, let me demonstrate it to you all. With that, he opened his mouth towards the microphone and it disappeared into thin air. Then, he sucked on the table, and it disappeared too. What? Transform into livestock? Superpowers? Stubborn? Eating the table? The crowd was shocked. The mysterious and imposing image of the awakened individual completely collapsed at that moment. Luo Hong's eyes widened in disbelief. He had heard that this kid was unconventional, but he didn't expect him to be this outrageous. This was supposed to be a press conference, not a magic show, right? What are you doing? Brother Dong couldn't help but cover his face. Wu Zhen's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Principal Zhang coughed repeatedly. Alright. Seeing Gui Chen eating his own table and then looking at his own table, he immediately glared at Gui Chen. Then he interrupted Gui Chen's spellcasting. He forced a smile. Classmate Gui is naturally humorous. Let me translate for everyone. When he mentioned beastification, it refers to a B-level talent that can transform into powerful beasts. As for his ability to swallow everything, it's actually a spatial ability. He has his own space and the power to teleport objects. He then looked at Gui Chen. Gua, please teleport the table microphone back. Sure. Gui Chen immediately stood up, spread his 5 fingers, and shouted towards the previous location of the table, "Come out, table, microphone." Amidst everyone's astonishment, the table and microphone reappeared once again. He then waved his hand and said, "Alright, the reporter's question has been answered. Next one." Luo Hong took a deep breath and looked at another male reporter, second from the right in the first row. The reporter, excitedly, introduced himself and asked, "I want to know, what does the ability of being stubborn mean? Does it mean having good teeth?" Laughs. Everyone burst into laughter. Gui Chen also struggled to hold back his laughter. Luo Hong took a deep breath. Next. Subsequently, one by one, reporters stood up to ask questions, some directed at Gui Chen, some at Luo Hong, some at the homeroom teacher Yudong, and some at Principal Zhang. Gui Chen was asked the most questions. He answered them well, and Luo Hong just wanted to mute his mic. Nevertheless, the press conference proceeded in an orderly manner. 2 questions remained. Luo Hong called upon another reporter. This reporter, a tall man, looked at Gui Chen and asked, "Gua, my question is, I already know that you awakened individuals are undergoing concentrated training. Does this mean that you awakened individuals are starting to form groups? Do you consider ordinary people inferior in your eyes? In the future, will you occupy more social resources, making life harder for the lower-class citizens?" Luo Hong's eyes narrowed upon hearing this. This person was clearly provoking confrontation. He was about to redirect the question to answer it himself. However, Gui Chen unexpectedly countered, "Let me ask you, if everyone awakens in the future, are awakened individuals still considered ordinary people? Do you know that awakened individuals bear the responsibility of protecting ordinary people and can obtain more resources from the spirit world to improve the lives of ordinary people? My instructor said that as spiritual energy increases, so will resources, and the number of talented individuals will also increase. Moreover, we are just temporarily awakened individuals. Who among us doesn't have ordinary family members?" He looked at the man. "I suppose you are a cultist, right? A cultist who kills innocent civilians dares to question us, the awakened individuals who protect the safety of the citizens. Are all your questions based on your own standards? Oh, you're starting to label me now. It seems that you, this city's hero, are nothing more than that, right?" The man remained calm and sneered. "I see these awakened individuals gathering together to establish a new hierarchy. With the revival of spiritual energy, what does it have to do with me, earning a monthly salary of 3,000? I don't want to awaken, I just want the dignity of the common people." At this moment, several self-media personalities who were live streaming also stood up and shouted loudly. The crowd was stunned. It was clearly an attempt to set the tone. Bang! Just then, the door suddenly opened, and Meng Yao, with a cold expression, dragged a man in and threw him onto the stage. The man leaped lightly and landed in front of Gui Chen from the entrance of the auditorium. It was only then that Gui Chen saw the man thrown over by her, the elderly man who had attacked and recorded videos at the 4S store. Meng Yao pointed at the old man and said, "You should all recognize this person, right? The mastermind of the cult at the 4S store, many people have seen him in online videos." She said, pointing to the male journalist, "Is this journalist Feng Qing one of your followers of the Tianshan sect?" "Yes." The old man glanced at Feng Qing and nodded quickly. This caused a commotion among the crowd. "Then it's correct." Feng Qing was about to speak, but Meng Yao suddenly rushed in front of him and delivered a precise hand chop. There was a sharp sound. Feng Qing was furious. "Damn lackey. Roar!" he roared, his body starting to swell, strands of fur appearing, as if he was about to transform into a beast. However, before this person could fully transform, Meng Yao's hand chop accurately struck his neck. A loud bang. Feng Qing screamed in agony, shattered the chair, and fell to the ground. Fainted. "Take his accomplices away too," Meng Yao ordered, and the people who came in with her quickly rushed towards the several self-media anchors who had set the tone earlier. These people intended to resist, but they didn't last a second before being taken down directly. They shouted as Meng Yao's men took them away. And all of this happened too quickly. Everyone present, including some neutral live stream viewers, were stunned. Damn, are these cultists? I knew his questions were so awkward. And those who set the tone, hilarious, what does a monthly salary of 3,000 have to do with them? The real beneficiaries of the people's policies are those who earn a monthly salary of 3,000, right? Each live stream room also became lively. At this moment, a broadcaster suddenly muttered, "Huh? When did that reporter Xian get close to Guo Chen? What is she up to? Guo Chen, be careful. Ha, it's too late, you're all going to die. Just then, Meng Yao heard the muttering of the broadcaster, turned around, and saw Xianwei approaching Guo Chen. At this moment, Xianwei had a sly smile on her face and held a palm-sized plastic bomb in her hand. She pounced towards Guo Chen. Ha! Guo Chen also sensed the danger, his heart tightened, and subconsciously, he tried to teleport. But Donggu was beside him. Principal Zhang was there too. With Guo Chen's reaction, he could have safely left. Let's do this. He gritted his teeth, a dagger appeared in his hand for self-defense, and he slashed hard. Xianwei's hand was immediately severed. Almost simultaneously, with a thought, he moved the hand holding the plastic bomb into the space. Then, in an instant, he moved that hand to an unmanned corner 4 meters away. Boom! The next moment, that position exploded suddenly. The sound was deafening. Steel bars shattered. Fortunately, it was under the stage, and the shockwave was completely absorbed by the cement wall. The cement wall under the stage was blown open. The people on site were scared and screamed one after another. Ah! At the same time, Xianwei covered her wrist and let out a painful scream. Seeing this, Wu Zhen quickly acted and subdued her. Guo Chen, are you okay? Meng Yao, Yudong, Luo Hong, Principal Zhang, and others all gathered around. Everyone was shocked. These cultists were truly lawless. Guo Chen was still trembling, but he breathed a sigh of relief. His actions just now were too extreme. He didn't dare to let the plastic bomb explode in his space because he didn't know what consequences it would bring. Fortunately, when he awakened before, not only did he increase the volume of his space, but also the range of spatial movement. Otherwise, it would have been really dangerous. He waved his hand busily, I'm fine. He looked at the ferocious Xianwei and frowned, such a good girl, why did she go crazy? Bah, you lackey, you're the crazy one, I'm eliminating harm for the people. Xianwei hysterically shouted. Meng Yao shook her head, don't say too much to them. Those who can be deceived are either elderly people with low education or people with psychological problems like them. They are all extremists. Indeed, encountering these cultists, we should eliminate one whenever we see one in the future. They are despicable, Guo Chen said impatiently. However, Xianwei smirked and said, you may kill one of me, but there are thousands and millions of me. Ha, but you are different. Don't think that I can't kill you. What about your sister? Hee, we have known for a long time that these lackeys will use this press conference to trap us. My target is not just you. What did you say? Guo Chen's face darkened instantly, his eyes filled with intense killing intent. He grabbed Xianwei by the neck and lifted her up. Are you trying to harm my sister? Ha, is the little dog anxious? If you have the ability, kill me. Anyway, your sister won't make it in time. Ha ha ha. Xianwei screamed and laughed hysterically, looking insane. Even some ordinary people watching the live broadcast were horrified. This also made everyone understand the horror of cultists. Bang Guo Chen threw Xianwei to the ground and said urgently, I need to go to the hospital. As soon as he finished speaking, he teleported consecutively and disappeared into the auditorium. Quick, follow him, we can't let Guo Chen get into trouble. Luo Hong shouted quickly. I'll go right away, Wu Zhen said, then suddenly dashed towards the door like lightning. I'll go too. Meng Yao felt very guilty. The plan for today was originally to use this reception as an opportunity to reveal the true face of the cultists to the public. At the same time, to showcase the strength of cultivators and awakened individuals. However, they overlooked a loophole. They had identified almost all the cultists present, but they missed Xianwei, the female journalist. As a result, Guo Chen was almost killed by the oversight. At the same time, the opponent's momentum was fierce, and the forces arranged at the hospital were probably stronger. She dared not imagine the impact it would have on Guo Chen if something happened to Guo Shaoqing. Guo Chen rushed to the hospital at the fastest speed. At this moment, thick smoke billowed from the hospital. Medical staff and patients rushed onto the streets, causing traffic jams. The special police had arrived. The first inpatient building of the hospital was shrouded in a strange smoke. Gunshots could be heard continuously from inside the building. The opponents had already started. Damn it! Guo Chen was almost bursting with anger. These cultists were too arrogant. At this moment, he only hoped that his sister was safe. He also hoped that the warriors protecting his sister were safe. Swish! In the next moment, he teleported to the ground floor of the first inpatient building, startling the special police officers who were commanding and setting up a cordon. The gun muzzles were aimed at him, because they knew full well the danger and lethality of the cultists. Guo Chen quickly said, I am not a cultist, I am Guo Chen. Their target is my sister, I need to go save her. He is indeed Guo Chen. But this time, many cultists have come, it's very dangerous, leave this to us. Some people recognized Guo Chen, and the head of the special police quickly tried to dissuade him. I'm sorry, but I must go. Guo Chen shook his head and leaped more than 20 meters high, arriving at the 6th floor, then teleported into the corridor. As soon as he entered, he saw a group of special police officers being suppressed by 2 awakened individuals. Several soldiers had already fallen beside them. At the end of the corridor was the special ICU where Guo Chen's sister was located. There was also intense fighting going on there. However, he didn't have time to think much, as screams continued to echo. Although the special police had firearms, they were facing 2 beastified individuals with extremely strong killing power. These 2 seemed invincible. Occasionally, when a bullet hit them, they could catch it with their muscles, resulting in minimal injuries. The special police officers were either hit with fractures or internal injuries, or even disabled. Die! Guo Chen was furious and rushed forward. Seeing a special police officer about to be squeezed to death by the opponent's huge body, he threw a punch. Who? The beast-like person, also a werewolf, was stronger than the one encountered at the forest store before. About the level of a 3rd rank. Not weaker than Zhang Shi. In the cult, he was already considered a strong individual. Sensing the crisis, he released the special police officer and exchanged punches with Guo Chen. However, he completely underestimated the terrifying power of Guo Chen, who unleashed his full strength. With just one blow, the werewolf was sent flying. But it wasn't over yet. Just as he flew out, Guo Chen's figure appeared in front of him. He faced a terrifying 16-hit combo. The entire corridor was filled with the sound of the terrifying blows. Die! The final blow with both fists clenched, hands tightened, struck down fiercely on the werewolf. With over 4,000 pounds of force, combined with psychic power. The werewolf let out a miserable cry, intestines ruptured, internal organs exploded, and the whole person crashed through the floor, landing on the next level. Expert? Another beast-like person resembling a big cat, seeing Guo Chen's terrifying momentum, was so scared that he quickly crouched down and ran on all 4s. His speed was extremely fast. Even as he raced along the wall, it was as if he was walking on flat ground. His claws were extremely sharp, leaving claw marks wherever he passed. He fled towards the ICU. There was a burly man there, who was smashing the head of a guard protecting the ICU. He looked over with a cruel expression. The cat person shouted, "Boss, Guo Chen, that little dog, has arrived. Yang Rui was killed by him." "Guo Chen? He's here so fast." The man grinned, threw the guard's corpse on the ground, and waved his hand. "You go kill his sister, I'll deal with him." "Yes." The cat person replied and ran towards the ICU. "Stop." The heavily injured soldier, who had already lost an arm and was covered in blood, roared with all his might to stop the cat person. "You fool, I'll grant your death wish." The cat person sneered, his claws suddenly extending more than 10 centimeters, sharp as a knife, swiftly aiming to slice the soldier's head. If it hit, the soldier's head would probably split into 6 or 7 pieces. However, the soldier showed no fear. The cat person's eyes grew colder at the sight. In his eyes, this foolish guy was already a dead man. But, crack! In the next moment, a figure appeared behind the cat person. A hand like iron tongs clamped down on the cat person's neck. "Ah!" The cat person let out a hysterical scream. He tried to turn around to resist, but he heard Guo Chen's cold voice in his ear, "Die." Crack! The cat person let out an extremely terrified scream, then his head tilted, and he stopped breathing. His neck had been broken. "Thank you for protecting my sister. Now, rest, and leave the rest to me," Guo Chen said to the soldier who had risked his life without looking back. His eyes turned red. Okay. The soldier was also very moved. "Bastard!" At this moment, the burly middle-aged man watched as his trusted subordinate was killed by the young man in front of him. He was very angry. He clenched his fists. "You little dog, today is your day to die." Boom! The man was furious. His figure moved like a tank charging forward. He threw a punch. The air whistled. Guo Chen raised his eyebrows, realizing that this person's strength was not inferior to his own. It was even a bit higher. It was at the 4th level limit, close to the 5th level. However, at this moment, he showed no fear. Crack! The cat person smashed towards him, and was punched by the opponent, causing his chest to collapse like a cannonball hitting the ground. The middle-aged man's attack was as swift as thunder, relentless, and continued to bombard Guo Chen. Guo Chen sensed that this person was also an awakened power user. His speed, reflexes, defense, and physical strength were extremely strong. However, with a teleportation, he had already appeared behind the man. "Die." Not good. The middle-aged man was startled, but reacted quickly, turning around abruptly and throwing a heavy punch. However, Guo Chen teleported once again. The opponent's fist missed. Guo Chen struck from behind, sending the man flying backwards. Continuous strikes, killing. Almost simultaneously, he teleported up and, amidst the man's shock, rained down a flurry of punches. The 16 basic moves now displayed formidable power. Coupled with Guo Chen's teleportation, the cultist was powerless to fight back. Blow after blow. The cultist stumbled, staggering. Double fist smash. With a burst of 20 consecutive strikes, Guo Chen felt a drastic drain on his stamina. Therefore, clasping his hands tightly, he fiercely pounded the cultist. A thunderous roar. The cultist crashed through the 6th-floor hospital floor, plummeting down. Blood sprayed out. The cultist, beaten by Guo Chen, had lost half his life. This kid is terrifying. His strength is not much inferior to mine, and he can teleport instantly. I am no match for him. The cultist's eyes narrowed, enduring intense pain, landing on the ground, pushing off with one hand and leaping fiercely. Like a missile, smashing through the hospital window. He wanted to escape. Am I letting you go? However, as he burst through the glass window, Guo Chen had already appeared in front of him. Guo Chen's voice rang out, but his foot was already on the cultist's shoulder. Boom! On the cultist, his whole body, was blasted from the 6th-floor height to the ground. His left shoulder joint shattered. His legs were embedded directly into the hard cement ground. Half of his body was stuck in the ground. His leg bones shattered. A piercing scream echoed through the sky. The special police officers maintaining order were stunned to see this scene. Swish, and the next moment, Guo Chen disappeared, only to reappear holding the surviving Special Forces soldier. The soldier's arm had been torn off by the cultist. Blood was still flowing. The soldier had passed out. He handed the soldier over to the special police. Please have him treated. There are casualties among the special police above. I will bring them down. The special police officers quickly took the soldier, nodding in agreement, and immediately arranged for medical treatment. And a moment later, Guo Chen continued to jump and teleport, delivering 3 other severely injured special police officers to the medical staff. Also, all the bodies of the Special Forces soldiers whose heads had been crushed were brought down. The scene was a scene of carnage. Everyone felt heavy-hearted. Fortunately, there were no civilians present, otherwise, they would not have been able to bear such a gruesome sight. At this moment, Guo Chen stared blankly at the fallen soldiers, frozen in place, clenching his fists. His face turned pale. Guo Chen? Guo Chen! In fact, the battle had ended quickly just now, so Meng Yao and Wu Jin arrived and witnessed this scene. They could roughly guess what had happened. They understood too well the impact of facing death for the first time, facing the sacrifice of a comrade, especially considering that Guo Chen was just a high school student. Hearing Meng Yao's voice, Guo Chen turned around, his eyes red. Do you know where the other cultists are? Meng Yao frowned. Guo Chen raised his voice again. Where are they? Seeing Guo Chen's murderous intent, Meng Yao naturally knew that Guo Chen wanted revenge for the fallen. However, she shook her head. If we knew, we would have taken action already. She then added, go check on your sister first. Guo Chen shook his head. She's upstairs, I checked, she's safe. He remained tense all over, clenching his fists. Wu Jin saw the situation and patted Guo Chen's shoulder. Guo Chen, calm down. I understand your thoughts at the moment. Back when I hadn't awakened yet, our Special Forces team carried out a mission to eliminate drug traffickers and rescue important hostages. 8 people went in total, but only I came back alone. I was just like you at that time. But you have to understand, when I, or those who sacrificed, chose to become a soldier, we were prepared for sacrifice. Don't burden yourself mentally. Protecting the target, protecting the people, defending the country and home, that's what we should do. If you want to do something for them, it's to study and train well now, carry on their will in the future, and walk their path. With fierce eyes, he grabbed Guo Chen's shoulders, looking at him. They sacrificed their lives to protect your sister, not because of you, not because of your sister, but because of duty, because of faith. Do you understand? Guo Chen remained silent. Wu Jin raised his voice. Do you understand? Answer me. Guo Chen took a deep breath, stood up straight. I understand. Good. Wu Jin nodded. Now, come with me to escort your sister back home, then rest for a day, and train at school tomorrow. Yes. Guo Chen answered loudly as if venting. He understood everything Wu Jin said. He also knew that for now, he couldn't do much. He could only become stronger. Then, he turned around, bowed deeply to the soldiers lying on the ground. He turned back to Meng Yao. Meng Yao, please give me the list and addresses of all the fallen soldiers, and the address where the injured brother is recovering. I'll send it to you later. Meng Yao immediately agreed. Later, Guo Chen followed Wu Jin upstairs and, with the help of others, moved Guo Shaoqing. The chaos in the hospital ended there. The cultists were caught or killed, and soon everything returned to calm. However, it caused a huge stir online. the cultists became everyone's target. Terms like awakening, talent, and spiritual energies surged on major platforms' hot search lists. With Wu Zhen's help, Guo Chen settled his sister in a villa room. A professional nurse took care of her. There were also several special affairs officers guarding outside. Guo Chen only then realized that Meng Yao belonged to the special affairs office. Later, Wu Zhen had a meal with Guo Chen and they drank a bottle of white wine. Guo Chen, who had never drunk before, was completely drunk. When he woke up, it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. There was a note left by Wu Zhen on the bedside, saying, "Men, don't let any setbacks defeat you. Turn anger into motivation. Come on, young man." Ha! Guo Chen couldn't help but smile when he saw the deliberately drawn old face by Wu Zhen. He must have tried his best. He stretched lazily, looked out the window. Yeah, how could setbacks defeat me? All I can do is become stronger, then avenge them and take care of their families. Work hard. The cultists who have appeared are almost at level 5. How strong are the ones behind them? He smiled, just as his mother had told him. No matter how big the difficulty, face it with a smile. Mom, it seems like I've really grown up. After resting for a while, Guo Chen checked on his sister's condition, then practiced boxing in the backyard. The reason he could defeat the middle-aged man so quickly today was because of his combo attacks. He had teleportation, making it easier for him to chain attacks. His angles were more tricky. However, he found that even with 16 basic moves, he lacked proficiency. When unleashing consecutive attacks, his force was insufficient. The strength of 3 to 4,000 kilograms often only burst out 1 to 2,000 kilograms. That was considered a failure. Not to mention ultimate moves. So, he also understood that techniques and strength were important. After practicing until after 8 o'clock, Xiaozhen brought him dinner, and he asked Xiaozhen to buy a few more portions to give to the friends of the Special Affairs Department and the nurse sisters. After resting for a while, he began practicing the 5 hearts asking heaven guidance technique. By around 9:30, he heard Lu Chang's noisy voice. He stopped his practice and sighed, realizing that the path of cultivation was much harder than he had imagined. He needed to cultivate spiritual energy and practice techniques, while also dealing with many other things in daily life. Even with an S-level talent, theoretically, he could absorb a piece of spiritual energy or in half a day. However, no one could absorb spiritual energy in just one day. People also had inertia. Furthermore, as one leveled up, the amount of spiritual energy needed increased, prolonging the time required. It became increasingly difficult to level up, not to mention the bottleneck period every 5 levels. Sigh, cultivation is really difficult. Fortunately, I can level up by spending money. The difficult ones are them, not me, Guo Chen shrugged, feeling a sense of relief. However, he also wondered if he would be stuck when leveling up 5 levels. Was there also a bottleneck period for spending money? That couldn't be possible, right? Thinking about this, he walked out and saw Lu Chang and Luo Wan dragging suitcases in. Lao Guo, are you okay? I heard you killed some cultists? Lu Chang approached, smiling. Luo Wan also smiled. Wei Chen, you're amazing. I've never fought with anyone before. Who told you that? Guo Chen looked at Lu Chang and smiled. Was it Lao Wu who told you to come and enlighten me? The matter of killing cultists was not covered by the media. Guo Chen checked online and found that only the cultists' activities were mentioned, not that the cultists were killed. Lu Chang awkwardly smiled. Lao Wu is just concerned about you. All right. Guo Chen nodded. Show me a handstand defecation to cheer me up. Get lost. Lu Chang rolled his eyes. You seem fine to me. Luo Wan also said, Guo Chen, in the future, the 3 of us can stick together. If you have anything to confide, feel free to find us anytime. Lu Chang's eyes lit up. Luo Beauty, can I come find you at night too? Bang, go to hell. Before Lu Chang could finish his sentence, Luo Wan kicked him out of the door. Ah, Luo Wan then saw Guo Chen's widened eyes. Indeed, Luo Wan was usually gentle and lovely, but she had this violent side? So cute. Luo Wan blushed. Guo Chen, I'm sorry, I won't do it next time. No need for that. Guo Chen waved his hand. Lao Lu deserves a kick for his big mouth. Damn, Luo Beauty, I was just joking with you. You're so fierce. At this moment, Lu Chang, with a face full of mud and a bit of grass mixed in, ran back with a look of grievance. He had no idea that Luo Wan was so violent. Embarrassed, Luo Wan quickly said to Guo Chen, I'll go up first. I'm a bit tired from training all day today. See you tomorrow. Then she ran away as if her life depended on it. Lu Chang looked shocked. She's usually so gentle, how can she be so violent? Guo Chen patted Lu Chang's shoulder. Lao Lu, are you silly? Girls from Sichuan and Chongqing, no matter how cute they are, have a violent gene, don't you know? And what did she awaken? Fire? Lu Chang was taken aback. Oh, I understand now. She's cute, but only to you. he let out a wail. Alright, freshen up, continue your cultivation. I've saved the spiritual energy in the villa for you since you don't have any spiritual energy or, Guo Chen said, then turned and went into his room. He continued his cultivation. In the following days, Guo Chen worked even harder than before. Besides morning classes, he spent most of his time practicing combat and cultivating guidance techniques. As a result, he became more proficient in combat techniques, although there was a slight delay in practicing guidance techniques. However, before school was out on Friday night, he also absorbed the last piece of spiritual energy ore in his hand. Ran out of spiritual energy ore. But, the gains these days are quite substantial. From mastering basic combat techniques to proficient level, explosive power can reach 50%. Combos are smoother too. Physical strength has also greatly improved. Panel. Guo Chen summoned the panel before school was out. Host, Guo Chen. Exclusive level, 3. Assets, 1768460, still growing. Asset growth rate, for expenditure, 250089/2000000. Physical strength, 71.03. Seeing the panel, he was delighted. Assets have reached 1.76 million, with an excess expenditure of 250,000 before, so at this moment, as long as he deposits the money into the house buying account, he can immediately level up. However, he didn't do it temporarily. Because tomorrow is Saturday, he plans to take advantage of the holiday to express his gratitude to the families of the fallen soldiers. Anyway, leveling up can wait a bit longer. And after absorbing the remaining 6 pieces of spiritual energy ore, his physical strength has reached 71 points. That is over 7,000 kilograms. If he jumps now, he can probably reach 50 to 60 meters, which is quite terrifying. Alright, decision made. And starting next week, I'll start learning weapons. I'm more powerful with weapons than with fists. Thinking of this, the bell for the end of class rang. Everyone packed up and prepared to leave. At this time, Wu Jin walked over, looking at him and said, "You've been working hard recently, relax over the weekend. Training is like studying, it requires a balance of work and rest." He paused for a moment, then changed the subject. "Meng Yao asked you to meet her tomorrow afternoon, she'll take you to relax." Relax? Guo Chen raised an eyebrow. Could it be? He nodded busily. "Okay, I got it, instructor. Have fun." Wu Jin patted Guo Chen's shoulder and walked away with a smile. Relax? Have fun? Luo Wan listened, feeling a sense of alertness, her pretty face showing a hint of worry. At this moment, Jiang Shi and Zhao Liang walked over. Zhao Liang looked proud. "Guo Chen, I'm level 4 now." Jiang Shi also smiled. "I'm level 3 now." And then? Guo Chen looked at the two fools and asked back. "You're so powerful, you should be level 4 too, right?" Zhao Liang looked proud. "Oh, not really." Guo Chen shook his head. "Ha!" Zhao Liang looked even more proud. "I knew it, you must have awakened 3 times before to reach level 3. With your E-level talent, and not having good resources like me, you'll be slow to level up in the future, you'll be left behind." Jiang Shi also nodded in agreement. The gap is not obvious in the early stages, but it's different later on. Guo Chen, slowly, you'll be in a different league from us. That's true. Guo Chen nodded with a smile. Slowly, you guys won't be in the same league as me. He looked at them. "Oh, I forgot to mention, I now have a strength of 7,000 kilograms. What? 7,000 kilograms? How is that possible? 7,000 kilograms, it's almost close to level 6. Jiang Shi and Zhao Liang, wide-eyed and incredulous, exclaimed. "Shall we go to the playground and practice?" Guo Chen asked with a friendly smile. "These 2 days, the time for sparring has been reduced. Are these two itching for a fight again? I don't believe it, but I don't want a private fight." Hearing this, the two hurriedly ran off, causing laughter among the crowd. "Two little cowards." Guo Chen waved his hand. "Let's go, Xiao Huanuan, we're going home. We have a lot to do tomorrow." With that, he took Luo Wan's hand and swaggered away. In no time, Guo Chen and the others got into the car. Xiaojun was driving. Lu Chang frowned. "No, is this talent test fake? It's fine for old Guo to be a pervert, but Zhao Liang, with a D-level talent, why is he upgrading so fast?" Luo Wan hurriedly said, "Zhao Liang is indeed not outstanding, but he has a brother, Zhao Long, who also has an S-level talent and awakened early in the year. It is said that not only is Zhao Long talented, but he is also strong in actual combat and is very famous in the Ling realm of our Rong city." So, she thought for a moment, most likely Zhao Long found some spirit fruits in the Ling realm and helped Zhao Liang upgrade. So that's how it is. Lu Chang frowned. Didn't old Wu say he ate a spirit fruit and leveled up by 15 levels? It seems that talent is only part of strength. He immediately became excited. "Then, what do you think, after the college entrance examination, if we go to the Ling realm for trials, will we find spirit fruits to upgrade? There is a certain possibility, Luo Wan nodded, but it is said that effective spirit fruits are not easy to find. No problem, we will definitely find them, Lu Chang said confidently. Guo Chen also looked forward to going to the Ling realm after hearing this. What is the Ling realm like? Soon, they returned to the villa. These days, Guo Chen did not absorb the spiritual energy of the villa, as he had spiritual energy ores. Moreover, the efficiency of gathering spiritual energy in this villa was 1 spiritual energy ore every 2 days. Once he absorbed it, the others would be useless. And Lu Chang didn't have many spiritual energy ores, theoretically absorbing 1 per day. In reality, it was more like every 2 to 3 days. This villa was enough for Lu Chang to use, and the remaining spiritual energy could nourish everyone's bodies, which was quite good. Back in the bedroom, Guo Chen didn't practice either. Old Wu was right, it's important to balance work and rest. Otherwise, practicing every day for a lifetime wouldn't be very meaningful. He hadn't slept well for many days, so he lay down and fell asleep. The next morning, Guo Chen looked at his phone and saw that it was already May 18th. The college entrance examination was getting closer. Their trip to the Ling realm for trials was also approaching. Today, I will first go to the home of the fallen soldiers to express my condolences. At the same time, it's also a way to spend money. Today, I will be able to level up to level 4. After reaching level 4, I can exchange for a restorative spirit fruit and try giving it to my sister. In the afternoon, I will go find Meng Yao and see how she will entertain me and help me relax. Guo Chen organized his plans for the day, then smiled and drove out. The first stop was the bank. The second stop was a regular elevator apartment complex in Rong City. This was the home of a martyr from the armed police closest to him. In fact, as Wu Jin said, he didn't need to take responsibility for the sacrifices of the armed police, but not expressing his gratitude made him feel uneasy. Therefore, he decided to provide 30,000 yuan in living expenses to each fallen soldier every year. Not too much, not too little, it could ensure their basic needs. Although it's your duty, I still want to thank you for your sacrifice for us, Guo Chen thought in his heart. With a teleport, he entered the residential area and arrived at the unit where the soldier lived. He teleported continuously, entered the building, took the elevator, and arrived at the soldier's home. He heard someone crying inside. He knew how much the departure of a pillar of the family could impact a household. Listening to the sound, he knew one room was empty. He teleported in. It happened to be a pink small room. On the desk, there was a photo of a man with a spirited and smiling face. Below the photo was a card that read, "Dad, I will study hard and grow up to be a police officer too." Tears welled up in Guo Chen's eyes. He took out 30 bundles of cash and a piece of paper from his space. On it was written, "Thank you for your sacrifice, a token of appreciation, please accept it. If you have any trouble, contact me. Below is a phone number." He then bowed and looked at the photo. "Thank you, I will do my best in the future." After that, he knocked on the door. It caught the attention of the family members, then teleported away from the armed police's home. He didn't want to stay. He didn't know how to face it either. Soon, he returned to the car, and sure enough, the phone rang. "I know you are Guo Chen, I appreciate your kindness. But, please don't give us money anymore in the future." "Thank you, child." The other party's call was also very brief, but it was also very impactful. Then, the call hung up. Guo Chen took a deep breath, smiled, and went to the next house. The situation in each family was more or less the same. After Guo Chen sent the money, he received calls, some declined, some expressed gratitude, and some comforted Guo Chen. However, in the end, this journey ended around 11 in the morning. And when he was sending off the sixth family, the system prompted him for an upgrade. However, this time, his mood was neither sad nor happy. Panel. He returned to the car, took a deep breath, relaxed for a while, and then summoned the panel. Host, Guo Chen. Exclusive level, 4. Assets, 170060, currently increasing. Asset growth rate, 6. Expenditure, 50102/30000000. Physical strength, 86.03. This time, the upgrade increased his physical strength by 15 points. A similar increase is going from level 3 to level 4 for others. However, others gradually increase. He gains directly. The asset growth rate also increased by 2. The required expenditure for the upgrade reached 3 million. However, his current daily income is over 510,000, so reaching level 5 would take less than a week. My strength is getting stronger. And others are upgrading slower and slower, while I can level up in about 6 or 7 days. Thinking of this, he felt much better. Just then, his phone rang, and when he picked it up, it was Meng Yao calling. "Busy all morning and haven't eaten yet?" Come to our base canteen for a meal, and after eating, I'll take you around. Meng Yao's voice came through. Okay, send me the address. Guo Chen was not surprised that Meng Yao knew, as all departments were interconnected. He hung up, and Meng Yao sent the address via WeChat. It was a village in the suburbs. Meng Yao also explained how to get there in a voice message because their base couldn't be found on the map. Guo Chen quickly navigated to a rural area in the mountains, filled with peach trees. After a while, turning left and right, passing several checkpoints, he finally entered a huge base from a valley entrance. Meng Yao was already waiting at the gate. Guo Chen got out of the car and looked at this tall and beautiful woman. The end of May was already a bit hot. Seeing Meng Yao made it even hotter. Follow me. Meng Yao greeted and waved, then walked ahead. Guo Chen hurried to catch up. As they walked, Meng Yao said, "Actually, you don't have to. The families of martyrs who sacrificed for official reasons are entitled to benefits and care from us. But, I heard you have money, so it's not unreasonable to let the families live a little better." However, she suddenly stopped and looked at Guo Chen. The special police called, expressing gratitude and the family's wishes. They accepted the first 300,000. After all, they all have elderly and children to support, which can relieve the pressure. The families also said not to send money in the future, as they can support themselves. Seeing Guo Chen not responding, she asked, "Did you hear that?" "Yes, I heard." Guo Chen waved his hand, just like my mom, always nagging. Meng Yao's blood pressure soared. She was only 24 years old, just an early bloomer with strong combat power. Not old at all. She really wanted to go up and twist Guo Chen's ear. However, after some thought, she said impatiently, "Alright, good boy, come with me for a meal, I'll give you extra training in the afternoon. There's an activity in the evening. Didn't you ask me to relax and have fun?" Guo Chen raised an eyebrow. Meng Yao smiled and said, "Is it not relaxing for you to help me destroy the former stronghold of the Tianshan sect? Are you going or not?" "Of course, I'm going." Guo Chen's eyes lit up, then he pecked Meng Yao's face and said, "Thanks, Mom." After speaking, he teleported in an instant, creating a 3-meter distance. Boom, go to hell. Indeed, Meng Yao threw a punch, unleashing a burst of energy. Seeing this, Guo Chen's mouth twitched. Luckily he ran fast. However, Meng Yao had already rushed over. He hurriedly ran and dodged, constantly avoiding Meng Yao's attacks. Meng Yao failed to catch Guo Chen several times in a row. Her face darkened, and she shouted loudly, "I'll kill you if you don't stop now." 3. As she spoke, a terrifying aura burst out of her body, attracting everyone's attention. Who was so fierce? Provoking Captain Shu Daoshan? Damn, you really look like my mom about to scold me. Guo Chen suddenly felt suppressed by his bloodline. He immediately stopped. It's been a long time since anyone dared to provoke me like this. Meng Yao fully unleashed her Chuanyu Tyrannosaurus attribute and walked step by step towards Guo Chen. Guo Chen hurriedly said, "Ah, Sister Meng Yao, we are friends, let's talk things out. It was just a kiss, why don't you kiss me back?" "What? This kid kissed the captain? Damn, that's bold." The onlookers who were drawn in immediately showed gossipy smiles. "Go to hell." Meng Yao's blood pressure soared, and the next moment, she kicked Guo Chen fiercely. A strong wind roared. "Oh, Sister Meng Yao, please don't hit me. Let's talk it out. Next time, will you let me kiss you? Don't chase me, okay? Hey, Meng Yao, are you destroying public property? Will you pay for it?" Faced with Meng Yao's rage, Guo Chen dared not stay still, constantly maneuvering and teleporting. Meng Yao was extremely fast, but no matter how fast she was, Guo Chen was more agile. The faster a person moves, the harder it is to resist inertia. Guo Chen's teleportation allowed him to change direction at any time without worry. He could even predict Meng Yao's movements. Often, he teleported behind Meng Yao. Therefore, even though Meng Yao, a level 26 with over 200,000 pounds of strength, continuously exerted her power, she couldn't catch up with Guo Chen at all. She kept unleashing her power, causing chaos in the square. This scared others into dodging repeatedly. However, they increasingly admired Guo Chen. "Alright, Meng Yao, Guo Chen, stop it." Just then, a middle-aged man in a long military coat suddenly appeared out of thin air. As soon as he spoke, Guo Chen heard a buzzing in his ears, and then he felt like his weight had increased by more than 100 times. His movements instantly slowed down. Meng Yao also hesitated, then stopped and quickly saluted the middle-aged man, "Military Master." "Military Master?" Guo Chen was stunned, looking at the middle-aged man. He seemed quite handsome. Almost as handsome as him. With a bit of stubble, he looked cool. His gaze was gentle, giving off a friendly vibe. However, Guo Chen instinctively felt nervous upon seeing this man, even more so than when Lao Wu first displayed his abilities. He instantly understood that this military master was definitely formidable. At that moment, the gravitational force binding him disappeared. The man smiled. Yes, Guo Chen, I am the military master of the psychic army, Sima Hui of the sunset. Greetings, military master Sima. Seeing this, Guo Chen also showed respect. Although he didn't understand, it sounded very impressive. Sima Wixio smiled, glanced at the sulking Meng Yao, and then said to Guo Chen, you were wrong this time. Be more careful next time, after all, Meng Yao is also a girl. Yes, Commander. Guo Chen nodded quickly, then looked seriously at Meng Yao. Sister Meng Yao, rest assured, I will take responsibility. Go to hell. Meng Yao gritted her teeth. She was a 26th level genius at the age of 24, and the captain of the Special Affairs Department of the Psychic Army. Letting a little brat who was only 18 take responsibility? If it weren't for Commander Sima here, she would really beat Guo Chen up. But that teleportation ability of his was too incredible. Alright. Sima Wixio waved his hand, let's just leave it at that. Guo Chen was at fault this time, so he will pay for the damages. He looked at Guo Chen. I heard you are quite wealthy, is that okay? Guo Chen glanced at the ground, realizing he had only damaged a few dozen tiles. He immediately nodded, no problem, just water it down. Very good. Sima Wixio smiled even more happily, someone will come to you later. Oh, I forgot to tell you, the rule in our psychic army is that for every tile damaged, there is a fine of 10,000. Of course, for a rich guy like you, just water it down. You go have your meal first, and after that, come to the top training hall to find me. Guo Chen, see you later. After saying that, he took a step, seemingly without exerting any force, and turned into a black line. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. What? Guo Chen finally reacted, raising his eyebrows. 10,000 for one tile? Isn't that robbery? That's the rule. Meng Yao saw Guo Chen's expression and finally smiled happily. It felt great. Guo student, I am from the Logistics Rewards and Punishments Department. We just calculated that you have damaged a total of 101 tiles just now. Since you are a first-time offender, you can pay us 1 million. The next moment, a smiling soldier in uniform walked over with a small notebook and said to Guo Chen very kindly. Guo Chen sensed something. Damn it! This guy's strength seems not weaker than Meng Yao or Lao Wu. What kind of place is the psychic army? Each one is stronger than the last? He took a deep breath. Brother, at first glance, there are only a few dozen tiles. How come there are 101? The soldier smiled. Look at your feet. Guo Chen looked down and his mouth twitched. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the floor had patterns made up of small tiles the size of a baby's palm. He looked at the man in shock. Brother, don't tell me, you're fining 10,000 for such a small tile? Congratulations, you got it right. The man laughed even more. This place is a real scam. Guo Chen was shocked. Is the psychic army so poor? He weakly asked the man, what if I become a defaulter? The man smiled and said, if you become a defaulter, we will deduct all your credit points, cut off all your public welfare, public organization services, and opportunities, such as not being able to go to university, use highways, take high-speed trains, airplanes. Oh, and by the way, you can't enter the spirit realm. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Yao smiled and said, he's telling the truth, Guo Chen, just accept it. Guo Chen felt heartbroken. He barely made 520,000 in a day. This fine was equivalent to 2 days' wages? It's outrageous. However, he still nodded. 1 million is 1 million, but I'll put it on credit first and pay it back next week. No problem. The man smiled even more brightly. I will input it into the psychic army system for you, and the fine can be paid off within a year. See you later. With that, the man disappeared in a few blinks, as if carried away by the wind, silently vanishing. Guo Chen, come here, let me give you another kiss. Meng Yao smiled at Guo Chen, pointing to her pretty face. Guo Chen gritted his teeth. You said it, just wait. But he was complaining in his heart. Got fined 1 million just for a joke, so annoying. Let's go, let's eat at the cafeteria, my treat. Huh? Meng Yao's hearty laughter echoed throughout the base. Guo Chen followed along reluctantly. The two of them had a hearty lunch at the cafeteria and found a place to sit down. While eating, Guo Chen asked, Meng Yao, who came up with this ridiculous rule? The military commander. Meng Yao said with a smile. Oh, Guo Chen made a mental note of this. The military commander, huh? Trying to trick me, huh? When I become powerful, I'll make sure to get back at him tenfold. Meng Yao raised an eyebrow, looking surprised at Guo Chen. From the look of it, are you planning to seek revenge on the military commander? 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, Guo Chen said with his head held high. Meng Yao couldn't help but smile. Do you know what level the military commander is? How many? Guo Chen was also curious. Just level 61, an SS-grade gravity awakened, the specific strength is unknown, but I can tell you that the basic theoretical strength of level 61 is over 2 million pounds. That's 1150 tons. He is known as one of the top 3 strongest beings in the world. Oh, by the way. Meng Yao looked at Guo Chen with a smile. The military commander is also a martial artist. What? Guo Chen's mouth twitched at the thought of the military commander being a formidable man. He then smiled slightly. You always need a goal, and the military commander is my big goal. What about the guy who found me just now? He looked at Meng Yao. How strong is he? Oh, why? Little boy, are you considering me as a small target? Just then, a familiar voice came from behind Guo Chen. Ha! Guo Chen turned around to see the man who had found him earlier. The man was accompanied by several members of the Spirit Energy Army, all smiling. Hongqi, aren't you asking a question you already know the answer to? Meng Yao smiled and said, tell our little Guo student about your strength. Sure. Hongqi nodded, looking at Guo Chen. Guo student, remember, I'm level 20, A-grade talent, a wind awakened. My strength is 13,000 pounds, I have 3 ultimate moves, the strongest being a 3x power amplification. He smiled slightly. I welcome you to consider me as a small target, but you'll have to work hard. Ha ha, everyone burst into laughter. Of course, there was no hint of provocation. In their eyes, Guo Chen was just a student. Guo Chen's mouth twitched at the thought. Are these Spirit Energy Army soldiers really that strong? Just pick one randomly, and they're this powerful? However, a level 20 small target was still far behind a level 61 big target. Alright, enjoy your meal. Feel free to join the Spirit Energy Army in the future, then come challenge me, see you. Hongqi said, leading his comrades away. Guo Chen then turned to Meng Yao. Meng Yao, how long has the spiritual energy recovery been? Why are there so many experts here? Meng Yao looked at Guo Chen and said seriously, actually, it's not as much as you think. Also, the Spirit Energy Army has been established for many years. Furthermore, the Spirit Energy Army is the vanguard force in opening up the spiritual realm, sacrificing a lot but also gaining a lot. She paused and added, most of the spiritual energy stones you are using now are mined by our Spirit Energy Army, and almost every day, there are sacrifices made by the Spirit Energy Army. Oh, Guo Chen's heart tightened, but he understood. The Spirit Energy Army was strong because they fought a lot. Meng Yao waved her hand. Of course, don't dwell on these thoughts. Everyone who joins the Spirit Energy Army is not afraid of death. After eating, go meet the military commander, he will have a surprise for you. Afterwards, in the evening, we will go to eradicate the headquarters of the Celestial Sect. She finished speaking and quickly started eating. Very disciplined like a soldier. Guo Chen did not delay either and followed suit, eating quickly. After washing the dishes, he followed Meng Yao to a building on the 3rd floor of the base. A very large training hall. The training ground was decorated in the same style as the school's training ground, both made of strong alloy. At this moment, Sima Hui was sitting cross-legged. When they arrived, Sima Hui opened his eyes and waved to them, come here. Yes. Meng Yao saluted, and Guo Chen followed suit. Then, they walked together to Sima Hui's side. Sima Hui looked at Guo Chen and asked with a smile, I heard that besides teleportation, you also have a personal space and awakened power? Yes. Guo Chen nodded. Sima Hui smiled. Wuzhen also said that you have an E-level talent, and you quickly advanced to level 3 in less than a week? It's level 4 now, Guo Chen said with a smile. Oh? Sima Hui's eyes lit up, and he took a step forward, reaching out to press on Guo Chen. Spiritual energy level, indeed level 4. He pointed to a punching machine not far away. Go, unleash your full power and punch. Yes. Guo Chen nodded, walked over, gathered his strength, and punched. Boom! With a sudden punch, the punching machine shook violently. The display screen on the punching machine quickly showed the number 2,500 kilograms. That is, a punch force of 5,000 catties. This was completely within Guo Chen's expectations. According to his testing, the strength of the body multiplied by 100 is how many catties the hands can lift. And the punching force, the force of the right fist was slightly greater than the left fist. Plus, it was a punch after gathering strength. It allowed him to fully unleash his power. However, in actual combat, continuous bursts were not possible to fully unleash the maximum punching force. This is why practicing techniques and developing strength are necessary. As for the ultimate move, it is the combination of spiritual energy and force, allowing one to have an amplification exceeding the maximum punching force. Level 4, a single punch with a maximum force of 5,000 catties? Sima Hui raised an eyebrow. Generally, the basic strength of a level 4 person is around 3,000 catties, and a punching force of 2,000 catties is considered excellent. You are quite capable, equivalent to a level 6 strength. How is that possible? Meng Yao looked surprised. Guo Chen shrugged, I don't know either, maybe my physical condition is too good? Sima Hui smiled and said, it doesn't matter, as long as you are strong enough. He looked appreciative and asked again, how big is your space? It's about the size of a 3-meter-high house with more than 80 square meters. Guo Chen replied truthfully. Great. Sima Hui smiled, teleportation, space, plus strength, your survival ability in the spiritual realm will be extremely strong in the future. Very good, young man, have you ever thought about joining the spiritual energy army? The treatment in the spiritual energy army is good. And, if you perform well, I will accept you as my direct disciple. He said, looking seriously at Guo Chen, what do you think? Ha! Guo Chen was surprised, a top third-ranked powerhouse directly extending an olive branch. It was hard not to be moved. However, he also understood that joining the spiritual energy army meant greater responsibility and more constraints. Most importantly, once he joined the army, if the rules were very strict and he had no way to spend money, wouldn't he be unable to level up quickly? Thinking of this, he smiled and asked, then, Senior, is there a possibility that I don't join the spiritual energy army but still become your disciple? Ha ha ha. Sima Hui also laughed, crafty little guy, wishful thinking. My disciples must be soldiers in the spiritual energy army. He waved his hand, but I won't force you. Besides, you haven't met my standards for taking in disciples yet. However, considering your good potential and the fact that you saved Xiaodong, I will give you a little reward. He paused and asked, do you want to learn a higher level guiding technique, or do you want to learn a martial arts skill? Guo Chen looked puzzled. He knew that the warrior whose arm was torn was called Xiaodong, but saving Xiaodong made Sima Junju personally come to reward him. Who was this Xiaodong? But he quickly shook his head, Junju, Xiaodong brother was injured for protecting my sister, so it was my duty to save him. No need for a reward. Oh, since you are sincere, then forget it. Sima Hui nodded immediately. Guo Chan's mouth twitched. It wasn't his intention. Rather, he was expecting Sima Hui to be courteous so he could suggest paying for it, because he still wanted to learn Sima Hui's martial arts skill. Sima Hui smiled and said, Wah, I admire your integrity. Let's leave it at that. Maybe we'll meet again. Goodbye. With that, he was about to leave. Guo Chen quickly shouted, Junju, let's discuss it. No need for a reward. Can I pay for it? Sima Hui stopped, turned to look at Guo Chen, and said, you have a lot of money, huh? Hong Chi just told me that you even put 1 million on credit. Ahem. Guo Chen cleared his throat. I've been spending too much lately, but I still have some. All right. Sima Hui smiled slightly. I was planning to reward you with one skill, but since you are so wealthy, I will teach you a high-level guiding technique and a martial arts skill. He pretended to think for a moment and then said, I admire you, 1 million for one skill is enough. What? Guo Chen exclaimed. He was really too generous. He could have just taken it by force, but he still wanted to give him a skill. Doing business, it's a mutual agreement, it's okay, if you don't want it, forget it. Sima Hui said with a smile. Guo Chen hurriedly said, no, I want it, but I want it on credit. On credit? Sima Hui frowned, okay, but you have to pay extra. Guo Chen's mouth twitched, how much extra? 50,000 for one skill. Sima Hui said with a smile, deal. Guo Chen understood that the higher the position, the more cunning they were. However, money was nothing to him. He nodded immediately, okay, it's a deal. Young man, you have potential. Sima Hui gave a thumbs up and then said, let's talk about the guiding technique first. You learned the 5 hearts asking heaven guiding technique, which is the most basic method of absorbing spiritual energy and is the bottom line that ancient warriors are willing to share for free. However, the efficiency is still acceptable. But the further you go, the more frustrating it becomes. For example, Meng Yao, to go from level 26 to 27, theoretically needs to absorb 49 pieces of spiritual energy ore. With her S-level talent, although she can absorb one piece in 8 to 9 hours, it's not possible to practice continuously. It takes her about 50 days to level up. And the further you go, the more you need. This is because she has an S-level talent, a top-notch in a big city that can be counted on both hands. You should know that D-level is the most common. In theory, they need 6 days to absorb one piece of spiritual energy ore, but in reality, it takes about 10 days. For them to go from level 26 to 27, it takes about a year and a half to level up. And that's with the presence of spiritual energy ore. When Sima Hui said this, Guo Chen suddenly felt that there were limitations to practicing the 5 hearts asking heaven guiding technique. Many people might only reach level 20-something in their lifetime. What I am going to teach you is the mysterious yellow true dragon technique, which is an A-level technique considered quite domineering and can only be learned by high-ranking officers in the spiritual energy army. Sima Hui continued, it is much more powerful than the 5 hearts asking heaven guidance technique. It can cultivate the mysterious yellow energy, enhance the killing power of your moves. Moreover, it can also improve your chi refining efficiency. It is divided into 9 levels in total. The efficiency is 2 to 10 times that of the 5 hearts asking heaven guidance technique. The deeper the cultivation, the stronger the killing power of the mysterious yellow energy. After he finished speaking, he looked at Guo Chen, how about it? 5 million, not a bad deal, right? This. Guo Chen was extremely excited. This mysterious yellow true dragon technique is so amazing. Not to mention the killing power, just talking about the cultivation efficiency, reaching the 9th level is actually 10 times that of the 5 hearts asking heaven guidance technique. In other words, for an S-rank individual, it takes less than an hour to absorb a spiritual energy or? What about those with SS rank or SSS rank talents? He nodded busily, not a bad deal, not a bad deal. I also think it's worth it. Sima Hui smiled, this technique has a total of 9 levels. There are 9 levels of mental methods. I'll sell you the first level for 15 million. When you reach the peak of the first level, come find me to buy the second level. Don't worry, the price of the second level is only 2 million, and it increases sequentially for the subsequent levels. Guo Chan's mouth twitched. Sima Hui is really a cunning merchant. However, it sounds really attractive. If money can solve the problem, then it's not a problem. He nodded busily, alright, I'll take this technique. What about the ultimate skill? Sima Hui's mouth curled up in satisfaction, then said, I use a knife, practicing that 9-fold thunder strike, but it's not thunder attribute, just indicating that the knife technique is very fast. 9-fold thunder strike? When she heard this name, Manhwa was shocked. Then, she looked meaningfully at Sima Hui. Because Sima Hui actually has many ultimate skills, but this one is the strongest. When Guo Chen heard this, he looked at Mangyao, sister Mangyao, is this knife technique very powerful? Mangyao said impatiently, this is the only SSS rank knife technique in the world so far. What do you think? So powerful? I want to learn. Guo Chen immediately nodded. Even if Sima Hui is a cunning merchant later, he still wants to learn. SSS rank. Sounds very fierce at first listen. No problem. Sima Hui smiled, however, you have to think carefully. The SSS rank knife technique is very strong but very difficult. It's also very easy to get obsessed with it. If you get deeply involved and can't break through, you may waste a lot of time. He smiled, let me put it this way, if it weren't for practicing this ultimate skill, I would be at least level 70 now. Would you still learn it? I will. Guo Chen didn't hesitate. First, if there is an SSS rank knife technique and he doesn't learn it, is he a fool? Second, he still remembers the enlightenment spirit fruit in the system store. Can eating this fruit assist in learning the knife technique? Probably. Alright. Sima Hui smiled, then I will first teach you the technique, and then the knife technique. Remember, for the technique and the knife technique, I will only demonstrate once, and then correct you for half an hour each. If you want me to teach you further, it will be 50,000 per minute, understand? Understood. Guo Chen nodded impatiently. A dignified level 61 expert, ranked 3rd in the world, is actually a merchant. Does this suit his identity? However, he dared not say it out loud. Soon, Meng Yao laughed. Sima Hui verbally taught Guo Chen the mental method, visualization method, and the direction of moving spiritual energy in various meridians. Guo Chen also learned very carefully. However, the difficulty of learning the mysterious yellow true dragon technique is indeed 10 times that of the 5 hearts asking heaven guidance technique. And this is only the first level of the technique. Fortunately, Guo Chen is naturally intelligent, after all, he is the top of his class. His comprehension and memory are outstanding. After Sima Hui explained it once, he completely remembered it, and after digesting it for a while, he began to cultivate. Sima Hui stood by to protect him. Half an hour later, Guo Chen cultivated the first strand of mysterious yellow energy, but his mysterious yellow energy was quickly absorbed by his body. It was transformed into physical strength. Although he clearly felt that the absorption speed had increased, he had not yet mastered the first level of the mysterious yellow true dragon technique, nor had he reached twice the level of the 5 hearts seeking heaven technique. He still needed to work hard. However, Sima Hui looked surprised. Your spiritual energy was completely absorbed by your body? Then how did you level up? Guo Chen was stunned for a moment, not expecting Sima Hui's perception to be so strong. He had only absorbed some spiritual energy. He noticed this? However, he looked puzzled. I don't know about this, is it okay for me? It's fine, Sima Hui reassured him. True spiritual energy recovery is less than half a year, and the human body is the most complex, so there are bound to be special circumstances. He then changed the subject. Alright, next, go to the shelf and pick a suitable training knife. I will teach you the ninefold thunder strike. Yes. Guo Chen looked forward to it. For him, martial arts were more attractive than techniques. This was a real way to improve combat power. He hurried to the weapon rack on the side, selected a knife from a row of blunt knives that were of similar length and weight. This knife is also made of alloy. After he picked the weapon, Sima Hui beckoned, and a knife was brought over directly from the nearby shelf. Then, he looked at Guo Chen. Come, let me demonstrate the basic moves first. Recommendations will start soon. Please urge for more updates. 5-star reviews are important. The update rules remain the same as before. A minimum of 3 updates. For every 50 urges, an additional update will be added. For every 10 new 5-star reviews added daily, an additional update will be added. If a senior expert donates more than 50, an additional update will be added. Thank you all for your support. Next, Guo Chen was amazed. Sima Hui also taught Guo Chen 16 knife techniques. However, each move opened Guo Chen's eyes, giving him a sense of appreciating art. He suddenly understood what it meant to control a knife. Even simple moves, in Sima Hui's hands, displayed terrifying power. Especially when Guo Chen memorized the moves and practiced them thoroughly. When he sparred with Sima Hui hardly used any force, but whenever Guo Chen made a move, the unsharpened blade of the knife had already struck at vital points like his neck. Guo Chen, remember, you must practice knife skills every day. Connect and communicate with the knife, make the knife a part of you. No matter how high your level is, how strong your power is, if you can't integrate yourself with the knife, you will have a flaw. If you have a flaw, you will die. Weapons are different from martial arts. If you make a mistake in martial arts, there may still be room for recovery. But with weapons, especially knives and swords, once you make a mistake, it's over. Do you understand? Sima Hui warned Guo Chen seriously, weapons are deadly weapons. There can be no room for error. Yes. Guo Chen nodded vigorously. After sparring with Sima Hui, he truly understood how deadly a knife could be. Afterwards, Sima Hui explained special techniques for exerting force, breathing techniques, visualization, and mental focus. Guo Chen then realized that those were just techniques. However, the training method for the first level of the ninefold thunder strike was the most difficult. Sima Hui demonstrated and corrected Guo Chen for about half an hour. Guo Chen felt like he was about to collapse on the ground. It was too exhausting. This kind of high-intensity training placed great demands on the body's strength. Mental energy was also greatly consumed, not to mention physical strength. After practicing the force exertion of the first level for half an hour, he felt like his hands were no longer his own. Your perception ability is not bad. You have the opportunity to learn my ninefold thunder strike. While Guo Chen rested, Sima Hui praised him. I will give you a task now. After you go back, practice for at least 2 hours every day. For the first 3 months, you must perform no less than 5,000 knife strikes per day. After that, no less than 10,000 strikes per day. He then said, of course, if using a knife is inconvenient, a hand knife is also a knife, understand? Understood. Guo Chen listened and his mouth twitched instantly. Only then did he understand. What was the point of practicing basic combat before? Practicing the ninefold thunder strike knife technique is the real challenge. However, he also understood that the effect was extremely good. Because when he was practicing with the knife before, he heard Sima Hui say, the ninefold thunder strike is terrifying, with each level of eruption amplifying by 9 times, the second level by 18 times, and the ninth level by 81 times. What does 81 times mean? A force of 1,000 catties, amplified by 81 times, would erupt to 81,000 catties, equivalent to a level 3 person. 1 strike equals level 17. Moreover, during the training process, the spirit and physical strength are enhanced. So, he knew that although Sima Hui was a black-hearted merchant, this knife technique was worth every penny. While recovering his strength through the breathing of the Xianwang True Dragon technique, he asked, Military Master, may I ask you a question? Have you practiced up to the 9th level? Ha! Sima Hui chuckled, I have only practiced up to the 8th level, with a 70-fold amplification. However, I should be the strongest in amplification in this world. He looked lightly at Guo Chen. You should know that there are at least 10 people higher in level than me, but except for the 2 old monsters above me, everyone else will be beaten by me. Military Master is awesome. Guo Chen hurriedly praised. Sima Hui was very satisfied, nodding, practice slowly, the road is long and arduous. Come find me when your amplification reaches 9 times. Oh, by the way, let Meng Yao take you to choose a 2nd level ally knife later. Got it. After saying that, he took a step, swift as lightning, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. So cool, I wish I could be as cool as him someday. Guo Chen looked envious. He never expected to encounter such a peerless master when he came to the base of the psychic army today. Apart from being a bit sinister and a merchant, everything else was pretty good. Soon, Mangyao walked in and her expression towards Guo Chen was off. "Guo Chen, could you be the illegitimate child of military master Sima?" she asked seriously as soon as she entered. Guo Chen raised his eyebrows. "What nonsense is this? Do you know that the ninefold thunder strike is military master Sima's unique skill? He has never taught it to anyone. The only SSS-level genius in our country knelt for 3 days and nights, and military master Sima didn't teach him this unique skill." Mangyao gossiped. Guo Chen pondered for a moment, then shook his head. "I can be sure that the military master and I have no blood relationship." He looked at Mangyao. "But you really look like my mom. Go to hell." Mangyao's face turned red with anger, then she smiled. "Do you think that with the military master backing you up, you can act recklessly?" "What do you mean?" Guo Chen suddenly had a bad feeling. Mangyao pressed her fingers, making a crackling sound. "The military master just ordered me to accompany you in practicing with the knife, not to kill you. Moreover," she looked smug, "you definitely won't refuse a level 26 powerhouse to practice with you for free, right?" This. Guo Chan's mouth twitched. This was simply a trap. Practicing with someone and having someone accompany you in practice were two different concepts. Moreover, it was a level 26 powerhouse. Money couldn't necessarily get you that. He took a deep breath. A man should be able to bend and stretch. Come on, bring it on. As he spoke, he drew his sword horizontally, exuding a fierce aura. "Good, I was originally using a long spear, but for practice, a alloy long stick will do." Mangyao was delighted, her figure swayed, and she took a long stick from the shelf. Then, she swung the long stick, exerting force, and the stick swiftly pointed towards Guo Chen like a flowing light. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. It's already 5 in the afternoon. Guo Chen's nose was bruised and swollen, and he was in severe pain all over. Some of it was from being poked by Mangyao's long stick. Most of it was due to the excessive force of the ninefold thunder strike, causing muscle tears. However, for him, the gains were huge. He felt that he had made great progress in his strength now, not to mention unleashing his ultimate move. Even with ordinary knife moves, he could almost explode with a force of over 2,000 catties. This progress was undeniably significant. This is the power of the SSS level ultimate skill. "Mangyao, you've made me like this. How am I supposed to deal with the Tianshan sect tonight?" Guo Chen looked at Mangyao, who was only slightly sweating, and said impatiently. Mangyao chuckled. "I've already made arrangements. Come to the repair chamber. That's where our psychic army's pharmacist is. They've extracted a repairing potion from some healing herbs collected from the spirit world, which can be taken internally or applied externally with miraculous effects." Repair chamber? Guo Chen raised his eyebrows, suddenly remembering that he seemed to have reached the 4th level. He should be able to buy repairing spirit fruit at the store now. This repairing spirit fruit should be much more powerful than the repair chamber Mangyao mentioned, right? However, he didn't buy it immediately. Instead, he followed Mangyao to the area where the repair chamber was located. Following the on-site instructions, he took off his clothes and entered a chamber, which was then tightly sealed. A green liquid quickly permeated his whole body. However, he found that he didn't need to breathe in there. Soon, he felt a warm stream rushing into his body. About 10 minutes later, the liquid became lighter and was drained into the floor drain below. He came out of the chamber, took a shower, looked in the mirror, and found that all his injuries had completely disappeared. His physical strength had also fully recovered. This repair chamber is quite powerful, but does Mangyao also need to use this kind of repair chamber? Guo Chen thought, feeling a bit excited. Soon, he left the repair room and saw Mangyao waiting for him. "Let's eat at the cafeteria, then get our weapons, and prepare for action. Oh, by the way, using the repair chamber costs 100,000. Second level alloy, 500 yuan per gram. First level alloy, 250 yuan per gram. You can choose for yourself when the time comes. The military commander said you can put it on credit," Mangyao said as she let him out. What? Guo Chen was shocked. He had always thought that the repair chamber was free. The alloy war knife was also free. This place was not a base, it was clearly a black market. After dinner in the cafeteria, Guo Chen and Mangyao arrived at the first floor of the armory. The first floor mainly sells weapons made of first level and second level alloys, including knives, spears, staffs, ranging from a few catties to tens of catties. Generally speaking, for levels below 20, using first level alloy is completely fine. However, since the military commander asked you to choose second level alloy, then go ahead. After arriving at the armory, Mangyao introduced the weapons to Guo Chen. While listening, Guo Chen looked at the dazzling array of weapons. knives, spears, swords, halberds. There were even nunchucks. However, he still walked to the area of the war knives, where there were knives of all sizes. He picked them up one by one to try. In the end, he chose a 20 catty second-level alloy war knife. After signing with the armory staff, he walked out. Hongqi greeted him with a smile. "Guo, I'm here to confirm your accounts as instructed. Please go ahead." Guo Chen looked at Hongqi's unscrupulous smile, feeling a bit itchy. However, he couldn't beat him anyway. Indeed, he had taken something again. He endured it for now. "Take a look." Hongqi handed a ledger to Guo Chen and said item by item, "Fine, 1 million. The military commander personally taught the martial art, Xianhuang True Dragon Technique, first level, 1. 5 million. The military commander personally taught the knife technique, Ninefold Thunderstrike, first level, 1. 5 million. Using the repair chamber once, 100,000. 20 caddies of second-grade alloy war knives, 5 million. In total, 9. 1 million. He then pointed to the bottom of the account book, took out a pen and a seal. "If there are no issues, sign here and stamp with your handprint." 9. 1 million? Guo Chen thought for a moment, looked at Hongqi. "Wait for me." After speaking, he turned and ran into the arsenal. In a short while, he had 9 handles, each weighing 8 taels, sharp and thin first-grade alloy throwing knives on him. These 9 first-grade throwing knives have a total value of 900,000, rounding it up. He raised the throwing knives in his hand. The staff from the arsenal followed and said helplessly, "Brother 7, he insists on taking them without a requisition." This staff member was also helpless. He vaguely knew that Guo Chen had a relationship with the military lord. So, even if Guo Chen forcibly took the 9 throwing knives, he dared not stop him. "Alright, I will talk to the military lord later." Hongqi's mouth twitched. This kid, he understands credit and rounding up. When the staff member went back, he took the account book, added a line, and then handed the account book to Guo Chen. "Alright, you now have a total credit of 10 million, you must repay it within a year." "No problem." Guo Chen laughed, picked up the account book, signed and stamped with his handprint. With the addition of the Spirit Mansion, he now owed a total of 60 million. As the saying goes, having many debts is not a worry. Moreover, he had the system. Even if he didn't level up, with 60 million, he could repay it in less than half a year. "It doesn't matter. Alright, let's go, get ready for action." Meng Yao looked speechless. Guo Chen, this guy, owed 10 million as if it was nothing. "Okay, Sister Meng Yao." Guo Chen nodded busily, then walked towards the main gate with Meng Yao. "This guy." As Guo Chen left, Sima Hui appeared silently in front of Hongqi. He was also speechless. Owing debts and rounding up. "Military lord." Hongqi saluted quickly and then asked, "Military lord, you passed on your techniques to him and let him have credit, I can understand that. But," he looked at Sima Hui with a puzzled expression, "why did you pass on the Ninefold Thunderstrike to him? Even Tang Xiaoyao didn't pass it on." Tang Xiaoyao was the only SSS level talent. This kid is a rare spatial awakening, not only possessing space but also teleportation. Sima Hui looked into the distance and said meaningfully, he may be able to use teleportation to make up for the flaws in the Ninefold Thunderstrike's ultimate move. And, you should also know that the Spirit Realm has just opened, and all countries are rushing in, hoping to occupy more territory in the Spirit Realm and explore further. Guo Chen, with his spatial abilities, can not only survive well but also bring back many needed things. Exploring, acquiring resources, he is good at all of it. He looked at Hongqi and continued, "So, in my eyes, Guo Chen is more important than Tang Xiaoyao. But, he's only an E-level talent." Hongqi was puzzled. "No." Sima Hui shook his head, "He is an S-level talent, and I suspect his talent can further grow." He paused and smiled, "That's the main reason why I decided to pass on the Ninefold Thunderstrike to him." "What?" Hongqi was shocked. Guo Chen and Meng Yao and others sat in a camouflage car. In addition to them, there were 12 soldiers in the car. Among them, there was only one level 10 warrior, the rest were level 3 or level 4. These were some of Meng Yao's subordinates. Guo Chen felt relieved when he saw them, at least he knew that not all Spirit Army members were abnormal. Besides, there was one person, who was none other than Xianwei, who had previously wanted to die with Guo Chen. Guo Chen learned that Xianwei's identity was not simple. On the surface, she was a journalist, but in reality, she was the daughter of a deacon in the Temple of Gods. She was a fanatic believer. At this moment, her eyes were unfocused. The Tianshan sect is hidden in a mountain village in one county, Ganzhou, only a little over an hour's drive from Rong City. When we reach the town, we must get off and walk. At that time, we must not alert the enemy, and follow orders. Meng Yao whispered to Guo Chen. Guo Chen nodded repeatedly. Meng Yao gave some more instructions. About an hour later, the military vehicle stopped in a town in one county. The group hurried like on a forced march, walking for half an hour. Finally, they reached a village near the mountain. The sky was dark, but the moon was exceptionally bright. "Captain, we have spotted a sentry at the village entrance. Using infrared, we estimate there are around 120 people in the village." A third-level soldier retrieved a stealthy reconnaissance drone and reported to Manhwa while looking at the data on the control panel. "Continue releasing the drones and scan the entire village using infrared and other wavelengths. Share the infrared information with everyone," Manhwa ordered. "Yes." The soldier operating the drone nodded quickly. After some operations, four small black drones, resembling ghosts, hovered at the four corners of the village. Wavelengths were released, scanned, modeled, and transmitted back. The group also put on lightweight AR glasses. Guo Chen also put them on, and immediately, the scene in front of him changed. He could see a wall in front of him, but at the same time, he could see the outline of buildings behind the wall. He could also see some red human figures, and as he moved, these scenes changed accordingly. In other words, they shared real-time information, but what they saw was from their perspective. "This is really useful," Guo Chen exclaimed in surprise. "Is this the internet or a local network? Can it be used in the spiritual realm?" "It's a local network. It can be used in the spiritual realm, but it's not easy to carry due to power constraints," Manhwa said with a smile, feeling emotional. "The importance of spatial systems is now being demonstrated. Alone, he is more powerful than a logistics team." She then said, "Check your watches." The group immediately checked their watches. She continued, "Prepare for action. Surrendering cultists are not to be killed, but resistors will be dealt with. Ordinary villagers who have been deceived should not be harmed, but be wary of suicide attacks from them, and be cautious with children." After she finished speaking, she waved her hand. "Guo Chen, use teleportation to take out the sentry first. Move." "Yes." Guo Chen smiled. As soon as he spoke, he had disappeared. Breaking into the center of the mountain village, Guo Chen and Manhwa's team took less than 5 minutes. Silent, swift and decisive. Especially Guo Chen, combining teleportation with night vision modeling from the drones, he could take down an opponent with just one move. After dealing with the sentry, the group split into 5 routes and advanced along 5 alleys. When they encountered people, they swiftly subdued them. Whether they were ordinary villagers or members of the Tianshan sect, they were no match for 3rd or 4th level practitioners. Moreover, there were Guo Chen, Manhwa, and another 10th level deputy leader, Wang Hai. The key figures should be inside this main courtyard. Manhwa and her dozen or so people gathered outside a large courtyard in the village near the mountains. Her eyes were sharp. "Guo Chen and I will lead the assault, with 4 others supporting us. Act opportunistically. The rest of you, guard the corners of the courtyard, do not let anyone escape, and resistors can be eliminated." "Yes," the group responded in low voices. Manhwa then selected 4 soldiers to join her in the assault. She looked at Guo Chen again. "Take out your sword, be bold and careful." "Understood." Guo Chen nodded, made a gesture, and the 2nd-level alloy sword was already in his hand. Through the wall, he saw about a dozen red human figures. 4 in the courtyard, 8 on the 1st floor, and 2 on the 2nd floor. He said, "I'll take care of the left side." "Good." Manhwa nodded, then raised her hand. 3, 2, 1, action. Swish. Before Manhwa finished speaking, Guo Chen had already teleported to the courtyard. "Who?" As soon as he appeared, he immediately caught the attention of the others in the courtyard. These people were all cultivators or awakened individuals. Not good. And just as Guo Chen appeared, the person in front of him, who had his back turned, seemed to suddenly sense the danger. A cry of alarm. His body immediately turned into stone and lunged forward. Almost at the same time, the person closest to him also grabbed a war knife and, like a meteor, fiercely slashed towards him. "Too slow," Guo Chen sneered. These people were only at the 2nd or 3rd level of strength. Hundreds or thousands of kilograms of force. Not fully utilized. As he spoke, the blade flashed, and the awakened individual turned into stone was directly cut into 2 by the bright blade. A scream tore through the night sky. And Guo Chen's eyes were sharp, turning around and slashing at the war knife coming towards him. Swish. A 2nd-level alloy war knife, in terms of sharpness and quality, was incomparable to the ordinary refined steel knife in the hands of these cultists. In the blink of an eye, sparks flew. The opponent's war knife was cut off like tofu. The blade flashed along, following the fate of his companion. Decapitated. The screams didn't even have time to come out. Guo Chen's blade was too fast. Almost simultaneously, Manhwa, holding an alloy staff, instantly burst the chests of 2 other cultists. "Damn!" Guo Chen couldn't help but exclaim. "So violent. When he fought with Manhwa before, it was clear that she was holding back. After all, she was a level 26, with a basic strength of over 200,000. Who dares to be so arrogant in the territory of the heavenly cult? Courting death. Kill. Just then, a roar came from inside the house. The next moment, the door of the house exploded into pieces. 8 figures rushed out from inside. The leader was a gloomy-looking old man. The rest of them were full of anger. Since when did you cultists have territory? Manhwa sneered. I am Manhwa of the Spirit Ability Army, Special Affairs Department, ordered to eradicate your heavenly cult. She pointed her staff, either surrender, put on the spirit handcuffs, or face death. So you're the lapdogs. You think you can eradicate my cult with just you? Kill. Upon hearing Manhwa's words, the other side let out a hysterical roar, bursting with power, rushing towards Manhwa, Guochen, and the others. 3 of the strongest level 5 experts attacked Manhwa. 2 level 4 experts went after Guochen. Another level 6 expert attacked the 4 warriors behind. The other 2 people manifested flames, obviously elemental awakeners. They were long-range attackers. In an instant, the fierce battle began. Puppy, I remember you. You killed many of my cult members, ruined a major plan of my cult. Die. Even if we die today, we'll make you pay. The 2 of them had no awakening abilities, but their strength and aura were very powerful. Each holding a war knife, they fiercely slashed towards Guochen. The blades were sharp. The aura howled. Kill me? You think you're worthy? Guochen felt that these 2 were hysterical and close to level 5 cultivators. They were stronger than the one he defeated in the hospital before. Obviously, they were strong individuals stuck at the bottleneck of level 5. And they both used war knives. The menacing aura coming towards him made Guochen somewhat nervous. After all, he didn't have many real combat opportunities. But it was just nervousness. Faced with the storm-like slashes, Guochen dodged step by step, using the combat techniques he had been taught. Subconsciously displayed. The opponent's blade kept passing in front of him. His spirit was unexpectedly excited, and adrenaline surged instantly. So that's how it is. Guochen seemed to have a new understanding of body techniques. However, at that moment, he heard the angry shouts of the 4 warriors beside him. He knew it was not the time to practice body techniques. A 6th level expert killing 4 3rd level warriors probably wouldn't take more than a few minutes. Kill. With this thought, Guochen's spirit shook, and with a backhand strike, he broke one of the person's war knives directly. His blade edge passed by the person's chin. The person's face was filled with extreme fear. But another person had a look of madness. Die, you dog. He found an opportunity and suddenly slashed towards Guochen's head. This strike was fast, fierce, and perfectly timed. Even if Guochen dodged with his body techniques, he would still be severely injured. Ha! However, he was facing Guochen. Guochen smiled. In an instant, he disappeared from the person's sight with a teleportation. A strike into the void. Ha! What's going on? He was stunned. Be careful. However, his companion screamed as if seeing a ghost. Kid, don't be a cultist in your next life. The person seemed to hear a demonic voice in his ear. His heart tightened. No, he suddenly wanted to strike back. But the next moment, he was already cut into 2 pieces. Ah, and at that moment, his companion also exclaimed in shock. Because Guochen's war blade did not stop but approached swiftly like a flash of light, the second strike had already split the person in half. Smooth and powerful. In an instant, Guochen killed 2 4th level experts. Die, you dog. Also at that moment, the remaining 2 elemental awakeners cultists had already made their move. Dozens of blazing fireballs flew towards Guochen. The scorching heat made Guochen's heart tighten. He knew these fireballs were as powerful as exploding bombs. However, he shook his head. It's useless unless you can lock onto me. Guochen just smiled. When the numerous fireballs came crashing towards him, he had already appeared behind the 2 elemental awakeners. Boom 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 boom. The place where he was before exploded violently. The earth shook. Flames soared into the sky. Devastation everywhere. Ha! Kill. These 2 elemental awakeners, upon seeing Guochen, were surprised but reacted swiftly. Flames ignited in their hands as they fiercely punched towards Guochen. Hoo-hoo! These 2 were also 5th level experts. Their fists contained immense power. The scorching flames posed a great threat. However, a flash of the blade edge. 2 heads flew into the air. Amidst the screams, the 2 fell to the ground. Too slow. Guochen shook his head. Ha! Manhwa, a dignified 26th level expert, naturally easily defeated 3 5th level opponents. However, she was very surprised. Guochen, a rookie, was killing enemies at such a fast pace. So smoothly. I'll take care of this 6th level one. Guo Chen smiled, looking at the 6th level cultist intercepted by Mang Yao. Mang Yao was about to say something. Run, run fast. These hounds are too strong. At that moment, a loud roar came from the rooftop. In the next moment, the roof was blasted, and a figure skillfully rushed towards the mountain behind the courtyard. Another figure shot down towards the foot of the mountain. These two were obviously the true leaders of the Heavenly God sect. One is level 12, the other is level 10. Meng Yao frowned, these two were so decisive. She shouted, Wang Hai, chase the person down the mountain. Guo Chen, take care of the 6th level, then go support Wang Hai. I'll go after the level 12. As soon as she finished speaking, she picked up a long stick and leaped towards the mountain. Yes! Wang Hai shouted loudly and also rushed over. Bishop, Grand Deacon, you must survive. The level 6 cultist said with a sharp look, looking at Guo Chen, you, little dog, are a big trouble. I should have personally killed you earlier. You are all talk and no action. If you dare to make a move, you would have done so already. Guo Chen smiled, raised the war knife in his hand, waved it. Alright, I will use you as practice now. Brothers, step back and help me set up the formation. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 warriors responded in unison and stepped back a dozen steps. Little dog, die. The man's face turned extremely dark, knowing that he was surrounded by so many people. Facing a life and death situation, he decided that it was better to capture Guo Chen as a hostage. Therefore, he made a quick decision, let out a loud roar, and with his fists clad in alloy knuckles, he rushed forward like thunder. Boom boom boom. This person's punching power was astonishing, probably even surpassing Guo Chen. Among level 6 individuals, he was considered quite good. He continuously exploded with punches, putting immense pressure on Guo Chen, to the point where he couldn't even use his sword technique smoothly, not to mention unleashing a great amount of power. As soon as the opponent made a move, he was suppressed. Moreover, those proficient in boxing generally hope to unleash a flurry of attacks, leaving no room for a counterattack. Therefore, the offensive was fierce, and the speed was extremely fast. As soon as the two clashed, there were clanging sounds, sparks flying everywhere, dazzling the onlookers. Your swordsmanship is too poor, you can't even use your sword techniques. You might as well throw away your sword and fight me. The cultist's face was full of coldness. The attack did not stop. Instead, he taunted Guo Chen verbally. Do you think I'm stupid? Do you dare to take off your knuckles? Guo Chen sneered, continuously blocking with his sword, in a passive position. However, he was not foolish. The opponent's knuckles were made of alloy. If he threw away his sword, he would be hammered by the opponent. Moreover, even though the opponent's punches were strong, however, he was also constantly feeling out the situation. In a battle under real life and death pressure, the fight was a true test of one's abilities. First practice smooth sword techniques, then practice power, strive to master the ultimate move, Thunder Strike. Guo Chen had a plan in mind. Faced with a formidable enemy, he could only give it his all. In the blink of an eye, after exchanging hundreds of moves, both sides were somewhat exhausted from their full outbursts. Alright, go to hell, ultimate move, Overlord's Decree. Just as Guo Chen blocked the opponent's consecutive 3 heavy punches, the tremendous force made him step back continuously. His arms were numb. However, it seemed that the opponent had found an opportunity, suddenly exerting force, muscles swelling, psychic energy gathering on his fist. With a step, the ground cracked open. A punch came crashing down. It was as if there was a 10,000-ton heavy tripod descending towards Guo Chen. The sharp whistling of the air was so piercing that it made people's ears ache. Not good. Everyone saw the opponent unleashing the ultimate move and panicked. Damn, it's a 1.5x amplified ultimate move. Bang! Guo Chen also felt immense pressure. Just as he sensed it, he barely managed to pick up his war knife to block. With a loud bang, he was sent flying. This blow not only had immense power but also seemed to contain a penetrating force. Guo Chen felt the force penetrating through his war knife, directly hitting his internal organs. He felt a shock throughout his body, blood spraying from his mouth, nose, and ears. He was sent flying and rolled on the ground. Die! However, the opponent's fierce attacks did not stop. Before he could stabilize his posture, the opponent leaped up, chasing after him, and from above, a knee strike came crashing down. Is this the strength of a level 6 expert? Guo Chen gritted his teeth, feeling a moment of life and death, his scalp tingling. However, at that moment, he had a thought. Fortunately, he could teleport. In an instant, he distanced himself 3 meters from the opponent, then rolled on the ground a few times. The war knife was plunged into the ground. Steady yourself. Good, you are strong, but unfortunately, you have met me. Buy 2 repairing spirit fruits. In just an instant, he spent 160,000 at the mall panel. Bought 2 repairing spirit fruits. with a wave of his hand. A tender green, crystal-clear spirit fruit the size of a strawberry appeared in his hand. He swallowed it in one gulp. In an instant, a surging and boiling heat surged towards his body. The originally hot internal organs seemed to be soaked in cold water and quickly recovered. The arm and palm that were torn by the shock were also completely repaired at this moment. Even the physical strength he had consumed was fully restored at this moment. What an amazing repairing spirit fruit! Guo Chen was overjoyed. What did you eat? Go to hell! At this moment, the cultists who thought Guo Chen was at the end of the road suddenly sensed something wrong. A loud roar immediately rushed towards Guo Chen. The momentum was extremely fierce. In the blink of an eye, he threw several punches at Guo Chen. Sorry, let's continue. Guo Chen smiled and swung his sword backhand, chopping at the opponent's fist. Guo Chen's continuous chopping was full of momentum, full of strength. Even in the exchange of blows with the opponent, he felt more at ease than before. The sword moves were continuous. He suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Come, let's continue. He laughed and continued to unleash sword moves, chopping, slashing, flicking, stabbing, hooking, and so on, very smoothly. The force was basically reaching 80 to 90%, or even 100%. Increased combat power. While the opponent's physical strength was already declining, coupled with a burst of ultimate move, the physical consumption was even greater. In this way, Guo Chen was able to press on and attack the opponent. The opponent's fists were sparking. Being chopped by Guo Chen more than 10 times, even his arms and legs were trembling. You little thief, what did you eat? Is it a spirit fruit? Who are you exactly? The opponent was chopped to the point of losing all fighting spirit. A face of horror. Shouting, he turned and suddenly leaped onto the roof, intending to escape like his companion. No more fighting, just die. Seeing this, Guo Chen leaped suddenly, his speed not slower than the opponent's, his body rotating in the air. The force from his feet to his waist, combined with the rotational force, infused into the blade. Spiritual energy also surged out. First thunder strike slash. Kill. Boom! Guo Chen unleashed an ultimate move, slashing fiercely, almost doubling the power. No, the person also reacted, quickly turned around, raised his hands, wanting to resist with his fist. However, his fist was only first-grade alloy. It had already been chopped with many gaps during the previous fight. This time, Guo Chen smoothly executed the ultimate move. With the amplified strength, almost 10,000 caddies of force added to this second-grade alloy warblade. In an instant, the person's fist was like tofu, directly cut off. Following that, his hands, and himself, were also directly cut open. The blade wind did not stop. It even left a long scar on the roof below. The 6th-level strongman let out a scream, dying beyond death. Got it! Guo Chen was overjoyed. After smoothly executing the move just now, he was thinking about the ultimate move. This first thunder strike slash was just a way to unleash the ultimate move. However, it could amplify the power up to 9 times. But, the difficulty was also imaginable. He had just tried it out with a trial attitude, but he didn't expect to execute it directly. It could be said that it was a great gain. Landing on the ground, he couldn't help but laugh. He had a fruitful day today. Not only that, the repairing spirit fruit was truly a treasure. In battle, such a repairing spirit fruit could play a revolutionary role. I just don't know, after buying 10 repairing spirit fruits, will the price increase? He thought about it, put away his war knife, and said to the psychic warrior next to him, Brothers, get ready, I'm going to support Brother Wang Hai. Okay, Guo, be careful. The crowd both respected and admired Guo Chen. So strong at such a young age. Guo Chen didn't stay long. After speaking, he rushed out directly. As he descended the mountain, he could faintly hear distant roars. It turned out that the person Wang Hai was chasing didn't run towards the town, but towards another mountain. At a glance, under the moonlight, he could even see 2 people fighting on the opposite mountain. 2 level 10 individuals. When they fought, the sound of their clashes was not small. The force of 1 or 2,000 caddies. Guo Chen caught up, more conveniently than Wang Hai and the others. In some places, he leaped over. In some places, he teleported directly. In no time, he arrived at the place where Wang Hai was fighting the high priest. The high priest seemed to be a wind type awakened, his palms containing sharp wind blades during the fight. With wind power in his feet, not only was his speed fast, but he could also change direction unexpectedly. Even during the fight, the fierce wind he stirred up could attack Wang Hai's vulnerable eyes. As a result, Wang Hai was at a disadvantage. However, Wang Hai knew that the advantage was on his side. As long as he entangled the opponent, he could wait for support. Brother Wang Hai, I'll help you. Guo Chen, seeing this, did not hesitate either, took out his war knife from space, and found an opportunity to make a horizontal cut. First thunder strike slash. He didn't bother with reasoning, and directly unleashed a powerful move. When the thunder strike slash was executed, the air was filled with a rumbling sound. The high priest was also taken aback, quickly using the knife in his hand to block. A first-level alloy war knife, with a bang, made a bursting sound. Cracks appeared. The high priest was forced to retreat suddenly. Beast! The high priest cursed. Seeing Guochen coming to attack again, he quickly stepped back. The wind under his feet changed the trajectory abruptly. The blade of Guochen's pursuit passed in front of the high priest's eyes. The high priest was also startled, not expecting such a powerful outburst from a level 4 youngster. The attack was so fierce. However, he did not hesitate either, and immediately slashed towards Guochen. Clang! Guochen blocked with his knife. Puff puff. However, while the high priest's blade was blocked by Guochen's war knife, 2 wind blades struck Guochen's body. His clothes were cut with 2 cracks, 2 inches deep. Blood splattered. It hurt a lot. Damn! Guochen retreated, also shocked. This level 10 wind type awakened was indeed formidable. Hurt my brother, you're dead. However, at this moment, Wang Hai, wearing brass knuckles, had already rushed over from the side and took the opportunity to deliver a fierce blow. Bang! Ah! The high priest let out a miserable cry, being knocked back more than 10 meters and rolling on the ground. Spitting blood. Here comes another, second thunder strike slash. Before the high priest could stabilize his figure, Guochen had already leaped up and unleashed another powerful move. The blade flashed. Damn! Shameless! The high priest cursed, but could only block with his sword. Bang! With a loud noise, the high priest's war knife vibrated violently, cracks appearing one after another. He was also pushed back more than 10 meters by Guochen. The tremendous force caused severe pain in his chest, and he spat out blood once again. His heart, however, grew colder. He could handle one Wang Hai, but facing a kid who kept unleashing powerful moves, he had no chance of winning. He couldn't even run away. You enjoyed pressing me down just now, right? Now it's my turn. There was almost no gap. Without hesitation, Wang Hai seized the opportunity of Guochen's attack and leaped up. Power gathered in his elbow. He fiercely pressed down towards Wang Hai. Ming, come out and save me. Bang! With a loud roar, the chief steward only had time to block with his battle knife. But he was hit by Wang Hai's terrifying elbow strike, directly hitting his chest through the battle knife. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Only half of his life remained. Mr. Ming? Guochen frowned, suddenly feeling a strong sense of crisis. Whoosh! Just then, a figure burst forth from the hill not far away. Seeing this, Wang Hai quickly shouted, Guochen, be careful! Boom! Before his words fell, the dark figure had already reached Guochen. A tremendous force was approaching. Guochen felt the rushing wind, making it hard for him to breathe. The opponent was extremely powerful, probably at level 20. Instant shift. Although the opponent was very fast, Guochen still managed to use instant shift at the first moment. He appeared next to Wang Hai, creating distance from the opponent. Mr. Ming, please save me, the chief steward shouted urgently. Wang Hai quickly pulled out the spiritual handcuffs and shackled the chief steward. Then, he vigilantly watched Mr. Ming. Mr. Ming wore a mask, was about 1.7 meters tall, and had a sharp gaze, giving off a strong sense of oppression. Clap, clap, clap. Mr. Ming chuckled. Indeed, the rumors of a very promising spatial ghost seem to be about you. Now, I'll give you a chance, kill this spiritual military person and join me. Or, his tone turned very sharp as he continued, I'll kill both of you. You came specifically for me? Guochen raised an eyebrow. Mr. Ming calmly said, using a small branch to lure you, then leading you away from the mountain to capture you. Indeed, it was specifically for you. He changed the subject, don't think about delaying time. Meng Yao has been lured away, and I am absolutely sure she won't return within 20 minutes. In this time, I have enough to kill you 100 times. He waved his hand, his gaze sharp, give me an answer. Wang Hai also furrowed his brow but remained silent. Guochen, however, smiled, I am a person who knows the current situation. So, release brother Wang Hai, and I will go with you. Dream on. Mr. Ming's voice was sharp, you can instant shift. If you let him go, you will have a chance to escape? Quite wishful thinking. No? Guochen shrugged, then forget it. Aren't you someone who knows the current situation? Mr. Ming's eyes grew sharper. Aren't you afraid of death? Guochen laughed. Others can die, why can't I? My only concern is my sister. These days, I have seen how the government treats martyrs. He smirked, if I die here today, I can somewhat be considered a martyr. Come. He raised the battle knife in his hand, try killing me? It's just level 20. He looked at Wang Hai again. Brother Wang Hai, let's go together. Who knows who will end up killing whom? At this moment, he regretted a bit. He didn't bring any hot weapons into the space. Otherwise, he would have killed that bastard. However, he didn't think he was doomed. Instant shift plus repairing spirit fruit. And with Wang Hai, a level 10 strongman, plus 9 alloy flying knives. Can't grind him down? Gua, it's an honor to fight alongside you. Wang Hai smiled, then his expression turned serious. But you are much more important than me. You can instant shift. I can hold him for a minute. A minute is enough for you to escape. He stared at Guo Chen firmly. I'm not negotiating with you. I'm ordering you. Ha ha. Guo Chen laughed. Brother Wang Hai, you are a good deputy captain, but unfortunately, I am not your soldier. Swish, he shook his hand, and the battle knife flashed in the air, a glint of light passing by. He then said seriously, I will never abandon my comrades. Wang Hai's eyes turned red. He was deeply moved. All right, Mr. Ming's tone was gloomy and stern. Stop arguing. It's not easy to die. I will fulfill you. Guo Chen, you are a fool. You are important, but as long as you are not useful to me, I would rather you die. As he spoke, his eyes sharpened, and his figure moved. It was as fast as a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Guo Chen and Wang Hai. With a sudden push of both hands, a terrifying force surged out, blasting towards Guo Chen and Wang Hai respectively. At that moment, Guo Chen felt a terrifying pressure. However, he was not afraid. He was ready to unleash his ultimate move once again. But this was his current limit, his final ultimate move. Guo Chen, you're good. Wang Hai, you are also good. Leave them to me. Just then, a familiar voice appeared in Guo Chen's ear. Boom! In the next moment, a figure passed between them. A move called Double Dragons emerging from the seat clashed with Mr. Ming. The huge energy waves made Guo Chen's face soar. Brother 7. Wang Hai exclaimed with joy. Guo Chen also saw Hong Qi, who had been smiling before. At this moment, Hong Qi was already facing off against Mr. Ming, moving at an extremely fast speed, giving a feeling of being omnipotent. The entire mountain top was filled with the sound of their clash. The strong wind howled around them. Beside Hong Qi, a powerful wind swirled, each punch and kick containing a spiraling force. His strength completely overwhelmed the opponent. Keep an eye on the Grand Steward over there. Leave this fool to me, Hong Qi said to Guo Chen and the others as he fought. Mr. Ming angrily asked, Hong Qi, why are you here? Call you a fool, you are a fool. Hong Qi mocked, seemingly not taking Mr. Ming seriously. We know that Guo Chen is a treasure. He is also the descendant of the Sima army lord, and we know the nature of you dogs. Letting him take risks like this? You are plotting against me. Mr. Ming was furious. Hong Qi sneered. What are you, to think we are plotting against you? We just want the people behind the Heavenly God sect to come out. Go to hell. Mr. Ming roared in anger. He thought he was the mantis stalking the cicada, but he didn't expect there was a sparrow behind him. He roared in anger, continuously unleashing his power and even using consecutive ultimate moves. However, although Hong Qi was also at level 20, his unique skills were incomparable. He was a powerful wind element awakened. Wind could be used for attack, displacement, and defense. So, he pressed on with his attacks. 5 minutes later, boom! Hong Qi unleashed his ultimate move, a punch that slammed Mr. Ming into the ground, shattering rocks. Mr. Ming let out a scream of pain. He was severely injured and passed out. Wow, so powerful. Guo Chen was excited to see the difference at level 20. They fought wildly in the sky and on the ground. They could jump tens to hundreds of meters in one leap. Moreover, Hong Qi's ultimate move was truly powerful. His mastery of wind abilities was also very skillful. Job well done. Hong Qi smiled, walked over, and pulled Mr. Ming out of the ground like a dead dog. Holding him in his hand, he approached Guo Chen and also grabbed the Grand Steward. He smiled and looked at Guo Chen. Little Guo, you did a great job this time. By luring out the other characters, we can further strike against these cultists. Not a problem, not a problem. It's everyone's responsibility to fight against cultists, Guo Chen said with a righteous expression, then smiled and asked, in that case, there should be a reward, right? Hong Qi twitched his mouth. I don't know, ask Meng Yao later. Then that means there is. Guo Chen smiled. He now owed tens of millions, but that was a small matter. The key was that he had run out of spirit stones. Anyway, we need to get some spirit energy or from the spirit energy army. He believed that the spirit energy army must have a lot of spirit energy or. Let's talk about it later. Meng Yao has already captured the leader of the Heavenly God sect. Damn it, he actually used forbidden weapons. Fortunately, Captain Meng Yao is powerful. Hongqi said, leading Guo Chen and Wang Hai, jumping down the mountain. Guo Chen followed Hongqi and Wang Hai down the mountain and returned to the town. The town was very lively. More than 20 police cars arrived. After more than half an hour, Guo Chen saw Mangyao walking back from outside the town. The cultists and the bewitched villagers were all brought down. The leader of the Heavenly God sect was arrested by Mangyao's people. After another half an hour of handover, the villagers were left to the local police station, and the cultists were taken back to Rome City. The people from the Special Affairs Department of the Spirit Energy Army, along with the leader of the Heavenly God sect, the Grand Deacon, Mr. Ming, and Xianwei, returned to Rome City. Guo Chen and Mangyao drove a military vehicle driven by Hongqi separately. Mangyao, how did I do this time? Guo Chen sat in the passenger seat, smiling and asking. Very good, you were the main force in this operation. Mangyao nodded in agreement. Okay, what's the reward? As soon as Guo Chen finished speaking, Mangyao's mouth twitched. This kid lacks awareness. After thinking for a moment, she took a deep breath and said, I have already consulted the military commander before. The military commander gives you 3 choices. Oh, Guo Chen couldn't help but feel happy. Rewards can still be chosen? He hurriedly asked, what are the choices? First, reward you with 1 million in cash, but deduct it from your account. Second, reward you with 5 pieces of spirit energy ore. Third, reward you with 3 pieces of spirit energy ore, but you can owe 5 pieces. Each piece of spirit energy ore is worth 300,000. Mangyao smiled and looked at Guo Chen. You choose. My rewards are not as high as yours. Black. It's really black. Guo Chen's mouth twitched. Why did military commander Sima come to the Spirit Energy Army instead of becoming a profiteer? It's too black. Without thinking, he would definitely choose the third one. However, he felt that Sima Hui was deliberately making him owe a debt. You can tell him face to face. Mangyao shrugged, and don't complain that the price of spirit energy ore is high. You can ask your classmate Luo Wan how much it costs to buy a piece of spirit energy ore. She paused. Let me tell you, the output of spirit energy ore is currently very low, so it is inevitable that the price is high. I understand. Guo Chen pursed his lips. He had asked Mangyao before. In private transactions, a piece of spirit energy ore was speculated to be around 400,000 to 500,000, and it was not guaranteed to be available. That's good. Mangyao glanced at Guo Chen. The military commander is especially good to you. After speaking, she stepped on the gas and accelerated back to the base. When he arrived at the base, Guo Chen successfully obtained 8 pieces of spirit energy ore as he wished, but at the same time, his debt had reached 12 million. Why was there an extra 500,000? He went to the arsenal again and forcibly took 5 first-grade alloy flying knives. He claimed it was to make it a round number. The arsenal administrator was rolling his eyes like crazy. It was the first time they encountered a little bandit in the Spirit Energy Army base. Hongqi couldn't help but laugh. However, they didn't do anything to him. After all, Guo Chen was now the apple of the military commander's eye. Alright, this operation has also relieved your stress and shown you the cruelty of the current situation. Mangyao sent Guo Chen to the parking lot, looking at him. Train well. Whether you are going to military school or a prestigious university, you must pass. Being a student is your best starting point. If you need anything, find me. Mangyao. Guo Chen nodded, then stared at Mangyao. When you nag, you really remind me of my mom. Get lost. Mangyao's face immediately darkened. At 24, does this 18-year-old have the nerve to say that to me? Ha ha. Guo Chen laughed heartily, jumped into the car, stepped on the accelerator, and quickly rushed out. When he returned to the villa, Xiaozhen was already asleep. Because it was Saturday, Luo Wan and Lu Chang both went home separately. He didn't disturb Xiaozhen and went straight back to his room to wash up. Afterwards, he took out the spiritual energy original stone. Next, prepare for cultivation well. After the college entrance examination, we will go to the spiritual realm. The stronger the strength, the greater the harvest. Moreover, it seems that the Tianshan sect is just a small fry. There are people behind it. To hide so deeply, I don't believe there is no umbrella of protection. In addition, practice swordsmanship for 2 hours a day. Try to increase the power of the ultimate move by 9 times. Of course, try giving Xiao Qing a restorative spiritual fruit tomorrow, hoping she will wake up. He quickly made a plan. Then, he started to operate the profound yellow true dragon technique. He had just started learning the profound yellow true dragon technique, and although the efficiency was faster than the 5 hearts asking heaven guidance technique, it was not too far off. It used to take 8 to 9 hours for a spiritual energy original stone. Now it only took a little over 7 hours. He started cultivating at 12 o'clock at night, and by 7:30 in the morning, the spiritual energy original stone in his hand had shattered. It's much faster now. Guo Chen's face was full of joy. Panel, host, Guo Chen. Exclusive level, 4. Assets, 722,860, still growing. Asset growth rate, 6 expenditure, 5102/3000000. Physical strength, 91. 24. Guo Chen looked at it and couldn't help but feel satisfied. He bought 2 restorative spiritual fruits yesterday, and now his assets are still at 720,000. He didn't plan to spend much in the store recently. Upgrading as soon as possible is the key. And because he absorbed a spiritual energy original stone yesterday, didn't need to use a spiritual energy original stone for cultivation, and the physical strength increased from practicing swordsmanship. His strength reached 91. 24, close to 10,000 caddies. His basic strength was already close to level 7. Good, very good. The nurse sister is probably still sleeping, so I won't disturb her for now. I'll go practice today's swordsmanship first. Guo Chen really wanted to try the restorative spiritual fruit, but considering how hard the nurse sister worked, he resisted the urge. He practiced sword moves in the backyard for 2 hours. He swung the sword more than 5,000 times. The sword moves became more and more coherent, and he even tried 2 big moves. The harvest was full. He was sweating all over and took a shower. Xiaozhen had already prepared breakfast. After a gust of wind swept away the clouds, he went to the master bedroom upstairs and saw his sister Guo Xiaoqing lying on the bed. He took a deep breath. I hope this spiritual fruit works. He walked over, took out the restorative spiritual fruit from the space, opened his sister's mouth, and stuffed the restorative spiritual fruit in. The fruit melted in her mouth. His sister seemed to react and swallowed it. Guo Xiaoqing's body trembled slightly, her face becoming much rosier. Is that it? Guo Chen was stunned, then remembered something and quickly said to the nurse sister, Sister, can you help me invite an expert from the military hospital to come and consult for my sister? He didn't believe that the restorative spiritual fruit had no effect. I'll make a call, the nurse sister said quickly. After that, she went out to make a call. About an hour later, a group of more than 10 people arrived with some equipment. After examinations, discussions, and waiting, everyone was busy until after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Professor Zhu from the military hospital looked at Guo Chen and said, Little Guo, congratulations, your sister's body is fine now, and she doesn't need the equipment to sustain her life. Really? Guo Chen was delighted and asked, then why hasn't she woken up? Professor Zhu thought for a moment and said, Today we used the most advanced equipment to examine her brain and body, and she indeed has no problems. Therefore, after our consultation, we unanimously believe that the most likely possibility is that she is awakening. Because there have been cases of spiritual awakeners before with similar situations, the rare condition of your sister may also be due to awakening. He smiled. After that, the nurse continued to monitor her. If there are any problems, they will find us. Ah, that's great. Guo Chen was overjoyed, at least his sister was fine. Just, what ability is she awakening exactly? To sleep for so long? However, he didn't have time to think too much, and instead saw the professors off. After that, he practiced for another day, consuming 2 spirit energy stones. The next day arrived. May 20th, Monday. He got up early in the morning and drove to school by himself. Xiaozhen stayed at home to help take care of his sister. When he arrived in the classroom, because the college entrance examination was approaching, the atmosphere in the class became a bit tense. Former classmates who used to play around were now studying hard. Lu Chang arrived earlier than Guo Chen and was studying very seriously. When Guo Chen arrived, Lu Chang was still working on the test paper. Guo Chen also understood that Lu Chang wanted to get into Shu University with them, but his grades could only barely make it to a first-tier university. However, Shu University's admission cutoff was basically 100 points higher than the provincial first-tier line. Even with a 50-point preferential policy, it might still be difficult. Lu Xiaoqiao's situation was similar. As for Zhang Shi, who was originally reading a book, his brows furrowed when he saw Guo Chen arrive. Obviously, he had some opinions about Guo Chen, but for now, he couldn't beat him. He was very frustrated. Lao Guo, what should I do now? With my grades, I can't get into Shu University. Lu Chang walked over, looking worried. Guo Chen smiled, don't worry, everything will work out in the end. Are you suggesting that by then, there may be more preferential policies for A-level talents? Lu Chang's eyes lit up. No, what I mean is, even if you don't get in, you'll be upset for a while, but you'll eventually accept it. Guo Chen patted Lu Chang's shoulder. It's okay if you don't get into Shu University, as long as we study at a university in Rong City, we can still see each other often. Go to hell. Lu Chang rolled his eyes and then said, Oh, by the way, have you been online these past 2 days? The admission brochures for various prestigious schools for talents and awakeners have been released, and the news of establishing a Spirit Energy Academy has also been announced. At the same time, in society, they have started to offer Spirit Energy training courses, officially guided, available for private or corporate applications. And you are becoming more and more famous. You have become a benchmark for promotion. He lowered his voice, and I heard that this time, the province will have great rewards for the top 10 students in our senior high school training class. I've been so busy these past 2 days, I haven't been online, but I'm not interested. Guo Chen shrugged. I'm different from you guys. They didn't choose me, I chose them. Lu Chang couldn't help but roll his eyes. You make a good point. However, Guo Chen continued, but I must get the reward for the top student in the province. It should be cultivation resources. Don't be so confident. I heard that Zhao Liang is already at the 4th level limit. He will soon reach the 5th level. Maybe by this afternoon when we go, he will be at the 5th level. Luo Damei has talent and resources, she might be the same. Lu Chang said in a low voice, full of envy. He was already at the 3rd level now, but he was still far from the 4th level. Oh, it's okay, I'm already at the 4th level, it won't be long before I reach the 5th level. Guo Chen smiled. Study. Lu Chang stopped talking altogether. Guo Chen continued to study early in the morning. He wouldn't neglect his academic subjects in case of any mistakes. If he didn't get into Shu University, that would be embarrassing. The morning passed. Guo Chen, Lu Chang, and Luo Wan had lunch in the cafeteria and then went to the training ground. As soon as they entered, someone said, I just met the instructor. He said there will be a practical combat ranking today. The first place will receive 5 spirit energy stones as a reward, the second place 4, the third place 3, the top 5 2, and the top 10 1. That's great. I've been practicing martial arts hard recently. I can basically perform combos now. Getting into the top 5 won't be a problem. Now it's the early stage. We are a bit lacking in talent, but skills can make up for it. And if we perform well, we will have a good harvest in the spiritual realm in the future, not falling behind. Yes, think about it, instructor, eating a spiritual fruit can increase your level by 15. Everyone was excited, each one full of confidence. I, Zhao Liang, have decided on being the first. Zhao Liang snorted coldly and provocatively looked at Gui Chen. Xin Hao sneered, Zhao Liang, is level 5 very powerful? I'm also at level 5, shall we have a match? Oh, Xin Hao is also at level 5. Lu Chang, with a look of indignation. In fact, in any era, besides relying on talent and effort, resources are also crucial. Xin Hao is obviously not simple. Lu Chang, without a background or resources, was also very annoyed. Don't worry. Guo Chen patted Lu Chang on the shoulder. I will share some spiritual energy with you later, plus the spiritual energy from my spiritual villa. It will be enough for you slowly. What about you? Lu Chang frowned, feeling touched. Because the early stage is crucial. Especially in this college entrance examination, getting into a good school means not having to worry about resources. If you don't do well in school, you may fall behind step by step and be forgotten. Guo Chen smiled, it's enough for now. I still have 6 pieces of spiritual energy on hand. After leveling up, I can get the first place, and then get 5 more. You want to get the first place? Zhao Liang happened to hear Guo Chen's words and walked over with a cold smile. What makes you think you can? Oh, you seem very confident? Guo Chen raised an eyebrow. I, at level 5, with a strength of 5,000 kilograms, just learned a set of B-level ultimate skill, Dragon Snake Double Fist. With a full blow from both hands, I can unleash 7,000 kilograms of force. I have also practiced the 72 moves to proficiency. Zhao Liang, with a proud look, said, you want to compete with me for the first place? On what grounds? Oh, Xin Hao narrowed his eyes, then sneered, Zhao Liang, why are you so arrogant? If it weren't for your brother's help, what waves could a D-level strength awakener like you make? Don't worry about who helps me, I'm awesome, that's all. Zhao Liang said disdainfully, oh, right, I'm D-level, but my brother said that when I get into a prestigious school, he will give me a B-level martial art. You guys don't know about martial arts, right? In simple terms, the 5 hearts reaching to the sky guiding technique we are learning is just an E-level martial art. Lack of talent, compensated by martial arts. With B-level martial arts, when trained to a high level, the efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy is 7 times that of E-level martial arts. I'm D-level, but I can still be stronger than S-level. As soon as he said this, the people around him were all shocked. So amazing. Zhao Liang also enjoyed the attention of everyone. She now frowned, just coldly snorted, we'll see, your brother won't help you forever. Zhao Liang sneered. Seeing this, Zhang Shi quickly mocked Guo Chen. Did you hear what Zhao said? What's wrong? Scared? Can't speak? Ah, right. Guo Chen nodded. Zhao Liang is indeed amazing, and I really haven't learned B-level martial arts, B-level ultimate skill, 6. Ha ha ha. Zhao Liang laughed heartily, looking satisfied at Guo Chen. Guo Chen, you are also talented. Call me Zhao brother now, hang out with me, and I will pass on the martial arts and ultimate skills to you. I won't let you lose out. He was feeling great at this moment. Guo Chen also has a bright future. Alright, enough talking. Just as Guo Chen was about to speak, Wu Jin had already arrived in the classroom and waved his hand. Since you all know, stop talking nonsense and let's start directly. Divide into 16 groups for battles. Winners face winners, losers face losers. Let's draw lots first. The first round will have buys. After he finished speaking, he looked at Guo Chen. Class monitor, you are in charge of drawing lots. Okay. Guo Chen smiled, then glanced at the proud Zhao Liang, who was as proud as a rooster, shaking his head. The joy of life is indeed very short. Poor children. Using paper drawing lots, the grouping is completed. Wu Jin looked at everyone and waved his hand. First group, go. Zhao Liang and another student stepped forward. This student, with D-level talent, is less than level 3. The strength gap was too big, and Zhao Liang defeated the opponent with just a few punches. Then came Qin Hao, Lu Chang, Luo Wan, and others. Their opponents were not very strong. They were quickly defeated. The gap among the people quickly became apparent. Next group, Guo Chen, Wu Yu. Wu Jin had no surprises about the previous matches. In fact, the gap in talent, resources, and background would become more and more evident. This was all very normal. Here we go. Guo Chen leaped lightly into the field. Wu Yu also jumped out. Wu Yu looked at Guo Chen and said seriously, I lost to you last time. During this time, I trained hard, even spent a lot of money at home to buy psychic ore, allowing me to reach the 4th level limit. Guo Chen, this time, I must defeat you, he said, assuming a stance taught by Wu Jin. Guo Chen shrugged. I admit that reaching the 4th level is already very good for you, and I also encourage my classmates to have dreams. But, he smiled at Wu Yu, I suggest you change your goal because defeating me is not a dream, it's wishful thinking. Enough talk. Wu Yu got angry, roared, and his body immediately petrified, became extremely hard. At the same time, he exerted all his strength and rushed towards Guo Chen with a fierce punch. The force made the air whistle. The speed was extremely fast. It also contained many follow-up moves. Ah, too slow, and your rock surface is not tough enough. Guo Chen shook his head, and when Wu Yu approached, he suddenly punched, striking first. Stronger force. Faster speed. Bang, the rock surface on Wu Yu's body quickly shattered, centered on his chest, and he was directly blasted out of the classroom. Ah, everyone was stunned. Wu Yu was at least in the top 10 in the class. Many people had high hopes for him, but he was knocked out by Guo Chen with just one punch? Wasn't that too fierce? Guo Chen clapped his hands and looked at Wu Jin. Instructor, the victory is decided, right? Okay, you can go down. Wu Jin raised an eyebrow. This kid Guo Chen seemed to have improved a lot again. Was his progress too fast? In no time, Wu Yu, looking deeply shocked, ran back. He looked at Guo Chen. Guo Chen, wait, one day I will definitely defeat you. As you wish. Guo Chen shrugged. Soon, he returned to Lu Chang and Luo Wan. Awesome. Lu Chang gave a thumbs up. Guo Chen, you're amazing. Luo Wan also praised. Guo Chen waved his hand, just so. Not long after, the first round of matches ended. The second round quickly began. In this round, Guo Chen faced Zhang Shi. Zhang Shi was already at the peak of level 4. He was very arrogant when he entered, completely transformed by wearing a nano battle suit. His strength soared. As a result, he was knocked out by Guo Chen with 3 punches and thrown out of the classroom. Xin Hao, Luo Wan, Zhao Liang, and Lu Chang also won. The top 8 were determined, and the 9th and 10th places were contested by the losers group. In the third round, Guo Chen met Lu Chang. Lu Chang directly admitted defeat. Luo Wan fought fiercely with Qin Hao, which was very exciting. Luo Wan's absolute strength was strong, but Qin Hao's practical combat ability was stronger than Luo Wan's. The two fought for more than 10 rounds. They almost started a real fire. Because both of them had strong awakened abilities, Wu Jin finally stopped them. Based on their previous performances, Luo Wan was declared the winner. Qin Hao had no objections. The top 4 were determined: Zhao Liang, Luo Wan, Guo Chen, and another C-level talent, Wei Ming. Wei Ming's strength was not enough to make it to the top 4. But he was lucky. The fourth round began quickly. The crowd was also full of anticipation. Because Zhao Liang met Guo Chen. Zhao Liang, Guo Chen, come up and start directly. Wu Jin waved his hand. Yes. Guo Chen and Zhao Liang, with a flash of their figures, came to the center of the field. Zhao Liang looked coldly at Guo Chen. Guo Chen, I admit, you are good, but unfortunately, you don't have a supreme skill, you are not my opponent at all. Wait. Guo Chen waved his hand. Who told you I don't have a supreme skill? Didn't you admit it before? Zhao Liang frowned. Guo Chen smiled. I mean, I don't have a B-grade technique, a B-grade supreme skill. His tone changed. But, I have A-grade technique, SSS-grade supreme skill. What? Zhao Liang's face changed when he heard this, and then he sneered, bluffing. A-grade techniques are so precious, how could you have them? Not to mention SSS-grade supreme skills, how many people in our Huagua can practice SSS-grade techniques? Why do you think you can learn them? Sorry, I really learned it. Guo Chen shrugged. At this moment, Wu Zhen impatiently said, Guo Chen, I asked you to compete, not to show off. Isn't it just that Sima Huijun taught you techniques and swordsmanship? There's nothing to show off about. Hurry up and get started, don't waste time. What? Guo Chen really learned SSS grade supreme skills? Sima Huijun? Sounds very powerful. Even the instructors say so, it should be true. The crowd was in an uproar, looking at Guo Chen with extreme envy. Damn! Lu Cheng exclaimed, is Lao Guo so awesome now? No, it can't be true, right? Zhao Liang's face, how ugly it was, shocked everyone to take a step back. What's going on? He is the pride of heaven. He is the one with the most background. How could Guo Chen have such good luck? The more he thought about it, the angrier and more unwilling he became. Clenching his fists tightly, he angrily said, even if you have practiced SSS grade supreme skills, so what? The higher the level of supreme skills, the harder they are to practice, it's just a higher limit. Let me show you my ultimate move, a dragon and snake out to sea, kill. Boom, this time Zhao Liang was truly provoked. Roaring, he exerted his strength with both fists, took a step, and suddenly unleashed his ultimate move. Vaguely, it seemed as if there were really dragons and snakes in motion. The fists were launched in the forms of dragons and snakes. The momentum was soaring, and in an instant, it hit in front of Guo Chen. It really looked like a big move. Hey, who told you I can't use a big move? Guo Chen shook his head. First thunder strike, break. Just as Zhao Liang's dragon and snake out to sea ultimate move was about to hit, Guo Chen lightly shook his head. He raised his hand, using a knife hand technique. First thunder strike, break. Erupted. Boom, his knife hand was unbelievably fast, almost doubling in power, even though he didn't use his full strength. However, the terrifying power made people fearful. In just an instant, his knife hand slashed through Zhao Liang's fists, then struck fiercely on Zhao Liang's chest. Not good. Wu Zhen's heart sank. Something big was happening. He completely underestimated Guo Chen's strength. When he reacted, Zhao Liang's chest collapsed, blood gushing out wildly, and the person flew out, smashing the railing on the corridor. Fortunately, Wu Zhen rushed over and caught Zhao Liang. Otherwise, Zhao Liang would have fallen down. But at this moment, Zhao Liang had completely lost consciousness. You guys practice hard. Wu Zhen's face changed drastically, he roared, and then took Zhao Liang and rushed out. Others didn't know. He knew. Zhao Liang's family background is extremely terrifying. Guo Chen looked at his hand, frowned, it seems. I used too much force? After he finished speaking, he found that everyone was looking at him with a horrified look. Guo Chen's strength had far exceeded everyone's imagination. Therefore, most people were scared. Forget it, the competition is suspended. Everyone should practice their techniques first. Guo Chen immediately waved his hand and took out the prestige of the squad leader. No one dared to disobey, and they quickly sat cross-legged to begin practicing. Guo Chen, you might have caused trouble this time. At this moment, Xin Hao walked over and whispered to Guo Chen. His expression was not joking. Yes. Luo Wan also walked over, full of worry. The Zhao family's influence is very strong, especially Zhao Liang's grandfather, who is the Minister of Education, and it is said that he is also an awakened individual with strong abilities. And, she thought for a moment and continued, his parents both hold positions in the military, seemingly experts at the 40 level. What? Guo Chen raised his eyebrows. Zhao Liang usually seems silly, but his background was so extraordinary? Moreover, he had really made a mistake just now. He didn't know that Zhao Liang was so fragile. He had also suppressed his power. Mainly because when he fought against the Grand Steward and others before, he didn't feel how strong he was. Xin Hao added, I heard that their whole family spoils Zhao Liang. Damn, Lao Guo, should we run away? Lu Chang's heart was pounding. Minister? A 40-level expert? Zhao Liang's background is so impressive. Why would he still attend a regular school? Guo Chen also felt a hint of pressure. He didn't know if his previous strike had killed Zhao Liang. At this moment, Lu Chang hurriedly asked again, Lao Qin, Miss Luo, you are not ordinary people, can you help Lao Guo find a solution? Xin Hao shook his head, my family is just slightly better than ordinary families, the Zhao family is a behemoth to me, at most I can say that I won't bow down to Zhao Liang. Luo Wan quickly said, Guo Chen, don't worry, I will go find my grandfather immediately, he must have a solution. Not for now. Guo Chen thought for a moment and refused. Unless absolutely necessary, he couldn't trouble Luo Wan. After all, what if he became her son-in-law in the future? Asking for help before marriage would make him inferior, right? Thinking of this, he smiled. It looks like I need to make a phone call. Xiao Huanawan, don't worry. After speaking, he walked out and called Meng Yao. The call went through. After listening, Meng Yao fell silent for a moment and said, I know about that Zhao Liang. His grandfather, although not as powerful as Sima Junju, ranks 16th in the country. His parents are from another system in the military. His father is a major general, and his mother is a colonel. Guo Chen, I can only pass this matter on to Junju. I have little influence, I can't help much. However, she paused and comforted, there's no need to worry too much for now. If Zhao Liang is not dead, you can join the psychic army. Once your strength ranks in the top 10 nationwide, you won't have to fear them. But what if he's dead? Guo Chen was even more alarmed after hearing this. Zhao Liang's grandfather ranks 16th in the country? What kind of situation is this? If he's dead. Meng Yao took a deep breath. Then you can only hope that you are really Juanju's illegitimate child. She then added, I'll get back to you later. She hung up. Guo Chen felt immense pressure. This time, he really didn't mean to strike fatally. In fact, Zhao Liang was just being mouthy. A little lesson would have sufficed. He had truly made a mistake. I hope Zhao Liang is not dead. This Lao Wu is really something, running away so fast. I have the repairing spirit fruit here. Guo Chen thought idly. However, on second thought, he didn't dare to bring out the repairing spirit fruit casually. He had never been to the spirit realm. Where did the spirit fruit come from? It was a big problem. After thinking for a while, Meng Yao's call came back. Guo Chen, scared? It was Sima Hui's voice. Guo Chen smiled. I'm not afraid. Anyway, it's me who owes the money. If I die, it's 100 million, no more worries. Ha! Sima Hui chuckled and then said, You used my ultimate move to kill Zhao Qingyun's grandson. It was because his grandson's skills were not refined. Don't worry, Zhao Qingyun still has his son and daughter-in-law. I'll have someone pay them a visit. If Zhao's family dares to lay a hand on you in the country, I'll come knocking on their door and kill his son and daughter-in-law. After saying that, he changed the subject. However, Zhao Qingyun is part of the education system. You will have troubles with your studies in the future. Also, be careful when going to the spirit world. Be smarter, and if you can't handle it, come to my Lingning army. How about becoming my registered disciple first? Sima Hui's domineering words stunned Guo Chen. However, Sima Hui's last sentence intrigued him. Sima Hui was so domineering. His disciples must be extraordinary. But he shook his head. Military lord, even if I were to be your disciple, it would have to be after graduating from university. Otherwise, if I become the best in the world in the future, someone might plot against me to prevent me from going to university, fearing Zhao's family. Kid, you've got guts. Sima Hui's praise came from the other end. Then he continued, don't worry too much, but in the future, be careful when dealing with classmates. If you kill Zhao Liang, I'll support you. If you kill ordinary people, you'll have to go to jail, understand? Understood. Guo Chen nodded quickly. Sima Hui then said, alright, call Meng Yao if you need anything. Yes, thank you, military lord. Guo Chen was very touched. Who was Sima Hui to support him like this? However, after some thought, he weakly asked, military lord, can I ask you a question? Go ahead. You are so good to me, am I your illegitimate child? Guo Chen asked. He. Sima Hui responded with a cold laugh. Guo Chen, if you want to be my illegitimate child, I don't mind. But you better think it through. He paused. My wife is a level 58 psychic awakened person. Even in a life and death battle, I am not her match. Damn. Guo Chen's scalp tingled. If he really were an illegitimate child, what would become of him? A psychic awakened person seemed even scarier than Sima Hui, right? Could she just explode with a single thought? He quickly said, ahem, I was just asking casually. It shouldn't be the case. Hello, military lord. Goodbye, military lord. If I have the chance, I'll greet the military lord's wife in the future. After saying that, he immediately hung up the phone. He breathed a sigh of relief. It's good to have someone backing you up. How did it go? As soon as he entered, Luo Wan and the others gathered around, with Lu Chang and Luo Wan looking particularly serious. It's fine, you don't need to worry about me. Guo Chen patted their shoulders with a smile. Everyone should focus on cultivation, so that when Lao Wu comes back, he won't say I, as the squad leader, didn't lead well. All right. Seeing this, Luo Wan and the others were somewhat convinced but also helpless, so they all prepared to cultivate. Guo Chen looked at Qin Hao. Lao Qin, thanks. Qin Hao shrugged. I didn't do anything, it's all classmates. After that, he smiled. Then everyone began to cultivate. 2 classes later, Wu Zhen walked in with another man in military uniform. Guo Chen noticed Wu Zhen's bad mood and furrowed his brows. He was about to get up to ask when Wu Zhen signaled him with his eyes. He had to stay put for the time being. After Wu Zhen came in, he clapped his hands. Fellow students, let me introduce you. He pointed to the man beside him. Chen Lingfeng, a level 15 ice-type awakened person, will be your instructor until the assessment is completed on July 10th. What? What's going on? The crowd was in an uproar, looking puzzled. Guo Chen frowned. It seemed that Lao Wu had implicated him. Quiet. Chen Lingfeng's low drink made everyone's ears ache. Next, I will train you. I will be in charge of your trials and assessments in the spirit world. I am not as easygoing as Instructor Wu. He waved his hand. In the future classes, without my permission, no one is allowed to speak casually. No one spoke. There was a bad premonition. Chen Lingfeng asked coldly, did you hear that? Answer me. Heard. Everyone answered in a hurry. Alright, everyone, train well from now on, strive to be admitted to your ideal prestigious school. Wu Zhen arched his hand. Farewell, my friends. Everyone looked reluctant. But because of Chen Lingfeng's warning, they dared not speak casually. Wu Zhen didn't say anything, just smiled and walked away. Guo Chen wanted to figure out what was going on. Didn't you hear what I said? Huff, just as he spoke, a fierce voice came, and at the same time, a heavy slap was directed at him. The air was filled with a whistling sound. It was Chen Lingfeng. Ha! Guo Chen raised his eyebrows. Chen Lingfeng, a level 15, was extremely fast in both action and speed. This slap also contained a strong chill. However, Guo Chen was not a rookie in actual combat. Sensing the crisis in the first instant, he teleported away from the opponent. Swish! At the same time, a sharp war knife appeared in his hand. Second-level alloy war knife? Chen Lingfeng's eyes were sharp, and he understood at a glance. His face darkened. His gaze, sharp as a knife, fixed on Guo Chen. What, you want to fight me to the death? I dare not. Guo Chen held the long knife in his hand, his gaze unwavering as he met the other's eyes. But if you insult me, I will fight to the death. Ha! Chen Lingfeng sneered. What about spatial abilities? What about a second-level alloy war knife? Disrespectful, I will teach you a lesson today. Let you know the gap in strength. All right. Seeing the situation, Wu Zhen patted Guo Chen's shoulder. Put away the knife. Instructor Chen is also your instructor. Okay. Guo Chen nodded, made a gesture, and the knife disappeared. Wu Zhen looked at Chen Lingfeng again. Instructor Chen, this is a school. Guo Chen and the others are students. They don't buy into your ways. Moreover, why did you take over my job? Don't you know? Why is Guo Chen unharmed? You don't know? He waved his hand. I've said enough, you decide for yourself. Chen Lingfeng frowned. Wu Zhen continued. Instructor Chen, I will take up some of Guo Chen's time. You can do as you please. He looked at Guo Chen. Guo Chen, come with me. Guo Chen nodded, glanced at Chen Lingfeng, and followed Wu Zhen out. You should know why I was dismissed, right? Wu Zhen smiled at Guo Chen. I probably understand. Guo Chen sighed. The matter between him and Zhao Liang could be big or small. Now both of them had backgrounds. Wu Zhen could only take the blame to appease the higher-ups and provide an explanation. After all, Wu Zhen was an instructor and had been negligent. He asked again, are there any other punishments? Wu Zhen smiled, they have nothing to do with you. You are a student, a beginner, it's normal not to have full control over ultimate moves. It's my fault for not stopping this from happening. He patted Guo Chen's shoulder. You are very good. Your comprehension is excellent. To comprehend an SSS level ultimate move in just one day, it's truly unimaginable. He added, Chen Lingfeng is from the Western military region and happened to be transferred here. His immediate superior used to be Zhao Liang's parents. Be careful. Of course, he is not a bad person, but he may be stricter with you. It will be over in just over a month. But, he looked at Guo Chen, in the spirit world, one must be cautious. Understood. Guo Chen nodded. Well, hope to see you again in the future. Wu Zhen smiled, waved his hand, and said goodbye. Old Wu. Guo Chen called out to him, take care. When I become awesome in the future, I'll cover for you. Oh? Wu Zhen raised his eyebrows, turned to look at Guo Chen, and a smile appeared on his face. Then I'll wait for you until that day. Goodbye. After saying that, he left gracefully. Guo Chen waited for him to leave and then called Meng Yao. He didn't believe that Wu Zhen would be punished so lightly. After checking, Meng Yao replied, he was punished to guard the border of the spirit realm. He is at level 25, and his combat power is still decent. but who can say for sure in the spirit realm? Understood, thank you, Sister Meng Yao. Guo Chen listened, hung up the phone, frowned, and suddenly remembered a scene from a previous press conference. He smiled, Old Wu, I tricked you, and I will personally pull you out of the pit. With this in mind, he felt much better. Smiling, he returned to the training ground. Alright, continue the previous test battles. After Guo Chen entered, Chen Lingfeng coldly glanced at Guo Chen and said. Soon, the results came out. Luo Wan defeated Wei Ming, and then voluntarily surrendered to Guo Chen. The losers group didn't last long. The rankings were announced. Guo Chen was first, Luo Wan was second, Zhao Liang was third, Wei Ming was fourth, Qin Hao was fifth, Lu Chang was sixth. Afterwards, the levels of everyone were tested. As expected, Guo Chen obtained 6 spirit energy stones as predicted. Adding the 5 he had left, he unexpectedly had 11. However, it was still not enough. Moreover, Lu Chang needed a lot of spirit stones to advance to level 5 to participate in the assessment. Fortunately, he had a spirit energy villa for Lu Chang to cultivate. Later, Guo Chen also understood that Chen Lingfeng was a hot-tempered elder brother who had a grudge against him. His days ahead might not be as comfortable as when Old Wu was around. Just as expected, as soon as he entered the field, he was relieved of his position as class monitor for injuring a classmate. Guo Chen didn't mind. School ended at 9 o'clock in the evening. Guo Chen, Luo Wan, Lu Chang, and Qin Hao walked outside the school together. This old Chen is just like going through menopause. Life will be tough in the future. Lu Chang complained. It's not that bad, he just has a bad temper, Luo Wan smiled. Lu Chang remained silent. Guo Chen said, Old Lu, Old Qin, wait for us up ahead. I have something to tell little Wan privately. Are you going to kill a dog again? No problem. Lu Chang looked pained, Qin Hao smiled, and the two walked ahead. Guo Chen pulled Luo Wan aside and asked, You said before that your mother works at the Shu admissions office? Yes, what's the matter? Luo Wan asked. Also, the big shot who was with me at the press conference that day, he looks a bit like you, is he from your family? Guo Chen asked again. He's my uncle, Luo Wan said with a smile. That's right, Guo Chen said, leaning close to Luo Wan's ear and saying a few words. Luo Wan nodded repeatedly, then smiled, no problem, I'll call my mom and uncle when I get back. Okay, thank you. Guo Chen bowed. Luo Wan blushed, we are good friends, why be so polite? After speaking, she ran off. Guo Chen caught up with her. The 4 of them walked out of the school. Zhao Long. As soon as they came out, they saw a handsome man standing in front of a cool jeep, a fierce look on his face. The crowd dared not approach. Luo Wan recognized him at a glance. Zhao Liang's brother? The S-level genius? Guo Chen raised his eyebrows, but before he could speak, the man with a stern face walked over. You are Guo Chen? Zhao Long's face was cold as he looked at Guo Chen, his eyes as sharp as knives. Guo Chen felt that this person seemed even more terrifying than Meng Yao. Besides Sima Hui, this person made him uneasy the most. Yes. Guo Chen nodded and also looked at Zhao Long. You are Zhao Liang's brother? What? Are you here to seek revenge on me? Ha! Zhao Long sneered, revenge? Here? Does Sima Junzwang agree? But don't get too cocky. I'll give you time, 3 months, is that enough? By then, we'll meet in the spiritual realm. Don't worry, I won't kill you, he said, his eyes sharp, do you dare to agree? Zhao Long, a level 24, challenging a level 4 student, is it interesting? Luo Wan was afraid that Guo Chen would agree directly, and quickly said, Ha! Zhao Long sneered, what's wrong with being level 24? I'm 21 this year, only 3 years older than Guo Chen. With the spiritual energy officially restored, it's been less than 5 months. I challenge him, it's reasonable wherever we go. He then looked at Guo Chen, how about it? What's there to be afraid of? Guo Chen smiled lightly, 3 months is 3 months. Good. Zhao Long gave a thumbs up, August 20th, see you in the Qingcheng spiritual realm. If you don't come, it's a disgrace to Sima Hui's army. With that, he got into the car and drove away. Guo Chen. Luo Wan was a bit anxious, he's level 24, with S-level talent, fighting in the spiritual realm every day. Who knows what level he'll be in 3 months? Guo Chen smiled, if he comes looking for a fight, I won't back down. Sima Hui is not my father, I can't rely on him for everything. Since he challenged, let's make it clear when the time comes. Any grievances between us will be settled regardless of the outcome. He looked at Lu Chang, Old Lu, when the time comes, you live stream for me, let the whole network witness. Okay. Lu Chang nodded vigorously, Old Gua, I support you. Seeing this, Luo Wan also said, Guo Chen, since you agreed, I support you too. Qin Hao looked at Guo Chen seriously, gave a thumbs up, Guo Chen, you're really awesome, I admire you. Guo Chen smiled, nodded, yeah, I think I'm pretty awesome too. Everyone couldn't help but chuckle. Guo Chen waved his hand, enough joking, let's go back and practice. Soon, they bid farewell to Qin Hao and returned to the villa. Just as they returned to the villa, Meng Yao's call came in. Meng Yao, do you know? Guo Chen asked with a smile. Now all the high-level officials in the military region know. Meng Yao said lightly, the army commander also knows, this was expected. Let the children handle the children's affairs, this is standard procedure. The commander just wanted me to tell you, you have 3 months. If you can't beat Zhao Long in a fight, don't think about becoming his master, and there will be no follow-up techniques or swordsmanship. After she finished, she sighed, actually, you can refuse, he's been ahead of you for so long, no one will say anything if you decline. Guo Chen chuckled, I can't keep hiding like a turtle, 3 months is enough. Okay, I'll wait for your good news. Meng Yao said and hung up the phone. Guo Chen put away his phone, shrugged, I have a system, I can't even dare to accept a challenge from someone with S-level talent, might as well die. But, next, I need to work harder on practicing swordsmanship. By the way, what is that enlightenment spirit fruit? Is it for me to learn secret techniques? I'll look into it after leveling up. With that in mind, he began to practice seriously. In the following days, Guo Chen spent his mornings studying, afternoons practicing swordsmanship, and evenings cultivating techniques. During this time, he didn't have any additional gains. It was only on May 24th that he managed to gather 3 million, and directly transferred it to the special account for spiritual energy villas. Then, he directly leveled up to level 5. There were no bottlenecks. Asset growth increased by 2. Physical strength increased by 20. Then, on May 30th, he transferred another 4 million to the special account. He leveled up to level 6. Asset growth increased by 2 again. Physical strength increased by 25. Adding the 11 spiritual energy original stones he had before, as well as the 2 levels he gained from the spiritual energy original stones, and the accumulation of not using spiritual energy original stones in his daily sword practice. His physical strength has been additionally increased by 75 points, and this day happens to be May 31st. Guo Chen was a bit excited because today is the last day of his high school career to go to school. After today, he will have a 6-day break to prepare himself. He will officially take the college entrance examination on June 7th and 8th. His mood is complex. He is both sentimental and excited. As soon as he got up, he quickly summoned the panel. Host, Guo Chen. Exclusive level, 6. Assets, 1324200, currently increasing. Asset growth rate, 10. Expenditure, 50102/5000000. Physical strength, 221. 25. This data has increased significantly compared to before. The asset growth rate has reached 10, earning over 860,000 daily, and his physical strength is a terrifying 221. He is just a little short of reaching the basic strength of level 10. During this time, he has been diligently practicing his swordsmanship. With ordinary sword moves, almost every move can exert full force, easily bursting out with 10,000 caddies with one hand. And the ultimate move Thunderstrike Slash has been trained to triple its power. Moreover, each time he unleashes the ultimate move, he can control the amplification at will. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. In other words, with 1-time amplification, he can burst out casually 10 or 20 times. With 3 times amplification, he gets tired after 3 bursts. In this way, his actual combat ability has been greatly enhanced. With my current strength, that Grand Steward of the Heavenly God sect I encountered before is no match for me. I can easily defeat him. Guo Chen is full of confidence. It should be noted that besides the amplification, the ultimate move of the SSS level martial arts also has additional power. That's why he almost killed Zhao Liang with just 1 hand chop before. Old Guo, are you ready? Let's go, hurry up to school. While Guo Chen was organizing his situation, Lu Chang's excited voice came from outside. Coming. Guo Chen responded and walked out with a smile. He felt even more confident. As soon as he came out, he saw Lu Chang and Luo Wan waiting for him. Luo Wan also said, Guo Chen, besides saying goodbye to your classmates today, it seems that Instructor Chen said we will directly go to the Qingqing Spirit Realm tonight to complete the 2nd ranking test. Yes, we are going to the Spirit Realm. I heard that the Spirit Realm is full of treasures, and this ranking test is a comprehensive test for the special training class of the senior high school students in Rong City, with very rich rewards. Lu Chang said with a smile. Of course, I know. Guo Chen is also looking forward to it. He also wants to know the situation of other people in the city's special training students' comprehensive test. In addition, he got a lot of spiritual energy original stones last time, which he originally wanted to share with Liu Chang. However, this guy refused because Guo Chen is under too much pressure now. This time, when they go to the spirit realm, he will get some spiritual stones for Liu Chang. Even if it's not possible, he will secretly buy a few talent spirit fruits for Liu Chang. And he also needs to improve his own talent. After all, now he earns 860,000 a day, so he can be a bit more extravagant. Thinking of this, he waved his hand, "Let's go to school." Before long, Guo Chen and the others arrived at the classroom. Today, there is no studying. As soon as they arrived at school, everyone exchanged their autograph books. On them were written blessings for the end of youth. Boys and girls held back from confessing to their crushes. Some even shed tears secretly. High school life, once gone, will never return. Donggu also waited for a while before coming in, distributing the admission tickets and other items needed for the college entrance examination. He explained the precautions, arranged the time to visit the examination hall, and then took a group photo. Everyone went downstairs, with girls in front and boys behind, stepping on the stairs, revealing the frozen smile of youth. The scissor hands pose, timeless. After that, everyone cleaned up the books in the table drawers and then did the final cleaning. During this time, Guo Chen received 3 bottles containing folded stars, 2 diaries, and over 10 postcards. There were 5 handmade, ugly scarves. My high school years have come to an end like this. Everyone waited for the final bell to ring, waving goodbye and leaving the high school classroom forever. Smiling, crying, making promises. However, Liu Chang stood next to Guo Chen, sighing infinitely, "It's a pity that I don't even have a single postcard." Guo Chen gave him a look and stretched lazily, "They have ended, but we haven't. We still have the final exam to prepare for." "How do we prepare?" Liu Chang was taken aback. Guo Chen chuckled, "What do you think I am, an awakener?" "Ah, right. I forgot." Liu Chang's eyes lit up and he quickly said, "Let's call Luo Daniai and go for some fun." Guo Chen nodded and was about to leave. Zhang Shi and Liu Xiaoqiao came up. "Guo Chen, we also want to join your team. After all, I am a B-level Beastifier and can stand in front of you." Liu Xiaoqiao also said, "I am also at level 3, capable of fighting, and I can help with logistics." "Ha!" Liu Chang chuckled, "Sorry, we don't need it." Guo Chen shrugged, "Our team's requirement is level 5 or above, and Golden Needle Mushroom is excluded." Yu Zhangxi was furious. "Can't this joke be let go?" Guo Chen smiled. "What, feeling embarrassed and angry, want to hit me? Zhangxi, forget it, let's find other people to team up with." Liu Xiaoqiao quickly pulled Zhangxi away. "Who in the class dares to fight Guo Chen now?" Zhangxi gritted his teeth. "Guo Chen, you wait for me. Enter the spirit realm and see one's own fate. One day, you will pay for what you said today. Let's go." Guo Chen completely ignored Zhangxi and, with Liu Chang, went to find Luo Wan. The 3 of them left and drove to the city center's mall. It was around 1 in the afternoon when they returned to school. When they reached the school gate, Guo Chen made a gesture, and the Spirit Realm 9 car disappeared in an instant. "Wow, such a big car, just disappeared like that, so cool." Liu Chang couldn't help but cheer. "I'm already looking forward to our journey in the Spirit Realm." "Me too." Luo Wan also nodded eagerly, her face full of excitement. "Same here, I hope we will gain a lot this time," Guo Chen said, and then with Liu Chang, they went to the training ground. As soon as they entered, they saw Chen Lingfeng's deadpan face. When everyone was gathered, Chen Lingfeng had Zhang Shi distribute some manuals and an agreement to everyone. Guo Chen took a look at the agreement, which required everyone to follow orders, otherwise, they would not be held responsible for any accidents. There was also an agreement regarding the confidentiality of Spirit Realm-related secrets. The manual contains some basic introductions about the Spirit Realm. After everyone signed the agreement and Zhang Shi collected them, Chen Lingfeng took the manual and explained it page by page to everyone. This was Guo Chen's first contact with the Spirit Realm, and he listened attentively, even making notes in some places. After Chen Lingfeng finished speaking and gave some instructions, he clapped his hands. "Alright, now follow me, we're taking a bus to the back mountain of Qingqing Mountain." After saying that, he led everyone downstairs. A bus was already waiting for them. After over an hour on the bus, they arrived at the parking lot at the back of Qingqing Mountain. By this time, there were already over a dozen buses parked there. They were all from the special training class for high school seniors under the jurisdiction of Rong City. When they got off the bus, they lined up under Chen Lingfeng's guidance. "That's from Yizhong. They say there's an S-level talent in Yizhong, and several at levels 5 or 6. Look, the students from Qizhong have arrived. There is also an S-level at 7 middle school. What's even more impressive is that they have several students at levels 7 and 8. 9 middle school doesn't have any S-level students, but they have 10 A-level students, which is terrifying. As they arrived, cars also began to arrive one after another, and some people in the groups were whispering to each other. Guo Chen's current physical fitness naturally allowed him to hear everything clearly. Today, they were all wearing their respective school uniforms. Most of them were carrying weapons. Guo Chen noticed that even in many schools with only 7 or 8 people, there were also groups with over a dozen or 20 students. Their group of 30 was considered relatively large in scale. However, schools like 4, 7, and 9 have a much larger scale. After all, they have multiple branches. Each of them has around 40 to 50 students. There are also some private high schools where the number of students is not too high, but their strength is very strong. Everyone was young and naturally had a strong desire to win. Therefore, when they glanced at each other, there was a sense of provocation in their eyes. This assessment seems to be quite challenging. How did these people cultivate? I heard the strongest one is at level 9. Lu Chang felt a headache coming on. He was considered outstanding at first middle school, but when he saw the densely packed crowd, his level 4 limit seemed inadequate. Even though Luo Wan was already at level 7, it was like she was sitting on a rocket. She still couldn't compare to those outstanding individuals. Schools like 4, 7, 9, and other well-known private schools were indeed well-deserved of their reputation. I know about the level 9 limit. It's the S-level student from 7 middle school, named Shi Zimu, from the Qi family. And, I also know that besides him, there are 3 level 9 students, 5 level 8 students, and 10 level 7 students. Luo Wan whispered. Guo Chen's eyes lit up. He naturally believed Luo Wan, after all, her uncle was the spokesperson for the Ministry of Education, Luo Hong. He furrowed his brows. This is just in Rong City. Although it's the provincial capital, there may be other top students within Shu province. And if we look at the whole country, how many geniuses are there? Yes, it's really stressful. Lu Chang, who was previously complacent, now realized that he could only be considered above average. Of course, it's not just about talent. It's also about resources. You see, the more prestigious the school, the more competitive the parents become. They used to compete in academics. Now they compete in cultivation. The essence remains the same. Oh, that's not what I meant. Guo Chen shook his head. What I meant was, with so many geniuses around, I'm a bit excited to challenge myself. Lu Chang's mouth twitched. Chen Lingfeng couldn't help but glare fiercely at Guo Chen. Is he out of his mind? Zheng Shi sneered. Guo Chen, you're just a big fish in a small pond. If you're so capable, why don't you provoke those level 8 and 9 students? Alright. Guo Chen immediately nodded and walked to the middle of the field. I heard you have several 8 and 9 level students. Come out and let me see what you're made of on behalf of my leader. As soon as he spoke, everyone turned to look at him. Hey, we haven't even started yet, and this kid dares to come out and boast? The teacher asked us to show off a bit, to bring glory to the school. We can't let this student from first middle school take advantage, right? First middle school is quite arrogant now, huh? Everyone raised their eyebrows and recognized Guo Chen from his school uniform. As soon as the conversation ended, several tall and arrogant students walked out. Indeed, 3 level 9 students and 5 level 8 students. Guo Chen was immediately surrounded in the middle. What's your name? What level are you? One of the handsome students with a crew cut, carrying a broadsword, looked extremely cool. The aura emanating from him was also very powerful. And this person was none other than Shi Zimu, the S-level talent at 7 middle school, who had reached the level 9 limit. Me? I'm from first middle school, Guo Chen, level 6. Guo Chen said calmly. What level? Shi Zimu felt like he must have misheard. Level 6. Guo Chen repeated. Ha ha ha, is this guy a fool? Are you crazy about becoming famous? Before these arrogant 8th and 9th level students could react, others burst into laughter. You better call your leader. Shi Zimu frowned. 6th level is too weak. Can't even take one punch from me. Guo Chen, if your school isn't strong, don't try to show off. 6th level in our school, 479, really doesn't count for much. Step down, be an ordinary person, don't seek attention. Although others considered their identities and didn't curse, they were getting impatient. If they wanted to show off, it wasn't just a 6th level like him. You are not worthy of my leader's action. Guo Chen waved his hand dismissively. You guys are just ranked by using spiritual energy stones, not real combatants, so don't mock me here. With a gesture, a 2nd level alloy battle knife appeared shiny in his hand. Wow, what's going on? Is it magic? Guo Chen? Guo Chen? It's him, the one who fought with the cultists. A spatial awakening user, yes, it's him. This move finally made everyone remember. Guo Chen was indeed popular before, but most of the people present were high school seniors. They didn't use their phones much. It had been so long that he was forgotten. Now, seeing his spatial abilities, they remembered. So it's him. Shi Zimu and others couldn't help but sneer. Ordinary people envied Gui Chen. But which of these arrogant students would submit to Gui Chen? They were powerful. Why should Gui Chen steal the limelight? Shi Zimu then looked at Gui Chen with a smile. Gui Chen, tell me, what do you want to do? Nothing, just warn you on behalf of my leader. Gui Chen raised the second-level alloy battle knife in his hand. Are you all going to attack together or take turns? If you defeat me, my leader will naturally come out for revenge. If you lose, it's okay, my leader said. Know your shame and then be brave, so stop boasting about your prestigious schools every day. He hates you prestigious school students the most. After saying that, he looked at Shi Zimu sharply. What do you say? So arrogant. Is he challenging all 8 of them? 6th level against 9th level? Is he overconfident? Other students were shocked. Shi Zimu frowned, then looked back at his instructor, who nodded. He smiled. I agree. But let's take turns. I'll fight you first. He didn't actually plan to have a real turn-based fight. He wanted to defeat Gui Chen in one go and take the lead. Shi Zimu, you can't go first, let me. I'll go. Isn't it inappropriate for a 9th level to fight a 6th level? Let me, an 8th level, do it. Everyone was smart. How could they not understand the benefits of defeating Gui Chen, this clown? Immediately, they started arguing. Gui Chen, your turn. Shi Zimu, respecting his identity, didn't want to argue like in a market, so he focused his gaze on Gui Chen. Gui Chen smiled. Okay, let the 8th level go first. The 9th level will be the last challenge. You. Before those 8th level students could enjoy themselves, he pointed at one of them. Alright, come on, Gui Chen, let me see what you rely on to provoke us. The person was excited. Making a name for himself, today was just the first step. Without planning to use weapons, he threw a punch fiercely at Gui Chen. This punch had a force of 7 to 8,000 kilograms. The explosive power was also very strong. However, just as he was wondering if he was hitting too hard, Gui Chen's fist met his. A muffled sound. Ah! The person screamed in pain and flew backward. A single hand with 7 to 8,000 kilograms of force was already very strong. Unfortunately, he encountered Gui Chen. Gui Chen's body strength was 221, and he could easily exert 13 to 14,000 kilograms with one hand. The disparity is not on the same level. What? A level 8 person sent flying with one punch? So powerful. No wonder he dares to step forward. Everyone looked shocked. Even the instructors were taken aback. Oh, Shi Zimu raised an eyebrow. Gui Chen is quite impressive. Let me do it. And at that moment, another level 8 person shouted, not surprised but delighted. The opportunity has come. He won't be careless. Saying that, he suddenly burst out with a punch, hitting in front of Gui Chen. This punch was even more powerful than the previous one. It carried a kind of spiral force. It seemed to be a martial arts secret technique. The genius of 4th middle school is nothing special, far inferior to my boss. After Gui Chen finished speaking, he also threw a punch, striking first. Boom, this person also flew out without exception, shocking everyone once again. Next, Gui Chen roared. As soon as he spoke, another level 8 person came out, also unable to escape his punch. This punch was thrown. The other 2 level 8 individuals hesitated. Because their strength was not much different from the other level 8 individuals. They glanced at each other, reluctant to act. Let me do it. A level 9 student from 4th middle school stepped forward, looking at Gui Chen. Your boss looks down on our prestigious school. I'll show you why our school is called prestigious. Attack. Ultimate move, spiral force. This person also understood that Gui Chen was very powerful, and if he didn't unleash his ultimate move, he might fail. When he threw this punch, a strong spiral force attached to his fist. Behind him, even a huge gorilla-like phantom emerged. He was an awakened beast soul practitioner. The momentum far surpassed the previous level 8 students, reaching 10,000 jin. Still not enough. Gui Chen shook his head, making the same move. Clenched fist. Threw a punch. Boom, this punch also exerted full force, reaching 13,000 jin. It contained the force of the thunder blade. In an instant, the gorilla beast soul manifested fist of this person was violently shattered by him. The next moment, his fist struck the opponent's fist. Bang, this person also flew straight out. Blood sprayed out. What? Even a level 9, using the ultimate move, is not his match? He even used the beast soul. The crowd exclaimed once again. A feeling of heart-wrenching fear arose. They finally understood that this Gui Chen was unbelievably strong. Ha! Even Shi Zimu furrowed his brows, looking at Gui Chen with great surprise. He also knew that Gui Chen was not easy to deal with. He must unleash his ultimate move, swiftly defeat him. Alright, Gui Chen, you are strong, but your opponent is me. Chizimu didn't intend to wait for another level 9 person to take action. His face darkened. He walked up. Drawing the war knife from his back, it was actually a level 1 alloy. His gaze sharpened. You are already defeated. Boom! Chizimu displayed his level 9 extreme strength. The blade flashed. The blade edge was like a thunderous force. Almost simultaneously, his wrist trembled, exerting force in a special way. The blade force transformed into 3 overlapping waves, surging towards Gui Chen. He unleashed his ultimate move as soon as he made a move. 9-fold overlapping wave blade force. He had already practiced to the 3rd wave. Although it didn't reach a triple increase, it was still an instant. 3 strikes that were hard to defend against. Chizimu, so strong. Gui Chen lost. This one strike shocked many people present. It had to be admitted that this acknowledged top genius of Rome City was indeed formidable. Ha ha, I won't need to use instant movement to deal with you. Single thunder strike slash. Gui Chen saw the opponent wielding the knife and directly unleashing his ultimate move. He couldn't underestimate him either. Because at the level 9 limit, the basic strength was also over 220. Their strengths were similar. It all came down to their martial arts skills. However, his unique skill is at the SSS level. Boom! In just an instant, his sword energy erupted like thunder, slashing and exploding the triple wave sword energy of Chizimu. The blades clashed. Clang! In the next moment, Chizimu was sent flying, blood spraying from his mouth. The first great alloy war knife in his hand had a gap cut out of it. It flew out of his hand. Swish! Almost simultaneously, Chizimu's instructor flew out and caught him. Oh my god! Chizimu was defeated. This Gui Chen is so fierce. A super fierce man, right? At this moment, everyone exclaimed, staring in astonishment at Gui Chen standing with a knife. Chizimu looked surprised, then full of unwillingness. He couldn't believe he was defeated so easily. He still wanted to fight Gui Chen again. Alright, there's no need to exert your strength in these areas. His instructor held him back. Do you still want to fight me? At this moment, Gui Chen turned to the remaining level 9 students, who looked surprised. This person was also stunned. My name is Wang Wenlong. Wang Wenlong paused for a moment, then said, You are strong, but the future is uncertain. Everyone has unlimited possibilities. He changed the subject, and this assessment is not a competition, but a task to be completed. Whoever comes first, who knows? He bowed and prepared to return to his team. Chizimu, do you accept or not? Do you want to fight? Gui Chen immediately looked at Chizimu and asked. Wang Wenlong is right, this is nothing, and in a life-and-death battle, who wins and who loses is uncertain. Chizimu obviously refused. Good. Gui Chen nodded. You elite school students are not bad, but my boss looks down on you, that's it. This time, my boss will definitely be first. None of you can beat him. As for second place, I can compete with you. See you in the spirit realm. After saying that, he bowed and was about to leave. Everyone was very curious about who this boss was. Chizimu frowned. Could it be that there was another person in the middle school like Gui Chen, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Could he be as strong as Gui Chen? When he thought of this, he became vigilant and asked, Gui Chen, you keep mentioning your boss, who is he? Since you asked, I'll tell you. Gui Chen pointed to Zhangxi. Zhangxi, the boss of the middle school, is stronger than me, he's just used to keeping a low profile, don't underestimate him. Zhangxi? Damn, Gui Chen is already so strong, how powerful can the person who can make Gui Chen respect him be? This is getting interesting. Gui Chen's voice was loud, and everyone's gaze immediately focused on Zhangxi. Alright, Zhangxi, I'll remember you. Being able to provoke us with Gui Chen, very good. Zhangxi, see you in the spirit realm for a real showdown. The 8 people also stared at Zhangxi, as in their eyes, Zhangxi was the one behind Gui Chen. After all, some people had heard Zhangxi scolding Gui Chen before. Damn it! Zhangxi's face turned black, his teeth almost grinding to pieces. Damn it! You're stealing the limelight. Am I the one to blame? These abnormal level 8 and 9 freaks, who looked like troublemakers at first glance. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Lu Chang and the others were struggling not to laugh. Alright, boss, I've tested it for you. As you said, they are not worth mentioning to you. Gui Chen smiled, walked up to Zhangxi, and said with a smile. Gui Chen. Zhangxi was really about to explode on the spot. At this moment, Chen Lingfang glanced at Gui Chen, then patted Zhangxi's shoulder. Alright, everyone has met each other, it's almost enough, this was the plan from the beginning. Chen Lingfang waved his hand. Now, let's go to the base camp. We still have a long way to go, so don't waste time. After speaking, he beckoned, let's go. Gui Chen smiled and followed Chen Lingfang. Let Zhangxi be a jerk. He didn't intend to show off, but Zhangxi insisted on being annoying here. Now it's good. Ha ha, Lu Chang laughed and followed, Laogua, you're amazing, slashing level 6 and breaking level 9 limits, and making Zhangxi a scapegoat. Luo Wan also laughed, Gua Chen, Zhangxi is in trouble this time, he will be targeted badly. We will be too. Gua Chen looked innocent, they won't let us off either. You know too. Zhangxi walked up like a ghost and said unkindly, harming others without benefiting oneself. When the time comes, I'll be targeted, at worst, I'll be eliminated. You could have been the first, but now you're doomed too. It's all because you were being annoying and made Laogua provoke. Lu Chang retorted. Gua Chen waved his hand, forget it, Zhangxi, we're like brothers, when the time comes, I'll attract half of the firepower, and you attract the other half, don't argue. Humph. Zhangxi felt relieved and walked away angrily. Idiot. At this time, Xinhao walked up, Laogua, I want to join you, let's take the assessment together. You decide on the distribution of spoils, if necessary, prioritize Laogua as the first. Lao Qin, are you stupid? We are going to be targeted. Lu Chang pretended to be surprised. Xinhao glared at Lu Chang and lowered his voice, Laogua has a spirit realm 9 in his space, I've seen it. When the time comes, we can drive away, no physical effort, we can go anywhere, why fear being targeted? Damn, Lao Qin, you're amazing. Lu Chang patted Xinhao's shoulder. Gua Chen said, Lao Qin, your long-range killing of spirit beasts is a compliment to us, of course, no problem, this time we'll make a big deal. Good. Xinhao nodded busy. Luo Wan naturally had no problem. The 4-person team was officially established. Later, they followed the team, passed the road where tourists were restricted, went up the mountain after passing the guard check. When the moon rose high, they arrived at a mountain top in the Qingcheng mountain range. The whole way was a 2-lane asphalt road. There were protective circles around. Obviously, ordinary people were not allowed to come here. When the moon rose high, they arrived at the Qingcheng Spirit Realm town. It was like a tourist ancient town. There were also military barracks. Wu Chen and the others were arranged in a relatively large courtyard. Alright, you can check in first, then take a walk around the area, get familiar with the environment. In the future, when you stay in Rong City, you will often come here. You can eat, drink, but the prices here are not low, spend within your means. After Chen Lingfeng finished speaking, he walked out. Wu Chen and the others quickly formed teams and checked into a room. Later, they came out, gathered in the lobby, and went out together to explore this mysterious spirit gate, Spirit Realm Town. After walking around the town, they found that although it was called a small town, it was quite large. It could accommodate thousands of people. There were many inns, grocery stores, pharmacies, clinics, restaurants, etc. But everything was surprisingly expensive. The 4 of them found a restaurant and spent over 2,000 on a few stir-fried dishes. When they asked, they understood. The ingredients here were all brought back from the spirit realm. It was said to contain spiritual energy. Long-term consumption could improve physical fitness and enhance strength. Damn, this Qingcheng Spirit Realm town feels like a completely different world from Rong City. The group walked out of the restaurant. Lu Chang sighed as he walked. However, according to the restaurant owner, it's very convenient for us cultivators to make money here too. Xinhao's face was full of anticipation. If I dig up spirit energy ore, I will definitely use it myself. If I pick spirit fruits, I can sell them to the pharmacy. If I kill spirit beasts, I can sell their skin, claws, bones, etc. to the grocery store. Meat, wild vegetables, etc. can be sold to restaurant owners, and the prices are quite good. A 3-level spirit beast, the overall recovery price is 1,005 per kilogram. Old Qin, do you guys still need money? Lu Chang raised his eyebrows. Xinhao pursed his lips, our family is not like the big families of Luo Damei, Zhao Liang, and others. Moreover, there are many people of the same generation, resources are limited, the further back you go, the more you have to rely on yourself. I am the same, these days I spent too much money to rush to the 7th level. Luo Wan also waved her hand, this is just the beginning, even if there is money at home, it's not enough, you still have to rely on yourself. That's true. Lu Chang nodded, I just saw an official or shop, a piece of spirit energy or, you need to exchange it for the equivalent of 300,000 spirit beasts and materials. Old Lu, having such a channel is not bad, it encourages us to bring back more good things. Gua Chen waved his hand. He also basically understood the role of the spirit energy town. It is like an adventure town. You can stay at the inn, recuperate. You can also go to the spirit world to hunt, collect, and trade when you come back. It is a holy land for practitioners to obtain resources. There will definitely be more and more people in the future. That's true. Lu Chang nodded with a smile, I was very frustrated before, feeling like I had no background and a bleak future. He chuckled, I don't feel that way now, as long as I work hard, I have just as many resources. Let's work hard together. Guo Chen patted Lu Chang's shoulder. He understood Lu Chang's feelings very well. Just as they were talking, they saw a grocery store with many people inside. He waved his hand. Let's go in and see if we can get some maps and information. They entered the grocery store and saw a wide variety of goods. Portable water purifiers, high-quality outdoor survival backpacks, high-insulation sleeping bags, a complete set of first aid tools, and so on. In addition to these modern goods, there were also some bows, crossbows, swords, leather armor, and the like. Students, your instructor is only responsible for bringing you here, ensuring your safety, but has not taught you wilderness survival skills. Come, buy whatever you want, each item has life-saving value. Don't think it's expensive, supplies are not easy to come by here, and it saves your time. As soon as they walked in, they saw a tall, bespectacled man smiling at everyone. Guo Chen took a quick look at a sleeping bag rated for -30 degrees, priced at 5,000. Why not just rob it? The same sleeping bag outside costs only 3 to 500 yuan. So expensive. At the same time, he also noticed that Qi Zimu and several students from Qizhong were hesitating whether to buy. Among these people, there was one at the 8th level, 2 at the 7th level, and a total of 3 at the 5th and 6th levels. It looked like a team. The lineup could be considered quite luxurious. Oh, Guo Chen, Luo Wan, you guys are here too? Qi Zimu looked at Guo Chen, frowning. Luo Wan was the school flower of Yizhong, and at the same time, a well-known beauty in the upper-class circle. The Luo family is wealthy and powerful, slightly stronger than the Zhao family. Therefore, Luo Wan has many pursuers. Qi Zimu was one of the secret admirers. Yes, just here to take a look. Guo Chen nodded. A few more students have come, that's great. In that case, I'll give you a group price. 1 sleeping bag, 1 water purifier, 1 tent, 1 backpack, 1 first aid kit, and 5 pounds of compressed biscuits. Basic set, 1 price, 20,000. How about it? This price is very favorable. As soon as the boss saw Guo Chen and Qi Zimu greet each other, he quickly came up with a smile. His greedy appearance was evident. 20,000? Indeed much cheaper. Beside Qi Zimu, a tall and pretty girl thought for a moment and quickly said, Qi Zimu nodded. Since we are not prepared, let's go with 20,000 each. He looked at the boss. Boss, we need 7 sets. And what about you, classmates? The boss smiled and looked at Guo Chen. 20,000 for 1 set? Guo Chen smiled. Boss, you are really generous. You could have just snatched it, but you are still providing a basic set of equipment. You little student. The boss's face turned serious. This is called scarcity value. You don't know that in the spirit world, there is an abundance of spiritual energy, and bacteria, viruses are beyond your imagination. Practitioners who drink raw water, eat bad fruits, not only get sick, but also die. That's right, Guo Chen, don't be stingy. 20,000 is just the value of a spiritual beast. Qi Zimu twitched his mouth and quickly said. Guo Chen didn't buy. If he bought, he would appear foolish. First, Guo Chen smiled and raised his index finger. Can you kill the spiritual beasts and bring back intact ones? He raised his middle finger. Second, we have enough food and drinks. Don't forget, what abilities do I have? As he spoke, he shook his hand and produced a bottle of mineral water. I have plenty of this kind of water. Then, he retracted his index finger and turned to Qi Zimu. Third, since you guys are so rich, you can just buy from me later. In my space, I have bought thousands of bottles of mineral water, all kinds of snacks, instant noodles, pickled chicken feet, you name it. He said, then turned to the boss. Right, boss? You, Qi Zimu twitched his mouth. You really know how to use gestures. Who compares like this? But the boss's eyes lit up. Young man, you are a spatial user? Let's be friends. In the future, if there's anything, I will buy from you first. How about that? Oh, Guo Chen raised his eyebrows. First, tell me what you need. 50 kilograms of obsidian, 1 intact 8th level cloud rhino deer, 1 intact 8th level water spirit rhino. The boss immediately stated his requirements. How much? Guo Chen thought. His space was definitely enough, but he wanted to know the reward. Obsidian, equivalent to a first grade or 100 yuan per gram. 8th level cloud rhino deer, 8th level water spirit rhino, 15,000 yuan per kilogram. The boss stated the prices. Lu Chang exclaimed, oh my god, if these spiritual beasts are all 500 kilograms, that's 20 million? This is a huge sum of money, equivalent to 70 pieces of spiritual energy ore. Others were also shocked. I've never seen you calculate so fast before? Guo Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes at Lu Chang. However, he had to make this deal. He looked at the boss. Boss, you are indeed wealthy, but I don't want cash. I want spiritual energy or equivalent ordinary materials. How about that? That's fine. After some thought, the boss nodded. Then it's a deal. Guo Chen agreed immediately, then said, "But, boss, you should know that we are beginners. Where can we find these things? Is there a map?" "Yes." The boss smiled and went to the back. He took out a scroll-like parchment. Then, he raised the map. "I have a map of the first level area. All are not exceeding level 10 spiritual beasts. Some common ores, materials, etc. are all marked." He was about to ask for a high price. "Okay, thank you, boss. I will definitely bring you the things you need. If you have any requirements in the future, find me." Swish. Guo Chen had already anticipated the other party's anticipation. In the midst of the conversation, he had a thought. That parchment map was already stored in his space. This is the amazing thing about spatial abilities. If you don't hold on tight, things will be mine. The boss was stunned, his mouth twitched. "This map is worth 500,000. he said while exaggeratingly making a 5 with his hand. "Oh, I remember, boss, you're so generous." Guo Chen smiled, casually shook the boss's hand, and said, "Happy cooperation." Damn! The boss's mouth twitched like crazy. This little guy is shameless, but he is a treasure in the spatial department. He can bring back a lot of good stuff. With this relationship established, we can make a lot of money in the future. He forced a smile. Happy cooperation. "Oh, by the way, boss, you mentioned a survival suit to them before. Give me another set." Guo Chen added. "What?" The boss widened his eyes. "What do you need it for? Don't you have everything?" Guo Chen smiled. "Nothing, just keeping it as a souvenir. It doesn't cost 1,000 outside, but it's 20,000 here. I also want to experience the feeling of being a sucker." Damn! So ruthless. Chi Zimu and others also twitched their mouths like crazy. Who are they cursing at? Alright, little ancestor, I admire you, I'll get it for you, take it and go." The boss couldn't stand it and quickly brought a set of outdoor equipment. "Thanks, boss," Guo Chen said, then turned and left with the others. Chi Zimu and the others also spent tens of thousands to buy outdoor suits, feeling heartbroken, and left angrily. This Guo Chen is too despicable. If I meet him in the spirit world, I must teach him a lesson. An 8th level boy gritted his teeth. "You teach him a lesson?" Chi Zimu shook his head. "Be careful, I just made a call. This Guo Chen has a background in the spirit ability army. It's fine to snatch some spirit beasts, but if you really harm him, can you bear the consequences?" "What? Is that all?" The crowd was shocked and angry, itching with anger. Chi Zimu chuckled. "Of course not. Unite with others, snatch their spirit beasts, and make them suffer." "Oh, right." His eyes narrowed. "And that Zhang Shi, whether he's their leader or not, don't let him have an easy time." "Okay, I'll contact other teams," the pretty girl in their team said angrily. So, Guo Chen and Zhang Shi quickly became the enemies of all the senior high school special training classes in Rome City. Various versions of the story became more and more exaggerated. Some said Guo Chen seduced Chi Zimu's girlfriend Moxin and then abandoned her. Some said Guo Chen boasted that he could defeat 100 opponents and look down on others. There were also rumors that Guo Chen's leader Zhang Shi planned not to kill the spirit beasts but to seize their spoils. In short, the reputation of Guo Chen and Zhang Shi was firmly established. At this time, a group of instructors, school principals, and other spirit ability army soldiers who came to help were having a meeting together. This time, the invigilator was Luo Hong. Standing next to Luo Hong was a level 25 soul beast awakener Wu Jin. This time, the higher-ups are paying great attention. These students are the future pillars of the country. We must protect their safety while making them suffer. Therefore, for you instructors and other assisting soldiers of the Spirit Ability Army, the test is significant. Luo Hong waved his hand. "But everything is for the new era, for the people, for the country. Everyone, let's do our best. For the people, for the country." Everyone shouted in unison. "Alright, I've explained the details to everyone, you can go back and prepare for the assessment," Luo Hong ordered. Others left one after another. At this moment, Wu Jin leaned in and whispered to Luo Hong for a while, then said, "Guo Chen and the others are probably in some danger now. This little guy, causing trouble as soon as he arrives." Luo Hong smiled, then squinted his eyes and said, "He likes to cause trouble, so I'll indulge him." Spread the word. The team of 4 led by Guo Chen, the team of 5 led by Zhang Shi, have performed exceptionally well, with a significant gap in strength compared to others. To encourage everyone, if any member of the Guo Chen or Zhang Shi team ranks in the top 3, that team will receive double the reward. If they do not make it to the top 3, the rest of the team will receive double the reward. This reward will not increase the local financial burden, and will be fully funded by the Ministry of Education. After saying this, a sly smile appeared on his face. Wu Jin raised an eyebrow. The rewards for the top 10 are very generous. If doubled, wouldn't it be even more generous? Is Luo Hong deliberately making it easier for Guo Chen and Luo Wan? But there are over 1,250 participants this time. Guo Chen's team of 4 against 1,250 people? Isn't this too risky? Luo Hong, however, just smiled faintly and looked at Wu Jin. Do you think my decision is inappropriate? Or perhaps, a little favoritism towards my niece? Wrong, I am motivating them. Of course, competition is competition. We can't let them get into trouble. They are the future pillars of the country. He smirked. Wu Jin, I entrust the safety of Guo Chen's team to you. If anything happens to any of them, I will send you to the front lines to expand our territory. Yes. Wu Jin saluted, but secretly cursed Luo Hong as a cunning old fox, holding grudges too much. Just because they had a dispute over Guo Chen last time? Just because Guo Chen teased him last time? Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, right? However, Wu Jin had no choice. The position of the Ministry of Education is becoming increasingly important, and Luo Hong's authority is also very high. Alright, go. Luo Hong waved his hand contentedly. These little devils should be dealt with properly. Yes. Wu Jin responded and left. The news spread quickly. Damn, Lao Gua, we've really become public enemies this time. Lu Chang received the news and came back, looking annoyed. Either we double the reward, or the rewards for the other 1,200 plus people will be doubled. Damn, this is crazy. Even the usually calm Qin Hao cursed. Too stimulating. But, this is also an opportunity for us. Originally, the first place prize was 120 spirit energy stones. Now, doubled, it's 240 spirit energy stones. Luo Wan looked expectant. 240 pieces, equivalent to 70 million yuan. Such a high reward. Damn. Lu Chang was excited. Not to mention the first place, the second place originally had 80 spirit energy stones, the third place 50 spirit energy stones. The fourth place also had 30 stones. This doubling is quite substantial. Qin Hao rubbed his hands. Spirit energy stones are usually hard to come by. Now that the opportunity is in front of them, how can they not cherish it? He. The Ministry of Education is really rich. Guo Chen laughed at this moment. Great. I happen to be short of spirit energy stones. Isn't this like a pillow when you're sleepy? However, as we think, they must be thinking the same. He waved his hand. Rest early, start tomorrow. Everyone will definitely go crazy, risking their lives to get us. But if they want to get us, we'll grab them. Luo Wan nodded busily. The others followed suit, going to sleep with excitement. In the blink of an eye, the next morning arrived. June 1st. The weather was clear. The sun rose, casting a red glow over the mountains. Guo Chen and the others, led by Chen Lingfeng, were ready and arrived at the end of the Spirit Realm town. It was a square as big as 10 football fields. Over 1,200 students, along with dozens of instructors, hundreds of spirit energy soldiers taking the exam. There were also Luo Hong, and several dozen principals. Standing on the square, it didn't seem crowded. Luo Hong stood on a high platform and repeated the rules of this preliminary test to everyone. The assessment goal: to kill spirit beasts. Using the spirit beast's beast pearl as a token, according to the level, a first level beast pearl is worth 1 point. A 10th level beast pearl is worth 10 points. The examination site is a circular layer. Everyone wears a sensor, forming the local area network with radar drones. The points ranking is updated in real time through algorithms. In case of danger, invigilators will provide real-time protection. As I said before, the additional reward mechanism for the Guo Chen team and Jiangxi team is effective. I hope everyone will do their best. Let us see the results of our efforts. Of course, the situation in the spirit world is complex. Even in just one layer, we cannot fully control it. If a fellow student is unfortunately seriously injured, others who see it should try to help. No looting allowed. Assisting seriously injured students will be rewarded with 10 points. Expulsion for looters. Luo Hong's words conveyed a very stern feeling to everyone. He then waved his hand. Alright, line up and enter the spirit world. Instructors will lead the students to the wilderness area and leave immediately. At his command, everyone started queuing up and walked towards the huge spirit gate, resembling a swirling wave. The spirit gate is as high as 5 floors. There is a restricted area in front of the gate. Students put on their sensors, swipe their ID cards, and queue to enter the spirit gate. In the blink of an eye, they disappear. Damn, what do these guys mean by looking at us like that? Lu Chang cursed as he noticed the unfriendly looks from the others. He immediately retorted, stare back, don't lose your momentum. Alright. Lu Chang widened his eyes and stared back at those who were looking at him. One stare for one stare. Qin Hao rubbed his forehead. Looking speechless, Luo Wan covered her mouth and chuckled. Guo Chen shrugged, and soon it was their turn. Let's go! Chen Lingfeng waved his hand and stepped into the spirit gate first. After he disappeared, the others followed suit. Guo Chen also entered the spirit gate with an excited heart. The next moment, he felt a suction force that pulled him in before he could react, entering the interior of the spirit gate. Before his eyes was a square. As he turned around, the spirit gate was surrounded by huge, cast bronze pillars, resembling a massive gate. The square had a sloping 4-lane wide asphalt road. Surrounding it was a wall guarded by armed soldiers, giving a very solemn feeling. They followed the road, with huge walls around and soldiers above the walls. Further down the road was a 10-meter-high city wall. The entire city wall was several kilometers long, seemingly embedded between two high mountains. A city? Guo Chen raised his eyebrows. The spirit gate was between two large mountains. A magnificent city several kilometers wide had become the forefront stronghold of the spirit gate. This is Qingcheng, our base in the Qingcheng spirit world. We are constantly expanding to form our base, Chen Lingfeng explained as they walked. Guo Chen followed them into the city and saw many storefronts, buildings, and streets. However, he also noticed the dilapidated city walls being repaired. He felt that the city was currently mainly used as a military camp. Pointing to the city wall ahead, Chen Lingfeng said, "The spirit beasts here are extremely fierce and also want to pass through the spirit gate to our world. Powerful spirit beasts among them will occasionally launch attacks. This city wall was broken by a 20-level avian spirit beast. The spirit world is our opportunity and our crisis. In these 5 months, at this Qingcheng stronghold alone, we have sacrificed hundreds of soldiers," he said, his gaze sharp as he looked at everyone. "Your task is to improve yourselves, defend the stronghold, expand the territory. Do you understand?" Understood. Wu Chen and the other students were deeply shocked to hear about the sacrifice of hundreds of soldiers. By this point, they finally understood that the spirit world was not the tourist paradise they had imagined. Here, it was for the dead. Some people had already started to feel afraid. Chen Lingfeng glanced at them, just sneered, and didn't say much. Everyone's life is a life. Soldiers can sacrifice, and so can others. He waved his hand. "I will take you to the wilderness." The wilderness is divided into 3 layers. In the first layer, spirit beasts generally do not exceed level 10. In the second layer, not exceeding level 20. In the third layer, not exceeding level 30. We have supply points, rest areas, and stationed soldiers in these 3 layers. Beyond the third layer is the area we are exploring. And this time, your assessment area is the first layer. The manual marks supply points, rest areas, and rough maps of mountains and forests. As he spoke, he walked. After about an hour of walking fast, they arrived outside the gate of Qingcheng. Everyone walked out. They waited for another hour. Over 1,200 students gathered here. An instructor floated in the air, glanced at everyone, and waved his hand. "The first senior high school third-year assessment begins. Go!" With a loud shout, over 1,000 students formed groups of 3 to 5 and ran wildly towards the wilderness. This time, the test lasted for 3 days. Every second counts. The higher the ranking, the richer the rewards. Who wouldn't want to receive higher rewards? Guo Chen, Zhang Shi, you wait, this time you will definitely be at the bottom. When the time comes, we will surround you. If you don't want to be beaten up, hand over your spirit beads voluntarily. Guo Chen, Zhang Shi, we will take turns watching over you. Voices full of confidence came from some proud children of heaven. Damn it! Zhang Shi didn't want to explain anymore, it was too tiring. Besides, explanations were useless in the current situation. He. Guo Chen looked at the vast plain ahead and smiled. With a wave of his hand, a dazzling off-road vehicle called Spirit Realm 9 appeared. Students, welcome to challenge me, but if you don't have spirit beads, don't join in the fun. Otherwise, you will be beaten badly by me. Those with spirit beads, come at me. Ha ha. He laughed and waved. Let's go. After he finished speaking, he jumped onto Spirit Realm 9. Everyone got on the car. He stepped on the accelerator, the car roared, and shot off like lightning. Damn it! The crowd cursed. Quick, catch up, don't let them escape. Keep an eye on them, otherwise, it will be troublesome if they get into the top 10. Those with tracking abilities, hurry up. The crowd reacted, and several level 8 or 9 individuals stepped forward to command the others. Immediately, several teams were formed to chase Guo Chen and the others. Other teams kept an eye on Zhang Shi and his group. Zhang Shi had originally wanted to take advantage of the chaos to lead the crowd away, but unexpectedly, they were still being watched. Helplessly, he could only walk forward calmly. This time, so many people have come all at once, it's really lively. These students are probably the future backbone, their talents seem to be higher than ours. As long as they are strong, they will be the ones to expand the territory and guard the front lines in the future. Some guards on the city wall smiled. And below the city wall, after a brief commotion, it quieted down completely. The students had already walked further and further away. The scenery here is quite good, the vast plain as far as the eye can see. We drive, they run, it feels really different. At this moment, Lu Chang followed Guo Chen and had already driven out more than 10 kilometers. There were over a dozen people following them. These people were ordered to tail them. Ha, it's okay. The circumference is over 100 kilometers deep and several hundred kilometers wide. My car can run freely, consuming electricity and fuel. Running thousands of kilometers in one go is not a problem. What about them? Guo Chen laughed, driving with one hand while blasting energetic music. At the same time, he extended one hand and gestured with his middle finger towards the people behind. Then, he suddenly turned the steering wheel and headed east. Damn, hurry, keep up. Are we just going to keep running like this? What else can we do? We are all speed and endurance types. As long as we keep up, we will get extra shares of 2 spirit energy ores. The group of students following behind were also helpless. They were only at the 4th or 5th level. Among ordinary students, they were considered above average. They were not weak. However, while the car consumed fuel and electricity, they consumed physical strength, so there were times when they couldn't keep up. Just then, they suddenly saw Guo Chen's window roll down. A horn appeared. Walking the dog, civilized dog walking. Walking the dog, civilized dog walking. The horn sound kept coming out. Damn it, so infuriating. Treating us like dogs? Everyone was furious, their blood pressure rising. But they had no choice. They couldn't win in a fight, and they could barely keep up in a race. Ha ha ha. When Lu Chang saw this scene, he burst into laughter. Who the hell brings a horn to the spirit world? The spatial system really allows for anything. Be careful. Spirit beasts. Just as Lu Chang laughed heartily, Luo Wan in the co-pilot seat exclaimed. In front of them, there were a dozen wolves standing as tall as a person. They were a group of 2nd and 3rd level snow fur wolves. As soon as they saw the vehicle, they immediately pounced. Finally encountered them. I'll go kill, you guys wait, Guo Chen said, then activated the car's autopilot. Swish, he appeared directly in front of the wolf pack, holding a 2nd level alloy war knife in his hand. He looked excited. Kill. With a loud roar, he swung the knife. This is our chance. We have more people, go distract them, snatch their beast cores, find a chance to puncture their tires. Yes, take turns to distract them, don't confront them head on, snatch the beast cores if you can, if not, make sure to puncture their tires. The group behind also got excited. Their task was to tail them and create trouble for Guo Chen and the others. When the spirit beasts appeared, their opportunity came. But, just as they were excitedly making arrangements, they were suddenly stunned. They saw Guo Chen raise his knife and the next moment, the head of a 3rd level snow fur wolf flew up. And in the next moment, the body of the snow fur wolf disappeared. What was even more outrageous was that Guo Chen's speed in killing these spirit beasts was very fast, teleporting in an instant, and slashing with his knife. His efficiency was extremely high. In a moment, he had killed 5 snow fur wolves. The frightened wolves howled and scattered. Guo Chen didn't stop, he chased after them and killed 2 more. By this time, the car hadn't stopped and had reached him. He teleported and appeared in the car, gesturing with his middle finger at the bewildered group behind. He smirked contemptuously. Then, he teleported back into the car. 3 2nd level, 5 3rd level, this time, we've earned 21 points. Guo Chen returned to his seat, taking over the steering wheel and smiling. And these spirit beast corpses, they must weigh 200 to 300 pounds each, worth tens of thousands. Lu Chang said hurriedly. You're interested in 2nd and 3rd level spirit beasts? They take up too much space, not needed. Just keep the wolf heads to get the beast cores, Guo Chen said with a smile. The manual mentioned that the spirit beast cores were mostly in the head. So, what do you mean? Lu Chang raised an eyebrow. Give them to the students behind us. Guo Chen smiled and stretched his hand out of the window, shouting, Classmates, the carcass of a spiritual beast worth tens of thousands is for you. As soon as he finished speaking, he was holding a huge snow-haired wolf carcass in his hand. Swish, then he shook his wrist. The snow-haired wolf carcass smashed towards the people following behind at an extremely fast speed. Oh my, be careful. Bang in the next moment, one person couldn't react in time and was smashed and flew out. However, before the others could react, one snow-haired wolf carcass after another came crashing down. In the blink of an eye, 7 people were injured. Ha ha ha, Guo Chen laughed heartily, stepped on the accelerator, and continued to speed forward. The remaining people behind could only grit their teeth and follow. However, an hour later, when Guo Chen chopped down more than a dozen main spirit cows and threw them out of the window as before, those people were completely dumbfounded. They were too injured to catch up. Guo Chen turned the steering wheel again and completely left those people behind. After driving for a while, they stopped under a hill. It's almost noon, let's have something to eat and discuss which direction to go. Guo Chen got out of the car, found a clearing, set up a barbecue stove, a box of seasonings, a box of ingredients, and a large box of charcoal. Oh my, barbecue? Xinhao, who didn't go shopping, looked shocked. I thought our self-heating pot was good enough. Lu Chang laughed. This is nothing, we have hot pot, stir-fry, and everything. As they spoke, they set up the barbecue stall. Lu Chang placed the charcoal directly under the barbecue stove and then smiled at Luo Wan. Beautiful Luo, it's your turn. Luo Wan nodded, stretched out her hand, and shot out a blazing fireball, instantly igniting the charcoal. More effective than any other fire-starting method on the market. Then, all kinds of beefsteaks, ribs, chicken legs, and duck legs were placed on the barbecue stove. In no time, the aroma filled the air. Oh my, are these little guys here for a picnic? Barbecue? Smells so good. Following them closely, Wu Jin and another assistant frowned. Envious. Overhead, a row of high-altitude drones covered the entire area. Real-time monitoring, transmitting images to the headquarters in Xincheng. At this moment, Luo Hong and the various principals were in a room in Xincheng, staring at the screens. Oh my! While others are being chased by spiritual beasts, they are here having a barbecue? Others eat instant noodles, compressed biscuits, and they eat delicious and spicy food. The screen switched to Guo Chen's side, instantly sparking criticism from these principals. The style is completely different. Wait, look, what is this Guo Chen doing? Does he also have a local area network drone? AR glasses for combat? Is he laying in wait? Soon, someone noticed something different. Guo Chen had successfully deployed a tactical drone swarm borrowed from the Spiritual Energy Army, successfully networking the local area. He and Xinhao both put on their glasses. Old Lu, little Huanuan, you prepare lunch, we'll earn points, and then distribute according to work. Guo Chen said, holding a knife in his hand. Xinhao's flying sword also floated out. Is he planning to lure out spiritual beasts with the smell? He's got guts. What if he lures out dozens or even hundreds? Those principals were stunned to see this scene. Have lunch and also earn points on the side? This little guy is very confident. Luo Han's mouth curled up, and he tapped his finger on the table. Seems to be thinking about something. They're here. At this moment, through some obstacles, Guo Chen's field of vision had already seen some red dots, and they were approaching them continuously. His eyes lit up. Old Qin, with our car as the center line, I'll take care of the left side, you take care of the right side. If you can't handle it, call out. Got it. Xinhao nodded busily. Swish, as soon as the voice fell, Guo Chen rushed out. With a few flashes, he had already arrived on a slope, where a dozen or so spirit beasts were approaching with bared teeth. 3rd level, 4th level, 5th level, not bad. Guo Chen stood with a knife, and through his combat glasses, he could roughly determine the opponent's level by the band. His current physical strength was 221, approaching level 10. Even though the spirit beasts below were huge in size and fierce in posture, he didn't care. Swish, with a step, he shot out like an arrow and swung his knife. The speed was astonishing. With a swift motion, the spirit beasts soon met their end. He didn't bother with the bodies of spirit beasts below level 8, so he only took their heads. He would have Lu Chang extract the beast cores later and then discard the bodies. In no time, they had slain over a dozen spirit beasts. Bodies littered the ground. I wonder how the meat of this 5th level wild ox compares to supermarket steaks. Forget about the wolf meat, and definitely not the hyena. This deer, well, forget it, I don't need the whip either, they are all too fresh. Guo Chen thought as he cut off a piece of the wild ox leg, half the height of a person, and carried it on his shoulder. Soon, he returned to the camp. After a while, Xinhao also returned. He had a bag in his hand containing over a dozen beast cores. Guo Chen looked clean, while Xinhao was covered in blood, looking fierce. Lagua, you keep these first. Xinhao threw them over. Guo Chen raised an eyebrow. You, using a flying sword, need to look so violent? Does everyone have to be like you? Xinhao retorted irritably. As a level 6 cultivator facing over a dozen level 4 and 5 spirit beasts, winning was already considered good. Well, I'm quite powerful, and you can't learn that. Guo Chen waved his hand, and a small tent stood beside him. A water pump, a large bucket of water, and a simple stand with a shower head. He said, go wash up and change clothes. After saying that, he threw a set of sportswear to Xinhao. Oh man, Lagua, I love you. Xinhao, covered in blood and feeling uncomfortable, couldn't help but feel happy seeing the set of equipment. He happily went to take a bath and change clothes. Guo Chen threw the 5th level wild ox leg next to Lu Chang. Lao Lu, roast this wild ox leg. If it's delicious, we'll eat this in the future. Alright. Lu Chang was delighted and got to work immediately. Soon, the aroma of meat filled the air. Damn, this is too extravagant. The meat of a 5th level spirit beast is everywhere. Just roast and eat it. This lump of wild ox leg will cost tens of thousands. Wu Jin munched on a compressed biscuit, drooling. He was fortunate to have tasted spirit beast meat. It was really delicious. Unfortunately, they were in the wilderness, lacking proper equipment. Moreover, with heavy tasks at hand, who had the time for such leisure? Delicious, delicious, we won't buy meat in the future. Before long, Guo Chen set a plate on a dining table, took out the cutlery, and ate elegantly. He even poured a glass of red wine for everyone. Luo Wan even placed a napkin on her lap. Damn, are they taking an exam? In Xincheng, we only have convenience foods, right? The spatial department is amazing. On the other side, the screen showing Guo Chen and the others had already attracted the attention of most people. Seeing this scene, the principals were itching with jealousy. At this moment, on one of the screens displaying the points ranking, real-time points had already appeared. The first place was Guo Chen with 120 points. The second place was Qi Zimu with 80 points. The third place was Guo Shang with 58 points. Alright, we're done cleaning up. Let's check the map. Guo Chen and his companions had a hearty meal, cleaned up the mess, and then took out 2 maps. One map was from the instructor's manual, and the other was given by the grocery store owner. After comparing for a moment, Guo Chen said, "The 8th level spirit deer is the closest to us, and there is also a safe campsite nearby where we can stay for the night." He continued, "After that, we will head northeast to kill the 9th level water spirit rhino, and finally go to the far east to mine obsidian. This route is long, and we should encounter many spirit beasts. It shouldn't be a problem to be the first. If all else fails, we will intercept them on the way back to the city." After discussing with the others, Guo Chen made a plan and asked, "Who agrees, who disagrees?" "I have no objections," replied Qin Hao and the others simultaneously. "Good." Guo Chen nodded, jumped into the car, and set the tactical drones to follow automatically. With the help of these drones, they were able to slay any spirit beasts they encountered along the way. As they progressed, the location became more remote. They encountered many spirit beasts and obtained a large number of beast pearls. However, they noticed that the surrounding spirit beasts were of higher levels. Towards the end, they were all at levels 6 or 7. When a dozen of them appeared together, Qin Hao, Luo Wan, and Lu Chang were hesitant to act. These little guys are getting deeper and deeper. We're almost at the second circle. If we go further, we'll reach the Deer Roar Forest, where the Overlord is at level 10. They must be after the spirit deer. I heard that the people in the spirit realm town are collecting them. Stay close. Wu Jin urged another assistant as they hurried to catch up. He sighed inwardly at these guys' audacity. It was around 2 o'clock. Guo Chen and his group stopped, and the plain had come to an end, with a dense forest ahead. The forest was large and somewhat mysterious. Alright, the car is temporarily useless. We have to proceed on foot. Guo Chen and the others got out of the car, each armed with weapons. With a wave of his hand, Guo Chen stored the car in his spatial pocket. He looked at the dense forest and said, "Things might get a bit dangerous from here on. Lao Lu, you take the lead. If there's any trouble, you hold them off in your transformed state. Xiao Huan, Lao Qin, you walk side by side in the middle, forming a triangle with Lao Lu." He paused, "And I will support you at all times." Okay. The group readily accepted Guo Chen's arrangement. After agreeing, they immediately changed formation. Even the tactical drones were affected in this forest and had to be put away. The magnetic field here was somewhat special. Guo Chen was on high alert, even wielding a warblade. Along the way, they witnessed the ferocity of the spirit beasts. If their strength was lacking, it could lead to casualties. He didn't want anyone in his team to get hurt. Soon, they entered the forest. The forest was truly vast, with beautiful scenery but hiding endless dangers. Guo Chen and his companions continued to advance, searching for the habitat of the spirit deer. The map given by the grocery store owner only showed the forest's location. After walking for over 2 hours, they had reached the depths of the forest. Along the way, they had slain many spirit beasts blocking their path. Boom! A huge 7th level blue lizard was severely injured by Luo Wan's dozens of fireballs and fell to the ground. Qin Hao swiftly pierced the lizard's head with a flying sword, retrieving its beast pearl. "Damn, this 7th level lizard almost killed me." Lu Chang grumbled as he leaped out from beside the lizard's corpse. It turned out that he had used his diamond body to withstand the lizard's attacks. The 3 of them worked together and took over 10 minutes to deal with this massive lizard. On the other side, Guo Chen was engaged in a battle with 2 7th level lizards. 2 7th-level forest wind wolves, and 4 6th-level swift leopards. These 7th-level lizards have very tough scales and extremely strong combat abilities, with good protection of their vital points. Therefore, even though Guo Chen continuously struck and used teleportation in these dozen minutes, he only managed to severely injure these 2 7th-level lizards. The most terrifying aspect of spirit beasts is that they possess stronger fur, sharper claws, larger bodies, and greater vitality than human beings of the same level. Therefore, even though Guo Chen's strength is comparable to level 10, facing these large-scale powerful spirit beasts of levels 6 and 7, it is impossible to kill them instantly. Wow, Gui is so powerful. The three of us are having trouble dealing with one 7-level lizard, and he's handling so many by himself. Moreover, the opponent's setup is good, with 2 thick-skinned lizards restraining us, while the others agilely surround and attack. Guo Chen is amazing. These 3 people were also terrified. Alright, that's enough. We can't drag this on any longer. After a fierce battle, Guo Chen's understanding of swordsmanship, body techniques, and teleportation techniques improved significantly. However, seeing that Liu Chang and the others had finished their fights while he hadn't, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Kill! His eyes sharpened as he raised his 2nd-level alloy war knife, First Thunder Strike slash. 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 In an instant, a terrifying power erupted from him, and his body shot out like lightning. The blade was as fast as lightning. With each shout, the blade struck the body of a spirit beast like thunder. The 2 7-level lizards, already severely injured and with their scales broken by Guo Chen, were struck again at their original wounds by Guo Chen's blade. The ultimate move erupted, doubling in power. The sharp blade of the 2nd-level alloy war knife directly cut through the lizard's waist. In the blink of an eye, the 7-level lizard and the 7-level forest wind wolf were killed by his ultimate move. The 6th-level swift leopards were so scared that they turned and ran. Can you escape in front of me? Guo Chen chuckled lightly, his figure flashing as he continuously teleported, each strike beheading a beast. In a moment, Guo Chen killed 4 7-level spirit beasts and 4 6-level spirit beasts. Phew, his stamina was greatly depleted. He took a deep breath and waved his hand, "Old Liu, old Qin, clean up the battlefield." Alright. Liu Chang nodded quickly and rushed out with Qin Haofei. Guo Chen, on the other hand, sat cross-legged, circulating the Xianuwang True Dragon technique, not to absorb spiritual energy, but to restore his physical and mental strength. Both the 5 Hearts Heavenly Inquiry technique and the Xianuwang True Dragon technique have the function of restoring physical and mental strength. However, the Xianuwang True Dragon technique is faster. Moreover, he found that the more tired he was, the easier it was to make progress in practicing the Xianuwang True Dragon technique. In no time, his physical and mental strength had recovered to its peak. Liu Chang and Qin Haofei had also finished cleaning up the battlefield and handed the spirit beads to Guo Chen for safekeeping. Alright, we should have entered the territory of a hegemon. The spirit beasts are getting stronger, so we need to be more careful. Guo Chen looked at everyone and said, "I have a feeling that the spirit deer is nearby." Okay. Everyone nodded quickly, showing full alertness. They continued on their way. After a while, Guo Chen heard the gurgling of water and followed the sound. He saw a stream. It was about 4 to 5 meters wide. The water was clear. Following the stream uphill, they gradually arrived under a cliff. "We've actually reached the foot of the mountain." Liu Chang raised his eyebrows. Drip, drip, drip. At this moment, the sensors on their chests flashed yellow light and sounded an alarm. "We are at the border between the first and second circles. The foot of the mountain belongs to the first circle, while the mountain belongs to the second circle," Luo Wan explained quickly. This knowledge had been taught by Chen Lingfeng in class before. The border of the circles meant that spirit beasts exceeding this circle could cross over at any time. Because, there is no strict sense of circle layer. It's just a man-made division. It's okay, we'll look for the Lingxi deer nearby. If we don't find it by tomorrow noon, we'll leave, Guo Chen hurriedly said to everyone. He didn't dare to take too many risks. Because based on the 7th level spirit beast, he could judge that it wouldn't be easy to fight against a 10th level spirit beast. If it's an 11th level, he's probably not a match. "I'll follow your lead," Liu Chang said hurriedly. Qin Hao also nodded, "Me too." Luo Wan also said quickly, "Me too." "Okay, let's look for it, don't stray too far apart. If you encounter a powerful spirit beast, you 3 stick together, prioritize survival, escape if you can, don't worry about me," Guo Chen instructed his teammates as he walked, "because I'll be able to escape easily." Understood. Everyone nodded quickly. They weren't worried that Guo Chen wouldn't be able to escape, but rather that he might slow them down. After all, Guo Chen could teleport. Ah yo, ah yo. After walking for a while, they heard a very pleasant sound amidst the sound of a stream ahead. Deer call? Everyone's eyes lit up and they hurried towards the sound. Soon, they arrived at a huge pond. Across a huge rock, they saw a group of deer about 1.5 meters tall, with cloud patterns on their bodies and large antlers, drinking water by the pond. Above the pond was a waterfall that stretched for dozens of meters. Strangely, in the middle of the waterfall, there was a large stone over 10 meters wide. Inside the stone, there was a faintly visible cave. The spiritual energy here is very strong, can you feel it? Luo Wan said quietly. Yes, the concentration here is several times higher than other places, even stronger than Old Gua's spiritual villa. Lu Chang also nodded. About 2 spirit stones can gather here in a day. Guo Chen added. Then this place is truly a holy land for cultivation. Lu Chang exclaimed excitedly. Xin Hao shook his head. It's probably not that simple. Besides the cloud deer, have you noticed there are no other spirit beasts? Roar, just as Xin Hao's voice fell, a loud roar suddenly came from above the waterfall. The roar pierced the sky, making people's eardrums ache. At the same time, a huge spirit beast resembling a Tyrannosaurus rex, with red eyes, took heavy steps and emerged from behind the waterfall. Beep beep beep. The sensor flashed red light and made urgent sounds. Luckily they had lowered the volume, so only they could hear it. 11th level ironclad dragon. Wu Chen's face changed. Roar, just then, the 11th level ironclad dragon, with red eyes, stood high on the stone slab. It let out another loud roar towards the cloud deer below. Ah yo, ah yo. Then, a huge cloud deer with antlers 2 meters long suddenly charged forward. With a loud bang, its head violently hit the hard boulder. Blood splattered. Its body collapsed with a bang. The blood flowed into the stream, causing a bloody mist to spread around. Ah yo, ah yo. The other cloud deer raised their heads and howled. After howling for a while, they dispersed. It's a sacrifice. Luo Wan looked pained. That 9th level cloud deer sacrificed itself to the 11th level ironclad dragon to preserve its lineage's living space. Then, Lu Chang suddenly asked, if we kill the cloud deer, will the ironclad dragon come out to help? This is very likely. Xin Hao frowned as well. Damn it, the grocery store owner is really a profiteer. The value of an 8th level cloud deer definitely exceeds 15,000 per kilogram. Guo Chen cursed. Firstly, obtaining this cloud deer is extremely difficult. Secondly, he just noticed that the blood of the cloud deer seemed to have an extraordinary vitality. Bro, it's not a matter of the cloud rhino's value now, but the fact that we can't get our hands on it at all. Lu Chang said impatiently. Who said that? Isn't there one ready-made? Guo Chen sneered. You mean? Lu Chang was stunned, looking at the 11-meter-high level 11 iron-armored dragon. His heart tightened. Are you going to snatch it away? Can't touch the tiger's butt? Guo Chen chuckled lightly, waved his hand. You guys retreat to the other side of the cliff and wait for me. Guo Chen, be careful. Luo Wan was worried. Lu Chang also hurriedly said, Old Gua, we are young, there's no need to take unnecessary risks, right? Xin Hao also said, although the level 9 cloud rhino is valuable, but, he. Guo Chen waved his hand. It's not just the cloud rhino. I sense that there are good things in the cave behind that waterfall, just an 11 level iron armored dragon. I'll take care of it. Retreat quickly. Seeing his determination and ability to teleport, the others stopped trying to persuade him and followed Guo Chen's arrangement, returning the way they came. Roar, just then, the iron-armored dragon on the platform, in a show-off manner, roared twice into the sky. It seemed to be declaring its sovereignty. Then, with a thud, it jumped directly from the 20-meter-high place, landing in front of the level 9 cloud rhino. It seemed ready to enjoy its meal. This cloud rhino is mine. Seeing the situation, Guo Chen no longer hesitated, but with a step, he teleported twice in a row, arriving in front of the iron-armored dragon. Swish, he swung his level 2 alloy war knife and fiercely slashed at the dragon's neck. He wasn't trying to kill the other party. He was testing its strength. Boom! The next moment, the blade struck the dragon's neck with a loud bang. Sparks flew. Blood splattered. However, the sharp level 2 alloy war knife only left a 2 to 3 centimeter wound. Compared to this 5-meter giant, it was insignificant. Roar, the proud iron-armored dragon, where did it expect that when it was about to enjoy its meal, a small fry would attack it? It let out a loud roar, and its short claws in front of its chest, like lightning, reached Guo Chen. A strong wind rose. The sharp claws were probably as sharp as level 2 alloy. Clanging Guo Chen didn't have time to dodge, so he used the level 2 alloy war knife to block it head-on. With a bang, like a cannonball, he smashed into a huge rock. Puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Just as he stabilized his figure, the iron-armored dragon was already coming down from the air. The dragon's attack was extremely fierce. Good guy, indeed can't beat it, but there is still a chance. Guo Chen sneered, watching the opponent approach. You've been fooled. Swish, the teleportation activated the next moment. He disappeared from the spot, appearing in front of the corpse of the level 9 Cloud Rhino. He said with a smile, "Big guy, I've got my eye on you. Next time, your lair will be mine." Ha ha. He made a face, snapping his fingers. The corpse of the level 9 Cloud Rhino disappeared instantly. Roar, and the next moment, the iron-armored dragon seemed to react, furious, and directly crushed the edge of the pool. Stones splattered in all directions. It shot towards him like a terrifying cannonball, carrying a terrifying pressure. The air whistled fiercely. Angry? Come at me slowly. Guo Chen was prepared, with a smile on his face, teleported several times in a row, creating distance. Then, he flew in the opposite direction of Lu Chang and the others. The iron-armored dragon was relentless, like a bulldozer, closely following, breaking countless big trees. Some spirit beasts trembled in fear. Some spirit beasts couldn't dodge in time and were directly killed by the impact. However, it was originally huge in size, and with many giant trees in the forest, it couldn't catch up with Guo Chen at all. Come on, come over here." Guo Chen even stopped to wait for it, making provocative gestures towards it, provoking the ironclad dragon to the point of extreme anger. It chased for dozens of kilometers, killed countless spirit beasts along the way. Roar! The ironclad dragon finally stopped, roaring loudly at Guo Chen, bellowing in anger for a few minutes. Guo Chen tried all sorts of methods, but it just wouldn't chase anymore, turning back angrily. TCH. Guo Chen gestured with his middle finger. He knew that spirit beasts had territorial awareness, and once they exceeded a certain range, they wouldn't chase anymore. However, he was also satisfied. Along the way, the ironclad dragon had killed countless spirit beasts, much more efficiently than he could have done himself. Just as he was feeling ecstatic and preparing to collect his spoils, a giant raptor suddenly appeared in the sky, blocking out the sun. A piercing screech. The sound waves shocked the surroundings. Guo Chen's heart skipped a beat. Looking up, he saw the eagle-like raptor with eyes that made one's heart skip a beat. Sharp and terrifying. 15th level? Guo Chen, through his combat goggles, roughly estimated the opponent's level and was taken aback. Such a massive 15th level raptor. It would probably take him out in an instant. Quick, run! This is a 15th level Iron Arrow Crimson Flame Pang. Even I would have to put in some effort to fight it. Just then, a shout came. Following the sound, Guo Chen saw a familiar figure standing with a sword on top of a 100-meter-high ancient tree not far from him. The soul beast expanded to over 10 meters in height, confronting the Iron Arrow Crimson Flame Pang with a powerful aura. Lao Wu. Guo Chen raised an eyebrow, having seen Wu Jin by Luo Hong's side before. He knew that Wu Jin had been transferred from the military to the education department. He hadn't expected Lao Wu to be secretly protecting him. He smiled. Lao Wu, mighty. Thank you, I'm leaving. Guo Chen breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he had accidentally strayed into the second circle. Feeling somewhat annoyed, he quickly retraced his steps. It wasn't until he ran out of the Iron Arrow Crimson Flame Pang's aura range that he stopped and began to harvest the battlefield. Damn, I was careless this time. Luckily Lao Wu came. But, the gains are huge. Not only did I get a 9th level Cloud Rhino Deer, but I also had 2 8th level Cloud Rhino Deer killed by collision. Moreover, front and back, I must have collected over 100 spirit beads, right? Made a fortune. Guo Chen cleaned up the battlefield while quietly returning to the ironclad dragon's waterfall. At this moment, the ironclad dragon was still roaring on the stone slab, releasing its anger. He smiled faintly. Buddy, wait for me, I'll claim your cave. I'll also settle the score with your henchman. With that, he ran towards the cliff. Damn, Lao Gua, what did you just do? What a grand spectacle. When Guo Chen returned, Lu Chang and the others came to greet him. Nothing much, just took the ironclad dragon for a spin, and incidentally killed over 100 spirit beasts of level 5 or higher. Guo Chen clapped his hands, saying as he took out a reclining chair from his space. He lay down on it. Lao Lu, come give me a shoulder massage, do it well, and I'll give you a 7th level Cloud Rhino Deer. Guo Chen said with a smile. Bluffing. Lu Chang rolled his eyes. He could easily figure out what had happened earlier. Guo Chen was being chased all over the map, and killed over 100 level 5 spirit beasts? Who would believe that? Oh well, he doesn't believe it, let's just settle it with Lao Qin. Boomu Guo Chen stretched lazily, saying as he waved his hand. A massive 7th level spirit rhinoceros carcass appeared in front of him. Then, he waved his hand again. The spirit rhinoceros disappeared. Damn, foster father, what's a mere 100 or so level 5 spirit beasts? If you want to kill, just kill the 10th level ones at will. Lu Chang's eyes widened. A 7th level spirit rhinoceros was probably worth several million or even tens of millions. The main point was, who had the ability to take away these precious materials? Only Guo Chen. He knelt down and licked while warmly massaging Guo Chen's shoulders. Father, are you comfortable? Not bad. Guo Chen smiled and then looked at Qin Hao. Old Qin, what are you looking at? Start a fire for barbecue. I brought back a level 6 wild bull, you can roast it. As he spoke, he brought out the barbecue tools. He continued, wait, I have a big plan. Alright. Qin Hao was not aloof in this place without others. After all, following Guo Chen meant having meat to eat. Life was comfortable. In the blink of an eye, they obtained over 100 beast pearls of level 5 or higher. That was at least 500 points. And so many spirit beasts. When exchanged for spirit energy ores, it would be enough for him to use for a long time. Without hesitation, he quickly started the barbecue. Guo Chen asked Lu Chang to help again. When Luo Wan started the fire, he pulled her to the table and made coffee very elegantly. A petty bourgeois style. Damn, Brother Wu, this kid is really something. We feed mosquitoes and eat dry food in the wild, and he's out here drinking coffee? Drinking wine? The military assistant who met up with Wu Jin was itching with anger. Wu Jin shrugged, there's no way, treasures from the spatial department are just like that. If there weren't regulations that assistants cannot contact candidates without reason, I could take you to enjoy free food and drinks. Ah, I should have stuck with the other little guys, out of sight, out of mind. The assistant was frustrated. Wu Jin chuckled, consider it broadening your horizons. Cheer up, I feel like this kid is going to cause trouble. Yes. Despite his complaints, the assistant was very serious about his main task. On the other side, Wu Chen was already enjoying coffee, wine, spirit beast barbecue, accompanied by brothers and beauties. Even. He set up a sound system, playing upbeat music while eating barbecue. A spirit world disco, not bad, right? Alright, my dear friends, it's getting dark, we need to act. After Guo Chen finished packing up, he clapped his hands. As discussed earlier, I will go lure the ironclad dragon. Old Lu, Old Qin, you guys collect the beast pearls behind, it's getting dark soon, if we miss them, we'll lose big. Xiao Wan, use the advantage of your fire wings to sneak into the ironclad dragon's home. Once you hear my signal, fly away immediately, don't stay for a moment. Old Lu, Old Qin, your lives are more important than anything else, understand? He repeated the plan discussed earlier to everyone. Understood. Everyone nodded busily. Lu Chang rubbed his hands, how exciting, provoking an 11th level ironclad dragon. The higher the risk, the greater the reward. Qin Hao also looked forward to it. Let's go. Guo Chen waved his hand, and several people arrived at the pool together. At this time, the ironclad dragon had stopped roaring. Guo Chen gestured to everyone, and with a teleport, they appeared by the pool. He shouted towards the cave behind the waterfall, ironclad dragon, come out and die. If you don't come out, I'll make your mother not recognize you. Roar. As soon as he finished speaking, an angry roar came from the cave. Almost at the same time, with a bang, a huge figure rushed out like a cannonball. It leaped towards Guo Chen in midair. The speed was so fast. Damn, do you have a stress disorder? Your reaction is so fast. Guo Chen was startled and quickly teleported away. With a rumble, the rocks by the pool exploded again, shooting out like bullets in all directions. Then, Guo Chen once again led the ironclad dragon in another direction and ran wildly. 5 minutes after Guo Chen and the others left, Luo Wan glanced at everyone, then leaped forcefully towards the ironclad dragon's nest. Qin Hao and Lu Chang hurriedly followed along the way. Damn, this scene is really exciting. Lu Chang and the others rushed out. Towering trees collapsed one after another, with spiritual beasts falling to the ground every 3 to 5 meters. All the way, it was the same. To be able to handle the 11th level ironclad dragon like this, only old Guo can do it, right? Qin Hao couldn't help but sigh. However, the two of them were very skillful. Digging out the beast pearls seemed like second nature to them. Each pick was accurate. Damn, Brother Wu was right. These little guys really like to cause trouble. The assistant who was with Wu Jin felt a headache. The four of them split into 3 waves. Wu Jin went to check on Guo Chen. He could only choose to follow Qin Hao and the others in a group of 2. Watching the two of them pick up the beast pearls, they couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Is this considered cheating? Or exploiting a bug? On the other side, ironclad dragon, come, have my treasures. Guo Chen dodged and ran, seizing the opportunity to even turn back and strike at the ironclad dragon. 1 slash, 1 small wound. 1 slash, 1 small wound. Obviously, his sword was sharp enough. However, the power contained in the skin and flesh of the ironclad dragon was too strong, and his strength was relatively weaker. So, he couldn't harm the vital points at all. He could only provoke the ironclad dragon even more. Roar! After being slashed by Guo Chen a dozen times, covered in blood, the ironclad dragon was completely enraged. A loud roar. Suddenly stopping, opening its mouth, a terrifying lightning gathered, and then instantly spewed towards Guo Chen. Damn, it still has a big move? Guo Chen felt the surrounding electric currents surging, his whole body numb, and his movements significantly slowed down. Roar! And the next moment, the speed of the ironclad dragon surged even more, burying its head and charging towards him. Not good, it still has tactics? Guo Chen was about to dodge, but suddenly realized that the electric current was heading towards him. Exploding, it formed a web of electricity. Was this a ceiling move? And the direction the ironclad dragon was charging in almost blocked Guo Chen's position. There was only a gap on the left. No, its tail is raised. Is its tail the finishing move? Guo Chen's reaction was also astonishing. This was a moment of instant thinking. He was completely numb. If his brain wasn't quick enough, he might have been seriously injured. Swish! Fortunately, he could teleport. With a teleport, he passed directly through the charging ironclad dragon's body, and at the same time, he swung his sword back. In fact, he not only wanted to steal the ironclad dragon's home, he also wanted the ironclad dragon's body. Roar! The ironclad dragon was slashed, roaring, sliding on the ground for dozens of meters. It even killed a spiritual beast that hadn't had time to run away. Then, it stretched its neck and looked towards its lair. Roar! It seemed to have discovered something, becoming restless, and kicked its legs. Swish! Passing over Guo Chen, it actually returned the same way it came. Its speed seemed to have increased. Xiao Wanwan, hurry, the big guy is back, I'll cover you. He quickly took out a walkie-talkie and shouted. Right, he had placed a relay station under that cliff. All four of them had a walkie-talkie. Received, we'll leave immediately. There are good things here, but there's no time to take them. Luo Wan's voice came through. In no time, Guo Chen caught up, hiding under a rock, and saw the ironclad dragon rushing into the cave. Luo Wan descended from the sky with fire wings. She smiled and said, Guo Chen, there are indeed good things inside. It's the spirit energy fruit, directly leveling up. As she spoke, she handed a white fruit the size of a thumb to Guo Chen. A top-grade spirit energy fruit? Equivalent to 10 spirit energy ores, and the absorption speed is over 100 times that of spirit energy ores? Guo Chen had seen it in the manual. However, the manual also mentioned that it was extremely rare. It should be, and Luo Wan said excitedly, there are at least 15 or 16 more in the ironclad dragon's lair. Really? Guo Chen raised his eyebrows, then suddenly realized, no wonder the spiritual energy concentration in this place is so high, and no wonder an iron-armored dragon insists on living in a cave. But, these spiritual fruits must be used by the iron-armored dragon to enhance its own level. Now that we have stolen one, it won't come out again in a short time. Luo Wan looked regretful. I'm going to claim these spiritual fruits, Guo Chen said resolutely. How could he miss such a good opportunity? 15 or 16 spiritual fruits are equivalent to 150 to 160 pieces of spiritual energy ore. Moreover, the absorption efficiency is 100 times that of spiritual energy ore. How could such a good thing be missed? But Luo Wan still looked worried, because the iron-armored dragon is really terrifying. It's almost impossible to defeat him head-on. It's getting late, let's go back to rest below the cliff, and tomorrow you guys go hunting. I'll slowly figure out how to grind it to death. Guo Chen already had a plan. He still had his trump cards. Strengthening fruit, enlightenment fruit, restoration fruit. With these three things combined, can't they grind down a mere level 11 iron-armored dragon? Soon, the two of them returned to the base of the cliff and met up with Qin Hao and Lu Chang. Old Guo, you're amazing, we've got over 100 beast pearls, all of them are above level 5. Lu Chang ran over to Guo Chen as soon as he saw him, showering him with praise. Now, when we add them up, we probably have close to 2,000 points, right? Qin Hao was also excited. Almost, if we average it out, each of us has close to 400 points, we're definitely at the top. Guo Chen nodded, accepting the pile of beast pearls handed over by Lu Chang. He knew how difficult it was to kill spiritual beasts. If it weren't for the iron-armored dragon helping out, their efficiency wouldn't be this high. Afterwards, they set up 4 sturdy tents together. 3 tents outside, Luo Wan's tent inside. They also set up a tent for bathing. Everyone took a refreshing hot bath and then returned to their tents. Of course, Lu Chang and the others already knew about the spiritual fruits. They also followed Guo Chen's arrangements. They strongly agreed that the spiritual fruit Luo Wan stole should be eaten by Guo Chen first to enhance his strength. So, at this moment, Guo Chen returned to his tent and prepared to absorb the spiritual fruit. I wonder if this spiritual fruit can help me level up. It would be great if it could. But, the chances are slim. After all, it's equivalent to a spiritual energy or with very high absorption efficiency, Guo Chen said, taking out the spiritual fruit and swallowing it. Soon, a soft and dense stream of spiritual energy continuously emanated from him. Guo Chen quickly activated the yellow dragon's true chi technique to absorb it. This absorption made him extremely happy. The efficiency was indeed more than 100 times that of absorbing spiritual energy ore. With 10 pieces of spiritual energy ore, even if he didn't stop for 24 hours a day, it would still take him over 2 days. However, this time it took less than half an hour. He completely absorbed the spiritual fruit. His strength increased significantly. Feud status panel. Host, Guo Chen. Exclusive level, 6. Assets, 262-0200, currently increasing. Asset growth rate, 10 expenditure, 50102/5000000. Physical strength, 271. 55. Wow, that's a significant increase. 10 pieces of spiritual energy ore are equivalent to 5,000 pounds of strength in both hands. Guo Chen was overjoyed. You see, the basic strength of level 10 is 225. The basic strength of level 11 is 280. Guo Chen eating this spiritual fruit is equivalent to leveling up. If given to Lu Chang, he could almost level up by 2. Take down that level 11 iron armored dragon, let them all reach the limit of level 9. What's the use of just one level 9 limit for ZZ? Guo Chen's face was excited. However, the 11th level iron armor dragon still has stronger strength than me, and it has tough skin, strong vitality, and special abilities. If I want to defeat it, I need to increase my strength, preferably increase the amplification of my ultimate move even higher. But the higher the amplification of the ultimate move, the greater the demand on the body. Anyway, I have more than 2,600,000. Should I try some strong body spirit fruits? Guo Chen thought about it and acted on it. Previously, he did not spend in the store in order to level up. Now, the benefits outweigh the costs, so he couldn't save anymore. He quickly spent 400,000 in the store to buy 10 strong body spirit fruits. 10 strong body spirit fruits are equivalent to a spiritual energy stone, 1/10 of a first-grade spiritual energy fruit. And, after he bought 10 strong body spirit fruits, the price changed again, 60,000. 6. Guo Chen gave a thumbs up. The system, indeed, is very handsome. However, although it is expensive, it is not too unreasonable. After all, a spiritual energy stone outside is worth 3 to 400,000. Moreover, even if you have the money, you may not be able to buy it. Even if you buy it, you still need time to absorb it. And these strong body spirit fruits can be bought at any time, directly absorbed, even more cost-effective than spiritual energy fruits. No need for absorption time. Money can solve problems that are not problems. What seems expensive to me now will be very cheap in the future. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and swallowed the strong body spirit fruits in one go. His body strength increased by 5. Then, he gritted his teeth again, spent 600,000, and bought another 10 strong body spirit fruits. Sure enough, after the strong body spirit fruits, the price rose to 81,000 per fruit. He then consumed these 10 strong body spirit fruits. His body strength instantly reached 281. 55. Alright, my strength has barely reached level 11. Tomorrow, I will go challenge the Iron Armor Dragon alone. Thinking of this, Guo Chen didn't sleep but continued to practice the profound yellow true dragon technique in meditation. The spiritual energy here is abundant. Practicing overnight is equivalent to consuming a strong body spirit fruit, because others are also practicing. So, by the next morning, his body strength had also reached 282.05. After 12 hours, deducting the 1 million spent last night, his assets still amounted to 2.05 million. Alright, it's dawn, time to act. Guo Chen stretched lazily and walked out of the tent directly. At this time, Luo Wan, Lu Chang, and Xin Hao had already finished washing up. The camp will not be dismantled. He waved his hand. You guys go hunting, collect more beast pearls. Of course, safety first. You be careful too. Luo Wan hurriedly reminded. Don't worry. Guo Chen waved his hand, bid farewell to everyone, and then carried his knife, quickly heading to the bottom of the water pool. He smiled and shouted into the cave, Iron Armor Dragon, come on, let's have a battle of 300 rounds. Roar! As soon as he finished speaking, the Iron Armor Dragon appeared on the stone platform, roaring fiercely at Guo Chen. Then, it leaped down and launched a fierce attack on Guo Chen. It was truly a meeting of enemies with intense hostility. Guo Chen's body strength had increased by more than 50 points compared to yesterday, and all aspects had been enhanced. The Iron Armor Dragon relentlessly pursued, spitting out strong electric lights towards Guo Chen. Guo Chen dodged once again. However, the electric arcs on the ground kept jumping, forming a dense web that made Guo Chen dare not land. Slash! In the moment of leaping, Guo Chen used teleportation to appear in front of the iron armor dragon and slashed it a dozen times. The iron armor dragon's tail slammed fiercely, and its front claws continuously countered. However, Guo Chen kept evading using teleportation. Dozens of slashes landed on the iron armor dragon, with 5 of them hitting the scars left on the dragon's neck from yesterday. Blood splattered. The wounds grew deeper and deeper. Roar! The ironclad dragon roared in pain and anger, its tail swinging fast, even sparking with electricity on its 2 front claws as it continuously attacked Guo Chen. The speed was incredibly fast. However, this only caused some hindrance to Guo Chen. In the blink of an eye, Guo Chen slashed the ironclad dragon a dozen times. However, he found that the ironclad dragon was also very clever, dodging left and right, not allowing Guo Chen to strike at a single spot. Despite the dozen slashes, it only resulted in superficial wounds. Don't blame me for using you as a target to practice my ultimate move. First Thunder Strike Slash. Kill. Guo Chen knew that without using a powerful move, it would take thousands of strikes to kill the ironclad dragon. So, he immediately teleported to avoid the terrifying tail of the ironclad dragon. Then, with a sudden burst of force, he fiercely slashed down like thunder on the ironclad dragon's back. Boom! The tremendous force sent the ironclad dragon flying back a meter or two. Blood splattered from its back, leaving a wound over 10 centimeters long. Roar! The ironclad dragon, in pain, spewed lightning towards Guo Chen. However, Guo Chen was too agile. With a teleport, he dodged the lightning. Whoosh! The ironclad dragon's tail came sweeping towards him. However, he was prepared and teleported again to find the perfect position. First Thunder Strike Slash. Kill. Boom! He unleashed another powerful move, 3 times stronger, striking the ironclad dragon's deeper wound. The ironclad dragon was once again forced back, blood gushing out more fiercely. Despite the pain, its roar grew louder. Normally, I can unleash 3 strikes with 3 times the power, but after dodging continuously today and the ironclad dragon's counterattacks, I'm a bit tired after 2 strikes. Guo Chen raised an eyebrow, then teleported 3 meters away from the enraged ironclad dragon. He smiled and beckoned. Come at me if you dare, he said, then dashed towards a distance. As expected, he ran hundreds of meters away and landed on a branch of a towering tree. The ironclad dragon roared in place, not following. Just as I thought. I don't need to repair the spirit fruit now. The prices in the shop increase every 10 purchases, which is not cost-effective. However, I can now eat the enlightenment fruit to comprehend the secrets of my ultimate move. Guo Chen spent 160,000 in the shop to buy an enlightenment fruit. He took it out from his space and consumed it. In an instant, his scalp felt electrified, his mind clear and vividly recalling the scenes of unleashing the first Thunder Strike Slash. He even felt the sensation of striking. Once, twice, thrice. Not just today's, but also the past ones. So that's how it is. I've realized it. My force application was wrong, muscle activation was wrong, psychic energy manipulation was wrong, and the feeling of striking was wrong. Guo Chen's mind was like a storm. At that moment, his comprehension seemed to increase 100-fold. His brain function, memory, and more, all increased 100-fold. So, this is what enlightenment fruit means. About 10 minutes later, I've found that feeling. The enlightenment fruit is truly amazing. Eating this one piece saved me a month of hard training. By now, he had the correct feeling of striking, and it was a very intense feeling. So, he didn't want to delay and quickly spent 80,000 in the mall to buy a repair fruit. He swallowed it in one gulp. The tearing of muscles due to exertion, physical exhaustion, and more were completely restored at that moment. There was even excess energy remaining in his body. Ironclad dragon, come at me again. Guo Chen roared and swiftly rushed to the edge of the pond. The ironclad dragon saw him and pounced once more. Guo Chen teleported, arriving at a perfect angle. First Thunder Strike Slash, kill. With a furious roar, his battle blade descended like a thunderbolt. He maintained the feeling he had comprehended before, giving it his all. Boom! One strike. The blood of the ironclad dragon splattered, flying backwards several meters. Not enough, come again. Guo Chen roared. The feeling was still there, but it seemed like he was just one step away. He immediately followed with a teleportation. Catching up, another slash. A heavy thunder strike. Boom! The ironclad dragon never expected, is this tiny guy going crazy? With a roar, he collided head-on, not dodging, and his tail suddenly smashed towards Guo Chen. The next moment, the ironclad dragon and Guo Chen both flew backwards at the same time. The ironclad dragon's blood splattered. Guo Chen felt as if his body was about to be torn apart, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Excruciating pain. Fortunately, his physical strength had increased, otherwise, he would have been seriously injured. Not enough, come again. However, at this moment, all Guo Chen could think of was breaking through the heavy thunderstrike, adrenaline surging. Who cares if it hurts or not? Anyway, there is a healing spirit fruit. Heavy thunderstrike. Before the ironclad dragon could stabilize, his figure flashed, another thunderous slash, slashing down with a bang. This time, the power increased dramatically. Breakthrough. Five-fold increase. Boom. Roar. The ironclad dragon had originally wanted to whip his tail over, but he didn't expect the human's sword speed to suddenly accelerate. The sword almost cut through his armor, almost severing his spine. His whole body was slammed to the ground. Unprecedented pain and crisis made his whole body burst with lightning, ready to launch a desperate counterattack before death. Next time, you're dead. Guo Chen also felt a great sense of crisis, teleporting immediately to create distance. Boom, boom. Sure enough, as soon as he left, the ironclad dragon released a tenfold more terrifying electric current. The ground was blasted into a charred crater. With lingering fear, he quickly dodged. Roar, roar. The ironclad dragon roared, leaping towards the cave. Is he trying to eat my spirit fruit to restore his strength and fight me to the death? You dare touch my things? Guo Chen was furious, immediately bought another healing spirit fruit from the store. Then he chased after. Seeing the spirit fruit about to be in his hands, he was going to kill this ironclad dragon even if he had to take drugs. Wu Jin, who was secretly protecting Guo Chen, raised an eyebrow. Shocked. A level 6 Guo Chen defeated a level 11 ironclad dragon? His powerful move was probably amplified fivefold? How did this little monster do it? No, his physical condition is not good right now, he can't die. Wu Jin thought, and quickly followed. Don't touch my spirit fruit, die. Guo Chen teleported continuously. After entering the waterfall cave, he quickly swallowed the healing spirit fruit. His injuries quickly healed. His physical strength and spiritual energy once again peaked. As soon as he caught up to the ironclad dragon, he swiftly raised his sword to strike. A heavy thunder strike. The sword energy was like thunder. Boom! The ironclad dragon, who was frantically trying to escape, hadn't reacted yet and was once again blasted several meters away. The huge cave wall was smashed into a big pit. Rolling blood flowed down from the shattered wall. Roar! The ironclad dragon roared in pain, breaking through the cave wall, causing the entire cave to shake. Rocks flew everywhere. However, the wound on his back not only exposed bones but also severed them. Guo Chen's sword energy even injured his internal organs. Nevertheless, he roared in anger, continuing to run towards the depths of the cave. It seemed that he knew the human in front of him was very dangerous, and only by consuming the spirit fruit originally used for breakthrough did he have a glimmer of hope. Such a strong vitality. Come again. Guo Chen felt his scalp tingling at the sight. Let alone a level 11, even if it was level 15 Chen Lingfang, standing there and letting him strike like this, he would probably die on the spot. Spirit beasts are indeed fierce. He roared, teleported again, approaching the ironclad dragon. However, the ironclad dragon suddenly stopped, and his whole body burst with electric light once again. He actually had a strategy. He wanted to lure Guo Chen over, then launch a sudden ambush. Heh, what is this in front of my teleportation? Guo Chen saw the electric light, instantly burst into teleportation again, pulled 3 meters away, and rushed into the cave, blocking the way of the ironclad dragon. Roar! The ironclad dragon was at the end of the road, one more burst, afraid that it would not have the strength anymore. It wailed in sorrow. Guo Chen also made a decisive move, a flash, and once again burst into a big move. Boom! It was the same position again. A slash. The ironclad dragon, over 5 meters in size, fell down with a bang, blood flowing like a river. What? Wu Jin, who had just chased in, was stunned to see the scene, his face full of disbelief. An 11th level ironclad dragon, dead like this? Killed by a 6th level little guy? You should know that this kind of ironclad dragon is much stronger in bloodline than ordinary wind wolves and cloud rhinoceros. 3 to 5 11th level experts have to be cautious to hunt it. Lao Wu, how am I? Am I handsome? Guo Chen, who had just burst into 2 big moves in a row, each with a 5-fold increase, felt sore all over. He saw Wu Jin, but smiled, saying as he waved his hand. The body of the 11th level ironclad dragon was then stored in his space. For a moment, the space was distorted by the squeeze. There was not much space left. It seems that I have to spend a lot of money to expand the space. This is still the expansion from the last awakening. Guo Chen couldn't help but sigh. Everything costs money. He then looked at Wu Jin. Lao Wu, wait here, I'll give you something good. No. Wu Jin waved his hand. I am here to assist in the exam. I cannot have unnecessary contact with you, let alone take your things. You don't want the spirit fruit? Guo Chen knew Wu Jin was on his side, so he planned to give him 2. After all, sharing is caring. Spirit fruit? Wu Jin was speechless for a moment. The probability of finding spirit fruit in a layer is lower than winning the jackpot in a lottery. You found it? However, he waved his hand. Don't talk about first or second grade spirit fruit, even the third grade spirit fruit I ate before, I can't take it now. I can't believe you really ate a third grade spirit fruit before. Guo Chen looked envious. No wonder Lao Wu could level up from level 10 to 15 in one go. Alright, little ancestor, I'll wait for you here, you go clean up the spoils of war. Wu Jin waved his hand. Okay, thanks Lao Wu. Guo Chen smiled and quickly rushed into the depths of the cave. The cave twisted and turned, extending several kilometers deep. No wonder Luo Wan, upon receiving the news, only had time to pick a spirit fruit and immediately run away. Once late, disaster would strike. Soon, he reached the deepest part of the cave. Sure enough, there were 16 shiny white spirit fruits hanging on vines like ivy, rich in spiritual energy, fragrant and aromatic. I'm going to make a fortune, I'll take them. Guo Chen laughed, waved his hand, and directly stored the 16 first-grade spirit fruits in his space. Ha! At this moment, Guo Chen glanced over and found 3 ironclad dragon eggs behind the vines, each larger than a basketball. Spirit beast eggs. This is extremely rare. And they were of the quality of ironclad dragons. No wonder the ironclad dragon could sense Luo Wan before, no wonder it didn't immediately eat these spirit fruits. It was for breeding offspring. Then it's my lucky day. Guo Chen smiled, reached out, and directly stored the 3 ironclad dragon eggs in his space. In this way, his space was now full. I'll have to spend money to buy space. I wonder if the price of this space will increase. Guo Chen was speechless. Later, in the store panel, he continuously purchased 101 cubic space, spending 1 million. However, the good news was that the price of this item would not increase no matter how many were bought. In this way, he now had over 400 cubic spaces. Although not very large, it was equivalent to the space of a one-story building of over 100 square meters. However, for now, we can only make do. I'm leaving. This time, I've made progress. I'll give each of them 3 spiritual energy fruits, which should be enough for them to reach the 9th level limit. I'll take the remaining 7. Our whole team's strength can be boosted again. Awesome. Guo Chen had a smile on his face at this moment. Later, he left the cave but did not see Wu Jin. Most likely, Wu Jin had hidden again to avoid suspicion. He smiled, feeling refreshed, left the cave, and picked up the walkie-talkie. Xiao Huan, Lao Lu, Lao Qin, return to the camp. We've got the spiritual fruits. Wow, that's great. We're heading back now. You too, make sure to take the beast pearls before you come back. Laughter and Luo Wan's urging came from the other side. Guo Chen didn't say much. He jumped off the stone slab and quickly returned to the camp. It seemed quite safe under this cliff. They had been gone for so long, and the camp was not destroyed. After a while, they saw Luo Wan and the others running back quickly. Lu Chang and Qin Hao were covered in blood. Luo Wan was fine. It seemed that the 3 of them had also gained a lot of training. It's still early now. Let's quickly eat the spiritual fruits, absorb them, and then go to the habitat of the water spirit rhinoceros. Today is the 2nd day, and tomorrow is the last day. Guo Chen said as he threw 3 spiritual energy fruits to each person. Take them, 3 for each of you, 7 for me. Any objections? 3 each? Is it too much since we didn't contribute much? Yeah, Guo Chen. Lu Chang and the others felt a bit embarrassed. Guo Chen chuckled, we are a team. I already took the lion's share, don't say more, hurry up. Whoever hasn't reached the 9th level limit, I'll beat them. Okay, Lao Guo, I love you. Seeing this, Lu Chang didn't linger. He took the fruits and ran back to his tent. Lao Guo, thank you. Qin Hao looked serious. Originally, he just wanted to try cooperating with Guo Chen. But he didn't expect Guo Chen to be so generous. He was truly impressed. After saying that, he also left. Guo Chen, thank you. Luo Wan said, then she approached Guo Chen and kissed him on the face. Blushing, she turned and ran away. Guo Chen was stunned, touched his face, this rascal, taking advantage of me. With a smile, he teleported into his tent. He sat cross-legged. He took out the fruits and stuffed them into his mouth. 3.5 hours later. Wow, this feels great. These spiritual energy fruits are amazing. In 3 hours, it's equivalent to absorbing 70 spiritual energy ores. 100 times more efficient, truly remarkable. Guo Chen absorbed all 7 spiritual energy fruits in one go, and his body strength surged by 350. This was like doubling his strength. Status panel. Guo Chen couldn't wait and called out. Host, Guo Chen. Exclusive level, 6. Assets, 992,200, currently increasing. Asset growth rate, 10 expenditure, 50102/5000000. Body strength, 635. 05. Body strength 635, equivalent to having over 60,000 caddies of strength in my hands. It's already equivalent to level 15. Lao Chen was quite arrogant, right? Let's see how many blows he can take from me now. And Hong Chi, who threatened me before, I'll catch up to you soon. Guo Chen was excited. His strength had increased significantly this time. Of course, it was also due to good luck to be able to get so many spiritual energy fruits. He laughed and walked out. At this moment, Luo Wan was already on guard outside. Guo Chen walked over. How are you doing? I've reached the 9th level limit. The spiritual energy fruits feel powerful. It won't be long before I break through the bottleneck and reach level 10. Luo Wan was excited. How about you? Me? Guo Chen shrugged. My talent is not high. I took 7 pills, but I am still at level 6. What? At this moment, Xin Hao, who had just finished practicing, walked out with a raised eyebrow. How is that possible? He looked Guo Chen up and down. Do you want to go check it out? But don't be too hasty, maybe there are other reasons. I'm not in a hurry. Guo Chen smiled. Although I am still at level 6, my strength has reached 63,000 kilograms. What? Luo Wan and Xin Hao exclaimed at the same time. This is equivalent to level 15. What's going on? Guo Chen touched his nose. I don't know either, maybe. My physique is special? Definitely. Xin Hao nodded, then looked enviously. Lao Guo, your physique is too strong, there is no bottleneck in strength improvement, and your spiritual energy conversion rate is too high. Guo Chen, I feel like your talent must be SSS level. Luo Wan also looked happy. Alright, let's not talk about it. We are so lucky this time. When Lao Lu comes out, we will immediately go to the habitat of the water spirit rhinoceros. Guo Chen waved his hand. Xin Hao volunteered. I'll roast the meat and cook. Guo Chen and Luo Wan exchanged a smile and went to help. For lunch, they had roasted meat of a level 6 spirit beast. They drank over 1,000 yuan worth of XO. While eating and chatting, they shared their experiences with each other. They also talked about which school to attend. Xin Hao, who originally planned to go to Qingbei, made a decision to join Shude with Guo Chen. After the meal, they each practiced for a while. Ha ha ha. Lu Chang ran out laughing loudly. I have reached the limit of level 9. I have reached the limit of level 9. When he ran out, everyone looked at him calmly. Xin Hao patted Lu Chang on the shoulder. The 3 of us have all reached the limit of level 9. 3? Lu Chang was stunned. Xin Hao smiled, except for Guo Chen, who was still at level 6. Lu Chang was dumbfounded. Xin Hao added, his strength is comparable to level 15. Damn, beast. Lu Chang's excitement of breakthrough disappeared instantly. They packed up the camp with everyone. Guo Chen waved his hand with a smile. Let's go to the next destination. Then, they quickly ran out of the forest and headed northeast. When they entered the forest, they were still a team of level 6 or 7. Now, except for Guo Chen, they were all at the limit of level 9. But looking at the data, they were all extremely powerful. After leaving the forest, they drove all the way to the northeast corner, where the habitat of level 8 or 9 spirit beasts was located. Along the way, they killed many spirit beasts. It was around 5 o'clock in the afternoon when they finally found the habitat of the water spirit rhinoceros. It was a mud pool as big as an inland lake. The small water spirit rhinoceros was 2 meters tall, and the large ones were 3 to 4 meters tall. The strongest one was the level 8 water spirit rhinoceros. When they arrived, there were already dozens of people besieging the water spirit rhinoceros here. It's Chi Zimu. They parked the car, and Luo Wan saw the leader. Chi Zimu also held a war knife, with domineering moves that made the water spirit rhinoceros stumble. However, the water spirit rhinoceros was known for its defense. Its skin toughness was not much different from the quality of an ironclad dragon. Chizimu and dozens of people were still struggling to attack the outer perimeter of the level 5 or 6 water spirit rhinoceros. It was very difficult. Their arrival also attracted attention. Several gazes looked over. Oh, it's Guo Chen and the others. So arrogant, driving in the spirit realm. Look at their clothes, so clean. Could it be that they haven't been in battle? Everyone was surprised to see them. The 4 of them got out of the car. Well, lucky us. With them here, helping us contain the outer water spirit rhinoceros, we've saved a lot of trouble. Guo Chen took out his war knife from the space while smiling. Then shall we go directly to kill that level 8 water spirit rhinoceros? Xin Hao asked. Yes. Guo Chen nodded, waved his hand. Let's do it. Good. The 4 were about to rush towards the 8th level water spirit rhino. Stop. Just then, Shizumu pushed back a 6th-level water spirit rhino, blocking Guo-chan and the others' path with a dozen people. This is our territory, none of your business. Don't think about taking advantage. How can such a big place be yours? Guo-chan looked at Shizumu, changed the subject, and, can you stop the prey I have my eyes on? With that, he suddenly swung his knife towards Shizumu. Fight? Just you guys? Everyone, attack. Shizumu's eyes were sharp. Guo-chan was strong on his own, but they had more people. He roared, and the others were about to confront Guo-chan and his group. But before his words fell, the war knife in his hand blocked in front of him. Boom! He was sent flying hundreds of meters away. Puffed blood sprayed like a fountain. He even knocked over a 5th-level water spirit rhino. Ah! Shizumu widened his eyes, looking at the precious 1st-level alloy war knife's blade mark. Holding his chest in intense pain, he felt unbelievable. Guo-chan's strike just now was just a casual swing, without any technique. Want to fight? Guo-chen turned his head to the other students preparing to fight, smiled slightly, and asked. This, so fierce. Most people were stunned, their movements stopped. Guo-chen, don't be too arrogant. At this time, another 8th-level student from Qizhong angrily said, we only have a dozen people surrounding you. What about your other 3 teammates? What about it? Lu Chang raised his eyebrows. I'm at the 9th-level limit. I'll beat you up. What else can you do? As he spoke, his whole body's aura unfolded. Ah, 9th-level limit? The 8th-level student from Qizhong exclaimed. Is the 9th-level limit rare? I am too. Xinhao chuckled, secretly encouraged, his blood boiling, aura emanating. Me too. Luo Wan did the same, displaying her aura. 3 9th-level limits, their auras soaring, stunned everyone. When they arrived, wasn't Shizumu the only 9th-level limit in the whole city? Damn, finally, someone couldn't bear it and cursed. What? Shizumu, who had just recovered a bit, spat out blood. Shocking. Too shocking. The people with Shizumu were completely stunned. Guo-chen alone was already outrageous. How did his teammates suddenly reach the 9th-level limit? Fight? Guo-chen asked with a smile. Let's go. Shizumu walked over with a stern face, glared at Guo-chen, and shouted loudly to the crowd. They were no match for Guo-chen. There was no way. With his shout, even those in the midst of battle could only retreat. Oh, wait a minute. Just then, Guo-chen stopped Shizumu. What's the matter? Shizumu turned back fiercely. Guo-chen smiled. Go tell the other teams, we have a beast core worth over 3,000 points here. If they want it, they can come and try to take it from us with more people. Over 3,000 points? Shizumu widened his eyes. Their team only had 500 to 600 points. Killing spirit beasts was not that easy. How did these freaks manage it? He couldn't help but doubt life. He took a deep breath, nodded. All right, Guo-chen, you wait. After speaking, he left without looking back. Ha ha, Lu Chang couldn't help but laugh. Old Gua, this is so enjoyable. Look at how they are fuming. Poor city's first place. Xinhao shrugged. Shizumu was considered very outstanding in terms of talent and background. Unfortunately, he met Guo-chen. Roar, and at this moment, the water spirit rhino herd saw that Guo-chen and the others did not leave, and issued a roar of warning. What are you shouting for? Lu Chang shouted loudly. Guo-chen waved his hand. We only take that level 8 water spirit rhino, forget about the others. The manual also mentioned before. Our battle with the spirit beasts is only at the current stage. We have developed the land, they will naturally go where they should go. Don't be too extreme, he said, lifting his battle knife. You guys lead them outside, I will deal with the level 8 water spirit rhino. Okay. Luo Wan and the others nodded busily. Swish. Guo-chen leaped directly, jumping over the group of water spirit rhinos, and arrived in front of the level 8 leader. First thunder strike slash. Kill. Boom, he leaped over and directly unleashed a powerful move. The blade light was like thunder, directly crashing down. Roar, the level 8 water spirit rhino let out a loud roar. But, the next moment, its head was directly chopped off. The huge body fell to the ground with a bang. Got it! Guo-chen swiftly reached out his hand, and the body of the water spirit rhino entered his space, filling up his space once again. Snap, then, he stood directly on the back of a level 6 water spirit rhino. Roar, roar, roar. With the leader falling, the water spirit rhinos felt a great threat and impact. They turned and ran wildly towards the distance. The earth trembled in response. Guo-chen flashed and had already returned to Luo Wan and the others. The survival of the fittest, there is no other way. Guo-chen looked at the running water spirit rhinos, shrugged. Animals need territory, and humans also need territory. The key lies in balance. Too much is as bad as too little. These days, he had his own thoughts. Killing spirit beasts, just like ancient hunting, is for needs. However, everything must have a limit. But, they are currently in the stage of pioneering, exploring. This is also inevitable. Fortunately, it is said that the spirit world is vast. Incredibly vast. This is an opportunity for humanity. No country will miss this opportunity. Alright, we only have one last task left this time, obsidian. Guo Chen was also a bit tired. He waved his hand. After collecting the obsidian, let's go block the entrance to Qingcheng. Okay. Everyone nodded busily. They immediately got into the car and drove towards the direction of the obsidian crystal mine. In fact, for others, traveling at night without a supply point or rest area meant danger. And they couldn't get good rest either. Guo Chen and his group were different. In a circle, they were now walking horizontally. Moreover, with Guo Chen, the spatial ability user, it was comfortable to stay overnight anywhere. So, they kept on the road. Until it was almost dark, they found a hill, set up camp, and rested after eating. The next morning, as soon as it was light, they ate something quickly and continued on their way. Before long, they arrived at a canyon. They parked the car. They walked into the canyon. The obsidian crystal mine was marked in this area, but finding crystal mines like this depended on luck. Otherwise, there would be no need for them to search. Should I say it or not, although the spirit world is a bit dangerous, the scenery is very good, all kinds of plants, some of which I have never seen before. Lu Chang said as he walked. Luo Wan couldn't help but say, what exactly is this spirit world? Just like the primitive continent, without even people. Xin Hao shook his head. I heard that the big shots of level 50 or 60 have ventured deep into the spirit world alone. It is said that going inside, there is a sea, passing through the mirage. We have also observed city buildings. There must be people in the depths of the spirit world. People? Upon hearing this, some people were somewhat encouraged. However, Lu Chang suddenly asked, Lao Qin, did you make this up? Can you really get in touch with big shots at level 50 or 60? Xin Hao's family is a branch of the Qin family in the capital, Luo Wan reminded Lu Chang. Oh, Lu Chang's eyes lit up, then he asked again, have those big shots crossed that sea? I heard they couldn't. Xin Hao shook his head. I don't know the specifics, just what I heard at gatherings. When there's a chance in the future, I'll introduce you to some people from the Qin family for you to meet and ask yourselves. Okay, Guo Chen was also very curious, but he waved his hand. Let's not talk about that for now. Exploration is necessary, and so is development. This is a global opportunity. Not to mention the people in the depths of the spiritual realm, even the competition on Earth is fierce. When the disparity in power becomes too great, war may break out. The initial unrest has been suppressed, but true turmoil may still be brewing. He continued to share his understanding as they walked. That's right, Luo Wan nodded. Guo Chen, you're absolutely right. My grandfather said the same. That's why there's an urgent need to establish a spiritual academy to enhance our country's strength. Let's all work hard. Turbulent times are a challenge, but also an opportunity, Guo Chen said with a smile. Just as they were talking, they had already entered the valley and saw a group of snarling, red-furred, sharp-toothed and clawed spirit wolves. They bared their teeth at them. In the distance, there were also several 2 to 3 meters tall black apes hidden behind the dense foliage. This is close to the second circle. Be careful, don't provoke them, and focus on obtaining obsidian. Guo Chen waved his hand, and the group moved closer. At the same time, their blood and energy surged, releasing their aura. This was the experience they had summarized over the past few days. Spiritual beasts mainly look at aura. When your aura is strong, weaker spiritual beasts dare not offend you, which can reduce a lot of trouble. Indeed, as soon as they released their aura, the spirit wolves gradually retreated. The black apes hiding in the depths also remained still. Hey, is that obsidian? After walking more than a kilometer in the valley, Luo Wan suddenly pointed to a spot over 100 meters high on the left and asked. Guo Chen took a look. It was a pile of protruding black stones emitting a faint light, very similar to the recorded obsidian. It should be. It's actually growing out. I thought we had to dig it out of the ground like other ores. Lu Chang also chimed in. There's another pile over there. Luo Wan pointed to another direction, not only there, but also further away. They're all on the cliffs, and so high up. Unless you can fly, it's really hard to get them down. Xin Hao looked in the direction and furrowed his brow. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to reach them. I can't either. Luo Wan shook her head. Even with my fire wings, I can only fly for a few minutes, and the higher I fly, the more energy it consumes. I'll give it a try. Guo Chen figured out that the 3 items proposed by the grocery store owner were probably easy to obtain, especially the water spirit rhinoceros. However, the water spirit rhinoceros was the largest group he had seen in these 3 days, and the target was still the leader. Without Guo Chen's teleportation and strong power, it would be quite difficult. Saying that, he exerted force with his legs and leaped up suddenly. With over 60,000 pounds of force, he directly rushed to a spot over 100 meters high. With a wave of his hand, the second-level alloy war knife made several cuts, creating a deep groove on the mountainside next to the obsidian ore. He reached into the groove and then aimed the knife at the edge of the obsidian ore pile. With a clang, sparks flew. Fortunately, the second-level alloy war knife, priced at 500 pieces per gram, was not an ordinary item. This first-class ore-like obsidian was as easy to cut as tofu. The obsidian ore pile was instantly slashed away. He reached out and with a thought, the obsidian ore pile was brought into his space. It weighs over 20 kilograms, but who knows how much pure obsidian there is. Guo Chen felt it and was about to speak when suddenly a black fluid gushed out from under the obsidian ore pile, making a chittering sound. Guo Chen, be careful! Everyone shouted in a hurry. Damn! Ants? Such big ants! In that instant, Guo Chen recognized them and his scalp went numb. He loosened his grip, kicked his feet, and flew backward. Then, with a teleport, he moved further away by over 10 meters. At his speed, he barely avoided the surging ant swarm. Those ants were as big as thumbs with black spikes on their tails. There were so many of them. Just the ones gushing out numbered in the hundreds. Once they reached him, he would probably be devoured completely. After all, they were numerous and small. Once entangled, it was hard to break free. Bang, he somersaulted in the air and landed on the ground. Xiaowan, let's burn them! Guo Chen shouted immediately. As he landed, a dense swarm of large ants gushed out from the bottom of the obsidian ore pile like a spring. They rushed towards them along the mountain wall. His knife was useless against these ants. They were small and numerous. Alright, Luo Wan wasted no time. She activated her psychic power, spread her fire wings, floated in the air, and shot out scorching fireballs at the ants. Sizzle! Luo Wan's flames, brought by her S-level talent, were too intense for these small ants to withstand. The fireballs exploded upon impact, engulfing the ants in flames. The burning ants turned into ashes instantly. Xiaowan, I'll carry you. Let's go burn the ant nest. Guo Chen gritted his teeth, rushed over, lifted Luo Wan onto his shoulders, and leaped up. Then, with a teleport, they were gone. Without hesitation, Luo Wan hurled several fireballs at the ant nest. Boom, boom. The cave exploded. Sharp chittering sounds came from the ant nest. Seeing Guo Chen and the others descending, he teleported again, grabbing the deep trench he had cut and shouted, "There are more inside, let's continue." He didn't know if these ants were like the relentless army ants in the movies. So, he had to act decisively. Alright, Luo Wan wasted no time. She spread her fire wings, flew over, and shot a dozen fireballs at the ant nest. The cave cracked open several tens of centimeters. Exhausted, she flew back, blushing, and sat on Guo Chen's shoulders. I'm running out of psychic power. That's enough, I'll take you back. Guo Chen smiled, let go of her, and fell towards the ground. He also noticed that as they progressed in their cultivation, everyone's situation became more different. He relied solely on explosive power. Aside from his spatial ability, he had no other means. Therefore, his strength and speed surpassed those of the same level. Luo Wan, an elemental type, almost converted her psychic power into flames. Her physical strength was definitely stronger than an average person. However, in terms of pure strength, she was no match for power-based individuals. The same was true for Qin Hao. His spirit weapon, the flying sword, grew stronger, and its explosive power increased. But his physical strength was lacking. On the other hand, Lu Chang focused on combat strength based on physical abilities, albeit enhancing his diamond surface. After landing, Luo Wan jumped off Guo Chen's shoulders. She wiped her sweat, trying to hide her embarrassment. She asked, "What do we do next? Are there ants like this under every ore pile? I don't know, but we have to give it a try. After all, this obsidian, the black-hearted boss is pricing it at 100 yuan per gram, so its value must be even higher." Guo Chen had no intention of giving up. He patted Luo Wan on the shoulder. "Thank you for your hard work. Take a break, and then we'll continue." "Okay." Luo Wan smiled and quickly sat down to recover, circulating her cultivation technique to absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. "Yeah!" Just then, from the ant nest that had been blown open earlier, there suddenly came a sharp and piercing sound. With a bang, the next moment, the entrance to the cave suddenly exploded, and a black, semi-transparent ant with cloud-like patterns and extremely long antennae, standing half the height of a person, rushed out. Its compound eyes flickered with flames, as if uncontrollably angry. Its densely packed feet were all as sharp as knife points. It flew from a height of over 100 meters, and its front feet, like knife points, were already stabbing straight towards Guo Chen. The attack was extremely fierce. "Damn, is this the Ant Queen? Lao Lu, Lao Qin, protect Xiaowan." Guo Chen shouted, waved his hand, and a second-level alloy war knife appeared in his hand. Clang! He blocked with his sword. Sparks flew. He was shaken several meters back on the ground. With a strong shake, he sent the Ant Queen flying, crashing into the cliff with a bang. Level 10. This Ant Queen was a level 10 spirit beast. Damn, it's so big, how did it hide in the cave? Lu Chang exclaimed, shielding Luo Wan. Xin Hao also came to stand in front of Luo Wan, his flying sword floating beside him on guard, and said, "This is the Ant Queen, be careful, it can summon others of its kind from elsewhere." Ya. Before Xin Hao could finish speaking, the Ant Queen raised its head and let out a series of sharp screams. The sharp sound waves were extremely piercing. Damn, it's so annoying. Guo Chen wanted to cover his ears, but then he was surprised to find that the obsidian or pile they had seen before was shaking violently. Some cracks in the mountain walls were also shaking, giving the impression of an overwhelming force. It seemed like the mountain was about to collapse. Howl. Almost simultaneously, the spiritual beasts in the valley also began to panic and roar in alarm. With a crashing sound, after each half-person high hole cracked open in the mountain walls, it was as if hundreds of giant water pipes were spraying water. Countless large ants, densely packed and hair-raising, surged out layer by layer. And the Ant Queen continued to screech. The more it screeched, the more water pipes and ants there were. Damn! Run! Shaowan, let's go! Guo Chen and the others watched in horror as within a few breaths, tens of thousands of ants had gathered in the valley, converging towards them. Moreover, this number was increasing at an accelerating rate. Guo Chen shouted, summoned his Spirit Realm 9, called the three of them, and quickly jumped into the car. Buzz! He stepped on the accelerator to the maximum. The engine emitted a sharp whine. The Spirit Realm 9 shot out like lightning. Guo Chen quickly activated the autopilot and looked through the rearview mirror. Countless ants were rushing out, and the other spiritual beasts in the valley were following them, not chasing Guo Chen and his group. They were being chased by these terrifying ants. Some of the slower ones turned into skeletons in an instant. Guo Chen's earlier speculation was correct. These ants, with characteristics similar to army ants, were even more terrifying than army ants. Damn, run, these little guys have stirred up an ant tide. These are mining ants, I didn't expect there to be so many here. I'll carry you. Wu Jin was originally some distance away from Guo Chen and the others, but when he noticed, he immediately picked up the assistant and ran as fast as he could. The speed is faster than Guo Chen's car. He ran while shouting at a device in his hand, Minister Luo, please pay attention. Minister Luo, please pay attention. A mine ant tide is happening in the northeast direction, with an initial estimate of 1 million levels. Notify the evacuation immediately. Notify the evacuation immediately. What? 1 million level mine ant tide? What's going on? Luo Hong was monitoring this survey. Today is the last day. He was particularly attentive. However, upon hearing Wu Jin's words, he immediately had the monitoring screen switched to the northeast direction. On the screen transmitted by the drone matrix, there was a dense ant tide like a tide. Everyone was horrified. This kind of ant tide could be fatal even for level 3 or 4 cultivators. Moreover, it could easily trigger accompanying conditions, such as a rat tide, such as a beast tide. In the spirit world, there were also many groups of spirit beasts and rats. As for the beast tide, it was not impossible. Absolutely do not trigger a rat tide or a beast tide, otherwise it will be even more terrifying. Absolutely not. Luo Hong prayed a few words and then shouted, all invigilators, please pay attention, all invigilators, immediately lead all students in the area to the southern district. He repeated this 3 times. Then, the students who were making the final sprint in the east and north districts were immediately forced to leave by the invigilators. The students shouted in panic. However, when they saw from a distance that some spirit beasts were running collectively on the plain, they were also frightened. Subsequently, they followed the invigilators and ran wildly. Damn, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Guo Chen drove while lamenting, this unscrupulous shopkeeper, isn't he setting us up? Why didn't he tell us there were ants under the obsidian, and so many of them? Yes, once we're out, we'll settle the score with him. Lu Chang lamented. You know, they were still terrified. Forget it, we ran out, that's the right thing to do. The ants behind us shouldn't chase us for long. Luo Wan hurriedly assessed the situation. In this spirit world, some places are indeed very dangerous. It's so easy to attract such a huge disaster. Xin Hao also felt lingering fear. They had been very smooth all the way, but at this point, he finally realized that the spirit world was not a tourist destination. But, are we just going to leave like this? Guo Chen suddenly asked. The other 3 people in the car all looked at him in shock. Old Guo, don't mess around, I don't want to go to my death in this situation. Lu Chang widened his eyes. Xin Hao also smacked his lips. What are you thinking? This is very dangerous, right? Luo Wan pointed outside. Gui Chen, look, our instructor is carrying the invigilator and running, let's go back. Everyone looked in the direction she pointed. Sure enough, Wu Jin was carrying the invigilator, almost keeping pace with them. Guo Chen waved at Wu Jin and then pulled the car over, asking, Old Wu, are you tired? Do you want to get in the car? Wu Jin gave him a look. I'm level 25, what's this little effort? Guo Chen gave him a thumbs up. Old Wu, you're awesome. By the way, I have a question. How can we bypass these ant tides and go back to destroy their nest? I'm thinking, their nest must have good stuff. Don't mess around. Wu Jin's eyes widened. Guo Chen, let me tell you, these are mine ants. They grow up eating refined ore. Their teeth are no worse than your level 2 alloy battle knife. If you let them burrow into your clothes, you'll shed skin even if you don't die. Refined ore? Guo Chen raised an eyebrow. So you mean, they collect nectar like bees to make honey? What can obsidian make? The invigilator carried by Wu Jin was stunned. Big brother Wu was warning you about the danger, right? What are you thinking? Wu Jin was so angry that he blew his beard. Gui Chen, I warn you, if you dare to go back now, I will immediately apply to revoke your qualification for this test. Don't get excited, don't get excited. Guo Chen waved his hand. After listening to Wu Jin's explanation, he understood that there must be something more valuable than obsidian in the ant nest. Itchy in his heart. However, he also knew that it was very dangerous now. Millions of mineral ants were chasing after them. Hundreds of spiritual beasts were gnawed to pieces. It was still very dangerous for him to go back. He smiled. I will go back to try again with better equipment when I become stronger. Wu Jin was speechless. I advise you not to act recklessly. Acting recklessly will really get you killed. Okay. Guo Chen smiled and asked again, are you sure you don't want to get on the car? No. Wu Jin was proud. Alright. Guo Chen smiled, stepped on the gas, and drove out while chatting. Slowly, he saw a group of panicked and lovely classmates. They were running madly with the invigilators. Of course, slowly, the tide of mineral ants gradually moved away and did not continue to chase. He greeted the students with his hand out of the car window. Hello, classmates. Is the ant tide exciting? You, the student who was sweating profusely, glared fiercely at Gui Chen. Too annoying. Guo Chen added, exciting, right? We caused it. After saying that, he drove away. Damn, is this Gui Chen a troublemaker? Everyone howled to the sky. Anger filled the air. And this news spread quickly, and soon, thousands of students, hundreds of invigilators, all knew. The ant tide was caused by Gui Chen. Overthrow Gui Chen. Take his beast pearls. Quick, go to the entrance of Qingqing to stop him. For a while, the slogans grew louder and louder. All students seemed to have united. Near the entrance of Qingqing, more and more students gathered. Minister Luo, something is wrong. Now more than 1,000 students are all shouting to overthrow Gui Chen. Minister, should we intervene? Will Gui Chen be beaten to death? Please instruct, Minister. Each invigilator was also nervous. This Gui Chen was too arrogant. However, they couldn't just watch Gui Chen be beaten to death. Let them fight. Luo Hong received the message and said, spread the word, if Gui Chen is defeated, the reward will double, if he is not defeated, the reward will be halved. In addition, the same goes for Gui Chen. If he defeats everyone, the reward will double. If he is defeated or surrenders, the original reward will be halved. Of course, Wu Jin, you should keep an eye on him and make sure he is not beaten to death. He issued orders one by one. Then, with the principal present, he walked towards the city wall. Principal Zhang of Gui Chen's school, walking in somewhat worriedly asked, Minister Luo, is this too radical? Regardless of who loses, the losses are too great, they have just started. Radical? Luo Hong suddenly stopped, looked at Principal Zhang, and sneered, haven't you seen some students whose talents have inflated their egos to the sky? They all think they are the pride of heaven? Do you think we have a lot of time? Let me tell you, the appearance of the spirit realm, whether it is a blessing or a curse, no one can say for sure. There are already strong people who have discovered a barrier deep in the spirit realm, through which they can see human buildings outside the barrier. And, there are already very strong people investigating the barrier. How strong are those very strong people? Who knows? Level 70? Level 80? Or 100? Or surpassing 100? Let me ask you, once these people come to our Earth now, who knows what the consequences will be? Luo Hong's words were severe and deliberate. This. Principal Zhang was speechless, with waves of shock in his heart. This is just the external threat. Luo Hong said coldly, even if the barrier is not broken, every country is progressing rapidly. I, as a lover of peace in the Chinese civilization, What about other countries? Especially the Yangtze Empire. What will happen when they possess such great power? Let me tell you, having a sword in hand and not using it is two different concepts. He stared at Principal Zhang. I also tell you, dignity is only on the sword peak, truth is only within the range of cannons. If you are weak, you will be beaten. So, these students must face setbacks, then learn from their shame, and finally become the pillars of the nation. Become the guardians of the Chinese civilization. He said, his tone softening. I know you are worried about Guo Chen, he is a good seedling in your school. If he is not afraid, what are you afraid of? If he wants to become the top genius, I will let him. He patted Principal Zhang again. If he performs well this time, he may be absorbed into the genius class program. That is where he can show his talents. Genius class program? Principal Zhang's eyes lit up, but the threshold for the genius class program is S-level talent, under 25 years old, above level 20. He has a chance, Luo Hong said with a smile. Oh, I see. Principal Zhang suddenly realized. Luo Hong's move not only motivated the students, but also increased Guo Chen's qualifications, attracting attention from higher-ups. The genius class program is where true guardians of the nation are nurtured. Let's go, take a look. Luo Hong smiled. I hope Guo Chen won't disappoint me this time. While Luo Hong was talking, Guo Chen's car had already entered the southern area, and the magnificent Qingcheng still under construction could be seen from afar. And a dense crowd of students standing a kilometer in front of the city wall. Old Guo, you've caused a big trouble this time. Do we really have to face 1,000 opponents? They had already been informed. Lu Chang was a bit nervous. What if they were at the 9th level limit? There were over 1,000 people, and there were many awakened individuals with all sorts of strange abilities. Scared? Guo Chen smiled slightly. This is the effect I want. Having strength but hiding it is useless. I understand now. The situation is not as good as we thought. The higher-ups must be in a hurry. In a hurry to cultivate a group of talents. If you hide your strength, who will know you? No matter how high your talent is, it's useless without resources. He waved his hand, and by making a scene like this, haven't we also gained an opportunity? The previous first place reward was 120 spirit energy stones. If we get first place, it doubles to 240. Now, if we defeat all of them, the first place reward will be 480. That makes sense. Lu Chang nodded involuntarily. Xinhao also smiled. With the beast orbs we have, it's no problem to take the top 4. Defeating 1,000 people, then doubling the reward, it's a rare opportunity. It's quite exciting. Guo Chen thought for a moment, then immediately spent 320,000 in the store to buy 4 restoring spirit fruits. He handed the fruits to everyone, one for each person. If you can't hold on, eat it, it will restore your condition completely, like a senzu bean from Dragon Ball. Ah, senzu bean? Is it that powerful? Old Guo, where did you get this? Everyone was shocked. This was an incredibly valuable item. Stop talking nonsense. Do you want it or not? If not, I'll take it back. Guo Chen glared at Lu Chang. Yes, of course. Lu Chang immediately took one. Guo Chen, thanks. Xinhao understood the value of this thing even more than Lu Chang. He was even more touched. Guo Chen, thank you. Luo Wan was very happy. Everyone carefully put away the restoring spirit fruits. Let's work hard, strive for a big win. If we win this round, we'll have enough resources to last a long time. Guo Chen waved his hand. The crowd nodded vigorously. Before long, their car stopped in front of the crowd. Hundreds of people ahead. Groups of people kept running from behind. They looked at Guo Chen and others with anger. Guo Chen, you're dead this time. Either admit defeat quickly, or be beaten into an idiot. Guo Chen, your doomsday has come. A group of people got off the car and shouted at Guo Chen, who was storing the car in the space. You want me to admit defeat? Guo Chen glanced at the crowd. Have you grown an extra mouth, or gained another father? He waved his hand. The 4 of us, challenging 1,000 of you, all feel like bullying the weak. But, he chuckled, what else are you weaklings for if not to bully? Offer incense to the Buddha? Damn it, even at death's door, you dare to talk tough. Kill him, we must kill him. The crowd was taunted and their anger soared. Enough. Just then, Luo Hong took the megaphone and shouted from the city wall, the first senior high school mock test, final round. Guo Chen's team challenges all other examinees. The winner, in addition to the previous rewards, will be doubled. The loser, on the basis of the original reward, will be halved. The only rule is to allow serious injuries, no disabilities, no deaths, and no pursuit of those who surrender. The victory condition is the annihilation of either side. Next, begin. Luo Hong's words immediately pumped everyone up like chicken blood. Kill them. Charge. Take down Guo Chen. More than 1,000 people rushed forward without hesitation. all wanting to take down Gui Chen. However, with so many people and no command, a crush and stampede occurred. Fortunately, the people present had strong physical fitness. Even if they were trampled, it wouldn't be a big problem. However, the strength of over 1,000 people couldn't be fully utilized. A bunch of scattered soldiers, it's not even interesting to fight you. Guo Chen said, waving his hand, same old rules, you three back to back. I'll draw away the main force and assist when free. As soon as he finished speaking, he wielded a second-level alloy war knife and with a fierce backhand blow, sent a person flying. His power was terrifying. Even without exerting full force, these students couldn't withstand it. With one slash, the leading 8th grade student was sent flying like a cannonball, knocking down over a dozen people. And this was just the appetizer. Guo Chen was like a fierce tiger among sheep, swinging his knife back, smashing fiercely. Not a single person could withstand his blow. Bang bang bang. Those hit by him screamed in pain, either with fractured bones or severe internal injuries, spitting blood. Guo Chen is so terrifying. His power is too horrifying. None of us can withstand a single blow from him. Just 1 minute into the fight, these people were already terrified. And it wasn't just Gui Chen. Lu Chang and the other two were also extremely powerful. Lu Chang defended in the front, while Luo Wan and Qin Hao provided support from behind. Even without killing or maiming, their power could be fully unleashed. In a blink of an eye, they also knocked down over a dozen people. It was a complete rout. See, these people, if not dealt with, once they really hit the battlefield in the future, they'll be useless. Luo Han's face turned grim at the sight. The principals opened their mouths, wanting to explain, but they weren't ready to touch this moldy situation. However, upon reflection, it made sense. In normal times, such student performance would be fine. But in an emergency situation, the enemy wouldn't care if you were a student or a civilian. However, students have their advantages. They may have little practical experience and may seem inadequate at first, but their learning ability is strong. It's also easy to adapt. So, everyone listen to my command. Those who are not power-based, whose physical strength is not enough, quickly step back and open up your position with them. Power-based individuals, get close, don't be afraid of getting beaten. Those attacking the three on the left, why are you queuing up? Power-based individuals rush in, restrain them. Those who can attack from a distance, seize the opportunity. Those with control abilities, first control the person with the diamond surface. At this moment, Shi Zimu saw that something was wrong, quickly found a high place, and shouted loudly. The previously disordered students suddenly began to cooperate. Power-based individuals move forward. Long-range and control types move backward. For a while, it caused quite an impact on Guo Chen. Boom boom boom. Some fireballs, wind blades, and even lightning struck towards him. Fortunately, these people were of average strength and shooting speed, and he could easily cut them down with his sword. But things were tough for Lu Chang and his group. 3 people were surrounded by hundreds. Despite having a slight advantage before, after Chi Zimu's command and the students gradually finding their attacking rhythm, they were defeated. Oh, damn, who's shocking me? You said no permanent damage, yet you're cutting me with a blade? Do you believe I'll cut you back? Lu Chang was screaming in pain. The diamond surface on his body was shattered by the blows. Qin Hao and Luo Wan were forced to give up long-range attacks and engage in close combat. They were at the 9th level limit, and their punches and kicks were strong. However, when Lu Chang was knocked down and over a dozen people pinned him down, the 8th level students on the other side took the opportunity to charge in. Qin Hao was immediately left bruised and swollen. Although Luo Wan protected her face and received some preferential treatment, her arms and legs were injured. Lao Gua, can't hold on anymore. Oh, too fierce. Lao Gua, let's use the immortal beans. Hurry up and use the immortal beans. Help Guo Chen hold off 100 or 200 people. Lu Chang and his group were reaching their limits, but they managed to defeat 70 to 80 people. So, they quickly seized the opportunity to take out the healing spirit fruits and swallowed them. Suddenly, they were full of energy. Unexpectedly, they defeated another dozen people. Damn! Is this cheating? Be careful, don't just stand there. For a while, the 3 9th level limit powerhouses erupted with fierce combat power, scaring those who were attacking them. Time is running out. Damn, these occasional long-range attacks are quite painful. Guo Chen's situation was not good either. After all, it was 1 against 1,000. There were also long-range attacks. Moreover, he was not allowed to cause permanent damage or death, so he had to use more force to subdue these power-based individuals. As a result, his physical strength was greatly depleted. He was occasionally hit by long-range fireballs, wind blades, lightning, etc. Due to the restrictions from power-based and control types, his clothes were riddled with holes, and several pieces of his flesh were burnt. However, he had already knocked down over 400 people who couldn't get up. Damn, he's like a demon king. He's really fighting 1,000 people alone. So terrifying. Everyone was shocked and horrified. Don't panic, Guo Chen is about to reach his limit. Once he runs out of energy, he's done for. Seeing everyone's morale low, Chi Zimu shouted quickly. Shout all you want, you'll fall for me. Just as Chi Zimu shouted, Guo Chen swung his war blade and suddenly spun around. The back of the blade spun around. Bang bang bang, knocking over a dozen people. Then, he took the opportunity to leap up. Countless fireballs, wind blades, and more were coming towards him. He sneered, teleported instantly, and moved 3 meters away. Then he struck from the air. Boom! A fierce blow with the back of the blade directly sent Chi Zimu, who was concentrating on commanding, flying out. Chi Zimu let out a scream. Fainted. Ah, Chi Zimu is down. Be careful. Several people around Chizi are also 7th grade students, waiting for the final attack. When they saw Guo Chen rushing towards them like a fierce tiger, they were all startled. You all fall down too. Guo Chen sneered, launching punches and kicks. Bang, bang, bang. Each of his punches and kicks contained the force of 1 or 2,000 kilograms, instantly sending these people flying dozens of meters away. Their bones were shattered. Amidst the screams, some even fainted. Now it's your turn. Guo Chen grinned and charged into the group of students attacking from a distance. With explosive force, boom, 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 one by one, the examinees were sent flying, screams echoing one after another. Ah, I'm a girl. So what if you're a girl? You didn't hold back on me, did you? Guo Chen had no mercy, as these girls had bombarded him from a distance before. With no one giving orders, the other side completely collapsed. Besides, Guo Chen had no intention of confronting them head-on. As soon as more people gathered, he instantly moved to where there were fewer opponents. About 20 minutes later, with one punch, Guo Chen knocked down the last person, rescuing Lu Chang, Qin Hao, and Luo Wan, all covered in bruises. Yes, Luo Wan's face was also covered in bruises. Because towards the end, the other side realized it was no time for mercy. Luo Wan fought back fiercely. Damn, Lao Guo, we won. The 4 of us are really amazing. Lu Chang, with a swollen mouth, said incoherently. Yes, we defeated over 1,200 people. Qin Hao was also extremely excited. Guo Chen, we won, that's great, we won. Luo Wan was so excited that tears streamed down her face. Yes, I didn't expect that fighting over 1,000 people would be so exhausting. My whole body is covered in injuries. But, scars are the medals of battle. Guo Chen was also excited, then he looked up at Luo Hong on the city wall and shouted, Minister, announce it quickly, we won. These students are still good, showing resilience whether winning or losing, not one of them admits defeat. 1,000 people lost to 4 people, although embarrassing, among them, many performed exceptionally well. Yes, those who took the beating and those who fainted, those with broken bones, all created opportunities for their companions. They are all outstanding. The principals on the wall were also very pleased. In the early stages, those over 1,000 students were in chaos, but as they gradually adapted, they showed their power. However, Guo Chen was too strong, coupled with his extraordinary teleportation, which ultimately led to their defeat. Guo Chen and his team are also formidable, being beaten so badly. Look at that girl, her face is so swollen, yet she still doesn't give up. Yes, it's all about willpower, about passion. The future is promising, the future is promising. When the youth are strong, the country is strong. Principal Zhang and others did not hesitate to praise Guo Chen and his team, some even with tears in their eyes. Well, indeed not bad. Luo Hong nodded, then picked up the megaphone. I announce, Guo Chen's team wins. Rewards doubled. The remaining examinees, rewards halved. However, considering everyone's excellent performance, each person can receive an additional spirit energy or. With that, he waved his hand. Alright, let's return to Qingqing Spirit Realm Town for rest. The examinees who fainted will be taken back by the invigilators. The first Rome City High School 3rd grade Spirit Realm assessment has successfully concluded. Thank you to all examinees for your efforts. Everyone, keep it up. After he finished speaking, everyone applauded vigorously. Including the invigilators from the Spirit Energy Army and the instructors, all did not hesitate to applaud. Guo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Finally won, after handing in the beast cores, we can claim the rewards. We've hit the jackpot this time. The spiritual energy origin stone is finally enough this time. Let's go back and rest. Thank goodness for Lao Guo's immortal beans, otherwise, it would be us who faint. Guo Chen is amazing. The 3 of them were also in high spirits. Later, dragging their tired bodies, they slowly passed through Qingcheng with the rest of the team. Passing through the spiritual gate, they quickly returned to the Qingcheng spiritual realm town. It felt like a world away. Everyone returned to the guest house they had stayed in before. They took a hot bath. They lay down and slept until the afternoon. They had a meal, sat at a place for afternoon tea, ordered drinks, and sat together. Finally back, even with Lao Guo's spatial ability, the spiritual realm is still not as good as our Earth. Lu Chang sighed. Guo Chen looked at the people coming and going outside and said, even though the cities in the spiritual realm are becoming more and more advanced, with equipment as advanced as outside, the atmosphere of peace and tranquility outside cannot be replaced. Yes. Luo Wan held her milk tea and said, I never fought before, but after these battles, I understand that peace and calmness are the greatest happiness. She paused and suddenly said with emotion, I miss home a bit. Guo Chen nodded, feeling a bit bitter. His parents passed away 8 years ago. Home? Only where there are family members is home. Now his only bond is with his younger sister, Guo Xiaoqing. No, he took a deep breath, looked at Luo Wan, and thought, if they got married and had a child, that would also be a home. Luo Wan had just mentioned missing home, turned around and met Guo Chen's eyes, blushing instantly. She lowered her head. Guo Chen almost said, let's get married, but he definitely wouldn't. He knew that he just wanted a home now, not that he had truly committed to Luo Wan. Alright, it's almost time to go back, and the rewards are about to be delivered. Guo Chen waved his hand, stood up with a smile. When they returned earlier, they handed over the beast pearls in the square. According to their contributions, Guo Chen received the most, equivalent to about 1,000 points. Luo Wan was second with 720 points. Lu Chang was third with 710 points. Xin Hao was fourth with 700 points. After handing them over, Luo Hong asked everyone to go back and wait for the news, and the rewards would be distributed after the count was completed. With that said, everyone smiled, paid the bill, and returned to the guesthouse courtyard. At that moment, Chen Lingfeng, Wu Jin, and Principal Zhang were waiting for them in the courtyard. There were originally 31 students in the class, but Zhao Liang had not appeared since the last accident. So, all 30 students were present. Alright, students, this time, our first middle school performed very well, exceptionally well. Principal Zhang and the others were all smiles when Guo Chen and the others lined up. They rambled on for a bit before finally waving their hands. Instructor Chen, please announce the results. Okay. Chen Lingfeng nodded, walked up, and said, the results of this assessment. Guo Chen, first in the city. Luo Wan, second in the city. Lu Chang, third in the city. Xin Hao, fourth in the city. Wu Yu, 102nd in the city. Zhang Wei, 207th in the city. Guo Chen was very happy to hear this. As expected, the four of them swept the top four. The grand prize was theirs. As for the others, Wu Yu being close to 100 was already good. But Zhang Shi, his ranking had not been mentioned all along. Could it be? Zhang Shi, 1120th in the city. Lu Chaoqiao, 1180th in the city. Su Guan, 1200th in the city. Li Yang, 1251st in the city, third from the bottom. Alright, announcement over. Teacher Wu will distribute the rewards to everyone. Guo Chen was thinking about it when Chen Lingfeng announced the ranking of Zhang Shi's team. The crowd erupted in excitement. So miserable. Zhang Shi is a B-level talent, a level 6 bear transformer, ranking last in the bottom 100. Guo Chen. Zhang Shi gritted his teeth, staring at Guo Chen fiercely. All the limelight was taken by Guo Chen. All the blame was put on him, Zhang Shi. Because of Guo Chen's words, everyone focused on them, stealing their spirit beasts, causing trouble for them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have fallen to this point. Puchi Lu Chang couldn't help but laugh, then said, Zhang Shi, you didn't do well in this test, but don't give up on yourself. Be ashamed and then be brave, I believe in you. Guo Chen also smiled and said, Leader, keep it up. Guo Chen, you've gone too far. Who made you the leader? You're setting me up like this. Zhang Shi's emotions erupted completely. Pointing at Guo Chen, he shouted loudly. Guo Chen raised his eyebrows. Are you out of your mind? Forgot? After the talent results came out, in the corridor, you said you wanted to be our leader. He then looked at Lu Chaoqiao. Lu Chaoqiao, you were there too, is that true? Lu Chaoqiao looked embarrassed. Zhang Shi's eyes turned red, as if he wanted to bite someone. Guo Chen, I challenge you. That's enough. Wu Jin stood up and waved his hand. Don't dwell on temporary gains and losses. Arguing is useless. He pointed to the box beside his foot. The rewards have been given out. Even if you're at the bottom, there are rewards this time too. When I call your name, come up and collect it. Guo Chen, 480 pieces of spiritual energy ore. After he finished speaking, everyone gasped, taking a cold breath. If exchanged at the official rate of 300,000 each, this would be equivalent to over 100 million in rewards. Everyone's eyes turned green with envy. Thank you, Teacher Wu. Guo Chen smiled, walked up, took a large handful of spiritual energy ore from Wu Zhen's hand, and stored it in his space. Then, Luo Wan received 320 pieces. Lu Chang received 200 pieces. Xin Hao received 120 pieces. Watching them, everyone was drooling, following Guo Chen for a share of the meat. And Zhang Shi, in the end, only received 2 pieces. This was still considered pitiful for those beyond the top 1,000, not having their rewards and still giving out 1 piece. Everyone sighed. After the rewards were distributed, Wu Zhen looked at Guo Chen and said, Guo Chen, Minister Luo is requesting your presence, come with me. Principal Zhang's eyes lit up. Could it be the genius class plan? He hurriedly said, Guo Chen, go with Teacher Wu quickly. Old Wu, you've become Teacher Wu. Where are you teaching? Guo Chen went out with Wu Zhen, finally having the chance to ask about Wu Zhen's situation. No big deal. Wu Zhen glanced at him as they walked. In September, I will be the deputy head of the combat department at Shude Spiritual Energy Academy. Promoted. Congratulations, you have to treat me to something good when you have time, Guo Chen said with a smile. Wu Zhen shrugged. This task is not simple either, forget it, telling you these things is useless. Still, thank you. Otherwise, I would have to go to the third circle to open up new territory. He paused. I'm not afraid of the battle, it's just very lonely, staying there for several months. Of course, when you guys are trained to take over, I still have to go there. As the two chatted, they arrived at a large building in the center of the Spirit Realm town. Guo Chen entered an office. Wu Zhen did not come in. Guo Chen, you're here? Sit down. This was Minister Luo Hong's office. When Guo Chen entered, Luo Hong greeted him with a smile. Minister, hello. Guo Chen smiled and sat on the sofa. Luo Hong walked over, sat down as well, and looked at Guo Chen. Have you tested your talent elsewhere? No. Guo Chen shook his head. I don't have the means to do so. What's wrong? What's wrong? Luo Hong was speechless. What's wrong with you? An E-level talent, beating over 1,000 people. Looking around, it's all about the atmosphere of the 6th level. Do you think you are normal? You're not thinking of slicing me up, are you? Guo Chen raised an eyebrow. Am I crazy, slicing up a genius? Luo Hong was speechless. In this world, there are many people in special situations. Everyone wants their country to have more strong individuals. Who has the time to slice and study? He waved his hand and threw a stack of documents to Guo Chen. This is the Genius Class Plan. Admission criteria, S-level talent, under 25 years old, above level 20. However, for extremely high talents, such as SS level, SSS level, there is no level restriction. Also, for someone like you with spatial abilities and such unique performance, there is still a chance. He paused, looked at Guo Chen up and down. Of course, meeting the talent criteria is the best. So, when you have time, I'll take you for another test. Maybe there was a mistake. Oh, Guo Chen nodded. He listened while looking through the documents. It was about the Genius Class Plan. The general idea was that the country would establish a genius class to provide more resources to cultivate these geniuses, to make them the pillars of the country. The treatment was very generous. The contract stated a guaranteed supply of resources, valued at no less than 1 billion. However, the condition was that after graduation, they must obey national deployment. At least 15 years of paid service to the country. This was understandable. Finished reading? Luo Hong saw Guo Chen flipping to the end and asked lightly, what do you think? Of course, I will participate. Guo Chen didn't hesitate. It's not just about resources, but also about vision, environment, and opportunities. Being surrounded by geniuses will bring more pressure. Moreover, the document also states that the Genius Class is a training program that won't affect my university studies. He smiled and looked at Luo Hong. I've decided to join this Genius Class. You are confident, without even considering if they want you. Luo Hong chuckled, waved his hand. All right, fill out an intention form. I'll submit it. If you pass, I'll contact you. As he spoke, he handed Guo Chen another form. Guo Chen looked at it. It was a form similar to a resume, but with one section for a recommender. This section already had the stamp of Luo Hong on it. Great! Guo Chen didn't hesitate and quickly filled out the form. Go on, take a good rest, digest the resources you've received this time. Luo Hong smiled. Of course, if you have too many spirit stones, you can exchange them for money. Minister, I'm not crazy, thank you. Guo Chen rolled his eyes. Spirit stones were so rare, why exchange them for money? He wasn't short of money. Afterwards, he left Luo Hong's office. He had planned to have dinner with Wu Zhen. However, Wu Zhen had other tasks, so he left the office building alone. First, find the unscrupulous boss, then deal with the level 11 ironclad dragon carcass and the level 9 cloud rhino carcass. I should be able to exchange them for a lot of spirit stones. Once I have the spirit stones, I'll immediately head home. By then, I'll consume the talent spirit fruits to enhance my talent. Otherwise, absorbing these spirit stones will take too much time. Guo Chen planned as he walked. He was actually troubled by having too many spirit stones. This showed how important talent really was. Later, he called Luo Wan and the others to meet at the grocery store. Before long, he arrived at the store and saw Luo Wan and the others. How was it? What did Minister Luo want with you? Lu Chang hurriedly asked. The other two were also curious. Guo Chen shrugged. It's nothing. He recommended me for the genius class training. It's not a big deal, just a guaranteed 1 billion resources. 1 billion? Lu Chang exclaimed. Xin Hao also looked envious. I know about this genius class. There is a genius from the Qin family in the capital who was also selected. I heard that the requirements are very high, not to mention S-level talent. The key is to be at level 20. S-level talent? Lu Chang was speechless. This requirement is outrageous enough. He then looked at Luo Wan. Miss Luo, you should have a chance too. Didn't you hear about level 20? Luo Wan said impatiently, but I'm only 18, I should have a chance in the next session. Alright. Lu Chang shrugged. Okay, let's go in and talk to the smuggler. Guo Chen interrupted them and led the way inside with his people. At this moment, the grocery store seemed deserted. The boss's eyes lit up when he saw them. Oh, the 4 students are back? I've been waiting for you for a long time. How did it go? Did you get it? Not bad. Guo Chen looked at the other party indifferently. But, we need to renegotiate the price. What do you mean? The boss raised his eyebrows. Young man, are you being unfair? Are you raising the price after sitting down? He. Guo Chen sneered. Let me ask you, which one is easy to get, the Cloud Rhino, Obsidian, or Water Spirit Rhino? Are you trying to take advantage of our lack of market knowledge? You doubled the price. Otherwise, we'll walk away. Even if you hand it over to the country, I won't give it to you. He stared directly at the other party and said loudly. Double the price? The boss almost screamed. Isn't this too expensive? I have no profit margin. Then forget it. Guo Chen said as he turned to leave. Forget it, I'm afraid of you. The boss quickly smiled and grabbed Guo Chen. Come, let's go to the backyard to make the deal. You, young man, are quite cunning. With that, he took Guo Chen and his 3 companions to the backyard. The backyard was quite spacious, with a touch of antiquity. Instructor Chen? As Guo Chen and his group entered, they saw a familiar face sitting at a stone table in the backyard, drinking tea. It was Chen Lingfeng. Oh, you know each other? That's great. The boss smiled and said, Old Chen, are these your students? Yes. Chen Lingfeng nodded, stood up, and looked at Guo Chen and his group. I knew it. You're the spatial student that Old Li mentioned before. He waved his hand. Please sit, I also have a stake in this store. Guo Chen and his 3 companions exchanged glances. Then Guo Chen said, We won't sit. Let's weigh the items. Where do we do that? Here. Boss Li pointed to a corner of the courtyard. There was a 5 meter by 5 meter electronic scale. Water Spirit Rhino, level 8. Guo Chen said, waving his hand, and a huge Water Spirit Rhino appeared on the scale. 1,520 kilograms. This is it. Boss Li made a note, then he also picked up the body of the Water Spirit Rhino and placed it aside. It was evident that Boss Li was also a practitioner. Next one. Boss Li smiled. Guo Chen then placed the level 8 Cloud Rhino on the scale. 1,020 kilograms. Boss Li made a note and set it aside. Guo Chen then placed the lump of obsidian on the scale. There's only this much obsidian, and it even triggered an ant tide. If you need it, I'll get you more next time. Alright. Boss Li seemed unsurprised by the mention of the ant tide. 28 kilograms. Boss Li made a note, calculated the total, and said, the total value is 81. 8 million, converted into spiritual energy stones, it's 273 pieces, is that okay? Do you have 273 spiritual energy stones? Guo Chen raised an eyebrow. Of course. Boss Li smirked and said, if you have anything in the future, just come to us. Okay. Guo Chen nodded. Then, Boss Li brought out a large cloth bag containing 273 spiritual energy stones. Guo Chen accepted it. Boss Li looked pained. Little student, you've made a big profit this time. If I didn't urgently need these things, how could I have doubled the price? There won't be such a good deal next time. Boss, stop pretending. You definitely sold them for a high price. Guo Chen waved his hand. It doesn't matter, I can accept this price, I'm leaving. Guo Chen, wait. Chen Lingfeng stood up and handed him a business card. This is my private number. I see your strength growing, there's a job we can do together. If successful, I'll give you 50 pieces of spiritual energy ore. Of course, this is just the beginning. There will be more jobs in the future. He looked at Guo Chen. Will you accept 50 pieces of spiritual energy ore? Guo Chen raised an eyebrow. This was a reward worth 15 million. Where did Chen Lingfeng and Boss Li come from? How could ordinary people produce so many spiritual energy ores? He felt a sense of caution. Chen Lingfeng smiled. If you're willing, call me after the college entrance examination. He paused and said meaningfully, Guo Chen, I know you don't have much background. Despite the many spiritual energy ores you have now, I'll tell you, the more you progress, the more spiritual energy ores you'll need. Moreover, techniques, skills, elixirs, and weapons all require spiritual energy ores, and you won't have enough. Boss Li nodded. Yes. Spiritual energy ores are scarce now. Even with money, you can't buy them. As more people cultivate in the future, demand will exceed supply, and prices will rise. Alright, let's talk about it later. I need to prepare for the college entrance examination first. Guo Chen understood their intentions. However, he did not agree immediately. After speaking, he waved, goodbye. Then they left together. Qin Hao looked puzzled. Why does Instructor Chen have a stake in this shop? This isn't right. Shou Guochen gestured for silence. If he dares to tell us, he must have his reasons. Pretend you don't know about this. Okay. Qin Hao nodded. Guo Chen and the others quickly left. Old Chen, do you want to bring Guo Chen in? After Guo Chen and the others left, Boss Li's face darkened as he looked at Chen Lingfeng and asked, if he's smart, he'll work with me. If he's unwilling or betrays us, he'll have no way out. Is this a test for him? Boss Li asked. Yes. Chen Lingfeng sneered, geniuses like him who can't be used by us must die. Be careful. Boss Li nodded. Before long, Guo Chen and the others returned to the lodging house. They received 273 pieces of spiritual energy ore. Guo Chen had originally planned to give each of them 60 pieces to settle the accounts. However, they all felt they had received too much this time. Guo Chen ended up giving 20 pieces of spiritual energy ore to each person. As a result, Guo Chen now had 693 pieces of spiritual energy ore on hand. At his current absorption rate of 3 to 4 pieces per day, it would probably take over 100 days to absorb them all. That was too slow. Therefore, Guo Chen couldn't wait and informed Principal Zhang, then drove back to Rong City with Luo Wan and the Spirit Realm 9. Back in Rong City, Lu Chang and the others decided to go home. After all, the intensity of the past few days of battle made them miss home. They agreed to meet during the college entrance examination and then went their separate ways. I should go back too, see my little sister, hopefully she wakes up. After Guo Chen, Lu Chang, and the others left, he stretched and drove towards the residential area. Back at the villa, he checked on Guo Xiaocheng. Still not awake. Helpless, he returned to his bedroom. Panel. Host, Guo Chen. Exclusive level, 6. Assets, 178-8200, increasing. Asset growth, 10 expenditure, 50102/5000000. Physical strength, 635. 05. Approaching 2 million, try buying some talent spirit fruits. Last time I upgraded from A to S rank, I used 3 talent spirit fruits. To upgrade from S rank to SS rank, I wonder how many will be needed. Moreover, considering the mechanism of price increase for every 10 purchased, it's probably not simple. Guo Chen looked at his own situation. After some thought, he immediately bought 4 talent spirit fruits from the store in one go. He had already bought 7 before. So, the price for the first 3 was still 80,000. However, the price for the fourth one had already risen to 160,000. This one purchase cost me 400,000. Guo Chen couldn't help but feel that it was too extravagant. However, what shocked him even more was that after consuming 4 talent spirit fruits, his talent did not upgrade to SS rank. No way? Guo Chen was shocked. However, thinking about it, S rank was already abnormal, and SS rank was even more so. Therefore, it was normal to need more talent spirit fruits. Forget it, let's take it one fruit at a time. Guo Chen then bought and consumed 1 fruit at a time, and then absorbed them with the spirit energy ore for testing. It wasn't until he consumed the 8th fruit that he clearly felt his talent had improved by 1 level. Originally, using the 5 hearts questioning heaven guidance technique to absorb a piece of spirit energy ore took 8 hours. Now, it only took about 1 hour. It had increased the time by 8 times. However, it cost him another 640,000. Suddenly, his assets were reduced to just over 740,000. It hurt so much. Next, to upgrade from SS rank to SSS rank, will it require 16 fruits, or more? I have already consumed 15, and if I sell them again, the price will increase twice. It's really expensive. Guo Chen shook his head, realizing that upgrading to SSS rank was definitely out of reach. Moreover, his talent was already sufficient. Spending too much would affect his level advancement. Forget it, let's leave it at that. I haven't spent money on leveling up recently. It's troublesome if the level doesn't go up. Guo Chen thought for a moment and decided not to spend any more money in the store. He held the spirit energy ore and began to operate the yellow dragon's true chi. Due to the technique, he surprisingly only needed 40 minutes for one spirit energy ore. In one night, he absorbed 10 of them. The next morning, he stopped and felt refreshed. Absorbing 10 spirit energy ores in one night is unbelievable. Is this the strength of an SS rank? The gap in talent can really make people desperate. But, as the saying goes, fortunately, it's me who makes others desperate. He looked satisfied, having increased his strength by 50 points in one night, reaching 685. It was almost equivalent to a level 16 expert. Guo Chen stretched lazily, got out of bed, and walked out of the room. He saw Ajin looking excited. Young Master Guo, you're awake? Good news, Miss Xiaoqing is also awake, she's waiting for you in her room. Ajin said eagerly. Xiaoqing is awake? Guo Chen raised his eyebrows, looking ecstatic, and quickly went upstairs. Xiaoqing. Guo Chen arrived at Guo Xiaoqing's bedroom and was dumbfounded as soon as he entered. The room was a mess. The bed was in shambles, collapsed on the ground. The table was shattered. Even the window glass was broken. Guo Xiaoqing looked panicked as she stared at the door. Brother, you're really here. She hurried over and hugged Guo Chen. I woke up inexplicably in this place, it scared me. And look at me now, you see. She reached out towards the door. Crack, crack, crack. The door cracked open from the inside, as if it had been blown up by a bomb. This is telekinesis? Guo Chen raised his eyebrows. However, this is different from the usual telekinetic driving of objects. Is it a direct destruction from the inside out? What if it is directly aimed at human organs? Wouldn't that be killing without a trace? Isn't this defying the natural order? Bro, I'm so scared. Guo Xiaoqing trembled, gripping Guo Chen tightly. Guo Chen's mouth twitched as well. I'm scared too, Xiaoqing. Can you not hold on to me so tightly? Guo Xiaoqing widened her eyes, looking at Guo Chen. Is this what a big brother should say? Guo Chen patted her shoulder. Alright, don't be afraid, you just awakened an ability. Just be careful with this ability, it's very dangerous. Are you saying that if I use this ability too much, I will die? Guo Xiaoqing looked anxious. Guo Chen rolled his eyes. Wake up. It's not you who will die from using this ability too much, it's others. He flicked a bubble ball at Guo Xiaoqing's head. I mean it's dangerous for others. Oh. Guo Xiaoqing laughed, then I can relax. Guo Chen's mouth twitched. After some thought, he decided to take Guo Xiaoqing for a comprehensive evaluation to see if there were any issues with her body. He quickly said, forget about that for now. I'll take you somewhere and tell you about recent events on the way. With that, he took Guo Xiaoqing out, got in the car, and sped towards the psychic army base. On the way, he briefly explained their current situation to Guo Xiaoqing. After listening, Guo Xiaoqing widened her eyes. Bro, does that mean we're rich now? Of course. Guo Chen looked smug. I have plenty of money, you can spend however you want. You won't be able to spend it all in your lifetime. Then I want to buy an aircraft carrier. Guo Xiaoqing immediately looked at Guo Chen expectantly. Guo Chen raised an eyebrow. Are you kidding? Why do you want to buy an aircraft carrier? I want to go on a sea voyage. You forgot. My biggest wish is to travel around the world. Guo Xiaoqing said seriously, aren't some places abroad dangerous? If I bring an aircraft carrier for travel, who would dare to mess with me? Sis, you are my sister. Guo Chen's mouth twitched. Guo Xiaoqing chuckled. Bro, I'm just kidding. But, it should be fine to eat well and dress nicely, right? Eat whatever you want. Wear whatever you want. Guo Chen said, then thought for a moment, how about this? After the checkup, I'll invite a beautiful lady to accompany you for shopping in the afternoon. Is she my sister-in-law? Guo Xiaoqing looked gossipy. She's one of your sister-in-laws. Guo Chen joked. Oh. Guo Xiaoqing nodded. Bro, you're so brave. Of course. Guo Chen smirked. As they chatted, they soon arrived at the psychic army base. Manga was already waiting for them in the parking lot. The three met, and after Guo Chen introduced them, Manga smiled and said, Guo Chen, your sister is so cute, much better than you. Thank you for the compliment, sister-in-law, you are beautiful too. Guo Xiaoqing looked obedient. Manga looked shocked, then suddenly looked at Guo Chen, showing a murderous look. Guo Chen quickly waved his hand. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. He flicked a bubble ball at Guo Xiaoqing's head again. Look carefully, she's not your sister-in-law, don't you think she looks like mom? Oh. Guo Xiaoqing apologized. Mom, I misunderstood. Manga took a deep breath, shocked once again. These two siblings, they really seem to be biological. Mom at 24, How could she have children as big as you two? Guo Chen flicked Guo Xiaoqing's head again. I meant she looks like mom. Not mom. Call her sister. Oh, okay. Guo Xiaoqing nodded, looking at Meng Yao. Mom, sister, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Alright. Meng Yao felt that she needed to stay away from these two siblings, otherwise, at such a young age, she would develop high blood pressure. She waved her hand, follow me. After saying that, she started walking ahead. Just after a few steps, Guo Xiaoqing whispered softly, brother, this sister is so fierce, she really looks like our mom. Click, click, click. Meng Yao clenched her fist, making a clicking sound. The passing psychic soldiers saw Meng Yao's unfriendly expression and quickly took a detour. Guo Chen also covered Guo Xiaoqing's mouth. Stop talking, if we fight, we'll have to pay. Guo Xiaoqing then remained silent. Soon, Meng Yao led them to a place that felt somewhat like a research base. Guo Chen waited outside. Meng Yao took Guo Xiaoqing inside for an examination. About an hour later, they came out. Sister Meng Yao, how is it? Guo Chen hurried over. Take a look for yourself. Meng Yao didn't give Guo Chen a good look and handed him a test report. Guo Chen raised his eyebrows after looking at it. SS level talent? Catastrophic type psychic ability, level 5? He looked at Meng Yao with confusion. She just awakened, how is she already at level 5? Big brother, this is an SS level talent, and psychic type abilities are different from ordinary abilities. Meng Yao gave Guo Chen a disdainful look. She didn't understand. These two siblings were really annoying, each one more abnormal than the other. She continued, by the way, I have informed the military leader, and they are on their way. According to the speed of the aircraft, they should arrive soon. What are they coming for? Guo Chen asked in confusion. Meng Yao gave him a look. You can ask the military leader when they arrive. After that, she added, also, since the military leader is coming, you should also get tested. Your E-level talent is definitely inaccurate. What? Guo Xiaoqing looked shocked. It's impossible, my brother's talent is only E-level. She quickly changed the subject. How could it be inaccurate? Guo Chen glared at Guo Xiaoqing. Meng Yao finally smiled. The wicked have their own wicked ways. Guo Xiaoqing stuck her tongue out at Guo Chen. Guo Chen chuckled. Xiaoqing, don't worry, how could I be worse than you? Just wait and see. With curiosity, he followed a staff member inside for a series of tests. An hour later, Guo Chen came out holding a test report, looking dejected. Apart from Guo Xiaoqing and Meng Yao, there was also Sima Hui, and a woman with a perfect figure, beautiful, and quite elegant. How did it go? Everyone asked eagerly as they came out. Guo Xiaoqing smiled. Brother, it's okay, it doesn't matter if your talent is low, I've got your back. Everyone was surprised because Guo Chen couldn't have a very low talent. Guo Chen sighed, alas, my talent is only rated as SS+. What a pity. Oh my god. Meng Yao couldn't hold back. These siblings were truly abnormal. As expected, my judgment was correct. Guo Chen, your previous talent assessment was wrong. Sima Hui said with satisfaction, but it's higher than I expected, I thought it was S level. He reached out, let me see the report. Sure. Guo Chen didn't dare to be impudent in front of Sima Hui and handed over the test report. Sima Hui nodded, talent SS+, awakened in both strength and spatial abilities. Level 6? Lifting weight with both arms, 69,000 kilograms. Left fist explosive force, 35,000 kilograms. Right fist explosive force, 40,000 kilograms. Surface body strength, level 12. Internal organ strength, level 10. He looked at some specific data and his expression turned somewhat grim. These data were very strong, even stronger than a level 15 person. This is a level 6 person? Meng Yao twitched her mouth. This little brat, is his progress a bit too fast? Will you catch up with her soon? Interesting, Xiaogua. At this moment, the person next to Sima Hui looked at Guo Chen and said with a smile, you are even more powerful than Ah Hui when he was young. This is my wife, Chang Ro. Sima Hui introduced Guo Chen. Hello, Sister Ro. Guo Chen had already guessed that she was Sima Hui's wife, a level 58 awakened psychic. Xing Ro smiled and said, no need to be polite, you all have a bright future ahead. She paused, oh, by the way, there was a rumor before that you are Ah Hui's illegitimate child? Absolutely not. Guo Chen immediately waved his hand, pointing to Guo Xiaoqing, my little sister can testify, I am my parents' biological child. Brother. Guo Xiaoqing widened her eyes, you are older than me, how can I testify? Guo Chen rolled his eyes. Everyone burst into laughter. Xing Ro waved her hand and said with a smile, just kidding, I know who Ah Hui is. She then looked at Guo Xiaoqing and said to Guo Chen, oh, by the way, Xiaoqing has already accepted me as her master, do you mind? No, not at all. Guo Chen waved his hand, just take her away quickly, as long as I know she is doing well, she doesn't need to appear in my sight. He. Guo Guo Xiaoqing responded with a smirk. Master said to let me stay in Rong City. She will come to teach me regularly. All right. Guo Chen looked disheartened. Well, nothing else. We'll leave now. Sima Hui waved his hand, looking at Guo Chen. By the way, you will definitely be fine in the genius class. If you go, don't embarrass me. If anyone dares to challenge you, beat them into submission. If anyone dares to pull strings backstage, come to me. Thank you, Chief. Guo Chen was overjoyed. Practice well, the future belongs to you young people. After Sima Hui finished speaking, Guo Xiaoqing bid farewell to Qing Ro and arranged a time. Then, Sima Hui and his wife left. Meng Yao didn't even plan to let Guo Chen and the others eat at the base canteen, she just sent them off directly. They left the base. It was already around 11 o'clock. Guo Chen took out his phone, called Luo Wan, and invited her to have a meal and go shopping with his sister. Luo Wan happily agreed. Later, he drove to the vicinity of Chuanxi Road, parked the car in the space. After meeting Luo Wan, they had a meal, snacks, and went shopping together. Luo Wan got along well with Guo Xiaoqing. They spent the whole afternoon shopping, bought a lot of things, but all were put into the space. They had another dinner. Only then did Guo Chen drop Luo Wan off at the side of Hongqing Road. Guo Chen, my car is here. Luo Wan stopped by the roadside. I had a great time today, and I'm glad to have met Xiaoqing. Also, my birthday is on June 10th. I invite you and Xiaoqing to my house. She looked at Guo Chen expectantly. Are you both free? Ah, we are free, we are free. Guo Xiaoqing nodded busily. It's your birthday, how can we not go? Guo Chen smiled. If there are no other important matters, I will definitely come. Great. Luo Wan smiled happily. It's settled then. Next, study well, let's go to Shu University together. You too. Guo Chen nodded. Luo Wan waved goodbye to Guo Chen and his sister, then got into the Maybach parked on the roadside and left. Wow, brother, sister-in-law is so beautiful and gentle. And, she's rich. Guo Xiaoqing said happily. Yes, very gentle. Guo Chen nodded. Let's go back. It's already the 4th today, and the college entrance examination is in 2 days. He said, waved his hand, and summoned Ling Jian'an from the space. Then, they drove back to the villa. This afternoon, Guo Xiaoqing spent a lot of money, but in fact, she was usually frugal, and she spent tens of thousands of yuan. However, Guo Chen didn't say much. In fact, consumption is not about how much you spend, but whether you gain happiness from it. She's happy, that's all that matters. When he got home, he transferred 200,000 to Guo Xiaoqing's card again. She was so happy that she almost jumped up. After taking the money, she ran upstairs to call her girlfriends to show off. Guo Chen, seeing this, also smiled with relief. Although this 200,000 couldn't be counted as upgrade expenses, it could make Guo Xiaoqing happy. It was worth it. Next, his days became monotonous yet fulfilling. He would wake up early in the morning, practice sword for 2 hours, and then study until night. At night, he wouldn't sleep, but practice the Xianhuang True Dragon technique. He could absorb 10 pieces of spiritual energy or in a day. After 2 days, the college entrance examination began. However, the college entrance examination was just a small episode for him, because for this academic bully, getting into the prestigious Shu University was not a problem. After 2 days of the college entrance examination, he became more confident. The questions were not too difficult for him. After finishing the last English exam, he estimated his score for this time. Around 700 points. The college entrance examination is over. My high school life is completely over. Guo Chen walked out of the examination room, looking at the bright smiles around him, watching them excitedly running out. He couldn't help but smile. They are so happy, it's great. He stretched lazily. Next, I will truly face cultivation, face the spiritual world, face a whole new life. Panel. Host, Guo Chen. Exclusive level, 6. Assets, 476-8200, still growing. Asset growth rate, 10 expenditure, 201102/50000000. Physical strength, 885. 05. 4 days have passed, the assets are close to 5 million, and I can upgrade again soon. Guo Chen looked at the panel, showing a smile. It had been a long time since he last upgraded. Lagua, over here, everyone is waiting for you, we won't return sober tonight. Just as he walked out of the examination room, he saw Lu Chang waving at him with a group of students from Class 2 of Grade 3. Zhang Shi and Lu Qiaoqiao were also there. They had agreed to have a farewell dinner to celebrate the end of the college entrance examination. Guo Chen also waved back at them. I'm coming. He smiled and walked over. Suddenly, a sharp, whistling sound came into his ears. What's going on? Guo Chen raised his eyebrows and looked over. 7 rockets, approaching at nearly the speed of sound, were heading towards the students and their families at the school gate. Not good. Lao Lu, be careful. Without hesitation, he teleported and rushed towards the nearest rocket. He slashed at it. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying explosion sounded in his ears. Damn! Guo Chen had acted on instinct, thinking of cutting the rocket in a split second. He never expected the rocket to be so terrifying. First, there was a huge blast of heat wave hitting his body, an unprecedented burning pain. Then came the shattered fragments, slashing at his body, causing another intense pain. Be careful. The sound of the explosion terrified everyone present, and some were pierced by the fragments. Cries of pain and screams of horror filled the scene. And it wasn't over yet. When Lu Chang shouted, Guo Chen reacted and transformed into a diamond man, wrapping one of the rockets like water. Then it exploded violently. The 9th level limit almost killed him. He fell to the ground, covered in injuries, but at least one rocket was destroyed. At the same time, another student in the crowd, also an awakened individual with some kind of freezing ability, although only at level 3, also resisted the power of one rocket explosion. However, the other 4 rockets all fell into the crowd and exploded. The casualties were heavy. The scene was filled with cries. Swoosh! At this moment, several people wearing black clothes, covering their faces, and carrying oriental swords rushed into the crowd. Swish! Guo Chen had just stood up from the ground when the opponent came at him with a swift strike. The blade was sharp. Kill me? Guo Chen's eyes sharpened, and in the instant the blade came at him, he teleported to avoid the opponent's attack. Then, he struck back with a reverse slash. This strike carried his resentment. It was not something the opponent could withstand. The opponent exclaimed, "What?" With a thud, Guo Chen directly cut the opponent into 2 pieces. Obviously, the opponent did not expect Guo Chen to teleport. "You guys, run!" At the same time, Lu Chang was also under attack. However, because he was taking the college entrance examination, he had no weapons on him and could only use his diamond transformation to protect his vitals. The opponent's blade struck sparks on him. The ordinary students with Lu Chang hurriedly ran backward. Zhang Shi and Lu Qiaoqiao did not lose face as cultivators. Zhang Shi roared and transformed into a bear, knocking away another black-clothed person who was chasing a student. Lu Qiaoqiao could barely exchange a few moves with one person before being injured by the opponent. The remaining black-clothed people all targeted the awakened individuals and rushed into the crowd to kill them. At the same time, some unidentified individuals on the periphery engaged in battle with the armed police near the school. The scene was chaotic beyond imagination. Kill! Guo Chen was also burning with anger. With a leap, he rushed to Lu Chang's side and struck down another black-clothed person. With a teleport, he blocked in front of Lu Qiaoqiao just as she was about to be beheaded, and struck back. Another person was killed. Guo Chen, thank you. Lu Qiaoqiao's eyes were filled with tears. Guo Chen calmly said, "No need to be polite, we are all classmates. Hurry and go outside to help those police officers." After saying that, he leaped and arrived in front of Zhang Shi. At this moment, although Zhang Shi had transformed into a bear and possessed great strength, the enemy was powerful and fast. In just a minute, Zhang Shi was covered in knife marks, blood flowing profusely. With a slash, Guo Chen killed the person who was fighting with Zhang Shi. Zhang Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Guo Chen, thank you. Hurry and help the police on the periphery." Guo Chen had no time to exchange pleasantries with him. He leaped and rushed towards another black-clothed person who was attacking awakened students. Swish, his blade was fast and fierce, and he could teleport. Therefore, the opponent had no time to defend. They died in an instant. However, Guo Chen looked at another corpse with a sigh on his face. This person was the ice ability student who had just used his ability to stop a rocket from injuring others. He was only at level 3. Facing an opponent at level 8 or 9, he was killed instantly. Guo Chen couldn't save him in time. At this moment, another direction also echoed with a tragic scream. Another person was killed. Kill! Guo Chen was extremely angry at this moment. His figure flashed, and in an instant, he leaped to the person's side. Another awakened individual was killed. This was a level 5. Guo Chen still remembered him. He was a student from No. 7 middle school, a tough guy. Previously, this student had desperately hugged him and was knocked out by Guo Chen after taking many punches. But unexpectedly, he died here. Guo Chen's anger grew stronger as he stared at the opponent. Die. Hey! I killed your 4 little dogs, so what if I die now? He. The person's laughter was sharp and somewhat crazy. As he spoke, he slashed towards Guo Chen. His attack was fast, and the blade was like an electric spark. Clanging, Guo Chen, without hesitation, struck back with a reverse slash, not unleashing a powerful move, but exerting a force equivalent to over 40,000 kilograms. equivalent to a force of 20 tons. The opponent's blade was instantly cut off, and the person was split into two. A scream echoed. Blood splattered everywhere. Next, Guo Chen, with anger in his heart, killed the remaining few people. Before long, the battle outside also came to an end. The ambulance arrived quickly at the scene. Guo Chen, are you okay? About 20 minutes later, the injured and dead were transferred, and the scene was cordoned off. The crowd stepped back. Meng Yao, covered in blood, appeared in front of Guo Chen. I'm fine. Guo Chen's emotions calmed down at this moment. Seeing so many casualties this time, he did not have as big a fluctuation as the last time. However, the anger remained. He looked at Meng Yao again. Have other places been attacked too? Yes. Meng Yao nodded, but I'm unharmed. It's the blood of those beasts. She then said, do you want to know what happened? Go ahead. Guo Chen nodded. Meng Yao sighed. It's collusion from inside and outside. The so-called cult organization, in collaboration with people from the Neon country, launched attacks on the top 10 cities of Hua country and 100 examination centers. What? Guo Chen was shocked. 100 examination centers? The dispatched experts, at least several hundred people? How did they get in? And the peripheral people, totaling thousands. There's no way. Before the revival, we had strict control measures, but after the revival, they found loopholes through their abilities. Moreover, they probably started planning as early as January. Meng Yao patted Guo Chen's shoulder, but you don't need to worry. They have angered us this time. The Psychic Army, the Forefront Army, and the Psychic Special Police Force will launch a nationwide encirclement. And, to address the loopholes this time, they will conduct inspections and make up for the deficiencies. The chaos is only temporary. She smiled. Believe in our abilities. What can I do? Guo Chen naturally believed in the strength of Hua country's will. Those clowns will meet their end. Meng Yao chuckled. I came to you to give you a task. Find the key figures of the core organization of the Neon country hidden in Rong City. How do I find them? Guo Chen raised an eyebrow. Meng Yao smiled. You should already have an idea. Guo Chen was stunned for a moment, then realized, him? Why should I find him? Because they are very interested in you. Meng Yao shrugged. And if we act, they will easily escape. Can I do it alone? Guo Chen hesitated. Meng Yao smiled. Don't worry, we will appear at critical moments. Do what you need to do, but make sure to find a way to meet the people behind them. All right. Guo Chen nodded without hesitation. Since they are the masterminds behind this disaster, they deserve to die. I'm leaving. After saying that, Meng Yao quickly got into the car and left. Guo Chen thought for a moment, then drove towards the villa. While driving, he took out Chen Lingfeng's business card. Instructor Chen, about the task you mentioned before, I'm interested. Can we meet? Guo Chen dialed the number. Sure. Chen Lingfeng's lazy voice came through. I'll send you the time and place. No one else should come, understand? Got it. Guo Chen replied and hung up the phone. Shortly after, he received a text message from Chen Lingfeng. 9 o'clock in the evening. And an address in the Tianfu New area. He replied with a received. Soon, he returned to his villa. As soon as he entered, he saw a familiar but unexpected person, Chang Ro, Sima Hui's wife, a level 58 psychic. Guo Chen, back already? Chang Ro sat on the sofa, drinking tea and greeted Guo Chen, take a seat. Oh, Guo Chen nodded. Facing Chang Ro's assertiveness, he had nothing to say. After all, Chang Ro was impressive. Seeing him looking around, Chang Ro smiled. Xiao Qing is upstairs practicing the psychic cultivation method I taught her. These days, I will be here. She said, smiling at Guo Chen, so, you go ahead and do your thing. Xiao Qing will not be in danger. Oh. Guo Chen nodded again, thought for a moment, couldn't help but ask, since Sister Ro knew about today's events, why didn't you intervene? Chang Ro shook her head. I didn't know in advance, I came here by chance. And, you say I didn't stop it, there is no basis for that. She smiled, being able to ensure 0 casualties at 1 test site, and no casualties among the unawakened at 2 test sites, is already my limit. Ah, I'm sorry, Sister Ro. Guo Chen realized that he had wrongly accused Chang Ro. Chang Ro waved her hand. Young people, impatience is normal. She continued, Guo Chen, you have seen it too, no matter how strong I am just one person. China is so big, it is impossible to rely on just one person. Do you understand what I mean? I understand. Guo Chen nodded, but looked resolutely at Chang Ro. However, I don't completely agree. Oh? Chang Ro raised an eyebrow. Tell me. Guo Chen said, if that one person is powerful enough to deter the other party, then these clowns wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Are you talking about the guardian god of China? Chang Ro smiled approvingly. You are right. In the past, China's guardian god was a powerful military force. In the future, China's guardian god is likely to be a group of strong individuals. She looked at Guo Chen with a smile. Grow up quickly. The follow-up to the Genius Class plan is the China Guardian God plan. Young man, becoming a guardian god is not that simple. She then said, but, I believe in you, you will definitely shine internationally in the future. China Guardian God plan? Guo Chen was shocked. So, the country already had arrangements. Xingro smiled. Alright, I'll go check on Xiao Cheng upstairs, you go ahead if you have things to do. She got up, took 2 steps, and reached out. Oh, by the way, bring 100 pieces of spiritual energy ore. What? Guo Chen was shocked. Could it be that Xingro, this great expert, wanted to take his spiritual energy ore? Xingro gave him a look. I have already given Xiao Cheng 200 pieces of spiritual energy ore, but it's not enough. You are her brother, and happen to have so many, so bring 100. 300 pieces? Is she going to eat them as a meal? Guo Chen exclaimed. Xingro chuckled. Do you think it's easy to be a psychic? Our upgrade consumption is 10 times yours. Oh. Guo Chen suddenly realized, but also understood. Otherwise, psychics would be too abnormal. He took out 100 pieces of spiritual energy ore, put them in his pocket, and handed them to Xingro. This is about right. Xingro smiled. Earn more spiritual energy or in the future, your sister is a big spender. Got it. Guo Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. A genius sister is also a burden. But, who else would care for her if not him? It's a bit annoying. After saying goodbye to Xingro, he asked Xiaojin to go home and rest to avoid being harmed innocently. He then took a shower and changed his clothes. Only then did he drive towards the Tianfu New area. After driving for over an hour, almost out of Rome City, he followed the navigation, turning left and right, and arrived at a very remote farmhouse. The farmhouse was beautifully built. However, being so remote, Guo Chen found it hard to imagine how much business it could have. A car was parked at the entrance of the farmhouse, with its lights on. It made his eyes a little blurry. There was a person standing in front of the car. It was Chen Lingfeng. Guo Chen simply drove his car directly close to Chen Lingfeng's car, almost blocking the light. Then, he got out of the car. Chen Lingfeng looked at Guo Chen's strange way of parking, stunned. Who parks like this? He frowned and looked at Guo Chen. What do you mean by this? Guo Chen shrugged. Your car lights are too bright, so I covered them up for you, no problem, right? Chen Lingfeng's mouth twitched. I turned on the car lights to illuminate, okay? However, he also knew that Guo Chen's thinking was always unique and didn't dwell on it too much. Instead, he looked at Guo Chen and asked, why did you come to me today? Aren't you supposed to celebrate with your classmates today? Guo Chen waved his hand. Stop pretending, Lao Chen, I saw you at the scene. Chen Lingfeng raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised, but still looked puzzled. What do you mean? What scene? Lao Chen, it's no fun to keep pretending. Guo Chen shrugged. When I was fighting, you were on the left side of the school gate, wearing a white shirt. He did see Chen Lingfeng. He hadn't told Meng Yao before. He was afraid Meng Yao would look around and alert the enemy. Oh, Chen Lingfeng laughed. You kid, you're good. You can pay attention to details even in a fight. His eyes sharpened. So, what do you want to say? I have nothing to say. Guo Chen shook his head. You were right before, I have no background. I have to rely on myself for everything. So, I have to earn resources from both sides. He looked at Chen Lingfeng. So, cutting your people was inevitable. Ha ha, Chen Lingfeng laughed. Are you testing me? No. Guo Chen waved his hand. You and Laoli can produce so many spiritual energy ores, there must be someone behind you. And, combined with today's events, plus your presence. He shrugged. It's easy to figure out. Chen Lingfeng squinted at Guo Chen for a moment, then asked coldly, do you know that once you speak, I can't let you go easily? I'm here to make money. By speaking, I'm also telling you my determination. Guo Chen waved his hand. Good. Chen Lingfeng sneered, then suddenly asked, what did Meng Yao tell you before? Explain the situation to me. Guo Chen said calmly, she's my friend, just came to visit. Just that? Chen Lingfeng stared at Guo Chen. Guo Chen shrugged, I can't prove it. Alright. Chen Lingfeng waved his hand, come in with me. Deploy the mission, then act with us. 50 spiritual energy ores after completion. No problem. Guo Chen nodded and followed Chen Lingfeng into the farmhouse. In a hall of the farmhouse, brightly lit, around a long square table, sat 7 strong men. Boss Li was also among them. And sitting at the main seat of the square table, Guo Chen is here. Boss Li saw Guo Chen, smiled, waved his hand. Come, sit, we've been waiting for you. Boss Li, nice to see you again. Guo Chen also nodded, glanced at the long rectangular table, with people sitting on both sides. There was one seat left, opposite Boss Li. He walked over and sat down. Boss Li nodded, then looked at everyone. Let me introduce, Guo Chen, an 18-year-old genius, is the key to our mission this time. Oof. Everyone was dissatisfied when they heard this, some sneered, some looked at Guo Chen disdainfully. However, they didn't say much. Bosley didn't say anything else, but waved his hand. Let's get down to business. Saying that, he took out a model from the side bag. It was a very delicate, rectangular, golden box. He pointed to the model and said, "This is our target. It should be protected by a self-destruct device. And, the surrounding defense is not weak. Without any surprises, there should be level 20 strong, as well as an unknown number of guards above level 10. When the time comes, we will charge in, hold off the opponent's strong ones, let Guo Chen use his ability to get this box, and then leave quickly," he said, looking at the crowd. Any questions? One person raised his hand and asked, "Mr. Lee, we are no match for a level 20 strong one, right?" Bosley smiled. "Don't worry, when the time comes, we will have a level 20 person to deal with." "That's good," the person nodded. Bosley asked again, "Any other questions? When will we act? Where is the location?" Another person asked. Bosley's eyes sharpened as he looked at the person. "Mr. Tang Xing, since I didn't say, it means I'm not revealing it for now, understand?" "Ah, understood." The man named Tang Xing hastily nodded. At this moment, Chen Lingfeng said, "From now on, no one here can leave this place. When it's time to act, we will naturally inform you, and then act together." He then added, "If there are no more questions, everyone can rest their eyes. I have a question." Just then, Guo Chen suddenly spoke up. "Oh?" Bosley smiled. "Guo Chen, what's your question? You're not going to ask what the target is, are you?" Guo Chen sneered. "I won't take you for a fool, of course, I won't ask." Boss Lee's mouth twitched. He shrugged. "Then go ahead, what's the question?" Guo Chen stood up, stretched lazily. "I'm not asking a question, I'm just solving a little problem," he said, looking at Tang Xing who had just asked. "When Bosley introduced me earlier, you laughed, right? Do you like to laugh? Take this." Buzz, before the words fell, he suddenly had an extra level 2 alloy war knife in his hand, and swiftly slashed towards Tang Xing. "What?" Tang Xing looked shocked, even though he was a level 13 expert with quick reflexes. However, Guo Chen's current body strength was 880, equivalent to level 17. How could he be a match? This one slash would probably cut him in half directly. "Guo Chen, what are you doing?" Chen Lingfeng exclaimed in shock, quickly drawing a long knife from his back and slashing towards Guo Chen's war knife from the side. Clang, the two forces clashed violently, and Chen Lingfeng was pushed back several steps. His hands were numb. "What?" Chen Lingfeng looked shocked. "Come again." Guo Chen just sneered, almost without any pause, another slash with a force of 20 tons, driving the war knife. Once again, he slashed towards Tang Xing. "Are you crazy?" Tang Xing roared, finally having time to pick up an alloy staff beside him, blocking in front of him. Clang! With a loud noise, the level 1 alloy staff in Tang Xing's hand was instantly cut in half. Sparks flew. Guo Chen's sword whine cut Tang Xing's forehead, nose, lips, and chin, directly causing wounds. Blood flowed out. With a hiss, Tang Xing's clothes were also torn apart. Then, he was sent flying with a bang, leaving a spiderweb-like mark on the cement wall. Puff, a mouthful of blood sprayed out. He was both shocked and angry, looking at Guo Chen. "What are you doing? Trying to kill me?" Bosley and Chen Lingfeng were both angry. Guo Chen said coldly, "If I wanted your life, you would have been cut in half like a pig." He paused, then looked at another person. "And you?" Bosley said, "I'm a genius. What's the meaning of your look? Looking down on me? Come, let me take a slash." After speaking, he was about to act. All right. Bosley quickly waved his hand. "Guo Chen, give me some face, don't act before the operation." He then looked at the person who had mocked Guo Chen earlier. "Mr. Lin, apologize to Guo Chen." He paused, and to the others, "Anyone who disrespected Guo Chen before, apologize. I said he is a genius, do you think I'm joking? This. All right, Guo Chen, it was our fault before, I'm sorry, you are indeed a genius." For a moment, the others all stood up, gritted their teeth, and apologized to Guo Chen. No apology, no way. This kid, young in age, but with a strong temper. The battle knife is sharp and powerful. Who dares to offend him? Be smarter next time. Guo Chen sneered, waved his hand, and put the battle knife away in the space. But he was somewhat disappointed in his heart. He just caused a scene earlier mainly to test if there were any powerful figures here. Maybe the person behind Chen Lingfeng is hidden among them. Unfortunately, the commotion just now made everyone with a temper feel a bit humiliated and leaked some air. Moreover, when Bosley spoke, everyone listened. If the person behind is really among them, they are really good at acting. He looked at Bosley and said, "Bosley, to be honest, you have seen my strength, and you know I have a lot of spiritual energy ores in my hands. 50 pieces of spiritual energy ores are better than nothing to me. He smiled. I'm here to help you make money, aiming for big profits. You should know that the Genius Class program is also recruiting me. A guaranteed 10 billion resources. Genius Class program? Boss Lee's eyes lit up, then he waved his hand and smiled. Alright, I understand what you mean. You can rest assured that what China can offer you, we can offer you too. By then, you'll be making money from both sides. He smirked. I guarantee you'll become one of China's top powerhouses. Boss Lee, to be honest. Guo Chen's eyes sharpened. You said it, it doesn't count. Boss Lee frowned. Guo Chen waved his hand again. Forget it, let's not talk about this today. Let's cooperate first. Okay. Boss Lee looked thoughtfully at Guo Chen. Chen Lingfeng's gaze towards Guo Chen was also very complicated. In fact, they had never fully believed in Guo Chen. However, the potential displayed by Guo Chen was growing. If utilized well, it will definitely plant a nuclear bomb within China, ready to detonate at any time. But, as Guo Chen said, what they said doesn't count. They can't be the main players in such a big game. Guo Chen ignored them and instead smiled, sitting on the windowsill, admiring the moon outside. The atmosphere in the room was somewhat oppressive. About an hour later, Chen Lingfeng received a phone call, and after hanging up, he clapped his hands. Everyone, get ready to move. Led by Chen Lingfeng and Boss Lee, Guo Chen and the others walked out of the farmhouse's back door. They got into a fully enclosed van. The van turned left and right, driving for about 2 hours. Guo Chen completely lost his sense of direction. He was getting a bit impatient, and suddenly the car stopped. There were whispers outside. Then came the sound of the iron gate opening. The van moved forward again, and after a few minutes, it stopped. We're here. The door of the car opened from the back. Chen Lingfeng lowered his voice, put on a mask, and said to Guo Chen and the others, put on your masks, follow us, and keep quiet. Everyone followed Chen Lingfeng out of the car. Guo Chen looked around. It seemed to be a very large park. In the distance, there were several layers of electric fences on the perimeter wall. It was evident that this was a highly protected area. However, to Guo Chen's surprise, under Chen Lingfeng's lead, they seemed to be in a deserted place. Whenever they passed through an area, patrol personnel appeared behind them. They even entered a square, 4-story building that looked quite high-tech. Chen Lingfeng took out a card, swiped it to open the security system's gate. They entered smoothly. There's a mole. Guo Chen quickly judged that otherwise, according to the security level here, their group of 9 people would definitely be discovered. After entering the building, he realized that this was some kind of experimental base. Chen Lingfeng seemed to be very familiar with this place. Before long, they arrived at a heavy, high-tech door. Everyone, pay attention, we can only force our way through this security door. When I use the device to unlock it, it will definitely trigger an alarm. Once the door opens, there may be guards inside. Remember, everyone's task is to protect Guo Chen. Chen Lingfeng said as he took out a palm-sized square box. The box had a chip-sensing device. He looked at Guo Chen again. Guo Chen, your task is to seize the target object, understand? Understood. Guo Chen nodded, also curious about what the target object that Chen Lingfeng and the others had gone to great lengths for was. Buzz, at that moment, Chen Lingfeng had already placed the box in the sensing area of the door. The box seemed to have an engine inside. It emitted a whirring sound instantly. Then, crackling sounds. Sparks flew from the sensing area of the door. Immediately, the entire area, even the entire compound, rang out with a piercing alarm. Unauthorized entry, alarm, unauthorized entry. The electronically synthesized voice also sounded. Begin the operation. Chen Lingfeng roared, forcefully kicking the door open. The 9 people quickly rushed into the room. Who are you? Protect the experimental specimens. Inside, there were indeed 7 guards of level 10 or above, who, upon seeing Guo Chen and the masked individuals, immediately pulled out their guns and started shooting at them. Bang bang bang. Gunshots filled the room for a moment. Everyone kept dodging. Even though Guo Chen had the strength of 80,000 caddies now, he didn't dare to be careless in the face of such high-intensity bullets. He quickly dodged as well. In no time, he swung a knife to cut through the bullets. Guo Chen, quick, take action. At this moment, Chen Lingfeng and the others had already rushed towards the guards, engaging in combat upon getting close. Stop! Outside the corridor, there was also a sharp breaking sound, followed by a loud roar. Guo Chen glanced over. In the entire room, there were a total of 3 lockers placed. There was indeed a self-destruct device inside. He rushed up with a swift step and tried to punch the glass of one of the lockers. There was a dull thud. The locker shook violently, but the glass remained intact. Guo Chen, what are you doing? If you destroy the outer protective layer, the contents inside will self-destruct. Chen Lingfeng immediately shouted, very displeased. Guo Chen glanced lightly at Chen Lingfeng, then reached out and pressed against the glass. Buzz, the golden box inside immediately entered his space. This time, the alarm became even louder. At the same time, there was a loud rumble. The self-destruct device inside the locker activated, like an explosive bomb. It blew the entire locker to pieces. The intense shockwave affected everyone present. Impressive! Guo Chen had already teleported to another locker. He reached out and took the golden box from this locker too. Boom! Another explosion. He teleported away unscathed, as before. And the next moment, as he was about to steal the third box, a sudden angry shout rang in his ears, "You thief, seeking death." This shout almost made him feel dizzy. His heart seemed to stop. Whoosh, immediately followed by an extremely sharp breaking sound. Not good. Guo Chen felt extreme danger and unleashed his fastest speed. He swiftly drew his war blade. Bursting with all his strength, he confronted the opponent. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying force struck his war blade violently. The war blade vibrated intensely. Thrown out of hand. His tiger's mouth was instantly shattered, blood splattering. The internal organs were all shaken by that terrifying force. Blood spurted from his mouth, ears, nose, and throat. His whole body was thrown backward violently. However, his willpower was also extremely astonishing, and his mind was very clear. Subconsciously, he retrieved the flying sword back into space. At the same time, as he was thrown backward, he saw the opponent chasing after him, about to fall into the opponent's combo rhythm. Once that happened, he would be severely injured if not dead. So, in that instant, he teleported 3 meters away from the opponent. Carrying the force coming from the opponent, he slammed into Chen Lingfeng. Bang! What are you doing? Chen Lingfeng reached out and exerted a great force to support Guo Chen's back. Extremely annoyed, Guo Chen cursed. What are you asking me for? A level 20 person is chasing me. If not you, then who should I turn to? Die! Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the level 20 man had already smashed a metal staff towards their heads. Guo Chen immediately teleported away again. However, he then saw Chen Lingfeng unexpectedly turning around and striking with a knife. A head-on clash with the opponent. He slid on the ground for more than 10 steps, and the opponent was also sent flying. You continue with your mission, leave him to me. Chen Lingfeng's aura erupted completely. He turned out to be a level 20 powerhouse. Everyone was deceived by him. Damn it! Guo Chen immediately cursed, Chen Lingfeng, you sly bastard, hiding your strength at this time, almost got me killed. I'll settle the score with you later. He was also frightened. Chen Lingfeng hid his strength very well, not revealing it even when they clashed with a knife before. If Guo Chen fought him, he would be caught off guard and suffer a great loss. Quickly take the last one and leave. Chen Lingfeng had already exchanged more than 10 blows with the opponent, each strike transmitting intense vibrations. Okay. Seeing this, Guo Chen nodded, took a step forward, and went straight to the cabinet. He reached out and quickly took the box. Another explosion resounded. 3 boxes in hand. Stop, stay here. The level 20 guard, obviously anxious, roared and continued to strike Chen Lingfeng with more than 10 staffs, trying to stop Guo Chen. However, Guo Chen dashed a few steps, passed through a wall, and teleported out. At the same time, his voice echoed in the room, Chen Lingfeng, if you want these 3 boxes, bring 1,000 spirit energy ores to me. Ha! In the blink of an eye, Guo Chen had disappeared. What? Chen Lingfeng's face changed. He stopped and looked at the other person. You heard him, the items are with that little brat, go find him quickly. Humph. The level 20 guard looked angry, but without hesitation, he rushed out of the room. Let's go. Chen Lingfeng was also annoyed, waving his hand. The rest of the people fought and retreated. They quickly ran towards the corridor outside. However, the guards outside had been waiting for a long time. As soon as they went out, a dense rain of bullets greeted them. 20 minutes later, Guo Chen was covered in blood, hiding in a cave, holding his breath. He still had a repair spirit fruit left from the last time he fought 1,000 people alone. But for now, he didn't eat it. Damn, is a level 20 person really this strong? He almost caught up with me despite my teleportation. He was speechless as well. His teleportation could ignore obstacles. However, the opponent still managed to chase him for 20 minutes. It shows how formidable the opponent was. But fortunately, once he entered the forest area, the opponent's speed was greatly reduced. Guo Chen finally managed to shake off the pursuer. What exactly is this thing? Is it worth Chen Lingfeng and the others taking such risks? He opened his hand, revealing a golden box. It was heavy, probably around 30 to 40 pounds. However, he did not forcibly demolish it. because when he ran out earlier, he had already seen the name of this park, Nianshan Zhouyuan. This is a branch park of a well-known national heavyweight in Huagua. He knew that the thing in his hand was probably extraordinary. I stole the treasure of Nianshan Zhouyuan, damn. No one would believe it if I said it out loud. Mocking himself, he put away the golden box. Next, hide until dawn, practice a bit, make myself look miserable, and then go play with Chen Lingfeng. Damn! Hide my strength, who should I plot against? After that, he stopped thinking about it and took out the spiritual energy original stone to practice. In the blink of an eye, it was dawn. He absorbed 10 spiritual energy original stones again. Strength increased once again. Panel. Host, Wu Chen. Exclusive level, 6. Assets, 527-2200, currently increasing. Asset growth rate, 10. Expenditure, 201102/50000000. Physical strength, 935. 05. I can level up, so let's do it. Increase the asset growth rate, and I can further increase my physical strength. Wu Chen was very satisfied when he saw the panel data. Let's not talk much about assets. His physical strength was different every day. This is the amazing part of SS Plus talent. If it were someone else, even with enough spiritual energy original stones, they wouldn't be able to absorb them so quickly. However, he felt a headache when he thought about the gold-swallowing beast at home. Upgrading costs 10 times more for others? Who can afford that? Transfer 5 million to the account. Haha, luckily I came up with this idea in the beginning, otherwise, how could I spend all this money? Even remote places can be upgraded, so awesome. While praising himself, he took out his phone and transferred 5 million to the villa's special account. Ding! Congratulations, host, exclusive level upgraded. Congratulations, host, asset growth rate increased by 2. Congratulations, host, physical strength increased by 30. A series of notification sounds rang in Wu Chen's ears. At the same time, a surge of heat flowed through his body, further increasing his physical strength. Comfortable. He couldn't help but let out a pleasant groan. Panel. Host, Wu Chen. Exclusive level, 7. Assets, 272402, currently increasing. Asset growth rate, 12. Expenditure, 201102/60000000. Physical strength, 965. 05. Not bad, earning 12 per second, and I've increased again. And my physical strength has reached the basic level of level 18. With the spiritual fruit I ate for recovery, and the 5-fold boost, I should be able to kill Chen Lingfeng by going all out, right? Wu Chen was full of confidence at this moment. The feeling of a huge surge in strength was great. Alright, let's leave Nianshan first, so as not to encounter that guy from yesterday again. He couldn't help but sigh. That guy from yesterday was really strong. However, the key point was that it seemed like the other party was on his side. There was no need to fight against each other. With a flash, he directly moved from the cave to the outside. Ha! This move has increased by 5 meters? Wu Chen raised his eyebrows, then his face lit up. Is it because of the talent upgrade or the level up? Forget it. Moving 2 more meters, my combat power has increased a lot. He was very pleased. Teleporting and running, in no time, he arrived at a town in Mian City and found a family. He stole a set of young people's sportswear and put it on. Only then did he swagger onto the street. There was no way he had fought against that level 20 guy before, and his clothes were all torn, covered in blood. Wouldn't it scare people to see him walking like that? He found a small restaurant, ordered food, and then took out his phone. At this point, Chen Lingfeng had already called him more than 20 times. Sent 50 text messages. He smiled and dialed Chen Lingfeng's number. Wu Chen, where are you? How dare you swallow our things? You only have one way to die. Let me tell you, I have a strong country supporting me behind. You have now stolen the things from Nianshan Zhouyuan. Once exposed, Huagua will not tolerate you. No matter where you go in the world, we can kill you. Chen Lingfeng, who had suffered enough injustice, went crazy and roared into the phone as soon as he answered the call. Wu Chen quickly pulled the phone away. After Chen Lingfeng finished roaring, he smiled and asked, "Are you done yelling? Shut up and listen to me." Chen Lingfeng remained silent for a while on the other end of the line. His breathing was extremely rapid. It seemed like he was about to explode. After a while, Chen Lingfeng took a deep breath and said, "Go on. I, a genius who can enter the genius class plan, let you be fooled into robbing Nianshan Zhouyuan with 50 spiritual energy original stones. Do you think it's reasonable?" Wu Chen retorted. However, before Chen Lingfeng could speak, he continued, "You're right. Once this matter is exposed, there will be no place for me in Huagua. So, now, listen carefully to my conditions. First, 1,000 spiritual energy original stones, not one less. Second, I want to meet the person behind you, I want his protection. Otherwise, he paused, emphasizing, I will take these 3 boxes to find America. Upon hearing Guo Chen's words, Chen Lingfeng did not get excited anymore. Their goal this time was to rob Mianshan Zhou Yuan and force Guo Chen into a corner. Now that Guo Chen had figured it out himself, he didn't need to argue much. After a pause, he said, wait a moment, let me talk to Mr. Dazwa, I'll get back to you in 10 minutes. Guo Chen hung up the phone directly in anger. Dazwa? However, after hanging up the phone, he smiled. How could he not know that this was a trap set by Chen Lingfeng? But why couldn't he turn the tables on them? Soon, the dishes were served. He ate quickly. Just after finishing, the phone rang. It was Chen Lingfeng calling. As soon as he answered, Chen Lingfeng said, give us your location, we will come to see you with Mr. Dazwa. Okay. After hearing this, Guo Chen smiled, didn't say much, hung up the phone, and sent a location to Chen Lingfeng on WeChat, pointing to a remote location on the map. He paid the bill. He walked out of the restaurant, heading in that direction, muttering to himself, does Meng Yao and the others know where I am? What if the other party is a strong man above level 20 or 30, then I really have to play it by ear. He thought for a moment, looked around, but didn't see anyone. He couldn't help but feel a little worried. However, he soon arrived at the outskirts of the small town, a vacant lot piled with debris. He sat on a small hill not far away, chewing on a blade of grass, listening to DJ music and waiting. After waiting for about 2 hours, it was almost afternoon. An off-road vehicle came speeding from a distance and stopped by the roadside. 3 people got out of the car. It was Chen Lingfeng, Lao Li, and a man with a tall flat-top haircut. They walked to the side of the mound, looking around. Guo Chen whistled, attracted their attention. Swish! Guo Chen jumped up and landed on the opposite mound. Looking down at them with a smile, he said, here? Where are my spiritual energy original stones? Guo Chen, come down and meet Mr. Dazwa first. Chen Lingfeng frowned and waved at Guo Chen. Guo Chen glanced at the man, he is Mr. Dazwa? Yes. Chen Lingfeng nodded. Nonsense. Guo Chen cursed, leaped suddenly, and a war knife appeared in his hand, unexpectedly descending from the sky and fiercely slashing towards the colonel. Boom! The slash was like a thunderous strike. He directly unleashed his ultimate move, a thunderstrike slash. With a 5-fold increase in power, the terrifying strength almost reached the level of 200,000 caddies, equivalent to the force of 100 tons, instantly unleashed. Are you crazy? Chen Lingfeng was shocked, roaring loudly, and also unleashed his ultimate move, slashing down. Boom! However, even though Chen Lingfeng exerted all his strength, even though he used a double power increase for his ultimate move, his strength still couldn't match Guo Chen's. This was the suppression power of the ultimate technique. The knife in Chen Lingfeng's hand was instantly cut off, and he flew back dozens of meters. A knife mark on his chest. Blood spurted out. His face was filled with shock. Guo Chen? Boss Li was also shocked. Guo Chen, who was chased by a level 20 person last night. Now, he sent level 20 Chen Lingfeng flying with a single slash? What's going on? At this moment, he didn't even want to move, afraid of being slashed to death by Guo Chen. The colonel was even more trembling with fear. However, Guo Chen did not make another move, waving his hand. Bring a real one to me. Someone fake like you is not worthy to talk to me. The colonel was angry but dared not speak loudly. Chen Lingfeng controlled his muscles to stop the bleeding and walked over. He looked at Guo Chen. How did you know he was fake? Guo Chen chuckled, just a test. If he was scared by my single slash like this, he must be fake. Damn it, Chen Lingfeng was almost driven to another hemorrhage. This kid, only 18 years old, why was he so cunning? Just a test made him burst into anger? At this moment, Boss Li hurriedly intervened. Alright, let's not beat around the bush. Guo Chen, you are not only a genius but also a smart person. You guessed it right, this person is not Mr. Colonel, just a comrade of ours. He waved his hand. Mr. Colonel said that if you could recognize him, he would take you to see him. Get in the car. Okay. Guo Chen smiled calmly, put away his war knife into space, and got into the off-road vehicle with Boss Li. The fake colonel drove, while Chen Lingfeng sat in the passenger seat treating his wound. Boss Li smiled at Guo Chen. Guo Chen, were you hiding your strength yesterday, or what? Guo Chen lightly laughed. I'm not a sneaky person, I don't do things like hiding my strength. Just broke through. Chen Lingfeng gritted his teeth in anger. Guo Chen, don't go too far. You are only better than me in unleashing ultimate moves. With your high-powered ultimate move, how many times can you use it? I can easily kill you if you can't finish me off in 1 or 2 moves. Shall we try it down there? Guo Chen sneered, if I can't kill you, my surname is not Guo. Forget it. Bosley hurriedly intervened again, meeting Mr. Colonel is more important. He said to Chen Lingfeng, old Chen, say less. Guo Chen is a genius and improves quickly. Humph. Chen Lingfeng snorted coldly but remained silent. Useless. Guo Chen cursed. Chen Lingfeng's mouth twitched, but in the end, he didn't retort. About 2 hours later, Guo Chen found that they were heading towards a small county away from Rong City. They arrived at an industrial park on the outskirts of the county, turned left and right, and arrived at a building. After entering, they went into an office. The office was quite large. There was also a martial arts arena. A tall and fierce-looking middle-aged man was sitting on the sofa, smiling at Guo Chen. Clap, clap, clap. After Guo Chen entered, the man clapped and said with a smile, truly deserving to be a candidate for the Genius Class program. Guo Chen, you are very strong and also a smart person. You are excellent. Are you Colonel? Guo Chen glanced at the other party, his heart shook. Sure enough, the aura of this colonel was even stronger than Meng Yao, giving him an extremely dangerous feeling. Even if he went all out, he was probably not the opponent of the other party. Yes, it's me. The colonel nodded calmly, then said, I can agree to your conditions. In fact, I promise to increase by 1,000 pieces of spiritual energy or for you every year. In other words, in the first year, you do nothing, and I'll give you 1,000 pieces. In the second year, I'll give you 2,000 pieces. In the third year, I'll give you 4,000 pieces. And so on. He casually threw out a huge, tempting condition. 1,000 pieces of spiritual energy or is equivalent to 3 billion resources. In just 2 years, he almost gave 10 billion. The colonel continued, and, I promise you, to have the Neon government behind me endorse you. If you get into trouble, we'll protect you, how about that? You are really generous. Guo Chen was shocked to hear. However, Neon is originally a strong economic power in the world, although its territory is a bit small. But, they can still afford this amount of spiritual energy or. This condition almost made him tempted. No wonder over the years, so many people have betrayed their country and received dog food. It's because they have been given too much in these small days. He. The colonel chuckled, we have always been generous to talents. So, do you agree? Agree, of course. Guo Chen immediately nodded. If he didn't agree, he would be killed. He would delay and think about it later. At this time, the colonel nodded, very well. He looked at Bosley, Li sang, go out and tell Meng Yao, the captain of the spiritual energy army following Guo Chen, to come in with you, otherwise, I will kill Guo Chen. Yes. Bosley was stunned for a moment, then immediately agreed. What? Guo Chen was shocked. It seems that this colonel knows everything. Guo Chen, do you think we would believe you with just a casual word? The colonel smiled, of course, there must be a formal agreement, otherwise, with so many pieces of spiritual energy or at stake, I would have to commit seppuku. Oh, Guo Chen was severely shaken. Obviously, this colonel was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. At this moment, Meng Yao followed him but did not attack. It can only mean that Meng Yao alone was not confident and reinforcements had not arrived. However, he tried to keep a calm expression on his face and smiled, a formal agreement is necessary. He paused, but, Meng Yao is just a small captain of the spiritual energy army. Do you think this formal agreement is secure? He. The colonel smiled slightly and waved his hand, let Li Sang bring the person in before we talk. Moreover, his gaze sharpened, I am not joking. If she doesn't come in, you will die. Geniuses are rare, but geniuses who cannot be used by me should not exist in this world. After saying that, he smirked and gave another order to Bosley. Guo Chen remained calm. The pressure in his heart was still immense. At this time, Bosley had already turned and left. After waiting for about 5 minutes, footsteps were heard at the door. Meng Yao and Bosley came in. Sister Meng Yao? Guo Chen was shocked to see Meng Yao. Meng Yao sneered, Guo Chen, I didn't expect you to betray the country. The military commander was right to have me monitor you. Ha ha ha. The colonel laughed loudly, Miss Meng, stop acting. My intelligence is better than you think. I know you are looking for me, but I have my own plans. Either I kill Guo Chen, or I completely drag Guo Chen down with me. He smirked, looking pleased at Meng Yao, Miss Meng, no matter what, I won't lose. You. Meng Yao's face changed drastically. At this moment, Colonel pointed at Meng Yao and said to Guo Chen, now I will tell you why I asked you to kill Meng Yao as a token of loyalty. Do you know who her grandfather is? Colonel looked at Guo Chen and asked in a loud voice. Who? Guo Chen realized that Meng Yao seemed to have a significant background. Colonel smiled, your supreme leader. What? Guo Chen was shocked, very surprised. Meng Yao's identity was so special, yet she had been fighting outside all this time. Colonel's smile widened, surprised, right? Choose. Kill her and pledge loyalty to me. or let me kill both of you. Guo Chen! Meng Yao shouted hastily. Meng Yao, stop. Guo Chen interrupted Meng Yao, smiling, I don't care who your grandfather is, I only care about what I can gain. As he spoke, he raised his hand. The second-level alloy battle knife appeared in his hand. He looked at Meng Yao. Meng Yao, I'm sorry, you've been good to me, but you must die. Swish! Guo Chen roared, and the battle knife, driven by his explosive force, slashed towards the wall next to Meng Yao like lightning. Go! In an instant, there was a loud bang. The wall was slashed open by him, leaving a big hole. He hugged Meng Yao's soft body and teleported, crossing the wall and appearing in midair. Meng Yao smiled, I knew you weren't a traitor. Be careful. Before she could finish her sentence, there was a loud explosion as the wall behind Guo Chen was blasted. Guo Chen, you're doomed. The fierce colonel broke through the wall and charged straight at them. In midair, he waved his hand. A blue flame, like a bullet, flew quickly through the air and instantly reached Guo Chen. Boom! Guo Chen hurriedly blocked with his alloy battle knife. The terrifying shockwave once again sent his knife flying. He, holding Meng Yao tightly, crashed towards the ground. However, he quickly retrieved his knife. The two of them smashed a big pit in the ground and rolled on the ground. Both of them spat out blood. Kill them! Catch them! At the same time, a dozen armed thugs rushed from both sides of the house. Chen Lingfeng and the others also broke out of the window and charged towards Guo Chen and the others. Sister Meng Yao, let's go! Guo Chen turned around, hugged Meng Yao's waist, and lifted her up. At the same time, he had 5 first-level alloy throwing knives in his hand. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the 5 throwing knives shot towards the 3 figures falling rapidly from the sky. Their speed was extremely fast, slightly hindering the colonel's pursuit. The next moment, Guo Chen and Meng Yao teleported to the woods 5 meters away. Guo Chen, you're doomed, you made a foolish decision, die. The furious colonel's desperate shout echoed. Guo Chen, without hesitation, kept teleporting towards the mountains and forests, teleporting 5 meters at a time now. Since teleporting had no inertia and could pass through any obstacle, he kept changing directions and delved deeper into the woods. The sound of the colonel chasing from behind grew fainter. Finally, they arrived in a valley with a stream beside it. At this moment, Guo Chen had no idea how far they were from the colonel's compound. Phew, he breathed heavily. He felt utterly exhausted. Yesterday's injuries, despite a night of training, the successive use of teleportation, and the direct confrontation with the colonel had drained him. He felt like he was about to die. Tired, huh? Meng Yao blushed as she looked at Guo Chen in his arms. Indeed tired. Guo Chen nodded. If you're tired, put me down. Are you enjoying holding me like this? Meng Yao couldn't help but say. She also saw that Guo Chen was seriously injured, otherwise she would have kicked him away long ago. Shoo, keep your voice down. If that colonel hears us, we're done for. Guo Chen reluctantly let go of Meng Yao, no matter how tough and tired. In fact, holding a beauty in his arms, he could still persevere. Humph, let's find a secluded place now to treat your injuries, Baldy. Meng Yao said with a smile, they dare not stay here for too long. Baldy? Guo Chen was taken aback. Take a look for yourself. Meng Yao smiled and picked up her phone, shining it on Guo Chen's face. Oh my god. Guo Chen then realized that his hair and eyebrows were almost completely burnt off. There were also some burnt marks on his face. A once handsome face, ruined in an instant. Upon careful recollection, he immediately remembered the clash with the colonel just now. Although the flames hit the alloy war knife, they also splattered a lot. He quickly coughed, it's nothing, just temporary. Let's find a place to hide first. With that, he hurried ahead to look for a cave. Meng Yao followed behind, saying with a smile, actually, you look quite handsome like this. Scars are a man's badge of honor, haven't you heard? It won't affect you finding a wife. Easy for you to say. Guo Chen quickened his pace and finally found a cave. The two entered. Guo Chen looked at his clothes burnt by the opponent's bluing fire. He sighed, Meng Yao, I'm taking them off. Rip! Before Guo Chen finished speaking, he tore open his sportswear, revealing his strong muscles, and the scars burnt by the yin fire. What are you doing? Meng Yao raised her voice, staring at Guo Chen wide-eyed. Is he crazy? Guo Chen smiled, I'm injured, aren't I? Meng Yao, I got hurt protecting you. Can you help me with it? Fine, fine. Meng Yao took a deep breath, took out a first aid kit from her combat pack, and then used alcohol swabs to clean Guo Chen's wounds bit by bit. On his face, on his head, on his back muscles, on his chest muscles. Throughout this process, her heart was pounding. This was too exciting. She had treated wounds for others before, but had never felt this way. Suddenly, she felt thirsty. Done. Finally, Meng Yao finished treating him. I'll apply some medicine for you, just wait for it to heal slowly. Oh, no need. Guo Chen shook his head, I have a healing fruit, eating it will do the trick. With that, he took out the restorative fruit from his space and swallowed it in front of Meng Yao. The power of the restorative fruit surged through his body. In no time, he felt itchy, and then his hair, eyebrows, and wounds all healed. Fully restored. Even his physical strength and spiritual energy were fully restored. Meng Yao gritted her teeth and looked at him. Are you out of your mind? With such a fruit, you still let me treat your wounds? Her face turned red with anger. Guo Chen laughed. I did it to let you express your gratitude. They say, if gratitude is buried in the heart for too long, it will turn into a perversion. Go to hell. Meng Yao kicked over. Guo Chen teleported away, pursing his lips. Alright, Meng Yao, what's our next move? I'll contact the higher-ups and wait for support. Meng Yao's face turned serious. I didn't expect the opponent to be a level 30 master. You took a risk this time. As she spoke, she took out a satellite phone. Made a call. She continued, in 20 minutes, we can return and regroup with the main force. They probably won't be waiting for us there, right? Guo Chen frowned. They must have fled. Meng Yao shook her head. Colonel is a very cunning person, very good at intelligence, and knows our actions very well. But, you don't have to be discouraged. He thought he was clever and called me in. Although he had a signal jammer inside, I still recorded it with a miniature camera. With his face and information, he can hardly escape. She smiled and looked at Guo Chen. This time, your mission is completed. That's good. Guo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Finally not in vain. He said, looking at Meng Yao, so what is my reward? Waive your 10 million debt? Meng Yao looked at Guo Chen and asked. Impossible. Guo Chen waved his hand. Others don't even mention 1,000 spirit stones. 50 is enough. You have spirit stones, and we don't know? Meng Yao gave him a glance. Spirit stones are not endless, and they are obtained at the cost of someone's sacrifice. She waved her hand. Forget it, I won't tease you anymore. The military lord said that completing the mission will reward you with a third-grade inner armor, which can resist third-grade alloy blades. You are the most suitable for it. Inner armor? Is it that powerful? Guo Chen raised his eyebrows. This inner armor is indeed very suitable for him. Otherwise, everyone would use blades, which would be too dangerous in battle. He asked again, how much is it worth? Meng Yao smiled slightly. The craftsmanship of inner armor far exceeds that of alloys. Therefore, the price of inner armor of the same quality is also much higher than that of alloys. Generally speaking, the price of third-grade alloy is 1,500 yuan per gram. Using 10 caddies as a reference, a 10 caddy third-grade alloy weapon costs about 7.5 million each, and a third-grade inner armor is 5 times that. That's 37.5 million. She looked at Guo Chen. So, isn't the reward I'm giving you this time bad? Are these things really that expensive? Guo Chen raised his eyebrows. How can ordinary people afford them? He. Meng Yao sneered. How many people can afford a third-grade inner armor? But it's worth that price. Then let's hurry back. Guo Chen was a little impatient. With the inner armor on, he felt safe. Are we going to die if we wait a little longer? Meng Yao glared at Guo Chen, waved her hand. Get some barbecue, spirit beast meat. I heard that you eat spirit beast barbecue in the spirit world. I haven't eaten to protect you. Guo Chen's mouth twitched. Okay. Seeing Meng Yao hadn't eaten, he didn't say much, and set up a barbecue grill and charcoal. He cut off a large piece of meat from the 8-level cloud rhinoceros leg. Then he started grilling. In no time, cumin, chili powder, and peppercorn were sprinkled on top, making it fragrant. Meng Yao immediately started eating and said between bites, the spatial system is really good. You can carry equipment wherever you go. Also, what kind of meat is this? Deer meat. Guo Chen casually replied. What deer meat? Meng Yao ate some and immediately felt a bit hot, so she asked quickly. Cloud rhinoceros deer, 8th level, the taste is okay, I'll have some too. Guo Chen said as he reached out to take some. Stop. Meng Yao panicked. Do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to understand? Ordinary people can't handle the effects of deer meat. Cultivators can't handle cloud rhinoceros deer meat, right? She felt hot. She quickly pushed Guo Chen's hand away. This meat can't be eaten, I can't take it, I'm going out to clear my mind. With that, she picked up the remaining cloud rhinoceros deer barbecue and went out. Guo Chen was stunned. Sister, who is really sick? You want to go out to clear your mind while eating? He felt something was wrong, quickly packed up the stove and followed her out. Not long after, he saw Meng Yao sitting in the stream in the mountain forest. It seemed like she was practicing her techniques. There was a mist rising around her. Meng Yao isn't really sick, right? Guo Chen was only 18 years old after all, usually focused on studying, and really didn't understand these things. However, he didn't bother Meng Yao either, afraid that Meng Yao would get angry. He found a rock and sat down to admire Mangyao, who was already wet from the water. Apart from being a bit fierce, Mangyao was actually quite pretty. Have you seen enough? About 10 minutes later, Mangyao jumped up, activated her psychic power, and dried her clothes. Landing in front of Guochen, she glared at him fiercely. Don't roast that kind of deer meat to eat in the future, it could be fatal. Is it poisonous? Guochen was taken aback, quickly nodding. Okay, let's go back. Mangyao, seeing that he really didn't understand anything, had nowhere to vent her anger, so she had to let it go. Of course, she also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she found out in time. And fortunately, Guochen didn't eat it. Otherwise, once the two of them started fighting, it might really end in tragedy. Before long, they returned to the base of Dazhua and the others. A colonel of level 30 had already arrived. After handing over to the colonel, Mangyao took Guochen to the psychic military base. It was already past 5 in the evening when they arrived at the base. Guochen couldn't wait and went straight to the equipment storage he had visited before, going up to the second floor. His eyes widened. There are 3rd grade inner armor, 3rd grade leg armor, and many other good things. Looking at the leg armor, he asked eagerly, Sister Mangyao, can I buy this 3rd grade underwear? Mangyao widened her eyes, looking at Guochen. What did you say? This is inner armor. Guochen pointed to the inner armor, then pointed to the leg armor. Isn't this called underwear? Pfft, the administrator almost burst out laughing. Go to hell. Mangyao glared at Guochen fiercely. That's called leg armor. The price is the same as the inner armor, 37.5 million. Do you have the money? The military commander said no more credit. Stingy. Guochen looked disappointed. It would be great if he could get credit. Enjoy it in advance. Later, he could ask the psychic military to set up a special account for him to repay the debt. Wouldn't that be great? He smiled. Can I use an 8th grade spirit beast to offset the bill? It's the 8th grade cloud rhino we roasted and ate before. What? At this moment, a surprised voice came from Hongqi. Mangyao, did you roast and eat the cloud rhino? That's going to. Guochen turned around and saw Mr. Hongqi, the accountant, holding a small book. Shut up. Mangyao glared at Hongqi fiercely. If this matter spread, what would happen? She quickly changed the subject, looking at Hongqi. You are in charge of the accounts, can it be used to offset the bill? Of course. Hongqi nodded quickly. The cloud rhino is quite valuable, and our psychic military also accepts it. How is the price calculated? Guochen asked hurriedly. Hongqi smiled. The 8th grade cloud rhino is 17,000 per kilogram, and the 9th grade cloud rhino is 20,000 per kilogram. So cheap? Guochen raised his eyebrows. Chen Lingfeng and the others gave me 30,000 per kilogram for the 8th grade cloud rhino. Yes, they gave you a high price, but then they cheat you when reselling, dragging you down. Can you afford to spend the black market money? Mangyao still seemed to be upset about eating deer meat. That's true. Guochen nodded involuntarily. Chen Lingfeng gave a high price, not for the cloud rhino's money, but for Guochen's future. And he just said it casually. The price given by Hongqi was not low either, higher than the prices of other spirit beasts. After some thought, he asked, what about the 11th grade iron armor dragon? Do you accept it, and how much? 11th grade iron armor dragon? Hongqi raised his eyebrows. Wow, Guochen, you're amazing. He then said, the skin of the iron armor dragon is very good, judging by its integrity. I can give you 30,000 per kilogram. Let's go, change the place, this place is too small. Guochen nodded. Follow me. Hongqi then took them to the square and said, bring it out. Guochen didn't waste any words and waved his hand directly. Boom boom boom, 3 huge creatures appeared in the square. Startled, the passing spiritual army warriors all thought that the spiritual beasts from the spirit world had come to Earth. It caused a commotion. Oh my, Guochen, how big is your space? Hongqi looked shocked. Guochen waved his hand. It's about 400. Oh, no, it has increased by almost 100 cubic meters. Now it's 501 cubic meters. He was too busy before and didn't notice. The space automatically increased by 100 cubic meters. Just like the increase in teleport distance, he didn't know if it was due to a level upgrade or a talent upgrade. Now his space is equivalent to a house with an area of over 160 square meters and a height of 3 meters. Not small. 500 cubic meters? Hongqi looked envious. No wonder the military lord treated Guochen so well. What else could this be if not a treasure? In the spirit world, the biggest trouble is inconvenient transportation. Many experts, when they encounter good things, can't bring them back. Guochen only went to the spirit world once and brought back so many spiritual beasts. It shows his potential. Alright, let me weigh them. Hongqi didn't say much, but exerted his strength with both hands and lifted an 8th level cloud rhino, a 9th level cloud rhino, and an 11th level iron armor dragon. Then, he looked at Guo Chen and said while writing, the 8th level weighs 1102 kilograms, the 9th level weighs 1501 kilograms, and the 11th level weighs 3012 kilograms. Guo Chen raised his eyebrows. Are you kidding me? Where's the scale? Hongqi chuckled. My eyes are the ruler, my hands are the scale, I won't cheat you. Meng Yao also said, this is Hongqi's skill, the margin of error won't exceed 100 grams, trust him. 6. Guo Chen gave a thumbs up. He wouldn't doubt that Hongqi was trying to cheat him. He waved his hand. Let's settle the bill. 139. 11 million, I'll round it up for you, 139 million. Hongqi calculated quickly and soon came up with the total. Guo Chen widened his eyes. You round up like this? Brother, you're the seller, rounding up is normal, right? Hongqi reasoned. Alright, record it. Guo Chen waved his hand. Okay, 139 million, minus the previous amount you owed. Hongqi said as he wrote. Don't deduct it. Guo Chen hurriedly stopped Hongqi's hand. What's accounted for is accounted for, what's owed is owed, don't cross it out, I'll pay in cash later. What's your quirk? Hongqi looked shocked. Such a peculiar way of thinking. Don't worry about that. Guo Chen quickly said. Alright. Hongqi didn't mind, then said, you have 139 million in your account, owe 10 million. Is that okay? No problem. Guo Chen nodded, then asked, besides rewarding me, can I make purchases? You can. Hongqi agreed readily. Guo Chen immediately said, okay, then give me 3 sets of 3rd grade armor, 4 pairs of 3rd grade pants, and a 30-pound 3rd grade alloy war knife. Hold on. Hongqi widened his eyes. Are you asking for a lot? Don't you want to hear what you're saying? Guo Chen smiled. 7 sets of 3rd grade armor, pants, 262. 5 million, 3rd grade alloy war knife, 30 pounds, also 22. 5 million. Adding them up, isn't it 285 million? He showed an innocent smile. Brother 7. You've seen my potential too. Deducting 139 million. Isn't it just owing 146 million? He looked at Hongqi seriously. For this small amount of money, are you afraid I'll run away? This small amount of money? Hongqi almost spat blood. The administrator next to him is like listening to a book from the sky, owing $1 billion at the drop of a hat? Is this inflation? Forget it, I surrender to you, I'll call the military lord. Hongqi knew Guo Chen's potential well. He knew that Guo Chen was now the apple of Sima Hui's eye. He said, turning to make a phone call. In no time, he came back, the military lord agreed, but in the future, your harvest in the spirit world must be sold to our spirit energy army first. Living is a member of the spirit energy army, dying is a dead member of the spirit energy army. Guo Chen immediately smiled. If you have the ability, sign a contract immediately and join our spirit energy army? Hongqi sneered. Next time for sure. Guo Chen was extremely happy. It's easy to get things done with acquaintances. If it weren't for the spirit energy army, could they let him owe so much? Let him choose equipment from the arsenal at will? He laughed even more happily. Shigu, please bring me what I want, and then you can keep a record as you like. Got it. Hongqi replied unenthusiastically and went with the administrator. In no time, he brought 4 sets of armor, pants, and a golden shimmering sword. He handed them to Guo Chen. Remember to settle the account. Got it. Guo Chen was overjoyed. Although this mission was dangerous, the rewards were immense. With 4 sets of armor, his combat power increased significantly. The safety factor is even higher. He waved his hand and stored these treasures in his space. He said with a smile, Sister Meng Yao, Brother Hongqi, and the warehouse manager, goodbye, I'm leaving. With that, he turned and ran to the parking lot, driving away in Meng Yao's car. You little bastard. When did you steal my car keys? When Guo Chen drove away, Meng Yao angrily discovered the issue. Hongqi smiled bitterly. It's because he's from the spatial department, just beat him up next time. Meng Yao took a deep breath. I'm going to train, maybe in a few days. I won't be able to beat him. She glanced at Hongqi. Hongqi, you showed off in front of him back then. Now, he almost killed Chen Lingfeng, who was level 20, with 1 strike. Damn! Hongqi's mouth twitched. I'm going to train too. The two hurriedly ran off. On the other side, Guo Chen drove Meng Yao's car and happily called Lu Chang. Son, come home quickly, I have something good for you. Damn, Lao Guo, how can you still laugh? Lu Chang was very anxious. You're on the hot search again, but this time you're being criticized, saying you're a killer. Look at the news quickly, let's meet at home. What? Guo Chen's mouth twitched. I, a city hero, became a killer? Thinking of this, he quickly parked the car on the side of the road and went online to see what was going on. Damn, Neon Foreign Ministry, I'm not done with you. As soon as he went online, Guo Chen exploded in anger. It turned out that the video of him killing the neon killer at the entrance of the exam hall yesterday was posted online, and maliciously portrayed by various big verses as a demon who gained powerful strength and indiscriminately killed innocents. The top 3 hot searches were all about him. Former city hero turned into a perverted demon, what caused it? Reflection. How to lock up terrifying power. Where should ordinary people go? Why can foreign countries do it, but the people of Hua country can't? One after another, the rhythm was set. Each discussion group had millions of discussions and tens of billions of readings. A lot of insults. Occasionally, when someone pointed out that Guo Chen was a savior, they were immediately attacked by the water army. Even those who spoke up for Guo Chen were immediately threatened with doxing. If it wasn't Chen Lingfeng and the others playing tricks, I absolutely don't believe it. Guo Chen looked for a while, getting angrier as he read, so he simply stopped. He took a deep breath. He continued to drive home. Forget it, I can't be bothered with these things, it will be fine after it's over. Before long, he drove to the entrance of the residential area. It was then that he noticed the crowd in front of him. Punish the murderer. Lock the demon in a cage. Some people shouted inside the residential area. Some self-media were live streaming. There were also news media on the scene live broadcasting. Dozens of police officers stood at the entrance, with a police officer who looked like a leader holding a megaphone to persuade. The security guards in the residential area were on high alert. Anyway, the scene was chaotic. Damn, are they sick? Speaking Mandarin in Rome City? Don't they know that people in Rome City don't usually speak Mandarin? Guo Chen's mouth twitched at the corner. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that someone was up to no good behind the scenes. He could have teleported directly into the residential area. However, after some thought, he decided to park his car on the side of the road, leaped up, and landed next to the police officer. Guo Chen is here. Officer, why haven't you arrested this murderer yet? The people below, waving flags and looking excited, shouted loudly. Guo Chen, why are you here? The police officer knew that Guo Chen was being manipulated, but he was also worried that his arrival would cause even greater chaos. It's okay, I just want to say a few words. Guo Chen smiled, took the megaphone, and said, shut up and let me speak for a moment. Down with Guo Chen. Guo Chen, go to hell. The people below completely ignored him and just wanted to pressure the police. I fucking told you to shut up. Guo Chen suddenly shouted loudly. The terrifying force of his shout directly burst the megaphone. The sharp sound of electricity, along with his lion-like roar, immediately silenced the scene. Everyone stared at him in astonishment. He immediately said, listen up, especially those who are live streaming, broadcast what I'm about to say clearly. He paused. First, there were attacks nationwide yesterday, targeting ordinary people. Second, I only attack enemies. Third, if you have any issues, want to smear me, or want to take action against me, come at me. Don't fucking threaten anyone who speaks up for me. Fourth, I want to thank those who speak the truth for me here. Remember, if you are threatened, either come to my house, come to my school, or call 110 and have them find me. I'm putting it out there, if anyone dares to touch you, I'll kill them. As he spoke, he glanced at a half-height garden marble stone nearby. He walked over, pointed at the stone, and said, look closely at this stone. Kill. Boom, he activated his psychic power, and with a hand chop, unleashed a thunder strike, striking the stone fiercely. The air was filled with killing intent. With a loud bang, the stone was directly shattered into pieces. Do you understand now? He looked at the stunned crowd. Guo, are you saying that this stone is like an obstacle? No matter how hard it is, you can overcome any challenge without fear? A journalist in the front row of the live broadcast quickly asked with a microphone. No. Guo Chen shook his head. What I mean is, this is the head of those traitors who slander me. I can slap his head into 17 or 18 pieces. The journalist's mouth twitched. I was being superficial. Guo Chen, are you threatening ordinary people? He is indeed a demon, advocating violence. After a brief silence below, a few people started shouting in Mandarin. As soon as they shouted, a dozen more people immediately echoed. However, the confrontation was obviously not as intense as before. What's wrong with threatening you traitors? Guo Chen is not someone you traitors can judge. Boom, before Guo Chen could continue speaking, a loud and clear shout suddenly came from the sky. Then, a huge fireball came crashing down. The garden viewing area at the entrance of the residential area exploded with a bang. Soil flying everywhere. A beautiful young girl with dazzling fire wings landed next to Guo Chen. Well said, rebels must be exterminated. Guo Chen is my brother, if you go against him, you go against me. The next moment, a shiny diamond man also descended from the sky, stepping on the soil of the viewing area. The soil exploded once again. Guo Chen doesn't need your baseless criticisms. If you want to catch him, you have to ask my flying sword for permission. Buzz, a sword as tall as a person, shining brightly, once again crashed into the viewing area. Sword energy filled the air. A cold and arrogant young man landed on the hilt of the big sword, looking coldly at everyone. These three people were Luo Wan, Lu Chang, and Qin Hao. Wow, how did you guys get here? Guo Chen was overjoyed. Actually, he wasn't afraid at all, but being criticized and condemned by others made him feel powerless. However, having companions by his side made a difference. And me. A bear-like figure leaped down from above, roaring. In the end, he turned back into a human. It was Zhang Shi. He said coldly, I was there. If it weren't for Guo Chen yesterday, I would have died. He was protecting us. I can testify too. Lu Chaoqiao also jumped up. As soon as she came up, with a tearing sound, she ripped open the sleeves on her arms, revealing bandaged scars. She said coldly, I almost died at the hands of the attackers. It was Guo Chen who saved me. Don't believe me? Look. As she spoke, she directly tore off the bandages. Bloody knife marks appeared in everyone's sight. The crowd gasped in shock. Some couldn't bear to look directly. She then said, I still have scars on my body, so it's not convenient to show you. But, she looked at Guo Chen. Guo Chen is not a demon, he is a hero who saves people. The crowd was shocked once again. Some were speechless at this point. The agitated ones seemed to realize something. All right. Just then, a figure appeared again, floating above them. It was Ching Ro. Ching Ro said calmly, the farce can end now. Guo Chen is one of our psychic army. Those who go against him will have to pay the price. I have already applied to the highest leadership to completely eliminate those who accept foreign funds and spread rumors on the internet. Also, before you lock Guo Chen up, you might as well lock me up too. With that, she reached out towards the shattered marble that Guo Chen had broken. The fragments flew into the air. She opened her palm. Bang 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 bang. The marble instantly turned into powder. The crowd screamed in fear. All right, disperse. Xing Ro waved her hand lightly, then turned and flew towards the residential area. Disperse. Guo Chen also waved his hand. Just remember what I said. Come to me if you have any problems. As soon as he finished speaking, the angry and agitated people gradually left. Guo Chen led the others to bid farewell to the police. Then they entered the residential area and returned to the villa. It was still early in the day, but it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. When they entered the house, they saw Qing Ro and Guo Shaoqing waiting for them. Guo Chen quickly introduced everyone to each other. You guys are great too. With a group of companions, the future will be smoother. Qing Ro nodded, praised them, and said, I'm going out to do something. I'll be back the day after tomorrow. Take Shaoqing to my place for training. Come back during the holidays. Ah, didn't you say you were going to leave her in Rong City before? Guo Chen was stunned. Qing Ro glared at him. It's all because of you causing trouble. From yesterday to today, I caught 5 people who came to bother Xiao Cheng. You will be busier in the future. Before Xiao Cheng can protect herself, she can't be alone. Brother, I also agree with Master. After all, my life is more important than following you. Guo Shaoqing said with a smile. Oh, Guo Chen twitched his mouth, then nodded, and looked at Qing Ro. What about her studies? Qing Ro was caught off guard for a moment. She hadn't thought about it. Guo Chen chuckled and said, it's okay, Rojia, you can hire a private tutor for her. I'll pay for it. There will be a weekly assessment. If her grades don't reach the top 10 in Rong City, you can punish her severely. Guo Shaocheng widened her eyes. Guo Chen, are you crazy? Hee, I'm your brother, I'm doing this for your own good. Guo Chen patted Guo Shaoqing's head. Don't worry, I'll send you the exam papers from Huangdong, surpassing Mianyang. Thank you. Guo Shaoqing suddenly didn't want to speak anymore. It's simple, I'll hire the best private tutor for her and check her homework every day. Seeing this, Qing Ro waved her hand. Alright, you guys have fun, I'm going out. With that, she left. Tonight, let's make up for the celebration of the end of the college entrance examination that was disrupted yesterday. Guo Chen clapped his hands. I'll place the order, wait for the delivery, and we won't return until we're drunk. The crowd cheered. At this time, Luo Wan brought Lu Chaoqiao to her room to change into a new outfit and came down. Everyone played board games for a while. Food and drinks were served on the table. 3 cups were raised by everyone. Then, Jiangxi raised his glass, looking at Guo Chen. Guo Chen, I admit, I used to envy your good looks and good grades. Later, when you awakened, you became even more powerful, and I felt even more unbalanced. I apologize to you first for always causing you trouble before. Also, thank you for saving us yesterday without holding grudges. I'll drink 3 cups as a self-punishment. After he finished speaking, he drank 3 cups of beer in one go. Guo Chen waved his hand. We are classmates, it's all in the past. In fact, saving Jiangxi yesterday was also an instinctive act for him, without much thought. Besides, although Jiangxi was annoying, he had also tricked him a lot. There was no deep-seated hatred between them. So, he didn't take it too seriously. Lu Chaochao then raised her glass. Guochen, I also had a bad attitude before, I'm sorry. Thank you for saving me. I really thought I was going to die yesterday. After speaking, she drank 3 cups on her own. In this way, they also reconciled their past grievances. The atmosphere became more and more harmonious. Even Guo Xiaochang, who had been sulking on the side, ran over to drink, but Guochen stopped her and made her drink a soft drink. Everyone ate, drank, and chatted. They talked about the past, the present, and the future. As they chatted, some people's eyes turned red. However, they quickly began to envision the future. Everyone present was a cultivator with infinite expectations for the future. It was past 10 o'clock when they all collapsed one by one. The first to collapse was Guochen. The next day, June 10th, Guochen woke up with a slight headache, practiced his techniques to alleviate it, and then felt better. After washing up and changing into a new outfit, he came out. Everyone was having breakfast. It turned out that after Guochen fell asleep last night, Xinhao, Lu Chang, Jiangxi, and Lu Chaochao also fell asleep. Guo Xiaochang, who didn't drink, and Luo Wan, who drank but seemed unaffected, guided the drunken people back to their rooms. Good morning, everyone. Guochen was full of energy at the moment. Ha ha, Lu Chang burst into laughter. Old Guo, you are top-notch in looks, strength, and academics. The only thing lacking is your alcohol tolerance, ha, at the bottom. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Guochen's alcohol tolerance was indeed lacking. Guochen's face sank, walked over, and said unkindly, can you score 550 points in your cultural courses? Are you showing off to me here? Lu Chang's mouth twitched. Guochen then took out 2 pieces of paper from his space and threw them over, saying, Lao Lu, Lao Qin, come, sign these IOUs for me. IOUs? What IOUs? Both Lu Chang and Qin Hao looked puzzled. They each took their own IOUs, glanced at them, and suddenly became excited. Damn, bro, you are like a real brother to me. I'll sign it right away. Lu Chang was instantly excited. 3 sets of 3rd grade armor, 3rd grade leg guards, and the 2nd grade alloy war knife that Guochen had before. All at fair market value. Lu Chang owed Guochen 80 million, and on Qin Hao's side, it was 75 million. Guochen, this is too much, thank you so much. Qin Hao was also very excited. Especially for someone like him who lacked physical strength and long-range attacks, it was easy to be killed. With these 3rd grade armor and leg guards, his survival rate skyrocketed. Hurry up and sign. Guochen waved his hand. The 2 of them quickly signed the IOUs. Then, Guochen waved his hand, and the IOUs entered his space. With another wave of his hand, 3 sets of armor and his previous 2nd grade alloy war knife appeared on the table. Lu Chang and Qin Hao quickly took their respective sets. Guochen then said to Luo Wan, Xiao Huan, happy birthday, consider this as a birthday gift for you. Luo Wan was pleasantly surprised. Wow! Lu Chang looked envious. The campus bell is different. When Lao Guo makes a move, he gives away 75 million. This, Luo Wan suddenly felt it was too precious. Guo Xiaoqing hurriedly said, sister-in-law, we are all family, no need to be polite. Just accept it quickly. Yes, accept it. Guo Chen also nodded. Okay. Luo Wan's face lit up with a smile. Thank you, Guo Chen. She quickly picked it up. Brother, what about me? Guo Xiaoqing then reached out and asked. Guo Chen gave her a cold look. Resources are limited, and you don't go to the spirit realm, so it's not for you. Besides, he lowered his voice, don't you have Sister Ro? She must have a lot of good stuff, even 4th grade armor. You're annoying. Guo Xiaoqing's face turned pale with anger. There were no good things for her. Just a pile of homework and test papers. What kind of brother are you? Alright, Guo Chen, you guys are busy, we'll take our leave. At this moment, Jiangxi, with a look of envy, bid farewell with Lu Chaochao. Guo Chen smiled, I'll see you off. Then, he escorted Jiangxi and Lu Chaochao to the gate. Suddenly, Jiangxi looked at Guo Chen and said, Guo Chen, there's something else I didn't mention before. He paused, Zhao Liang is coming back. He said he wants to propose to Luo Wan in front of you tonight. What? Guo Chen raised his eyebrows, are you sure? I'm sure. Jiangxi nodded seriously, he personally told me, and he said that their elders are also in favor of the match. Although the proposal is a bit rushed. But tonight, his parents will come together to pressure the Luo family. He looked at Guo Chen, that's all I know, you should prepare early. Alright, thanks. Guo Chen nodded and patted Jiangxi's shoulder. This news was very important to him. He originally thought tonight was just an ordinary birthday party. He didn't expect it to be so complicated. After bidding farewell to Zhang Shi and Lu Qiao, Guo Chen returned to the villa and happened to see Lu Chang, wearing armor, extending his arm, asking Qin how to use the second-grade alloy war knife to cut him. Lao Qin, don't worry, I just did it myself, no marks left. Help me with some force, I can't do it myself. Qin Hao hesitated. Lu Chang was still urging him. I'll do it. Guo Chen walked over, took the knife from Qin Hao's hand, and chopped at Lu Chang's arm. When Lu Chang was suddenly knocked several meters away and fell directly into the kitchen. Ha ha ha. His eerie laughter echoed from the kitchen. Lao Guo, what a good baby, not a scratch. It's like taking a punch, ha, good chop, good chop. Ah. Qin Hao's mouth twitched. Lao Lu is really a bit silly. In no time, Lu Chang ran in and snatched the level 2 alloy war knife from Guo Chen's hand. I've named this knife, it's called the Overlord Blade. Lao Guo, you should have a new knife, what's its name? Go sit aside. Guo Chen patted Lu Chang. A broken knife named Overlord Blade? I could easily break it with a backhand, you know? Lu Chang didn't say much either, he ran to the backyard to play with the knife. Guo Chen, I'm going back first, there's a birthday party today, I need to prepare. Luo Wan said with a smile. Okay. Guo Chen nodded and asked, have you invited Zhao Liang? Invite him for what? Luo Wan was puzzled, is there something? Do you want me to invite him? Oh, it's nothing, you can go back first, see you tonight. Guo Chen saw that Luo Wan was completely unaware, so he didn't say much. Okay. Luo Wan nodded and was about to leave. Qin Hao also smiled, I'm leaving too, Guo Chen, Xiao Chang, see you tonight. After exchanging greetings, the two left together. After seeing them off, Guo Xiaoqing asked angrily, what's wrong, do you have something on your mind? Adult matters, don't meddle as a child, have you finished your summer homework? Guo Chen said impatiently. Guo Xiaoqing was so angry that she didn't want to speak. It's not even summer vacation yet. Be careful yourself, I'm going to practice for a while. Guo Chen waved his hand, returned to his room, took out his phone, and made 2 calls. Then, he started practicing the Xianhuang True Dragon technique. Delayed yesterday, must catch up today. In the blink of an eye, 7 hours passed. He absorbed 10 spirit energy ores and looked refreshed. Status panel. Host, Guo Chen. Exclusive level, 7. Assets, 1825602, currently increasing. Asset growth rate, 12 expenses, 2031026000000. Physical strength, 1015. 05. Physical strength is close to level 19. Guo Chen smiled slightly, with SS plus talent, enough spirit stones, and a high spirit energy conversion rate. This feeling is really great. He chuckled, I don't care if you're Zhao Long or Zhao Liang, if you provoke me, I'll chop you to death with one knife. Then, he walked out of the room. Guo Xiaochang and Lu Chang had changed into their clothes and were waiting in the living room. Let's go to Xiao Wan's house. Guo Chen waved his hand, and they left the community, driving Meng Yao's car towards Luo's house. While driving, he also thought about retrieving his Spirit Realm 9 when he had the chance. It's a waste to leave it there. Half an hour later, they arrived at Luo's house. It was a very luxurious mansion near the Third Ring Road. Surprisingly, there were many luxury cars parked at the entrance. They inquired and found out that today was Luo Wan's 18th birthday celebration. The Luo family had extensive connections in Rong City. For the young lady's 18th birthday, many people tried various means to get an invitation. Wow, bro, these people are all dressed in formal attire, suits and all. If we dress like this, will we be stopped from entering? After parking the car, they walked towards the mansion. Guo Xiaoqing asked timidly. She had only lived for 15 years and had never experienced such a situation. Are we underdressed? Guo Chen smiled calmly. At least the total value of our outfits is close to 100 million. Then why don't you just wear your armor out? Guo Xiaoqing couldn't help but roll her eyes. Guo Chen laughed. It's not just armor, it's worth over 1,000. Okay. He patted Guo Xiaoqing's head. We are dressed well, and we don't rely on clothes to make an impression. Right, after all, we are cultivators. Lu Chang nodded. Soon, they arrived at the entrance. There were several receptionists at the entrance, with warm smiles. However, Guo Xiaoqing couldn't help but say, brother, they seem to have invitations. This Xiao Wan forgot to send us invitations. Guo Chen raised his eyebrows. As he was speaking, he saw 2 receptionists walking towards them with smiles on their faces, passing through a few people in front. Ah, Mr. Guo, Miss Guo, Mr. Lu, hello, sorry for the distance. The young lady is busy inside and specifically instructed me to personally welcome you and bring you to her. The man was extremely enthusiastic. Ah, this is Guo Chen, nice to meet you in person, even more handsome than in the videos. He's an awakened one, he has killed people. Of course, he killed the bad guys. Haven't you been online? Just today, more than a dozen big verses with a rhythm were caught, each of them posted evidence chains. They also caught more than a dozen water army bases. Guo Chen's background is not simple. For a while, some people nearby also recognized Guo Chen and started discussing. Many people looked at him with respect. That's troublesome. Guo Chen didn't expect to become an internet sensation, being recognized wherever he went. So, it's easier to get famous when you're already famous. Last time he became famous, no one was creating a buzz, and he was quickly forgotten. This time someone was creating a buzz. He became completely famous. No trouble, please. The man became even more polite. Soon, he called for a shuttle bus and led Guo Chen and the others to the manor. They arrived at a luxurious building. They got off the car. Soon, Guo Chen saw Luo Wan, who was wearing a formal dress and stood out in the crowd. Guo Chen, Xiao Chang, Lu Chang, you're here. Luo Wan hurried over when she saw them. Xiao Wan, happy birthday, you look beautiful. Guo Chen also greeted her with a smile. Guo Xiaoqing and Lu Chang also went up to congratulate her. Thank you. Luo Wan blushed and said, come, I'll take you to my side. There are so many people tonight, I didn't expect it. She was about to take Guo Chen and the others with her. Luo Wan, happy birthday, long time no see. At this moment, a familiar voice came from behind them. Guo Chen and the others turned around. Zhao Liang. There were also a strong man and woman beside him. Zhao Liang? Luo Wan was surprised. She didn't seem to expect them. Xiao Wan, these are Zhao Xiao's parents, General Zhao and Colonel Wu. Hurry up and greet them. A middle-aged man beside Zhao Liang's parents smiled and said to Luo Wan, no need for formalities. Zhao Liang's father smiled, waved his hand, Miss Luo, hello, I am Zhao Liang's father, Zhao Wanyuan. The woman also smiled, Miss Luo, I am Wu Ziming, Zhao Liang's mother. Hello, uncle and auntie. Luo Wan felt a bit embarrassed. She didn't expect Zhao Liang's parents to show up. Don't be nervous. Wu Ziming smiled, we will be family soon, so you can be more casual. What family? Luo Wan felt a bad premonition. Colonel Wu, we haven't told Xiao Wan yet, we'll discuss it later. The middle-aged man smiled and said, alright, it's okay, my husband and I came here today just for this matter, we can discuss it slowly. Wu Ziming said with a smile. Zhao Liang quickly said, Xiao Wan, you're turning 18 soon, we will be family very soon. The middle-aged man also said, Xiao Wan, I will talk to you in detail later. He glanced at Guo Chen and the others, then said, after you settle your classmates, come upstairs for a while. Dad, I understand your intentions now, I'm sorry, I won't agree. Luo Wan glanced at Guo Chen and immediately said, first, I haven't even finished college. Second, I don't like Zhao Liang. So, she looked at Wu Ziming, Zhao Wenyuan, and the three of them, sorry, I won't agree to this so-called marriage alliance. What? Wu Ziming and the others' faces darkened. Luo Wan's father, Luo Jia, his face changed and shouted, Xiao Wan, have you forgotten what I taught you before? Let's discuss this matter slowly. Yes. Wu Ziming smiled, you're still young, you don't understand anything, take it slow. Zhao Wenyuan also said calmly, marriage is a major matter, it can't be forced, it must be discussed properly. Although they said so, they looked very confident. It seemed very certain. They didn't even say a word to Guo Chen throughout. In any case, listen to me, arrange for your classmates to come to the second floor, it concerns your grandfather. After Luo Jia finished speaking, he smiled and invited Zhao Wenyuan and the others. However, Zhao Liang smiled and said, Uncle Luo, you go up first, I'll come up with Xiao Wan later. Alright, let the young people get closer. Luo Jia said and walked away with Zhao Wenyuan. It was only then that Zhao Liang looked at Guo Chen and sneered, Guo Chen, I will personally return the shame from that day to you. And now, I want to warn you, Xiao Wan is the daughter-in-law of my Zhao family, stay away from her. He paused, his eyes cold, otherwise, without a proper name, things won't go smoothly, don't blame us for being impolite. Zhao Liang, I am not the daughter-in-law of your Zhao family. Luo Wan retorted loudly. Zhao Liang chuckled, you will agree. Because my parents have gone to a dangerous place in the three circles of the spirit world these days and found a spiritual fruit that can restore your grandfather to 80% of his state. But this fourth-grade spiritual fruit is invaluable, we can't give it to you unconditionally. He smiled slightly, your grandfather loves you the most, are you going to watch him slowly die like this? Yu Luo Wan was shocked. So, the other party was prepared for this. Alright, Guo Chen and the others can take care of themselves, you come with me. Zhao Liang reached out to pull Luo Wan. Smack Guo Chen slapped Zhao Liang's hand away, get your dirty hands off. Guo Chen! Zhao Liang was furious, you dare to oppose me? Swish! Guo Chen made a gesture, and a third-level ally battle knife appeared in his hand. He looked coldly at Zhao Liang, if you dare to touch my girlfriend, watch me whether I'll strike or not. What did you say? Zhao Liang was uncontrollably angry. Guo Chen held Luo Wan's hand and looked at her. Xiao Wan, tell him, are you my girlfriend? Zhao Liang. Luo Wan's heart was in turmoil at the moment, but she was holding hands with Guo Chen. There was an indescribable joy in her heart. She gritted her teeth and nodded. I am Guo Chen's girlfriend, so I hope you don't mess around, don't force anything. You guys? Zhao Liang's face turned pale instantly. Guo Chen sneered, now that everything is clear, Zhao Liang, if you dare to have any thoughts about my girlfriend, ask my knife first. How dare you? Just then, Wu Ziming, who had just walked to the gate, shouted, Guo Chen, do you really think no one can deal with you? Such audacity. Zhao Wenyuan's gaze was sharp as a knife as he looked at Guo Chen. You dare to bully my son in front of us? Come, try to strike me twice. This couple were both level 40 powerhouses. Their imposing aura suddenly emanated. The onlookers were shocked and kept retreating. Even 10 meters away, Guo Chen felt a tremendous pressure. Oh, General Zhao, Colonel Wu, such a great show of power? Are you supporting your son like this? Just then, a light and ethereal laughter sounded. At the next moment, a beautiful figure appeared next to Guo Chen. It was Qing Ro. Qing Ro stood with her hands behind her back, looking at Zhao Wenyuan and the others with a smile that was not a smile. Do you think that just because your son has someone backing him, Guo Chen is nothing? Let's talk here. Guo Chen, I, Qing Ro, and Sima we have your back. Her eyes sharpened. If anyone dares to bully the weak, don't blame me, Qing Ro, for being impolite. Oh, by the way, if you two are not satisfied, let your old man come too. The whole family can come. She smirked. Let's see if I, Qing Ro, can handle all of you alone. Qing Ro? Zhao Wenyuan's face changed drastically. Who is this Qing Ro? Even the third-ranked Sima Hui in the world would give in to this fierce mother tiger. A rare telekinetic. Even if their whole family teamed up, they might not be able to beat her. Humph. Wu Zimeng snorted coldly. General Chang Ro, you are really generous. People are saying that Guo Chen is the illegitimate son of the head of the Sima army, and here you are, backing him up? Guo Chen's mouth twitched. Who is this person talking nonsense? Ha ha. Qing Ro laughed. Whether he is illegitimate or not is none of your business. Even if Guo Chen is Sima Hui's illegitimate son, if I like him, I will treat him as my own son. So what? Guo Chen's mouth twitched again. Sister, if you don't explain, that's fine, but your answer is so ambiguous, and you are so eloquent. Once you say it, it's set in stone. At this moment, even Luo Wan couldn't help but glance at Guo Chen. Wu Ziming was speechless. At this moment, Sheng Ro looked at Guo Chen and said, Guo Chen, listen carefully, Sima Hui and I are backing you up, not to let you do whatever you want, nor to let you bully the weak. But if you are in the right, and others don't listen even after being told, then chop them to death. Her eyes sharpened. If they die, I'll take responsibility. Whether they are surnamed Zhao or Wang. Sheng Ro, Zhao Wenyuan was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Yes. At this moment, Guo Chen was happy and looked at Zhao Liang. Zhao Liang, did you hear me clearly? If you dare to lay a hand on my girlfriend again, or threaten her, I will kill you. Damn it. Zhao Liang was speechless. Originally, Guo Chen was better than him in every aspect, except for his background. But now, Shang Ro's support made Guo Chen's background terrifyingly strong. Sima Hui's illegitimate son. Qing Ro treats him as her own son. Alright. Roger was completely caught off guard by Guo Chen's background. Seeing both sides at a standoff, he quickly intervened. Everyone, it's windy outside, and there are many people around. Why don't we go upstairs and have a good talk? I don't mind. Shang Ro smiled slightly and looked at Guo Chen. Guo Chen, what do you think? Let's go. Am I afraid of him? Guo Chen smiled and was about to pull Luo Wan inside. Luo Wan pointed to the knife in his hand. Shouldn't you put away the knife first? Okay. Guo Chen made a gesture, and the knife disappeared into space. Mr. Roger, lead the way. Qing Ro waved her hand. Please. Roger smiled and led the group upstairs. They arrived at a hall on the second floor of the banquet building. Roger invited everyone to sit down, feeling quite complicated. Originally, he was just trying to matchmake the younger generation and discuss engagement. He never expected things to get so complicated. First of all, welcome everyone who has come from afar. After some thought, he decided to start with some small talk to warm up the atmosphere. Mr. Roger, let's get straight to the point. Zhao Wenyuan interrupted Roger directly. Originally, my wife and I ventured into dangerous territory to obtain a 4th-grade spiritual fruit for Mr. Luo. Taking such a big risk was actually to fulfill my son's deep affection. Now it's. He gave Guo Chen a cold look. Your daughter is now with someone else. What do you say now? Do you want these 4th-grade spirit fruits? If you do, you have to agree to let Luo Wan be with my son. The Zhao family is indeed a big family. They directly want to sell their children. I, Xingro, have seen it all. Xingro sneered immediately. Zhao Wenyuan was about to retort, but Wu Zimeng stopped him and said, "When Yuan is impatient," and spoke out of turn. She then looked at Luo Jia. "We have only one request. Miss Luo must not get too close to other boys during her 4 years in college, and she cannot date anyone else." She paused. "We are using a 4-grade spirit fruit to buy this opportunity, so no one can say anything, right? It was my oversight." Zhao Wenyuan immediately smiled and nodded. "Miss Luo, how about this one condition?" This. Luo Jia frowned, unable to make a decision, and looked at Luo Wan instead. Luo Wan's expression was also very complicated. She didn't like Zhao Liang at all, but her beloved grandfather was seriously injured and lost all his combat power. Although her grandfather didn't say it, he was extremely distressed. She saw it, but was powerless to do anything. Now that the Zhao family has put forward this condition, how could she refuse? But once she agrees, after finally confirming her relationship with Guo Chen, what will happen in 4 years? Ha ha, Guo Chen laughed and looked at Zhao Wenyuan. What 4-grade spirit fruit can heal Grandpa Luo's injury? Guo Chen had heard Luo Wan talk about Grandpa Luo's condition. He had come prepared today. A 4-grade pharmacist's spirit fruit, with an 80% chance of healing Grandpa Luo's injuries, Zhao Wenyuan said as he took out a square box from his bag. As he opened it, a strong spiritual energy surged out, accompanied by a medicinal fragrance. Luo Wan stared at the 4-grade pharmacist's spirit fruit, feeling even more conflicted. 80% chance? Guo Chen chuckled. So you're saying there's still a 1/5 chance of failure? You find 80% insufficient? Zhao Liang immediately became unhappy. You come up with a 100% solution. Don't you worry, I already had that in mind. Guo Chen smiled, reached out his hand, and produced a repairing spirit fruit. This was just purchased by him. He said calmly, "Look at this. Spirit fruit? 1st grade?" Zhao Wenyuan, being knowledgeable, recognized it at a glance and then laughed. "Huh? What kind of spirit fruit is this of yours, comparing a 1st grade one to my 4th grade spirit fruit? Guo Chen, are you out of your mind?" Zhao Liang also laughed. Luo Jie sighed, thinking that Guo Chen would present something good. He sighed, "Guo Chen, even if this is a highly quality spirit fruit specifically for treating injuries, it's probably useless, because Little Wan's grandfather is a level 50 powerhouse. A 1st grade one won't work. Uncle Luo, let me finish." Guo Chen smiled, waved his hand on the table, and suddenly 9 repairing spirit fruits appeared. He spent 720,000 in one go. He bought 10 in total. He had previously bought 8, so the first 2 were 41,000 each. The remaining 8 were 81,000 each. He said, "What if I have a lot of them? And, what if my 100% can repair anyone's injuries? If 1 is not enough, then 10, if 10 are not enough, then 100. How about that?" "What? 100? Where did you get so many spirit fruits?" Zhao Wenyuan looked incredulous. "Even 1st grade spirit fruits are extremely rare." Wu Zimeng bumped him and then said calmly, "Even if you have 100 of these 1st grade spirit fruits, what's the use? 0 multiplied by 100 is still 0. Ah, right." Zhao Wenyuan quickly nodded. 1st grade spirit fruits are mostly ineffective for people above level 30. I can give this spiritual fruit to Grandpa Luo to try. What about you? Guo Chen chuckled. Well, Zhao Wenyuan was once again speechless. Yes, give it a try. Luo Wan seemed to have found an opportunity and quickly said, "Dad, let Grandpa try it first." Luo Jie was about to speak. "I'm here." Just then, the side door of the room was opened by someone. An old man, sitting in a wheelchair, was pushed in by Luo Wan's uncle Luo Hong. This old man is Luo Wan's grandfather, Luo Qian. Luo Qian was one of the first group of people to awaken. With some opportunities, he quickly reached level 50 after the spiritual energy officially revived and the spiritual world appeared. He was originally a top figure in the world. However, when the spiritual world first opened, 2 masters from the Indian countries secretly entered the spiritual world of China, looting resources and killing strong members of the Chinese military. After being discovered by the old man, he fought against them and was also seriously injured. Despite trying many methods in the past 4 months, nothing worked. He became more and more despondent. "Dad, Grandpa, greetings, Grandpa Luo." When Luo Qian arrived, everyone respectfully saluted. Even Cheng Ro, towards Luo Qian, showed a respectful expression. Because of his age and status as a heroic figure. "Please, have a seat, everyone." Grandpa Luo smiled and waved his hand. "I heard everything you said." He looked at Zhao Wenyuan. "Xiao, although old Luo, may be physically disabled, my heart is not. I won't let my granddaughter make a deal for my own body. Well, Zhao Wenyuan looked a bit embarrassed. Grandpa Luo then looked at Guo-chen. Young man, I've seen you online, you're a good lad. Brave in battle, I like that. Just a bit too pretty-faced, but with that courage and hot blood, it's enough. Guo-chen was quite happy listening to the first part but felt speechless at the last sentence. Is it wrong to be handsome? Am I not a guy with 8-pack abs? But he just waved his hand. Grandpa Luo, it's what I should do, and I haven't done well enough. He. The old man chuckled, waved his hand. Bring your fruit over, let me taste it. Even if it's not effective, the taste of the spiritual fruit is good. Yes. Guo-chen smiled busily, brought over a handful of spiritual fruit. No problem, Grandpa Luo, if you like it, I'll be your strawberry in the future. Ha ha ha. The old man laughed happily. You kid, really know how to make an old man happy, he said, picked up one, threw it into his mouth. Chewed a few times. Swallowed it. Everyone stared at him. The old man's eyes lit up, excitedly. It seems to be really effective. The effect is not bad. What kind of spiritual fruit is this? 10 pieces. 10 pieces are enough. As he spoke, he quickly repaired the remaining 9 pieces of spiritual fruit. Is the old man pretending? How can it have such a quick effect? Just a first-grade spiritual fruit, right? Everyone present was shocked. The Zhao family trio, especially, looked incredulous. This exceeded their imagination. Before they could finish speaking, the old man suddenly frowned, as if in pain. Then beads of sweat as big as beans appeared on his forehead. Grandpa, what's wrong? Is this spiritual fruit poisonous? Grandpa? Guo-chen, so you came to kill Grandpa? Everyone was shocked. Zhao Liang even stepped forward to accuse Guo-chen. This? Guo-chen was also dumbfounded. They had eaten this spiritual fruit without much problem. Luo Jie's eyes had become somewhat sharp. But, just then, the old man let out a long roar. I'm sorry, I couldn't hold it in. Boom! A deafening fart shook the entire room, making a rustling sound. Luo Hong, a deputy minister of education at level 34, and a spokesperson for the Ministry of Education, was blown away more than 10 meters by the visible fart, burst through the wall behind. The person flew out. And the most tragic thing was the wheelchair under the old man's buttocks. It was directly blasted into pieces, a sight too gruesome to bear. A stench as if from meat that had been rotting for who knows how many years, suddenly filled the entire room. The old man's face turned red, and he quickly said, Roger, quickly take our esteemed guests to the next room and wait for me. I'll go change clothes. Swish, he suddenly turned around and fled the scene at the fastest speed. However, Guo-chen still clearly saw the old man's bare buttocks. Yes, that fart even ripped his pants apart. Oh my, let's go. Guo-chen, who had reacted, hurriedly pulled the still shocked Luo Wan and turned to run outside. The second to react was Qing Ro. She also pulled Guo Xiaoqing to run outside. Only then did the others who had come to their senses from the shock follow suit. Before long, Guo-chen and the others, led by Roger, arrived in the adjacent room. Everyone remained silent for a long time, especially the 3 members of the Zhao family, unsure whether to laugh or be angry. It wasn't until Guo-chen said, I have never seen such a deafening fart, that everyone finally couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. About 20 minutes later, Old Master Luo and Luo Hong walked in. The first thing Old Master Luo said was, rest assured, we have all taken a bath, sorry for the embarrassment. Guo Xiaoqing burst into laughter again. But realizing something was wrong, she quickly covered her mouth. Old Master Luo felt helpless, waiting for Guo Xiaoqing to finish laughing before looking at Guo-chen and saying, Xiaoguo, your spiritual fruit effect is too good, I have already recovered. Congratulations, Old Master. Guo-chen also breathed a sigh of relief. Spending 720,000 to restore the old man to his original state was indeed worth it. But if he really needed 100 fruits, according to the system's logic of price increase, how much would he have to spend? However, he also indirectly confirmed a conjecture from this incident. The spiritual fruits in his shop were different from those outside. They couldn't be judged solely by grade. Grandpa, that's great, you're finally better. Luo Wan was excited and rushed over, tears streaming down her face. After a while, Old Master Luo said, Roger, since I have recovered, there's no need to discuss it today, right? Everyone can go down and complete the coming-of-age ceremony for little Wan. That's true. Roger smiled, then looked at Zhao Wenyuan and said, Brother Zhao, what do you think? Zhao Wenyuan said with a serious face, first of all, congratulations to Old Master Luo, our Huagua has gained another fierce warrior. Secondly, he looked at Luo Wan, Miss Luo, I hope you give yourself more choices. My son, Zhao Liang, has the potential of an emperor. To be honest, his talent is not as simple as D grade. He has a growth-type talent, and in a month, he has already risen from D grade to C grade. He looked proud. I have already applied for the second Genius Class Program quota for him. Zhao Liang also nodded. Gui Chen, didn't expect that, right? I am a 1 in a billion growth-type talent. I may even have an SSS-level talent in the future. Growth-type talent? Roger raised an eyebrow. Second Genius Class Program quota? He was shocked, because the Genius Class Program was actually selecting future department heads. It was the cradle of future big shots. At this moment, Zhao Liang proudly said, Uncle Luo, not only that, my brother has already been selected as a member of the first Genius Class Program. Our family's future will be even stronger than it is now. What? Roger was shocked again. The Zhao family was too powerful. Seeing this, Zhao Liang became even more proud, smiling at Luo Wan. So, little Wan, choosing me was the right decision. What can Gui Chen compare with me? Oh, Gui Chen couldn't help but walk out, looking at Zhao Liang. What a coincidence, Zhao Liang. I am also a growth-type talent. I accidentally leveled up my talent to SS+. By the way, is the Genius Class Program really amazing? I seem to have been invited too. You're only in the second session, right? He shook his head. Zhao Liang, what makes you think that such a trivial matter is worth showing off about? Look at how outstanding I am. Have I shown off? What? Zhao Liang, upon hearing this, looked shocked, then gritted his teeth. Impossible. You're bragging. Yeah, can anyone enter the Genius Class Program? SS talent, there are only a few in the whole country, right? Nonsense. The Xiaowen couple also didn't believe it at all. Cough. Luo Hong, who had been silent all along, cleared his throat and said with a smile, I can prove that what Gui Chen said is true. He paused. I recommended him for the Genius Class Program. His talent was tested for the second time at the Psychic Army, and the data has been uploaded to the Ministry of Education. This. Zhao Liang, upon hearing this, turned red in the face, clenched his fists, as if he was about to strike at any moment. Brother, why can someone with a C-level talent be so arrogant? At this moment, Guo Xiaoqing spoke up. I thought everyone was like us, all with SS talents. What? Another SS talent? Everyone turned to look at Guo Xiaoqing. The faces of the three members of the Zhao family flushed with anger. Xingru nodded. This is my disciple, a psychic with SS talent. Any questions? Damn. Puff. Zhoulian's mentality completely collapsed. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He collapsed directly on the ground, fainting. Son. Zhouwen looked anxious, quickly picked up Zhao Liang, and said to Old Man Luo, Old man, I'm sorry, my son's old injury hasn't healed, so we have to leave first. Goodbye. Goodbye. Wu Ziming also hurriedly got up. Then, Zhouwen carried Zhao Liang and jumped out of the window with Wu Ziming. They disappeared in a flash. In no time, they left the Luo family estate and arrived at a nearby wetland park. Thump! He threw Zhao Liang to the ground. Stop pretending, get up. Oh, okay. Zhao Liang quickly got up from the ground. He had indeed spat blood just now, feeling too embarrassed, so he decided to pretend to faint. He looked regretful, gazing at Zhaowen. Dad, is this how we're going to leave it with Gui Chen being so despicable? Wu Ziming sighed. What can we do? Didn't you hear what that woman Qingru said? Gui Chen is Sima Hui's illegitimate child. She sighed again, and now, he has saved Old Man Luo, gaining another powerful backer. Don't provoke him in the future. This. Zhao Liang was very unwilling. Zhaowen sneered, a genius who hasn't fully grown, is nothing once dead. Honey, don't be impulsive. If you dare to lay a hand on him, Sima Hui and his wife will not spare our family. Wu Ziming looked nervous. Zhaowen chuckled, who said we have to do it ourselves to kill him? That idiot Dazhua, isn't he being chased around by the Psychic Army Special Forces? He chuckled, let him go kill Gui Chen. As he spoke, he took out his phone, muttering to himself, train a soldier for 1,000 days for a moment of use. It's time for him to do something for me. On the other side, at the Luo family estate. 10:30 p.m. After Luo Wan's coming-of-age ceremony ended, the adults celebrated and then socialized separately. Luo Wan led Gui Chen and others to drink and boat on the artificial lake in the estate, chatting and having fun. Alright, it's almost time. I'll take Xiaoqing back to the capital tomorrow. Gui Chen, why don't you come back with us? Xingru descended from the sky and said to Gui Chen and the others who were still enjoying themselves. Oh, okay. Gui Chen nodded upon hearing this, bid farewell to Luo Wan, and hugged Gui Xiaoqing. They promised to meet again later. Afterwards, Gui Chen drove Mengyao's car, taking Xingru and Gui Xiaoqing back home. Gui Chen, I have something to tell you. After a while, Chengro suddenly looked at Gui Chen and said with a serious tone. Rojia, go ahead. Gui Chen nodded while driving. Xingro said, today, your identity has been confirmed by me. Normally, people on the surface will not easily make a move against you. But, what will happen behind the scenes, no one can say for sure. So, you need to quickly improve your own strength. In addition, after joining the Genius Class program, try to advance to the list of candidates for the Guardian God program. She paused for a moment before saying, the Genius Class program selects future leaders of various departments. And the Guardian God program is like cultivating strategic nuclear weapons. Being a leader is not easy, with no space of your own, running around for the country and the people, only to leave behind a reputation after death. Only the Guardian God program is where others serve you, and at critical moments, you intimidate others, understand? She said a lot in one breath. Genius Class program, Guardian God program. Huo Chen raised his eyebrows and asked, what is the Guardian God program like, and how intense is the competition? I won't go into the specifics of the program, as it is still being developed. Xingro thought for a moment, but, how intense is the competition? Let me put it this way, the Genius Class program is tentatively set for 5 sessions. In each session, there are at least 1 to 200 people, while the Guardian God program selects only 12. If you meet the standard, you move up. If there are too many, they will select the best, implementing a challenge elimination system. She sighed, in the future, just this program alone will cause a lot of internal strife. But, it is necessary. Understood. Huo Chen understood the cruelty behind it as soon as he heard it. Moreover, it also involved many power struggles, just the tip of the iceberg. Xingro seemed to not want to say much more, but he suddenly asked, by the way, Rojia, what exactly is the thing I brought out from Mianshan Zhouyuan? Why hasn't anyone come looking for it? Oh, that thing? Xingro said casually, that is the essence blood of 3 ancient corpses extracted by Mianshan Zhouyuan from a human relic in the spirit world, located more than 100,000 kilometers away from the third circle layer, brought back by Sima Hui and 3 other experts. Essence blood of ancient corpses? Huo Chen raised his eyebrows. I thought it was some high-tech stuff? What's the use? Not high-tech? Xingro chuckled, extracted from ancient corpses that even Sima Hui couldn't breach, can it be done without high technology? So powerful? Huo Chen was shocked. Sima Hui couldn't breach it. He then thought, oh, right, you said it was a human relic? Does that mean there are humans in the spirit world? There used to be. Xingro replied, according to their estimates, the spirit world may have encountered a catastrophe, sealed by some kind of power. Perhaps it's someone else's forbidden land, who knows? The effect of the essence blood? Huo Chen was also very shocked. But he also knew that others didn't know much, so it would be better to seek answers himself in the future. Xingro said, they speculate that using this kind of essence blood from ancient corpses may elevate a person to a divine level talent, that is, above SSS level. However, the method is still pending, so it's not very useful now. And that box is also high-tech. Without permission from above, you can't open it either. She paused, and they have been annoyed about where to put this thing. Putting it in Nianshan Zhouyuan would require sending powerful experts to guard it. But there aren't enough strong experts. She laughed at the end, so, they had a meeting and decided to leave it with you. If you lose it, you'll have to compensate. If you die, so be it. If the final experimental method comes out, they said they would reward you with a stick and let you push your talent to the limit. Damn! Huo Chen couldn't help but curse. The people above really know how to calculate. However, this method is indeed cost-effective, and he is also very interested in cooperating. After all, it is used to enhance the talent limit. His talent spirit fruit may not necessarily be able to be upgraded to a divine-level talent. Don't rely on it. Many people envy you but can't envy you. This was suggested by your father. Xingro said with a smile. Huo Chen was horrified by Xingro's words and quickly said, Rojia, don't tease me. You and I both know that my illegitimate child status is fake. Xiao Qing can testify. I can't testify, you gave birth to me before I was born. Huo Xiaoqing added. Huo Chen felt his scalp tingling. Xingro sneered, it's best if what you said is true, humph. Huo Chen knew that a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea, unable to guess which sentence is true. Before long, they returned to the villa. After washing up, Huo Chen immediately began to cultivate. He dared not be negligent. Because he knew that as the recovery of spiritual energy accelerated, conflicts would become more and more frequent. The higher his talent, the more outstanding his performance, the easier it would be to get involved in the vortex of disputes. Strength is the key. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. It was already June 11th. Panel. Host, Huo Chen. Exclusive level, 7. Assets, 1624002, still growing. Asset growth rate, 12. Expenditure, 203102/60000000. Physical strength, 1065. 05. Well, not bad. My physical strength has officially reached level 19. When it gets stronger, I'll use the Enlightenment Spirit Fruit to increase the power of Thunderstrike. Guo Chen was very satisfied. Now his talent is strong enough to absorb 10 pieces of spiritual energy ore in one night. I wonder how many times that is compared to others. Moreover, he has enough spiritual energy ore in his hands, 513 pieces. Completely enough. He changed into a new outfit and walked out, feeling a bit uneasy. Because today, Guo Xiaoqing was going to leave him and go to the capital. Honestly, since their parents passed away 8 years ago, they had never been apart. Even when Guo Xiaoqing was hospitalized due to illness, he could still see her often. This time, it was the first time Guo Xiaoqing truly left home. As soon as he walked out, he saw Guo Xiaoqing carrying a suitcase, waiting for him at the door with Qing Ro. "Brother, I'm leaving." Guo Xiaoqing rushed over with red eyes. Guo Chen rubbed her head. "Don't worry, with Ro Jie here, you don't need to worry." He paused. "If I have time, I will come to see you too." "Okay, brother, I will miss you." Guo Xiaoqing looked touched, then looked at Guo Chen. "Can you not send me the Huanggang exam papers? Nianshan has surpassed it?" "No." Guo Chen's face fell. "TCH, pretending to be noble." Guo Xiaoqing pouted, waved her hand. "I'm leaving." "You." Guo Chen wanted to hit someone. "Alright, Guo Chen, it's not like it's a life and death separation." Qing Ro smiled, reached out her hand. "Give me 200 pieces of spiritual energy ore." "What?" Guo Chen was puzzled. "Ro Jia, why?" "I charged 200 pieces of spiritual energy ore for my appearance fee yesterday, not expensive, right? Do you still want me to help you in the future?" Qing Ro said matter-of-factly. "Ahem, can you give me a little less? I'm broke." Guo Chen hurriedly said. "You're broke? Ha ha." Qing Ro waved her hand. "Stop being so long-winded, and besides, the spiritual energy ore is not for me, it's for your sister." "Okay." Guo Chen had no choice but to face Qing Ro's robbery. He found a pocket, took out 200 pieces of spiritual energy ore from the space, and handed them to Qing Ro. "Contact me if you need anything." Qing Ro took the spiritual energy ore, turned around elegantly, and left, getting into Meng Yao's car. Stepping on the gas, she drove away. Damn! Guo Chen rolled his eyes. Not only was he robbed, but his car was also taken. No wonder he was asked to leave the car keys on the table outside last night. Forget it, I'll go to the Tianfu New area to get the car back and see if there are any traces of Chen Lingfeng and the others. Guo Chen, speechless, left, took a taxi, and headed to the farmhouse in the Tianfu New area. Yesterday, he learned that the spy group led by Colonel Dai had been almost completely wiped out. Boss Li was also caught. Only Chen Lingfeng and Colonel Dai were on the run. Soon, Guo Chen arrived at the intersection of the farmhouse and walked in. His car was still there. Is someone there? As he walked over, he heard a slight movement inside. He immediately teleported. In the dim basement, an old incandescent lamp was lit. Guo Chen? When Guo Chen appeared in front of Chen Lingfeng was very shocked because he was hiding in the secret basement of this farmhouse. This place had been searched 3 times. The other party had used many methods but couldn't find him. He couldn't believe that Guo Chen would suddenly appear. Didn't expect you to be here. Guo Chen smiled and looked at the disheveled Chen Lingfeng in front of him. Just now, he heard a noise and teleported over, only to find a wild cat. As he was about to leave, he saw bloodstains in the soil the wild cat had dug in the flower bed. He speculated that there might be a basement below. After searching for a long time and not finding an entrance, he resolutely teleported down. As a result, he came to this basement. He smiled. What? Your neon dad doesn't care about you anymore. Don't mock me. Since you found me, it must be my fate. Chen Lingfeng sighed. This is a completely sealed basement. I plan to hide here for a year, recover, and then dig out. I didn't expect your spatial ability. He raised his hand. Alright, take me out, I surrender. Just like that? Guo Chen raised an eyebrow. What about Colonel Dai? He's being pursued by the elite of the Psychic Army Special Forces, worse off than me. I can't control him. Chen Lingfeng shook his head. Okay, I'll take you to the Psychic Army. As long as you cooperate well, you shouldn't be sentenced to death. Guo Chen said, walking up to Chen Lingfeng, ready to take him out. Go to hell. Just as Guo Chen reached out to grab Chen Lingfeng for teleportation, Chen Lingfeng's eyes sharpened. His hand contained a terrifying power. Instantly, he slashed towards Guo Chen. Ultimate move. Double amplification. With this single burst of his hand, he exerted over 10,000 kilograms of force. It should be noted that Guo Chen's current basic strength was 10,000 kilograms. The strength of his single-handed punch was only 5 to 6,000 kilograms. Chen Lingfeng's sneak attack as a level 20 powerhouse was still terrifying. I knew you had this move. However, Guo Chen was prepared. He blocked with both arms. The huge force came crashing in, causing him to slide on the ground for over 10 meters. With a bang, a huge dent was made in the basement's metal wall. His clothes all burst open, revealing a light brown third-grade inner armor and leggings. Interesting, your ultimate move made my hands really numb, almost injuring me. Guo Chen shook his hands and said with a smile. What? Chen Lingfeng widened his eyes. This is inner armor? What grade is it? It can withstand so much of my strength? Where did you get it? He was shocked. A junior of several grades had such high-quality inner armor on him? Where did he get so much money? Guo Chen smiled. You may not believe it when I say it, but this inner armor was rewarded to me by the Psychic Army for finding Colonel Dai. I haven't had a chance to thank you guys yet. Chen Lingfeng was furious. At this moment, Guo Chen waved his hand. Don't get excited, come on, unleash your ultimate move again. Go to hell. Chen Lingfeng was furious, despite being injured. He had just forcefully unleashed a powerful move. However, as a level 20 powerhouse, he tried to suppress Guo Chen in an instant, preventing Guo Chen from unleashing his powerful move. Boom boom boom. In an instant, he rushed to Guo Chen and unleashed a series of over 10 strikes. Each punch carried a force of 60 to 70,000. However, what shocked him was that the power Guo Chen unleashed was not as far off from his own as he had imagined. Moreover, the opponent had inner armor to counter the force. After a series of strikes, he found himself being shaken with intense pain in his arms. His internal organs were also injured. Too tough. Feels good, really good. Third-grade inner armor, truly worth over 30 million, not only can block blades but also can absorb force, love it. Guo Chen, on the other hand, felt extremely comfortable fighting. As he spoke, his fists exploded out fiercely and swiftly. Bang bang bang, a series of over 10 punches directly turned Chen Lingfeng pale, leaning against the wall and taking a beating. The wall was making banging sounds from being hit. His arms were on the verge of breaking. He had completely lost the ability to resist. He could only desperately protect his head. Actually, let me tell you, I'm wearing inner armor and armored pants. I have no defense on my feet. You can step on my feet, just like this. Bang! Guo Chen said as he ruthlessly stepped on Chen Lingfeng's foot. The sound of bones cracking instantly filled the air. You see, toe bones have little muscle and are rarely exercised. They are very fragile. This one step directly disabled Chen Lingfeng's right foot. Feels good, right? Let me demonstrate it to you again, and then I won't teach you anymore. Bang! As Guo Chen's voice fell, he crushed Chen Lingfeng's left foot. The entire basement was filled with Chen Lingfeng's painful screams. Well, let's go, Guo Chen said as he lifted Chen Lingfeng and teleported outside the farmhouse. Like a dead dog, he threw Chen Lingfeng on the ground. He was about to call Meng Yao. Guo Chen, wait. Chen Lingfeng used all his willpower to endure the intense pain, then looked at Guo Chen. If you let me go, as long as you send me abroad, I will give you $1 billion I have in Ruihang, and 100 pieces of spiritual energy or hidden in my hometown. $1 billion? 100 pieces of spiritual energy or? Guo Chen raised an eyebrow. This was no small amount. Even though the US dollar had depreciated somewhat, the exchange rate was already 1 to 4. That's still 4 billion Hua coins. Guo Chen still owed the spiritual energy army over 1 billion Hua coins. As for spiritual energy ore, it was priceless. After some thought, he asked seriously, do you really have that much money? I do. Chen Lingfeng saw Guo Chen's interest and quickly said, I transferred a lot through the Neon Foreign Ministry over the years, never had a chance to use it. As long as you send me abroad, I'll give it to you. Oh, that's not what I meant. Guo Chen shook his head. What I meant was, if you have so much money, the colonel should be even richer, right? Chen Lingfeng was stunned. What kind of leap in logic was this? Guo Chen grabbed Chen Lingfeng by the back of his neck and lifted him up. So, you take me to find the colonel, I want his money. I really don't know where he is. Chen Lingfeng looked helpless. Think again. Guo Chen smiled as he exerted more force with his hand, making Chen Lingfeng feel short of breath. Moreover, the force in his hand was increasing. Chen Lingfeng felt like his neck was about to break. He hurriedly shouted, I know an emergency contact for him, I'll call him. Let go. Should have said so earlier. Guo Chen chuckled and let go. Chen Lingfeng fell to the ground, took Guo Chen's phone, and dialed a strange number. Guo Chen took the phone. Surprisingly, it wasn't an empty number. However, no one answered. What's going on? He frowned, looking at Chen Lingfeng. Chen Lingfeng hurriedly explained, this is not real-time communication, but more like a pager. He will reply when he sees it. Just wait. Got it. Guo Chen nodded. They waited for about 2 hours. Finally, Guo Chen's phone rang, and it was another strange number calling in. Hello? And on the other end, came the deep voice of the colonel. "Colonel, it's me, Chen Lingfeng." Chen Lingfeng lowered his voice. It turned out that in these 2 hours, Guo Chen had already discussed a plan with Chen Lingfeng to deceive the colonel. "Chen, are you okay? I heard that Li has been captured by the damn spirit army," the colonel said through gritted teeth. "I'm hiding in a basement from before. Once things calm down, I'll come to Neon Country to meet you." Chen Lingfeng quickly said, "I'm just worried about your safety, so I contacted you. I'm fine for now, but you calling is timely. I have something for you to do," the colonel said in a hurry. "Please tell me, Colonel." Chen Lingfeng hesitated for a moment, then replied, "You go and bring Guo Chen to see me." The colonel lowered his voice. "Guo Chen must die. We must get the blood of the gods on him. Otherwise, when we return to Neon Country, there will be only a dead end. But he is in the city area, and with the protection of the spirit army, how can I bring him to see you?" Chen Lingfeng asked, getting into the act. "Don't worry, I will arrange for the spirit army to leave. You just need to quietly bring Guo Chen to see me," the colonel said, then changed the subject. "Of course, Chen, if you betray us, I will know immediately." "I will never betray you, but, Colonel, I don't doubt your words. I am really worried. Once I am discovered by the spirit army, I will have no chance," Chen Lingfeng added. Guo Chen almost wanted to give him a thumbs up after hearing this. No wonder this guy can be the leader of the rebels. Who wouldn't give him a thumbs up for this performance? "Let me tell you this, I have contacted your former superiors. They are cooperating with me to secretly kill Guo Chen. So, they will fully cooperate." The colonel's tone relaxed at this moment. "You should know the capabilities of the Zhao family, right?" "Understood." Chen Lingfeng's tone became more assertive. "All right. Let's settle it this way. Give me an address." "Chen, I will tell you my address, but if my informant lets me know that I have been betrayed, you will have nowhere to hide," the colonel said fiercely. Then, he gave an address. They were already out of Rong City, on the border of Mei City. After that, he hung up the phone. Guo Chen gave a thumbs up. "Well done. What should we do next?" Chen Lingfeng asked anxiously. "The Zhao family is very powerful. If I don't go to the city area to find you, they will know. Do you understand the concept of time difference?" Guo Chen smiled lightly. "Let's go find him now, and we haven't contacted anyone from the spirit army, so he doesn't know our situation. He is a level 30 powerhouse." Chen Lingfeng reminded Guo Chen hastily. "First, his tone is weak, he should be injured, at least not as strong as he used to be. Second, I can teleport and launch a sneak attack. Third, I have inner armor to protect myself. Fourth, most importantly, he not only wants to kill me but also take the so-called blood of the gods from my space. He cannot kill me instantly," Guo Chen said with a smile. In fact, he had calculated all aspects of the situation. He was confident that with the help of repairing spirit fruit, teleportation, and other means, he could wear down the desperate colonel. "You are really bold." Chen Lingfeng couldn't help but admire Guo Chen, treating Guo Chen as a level 20 player. Generally, who would dare to target a level 30 powerhouse, even if the other party was desperate? But still, he was a level 30 powerhouse. With enough strength, only then can one be bold. "Come with me," Guo Chen said, delivering a fierce chop to Chen Lingfeng's neck. Chen Lingfeng fainted. Before fainting, he had a puzzled look on his face. "This is what you call going together? Hunting down a level 30 person, how exciting." Guo Chen smirked, and, behind it is actually the Zhao family playing tricks. "Without a doubt, it should be Zhao Wenyuan, right? A general?" He sneered. "Even a general, I will make you restless, dare to plot against me." With that in mind, he directly carried Chen Lingfeng. Driving the Spirit Realm 9, he headed towards Meisher City. About an hour later, Guo Chen parked the car on the side of the national road, carried Chen Lingfeng out of the car, and then stored the car in the space. This road passes through a relatively remote mountain village near Meisher City. This mountain village was relocated from the mountains more than 10 or 20 years ago during the poverty alleviation period due to its unfavorable location. There used to be elderly people occasionally living here. When the elderly people passed away, the village became uninhabited. After receiving the address from the colonel and checking the map, Guo Chen locked onto this location. Because this place was too suitable for a fugitive like him. Swish, he teleported, directly from the roadside, silently approaching the deserted village along the roadless mountain forest. Teleportation has a great advantage: it is almost silent. It does not cause strong air vibrations, suitable for close-range sneak attacks. In no time, he saw the old house of the deserted village from a piece of land covered with weeds and cypress trees. Although it was afternoon, it still seemed eerie here. "Let's deal with you here first." Guo Chen glanced at Chen Lingfeng in his hand, took out a level 3 war knife from the space, quickly dug a hole in the ground, and then buried Chen Lingfeng in it. Crackling. Skillfully using the knowledge of human body structure learned from combat classes, he dislocated Chen Lingfeng's limbs. Then he stuffed some weeds into his mouth. He buried him, leaving only his head outside. Perfect. Guo Chen looked satisfied at his masterpiece, smiled, clapped his hands, and continued to teleport. Slowly approaching the village, he maximized his sense of hearing, perceiving every movement here bit by bit. The sounds of rats, birds, etc. were very clear. Found you. Sure enough, Guo Chen heard movement in a two-story, somewhat dilapidated old house. Carefully, he teleported over. Coming to the back of the building, he looked through a glass window and saw the colonel. However, what was very surprising was that the colonel used some special method to stick to the ceiling, like a giant bat, sticking to the door lintel, observing outside through the cracks. One couldn't help but admire his caution and patience. However, the other party was still careless. Level 30, right? Let me see how impressive you are. Guo Chen took a deep breath, gripped the level 3 alloy war knife, activated his spiritual power, and determined the path. Attack! Boom! His sudden roar almost had a soul-shaking power. At the same time, he erupted with power like lightning, breaking through the door and window. The war knife in his hand, like a thunderbolt, slashed in front of the colonel in the blink of an eye. This was a fivefold amplified ultimate move. A thunderous strike. What? How did you get here? The colonel exclaimed. But in the blink of an eye, a terrifying impact sent him flying. The powerful shockwave also shook the already crumbling house, causing it to collapse. Damn! Guo Chen was still in a sneak attack situation. The colonel's instinctive block unexpectedly caused his entire body to surge with blood and energy, giving him a feeling of trembling all over. Obviously, the colonel at level 30 not only possessed extremely strong power but also had a difference in spiritual quality that was a blessing to him. However, when Guo Chen saw the colonel being sent flying and even spitting blood, he knew that the colonel was injured. Seizing the opportunity while he was weak, he aimed to take his life. Come again! One heavy thunder strike, kill! His thoughts were instantaneous, with no hesitation in reality. His body turned, and in an instant, he had surpassed the colonel's head. Another full-force attack. The fivefold amplified ultimate move drove the battle blade, slashing towards the colonel like thunder. You, a mere dog, dare to kill me? The colonel roared in anger, wielding a short knife in hand to clash with Guo Chen. With a loud bang, he was directly blasted halfway into the ground. Puff! Guo Chen, on the other hand, was sent flying backwards over 10 meters, blood spurting from his mouth. Level 30 individuals were truly terrifying. Even heavily injured, they were not easy targets for those below level 20. After all, with every 5 levels of spiritual quality, there would be an enhancement. Therefore, every 5 levels would present a bottleneck. It was the process of brewing spiritual energy. Thus, for every 5-level difference, there would be a 50% increase in strength and power. In other words, the same 10,000 caddies of force exerted by a level 20 individual would be equivalent to 15,000 caddies for a level 19 person. Guo Chen was currently at level 19. The colonel at level 30 was 2 tiers higher than Guo Chen, resulting in more than a 2-fold increase in power. In this head-on collision, Guo Chen was immediately heavily injured. Level 30 individuals are indeed hard to kill. Guo Chen was blasted away, his body somewhat stiff. Seizing the opportunity, the colonel waved his hand and unleashed a terrifying bluing fire. In the blink of an eye, it struck in front of Guo Chen. Dodge! Guo Chen immediately teleported to the top of a building 5 meters away. Hey! The colonel smirked at Guo Chen. You, little dog, I was already planning to kill you, but you've come to me willingly. Do you think you've gained an advantage? He then shook his legs, bursting out of the ground and pointing at Guo Chen. Hand over the blood of the gods, and I will spare your life. Ha ha! Guo Chen laughed heartily. You called Chen Lingfeng, and I heard it all. It was Zhao Wenyuan who ordered you to kill me, right? He chuckled. You want to kill me and take the blood of the gods? It's simply a dream. A dream? Let me show you the means by which my colonel can make people beg for life and death. The colonel's eyes sharpened, his spiritual energy surging throughout his body, emitting a yin fire. You are already heavily injured. Let's see how you can fight me. Swish! Full of confidence, like a bolt of lightning, he charged towards Guo Chen in the blink of an eye. Do you think I didn't have the confidence to come find you? Guo Chen lightly laughed, flipping his left palm. A healing spiritual fruit appeared. As the opponent approached, he smiled, teleported once again, and then swallowed the healing spiritual fruit. Instantly, he felt invigorated. His injuries were healed. His spiritual energy and physical strength were fully restored. Come again. One heavy thunder strike, kill. Guo Chen laughed heartily, once again unleashing a powerful move towards the opponent, the blade striking like thunder. A deafening roar echoed. Ah! The colonel looked shocked. What's going on? Impossible. How could you possibly? Clang! Before he could say more, Guo Chen's battle blade struck again. The short knife in his hand had a gap cut out. He was once again slammed to the ground. Blood spurted out. Come again! At this moment, Guo Chen and the colonel clashed, blood mist emanating from their mouths, noses, and ears. However, he paid no attention to it. Almost without pause, another powerful move, one heavy thunderstrike, was launched towards the colonel. Damn! Have you gone mad? How is this possible? The colonel was on the verge of collapse. A powerful move entailed a sudden burst of spiritual energy, imposing a considerable burden on the body. For an ordinary person, exerting a powerful move would require rest after just one use. A battle, at most, erupts once or twice. If it can erupt continuously, can it still be called a big move? Boom! No matter how hysterical he was, with a face full of shock, he was still smashed and bleeding from all 7 orifices. The person smashed into the ground, creating a pit. Severe pain all over the body. Injuries erupting. Physical strength also crazily draining. Colonel? A level 30 expert? Is this all? Come again. Guo Chen was just blown away, but without hesitation, he bought another healing spirit fruit. Swallowed in one gulp. He once again restored to his peak. Then he slashed down with a sword. Boom! The sword wind roared like thunder. Are you a human or a monster? The colonel collapsed. How can one person erupt so many big moves? And all of them are 5 times amplified. Is he crazy? He. Guo Chen responded with a cold smile, and with one slash, he buried the colonel in the ground. This time, the backlash was not as strong as before. Without stopping, he slashed again. This time, he directly broke the short sword in the colonel's hand, leaving a deep visible bone scar on the colonel's chest with the blade. Blood splattered. The colonel lay in the dirt like a dead dog, panting heavily. A face of horror. Guo Chen spent another 120,000, bought another healing spirit fruit and swallowed it. Now he has bought 21 healing spirit fruits, and the unit price has reached 120,000. He spent a total of 280,000 on this fight. He restored to his peak once again, then repeated his actions, dislocating the colonel's legs and arms joints. The colonel screamed in pain. Ah, infinite big moves, really make people desperate. Guo Chen, holding a knife, looked at the miserable colonel and sighed. Fortunately, I am the one who makes people desperate. The colonel looked regretful. He had planned to take advantage of his level 30 strong advantage against Guo Chen. But little did he know, Guo Chen was so abnormal. He gritted his teeth. You're good, I admit defeat this time. Then come with me. Guo Chen smiled and lifted the colonel up. He was actually still a bit frightened. After the colonel was seriously injured, he still had such strong power. If it weren't for his infinite big moves, and also the 3rd grade inner armor and leg armor to unload force, he really wouldn't be a match for the colonel. This also made him realize that he is definitely not an opponent of a level 30 person at the moment. Guo Chen, wait, I can give you benefits, as long as you let me go. 1 billion, 2 billion, I can give you. The colonel hurriedly said. It's useless. Guo Chen sneered. I am a person who wants to join the genius class, and I will also join the Huagua Guardian plan in the future. My future is bright, and it is impossible to tarnish myself for this little benefit. He looked at the colonel. Do you think, can 100 billion buy a position as a guardian? The colonel sighed. No. Even 1 trillion can't buy a guardian position. After all, when money reaches a certain level, it's just a number. That's right. Guo Chen smiled, then changed the subject. But if you don't want to die, I can give you a chance. You want me to accuse Zhao Wenyuan? The colonel was very smart and immediately reacted. He shook his head. The Zhao family's power is not as simple as you think. If you were the guardian of Huaxia, I would definitely agree. Since you are not, then forget it. No room for negotiation? Guo Chen asked back. No room for negotiation. The colonel firmly refused. Okay, then I'll try another method. Guo Chen was not surprised, just smiled indifferently, then swung the knife back and forth, chopping the colonel's arms dozens of times. Each strike was controlled very precisely, only injuring muscles, not reaching the bones. For a while, the colonel screamed repeatedly. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, even if you kill me, I won't agree to your terms. I would rather die than provoke the Zhao family's methods. Why would I kill you? Guo Chen smiled. Just wait a moment. As he spoke, he took out a 304 stainless steel basin from the space and poured a basin of mineral water. Then, he bought a repairing spirit fruit. He threw the spirit fruit in, and it quickly melted into a basin of light green water. What are you going to do? Colonel Dazhua felt a sense of foreboding. Guo Chen smiled. Just conducting an experiment. If it succeeds this time, it will be useful in the future. With that, he poured water onto Colonel Dazwa's arm. Before long, the wound on Colonel Dazwa's arm completely healed. Colonel Dazwa's expression grew even more uneasy. Guo Chen smiled again. Come on, let me do it again. With that, he swung the knife towards Colonel Dazwa's arm. 20 minutes later. Okay, I give up. Please don't torture me anymore, Guo Chen, you were simply a devil. Colonel Dazwa's arm was bloody. He let out a cry of pain. Guo Chen was basically using him as a practice target for his knife skills, repeatedly cutting his arm, which was already a small area. Moreover, Guo Chen seemed to have better control over the knife. He cut more and more on his arm, even creating patterns. The key was that Guo Chen could use the water made from the spirit fruit to heal his wounds. It was an extremely painful torture. Isn't this enough? Guo Chen looked dissatisfied. I haven't even used up all the water in this basin. Let me make a few more cuts. I've finally found the right feeling. Can't I apologize? Colonel Dazwa was at his wit's end. A maniac. Pure madness. Using the spirit fruit for madness. Damned scoundrel. Fine. Guo Chen smiled and waved his hand. Speak up, provide some strong evidence, and afterwards, come with me to confront Zhao Wenyuan in person. You know the consequences if you don't. Okay, I'll talk. Colonel Dazwa had been tortured to the brink of collapse, and he dared not provoke Guo Chen any further. He quickly provided 3 pieces of evidence. First, the trading accounts with Zhao Wenyuan over the years. Second, a recording of a phone call Zhao Wenyuan made to him previously. Third, a video recorded by his men when Zhao Wenyuan carelessly met with him once. Afterwards, Guo Chen carried Colonel Dazwa in his left hand and Chen Lingfeng in his right hand, and descended the mountain. He threw them into the car and, following Colonel Dazwa's directions, headed to an office in a leather bag company in the city area. He found the 3 pieces of evidence on the shelf. Then, Guo Chen returned to the car and called Meng Yao to recount the day's events. Guo Chen, you really have guts. A level 30 person, and you dare to go after him alone. Meng Yao was scared for him, and then said, if you want to accuse Zhao Wenyuan, he's a rear admiral. The military lord is busy, he's in seclusion, aiming for level 62. General Qing Ro has also gone to the spirit realm in the northern military region for a mission. I'm insignificant and my strength is lacking. She thought for a moment, how about this? I'll help you invite the captain of the Spirit Energy Military Special Forces. Although he holds the rank of colonel, his strength is level 45, and he can represent the military lord. However, he may not come. Thank you, Meng Yao. Guo Chen felt it was quite unfortunate, but fortunately, the Spirit Energy Military had hidden talents. After hanging up the phone, Guo Chen waited for 10 minutes before receiving a message from Meng Yao, instructing him to go to the headquarters of the Western Military Region. Zhao Wenyuan and Wu Zimeng were serving in the Western Military Region. Meng Yao also included the address. He immediately drove there and soon arrived at the grand gate of the military headquarters located on the second ring road. It looked solemn and dignified. There were guards standing at the entrance. Guo Chen didn't get too close to avoid unnecessary trouble. Before long, he saw Meng Yao's car approaching and driving alongside him. Follow us. Meng Yao pressed the car window and waved to Guo Chen. All right. Guo Chen nodded and followed Meng Yao's car. With Meng Yao leading the way, he only underwent a brief inspection before entering the headquarters of the Western Military Region. After driving for a few minutes, he parked in a parking space in front of a large building. Getting out of the car, he helped Colonel Chen Lingfeng out of the back seat. Then, he saw a man standing next to Meng Yao, wearing a special forces suit for psychic warfare, with a height probably exceeding 1.9 meters. This man was not very muscular but had the appearance of an international male model. However, he exuded an extremely intimidating pressure and a hint of murderous intent. Guo Chen, hello, I am Zhou Eishu, the captain of the Psychic Warfare Special Forces. The man walked over and introduced himself with a smile. Captain Zhou, hello. Guo Chen greeted him. Let them go on their own. Since they are here, there is no way they can escape. Zhou Eishu pointed to Colonel and Chen Lingfeng. All right. Guo Chen didn't waste any more words and quickly reconnected the joints of the 2 men. Zhou Eishu then looked at Guo Chen and said, Guo Chen, today you are here to testify against a major general. If the evidence is insufficient, it will cause big trouble. Captain Zhou, please take a look. Guo Chen didn't waste any more words and took out the evidence from the space, showing it to Zhou Eishu one by one. Zhou Eishu raised his eyebrows. Good. This time, Zhao Wenyuan won't have it easy. He waved his hand. Let's go. After that, they headed towards the large building. There were already people waiting at the entrance to greet them. Inside the building, they entered a large conference room where 7 people were already present, including Zhao Wenyuan and Wu Zimeng. There was also a middle-aged man with a strong aura, dressed in military uniform, giving off a fierce tiger-like vibe. Upon entering, Manhwa introduced Guo Chen. The one sitting there is the commander of the Western Military Region, General Siyun, ranked in the top 10 nationwide. Oh, I see. Guo Chen nodded, surprised that even the military commander was alerted. He glanced at the others, all of whom were formidable individuals. Colonel Zhou, you're here? Please have a seat. General Siyun saw Guo Chen and the others, smiling and gesturing. Zhou Ishu waved his hand. Thank you, General Siyun, but we'll stand. As you wish. General Siyun nodded, then his gaze fell on Guo Chen. You are Guo Chen? The Psychic Military's junior military commander? The contemporary genius selected for the elite class program? Guo Chen dared not respond casually upon hearing General Siyun's words. He was well aware that he had no relationship with Sima Hui. However, he couldn't refute it either because Qing Ro had already confirmed his identity the previous night. He could only smile and say, General Si, I am Guo Chen. Quite low-key, much more so than Sima Hui when he was young. General Siyun said, his face darkening, I heard you are here today to accuse my Western military's Major General Zhao Wenyuan of colluding with enemy spies, is that right? Yes. Guo Chen felt the pressure but still pointed at the colonel. This is a spy from the Neon country, Colonel. He brought him here to accuse Zhao Wenyuan. They not only colluded with spies but also conspired with the colonel to take my life. Nonsense. Zhao Wenyuan immediately retorted, Guo Chen. I am a designated Major General of the Republic. By accusing me like this, do you understand the consequences? Guo Chen, you are just jealous of my son. For such a trivial matter, framing a Major General is too frivolous. Wu Ziming's words painted Guo Chen as a playboy, with a harsh tone. Enough. General Siyun raised his hand to stop the two and looked at Guo Chen. Guo Chen, the dignity of a Major General and above cannot be easily violated. You can report him, but according to military law, if the evidence is insufficient or if you are indeed framing him, you will be imprisoned for 3 years. No matter whose son you are. He paused and looked at Guo Chen. Have you thought about your answer? I have thought it through very clearly. Guo Chen raised his head, looking determined. This time, he was going to deal with Zhao Wenyuan, who had gone too far by conspiring with the colonel to kill him. Good. Siyun waved his hand. Show me the evidence. Guo Chen, I am innocent and have nothing to fear. Zhao Wenyuan's eyes were sharp as he looked at Guo Chen. However, out of my initial love for talent, I will give you another chance to think carefully. Otherwise, if you spend 3 years in prison and come out, you will never catch up with your peers. Wu Ziming also said, yes, Guo Chen. If you falsely accuse us, not only will you go to jail, but when you come out, you will also face the wrath of the Zhao family. Ha, are you two threatening me? Guo Chen sneered. Zhou Ishu also looked at Siyun. Colonel Si, isn't it inappropriate for them to say that? Enough. Siyun waved his hand. Zhao Wenyuan, say one more word, and don't blame me for being rude. Yes. Zhao Wenyuan hurriedly replied. Guo Chen, however, sneered inwardly. Regardless of whether Siyun knew about Zhao Wenyuan's issue, he had the intention to protect him. After all, if Zhao Wenyuan was proven guilty, it would be a big problem for his Western military region. As the military commander, he would also be punished. His intention was definitely to hope that Guo Chen would not present the evidence now. It could be handled privately. However, Guo Chen had no intention of doing so. By not following the proper channels, Zhao Wenyuan would find an opportunity to escape. That would be troublesome. So, he immediately took out the recordings, videos, and account books. The recordings and videos were played on the spot. The colonel explained each item in the account book. Finally, the colonel played the last segment, which was the recording of him and Zhao Wenyuan from last night. Then he said, Colonel, see, Zhao Wenyuan promised to help me leave the country, on the condition that I help him kill Guo Chen. Siyun's face was extremely ugly. This evidence was solid. He then looked coldly at Zhao Wenyuan. Zhao Wenyuan, give me an explanation. Colonel, it wasn't me. Zhao Wenyuan quickly said, nowadays, AI technology is so advanced that as long as you have a powerful AI, creating this so-called evidence is not a problem at all. Moreover, these so-called account records are just their word against mine. There is no concrete evidence. He hurriedly said, Colonel, I am being wrongly accused in this matter. All right, Guo Chen sneered, you can say I used AI. Then I ask you, how do you explain the timestamps on this evidence? Even if I have such a powerful technical team, there would still be traces. His gaze sharpened. Now, until you provide evidence to prove that this is fabricated. At this point, Zhou Ishu also sighed. Zhao Wenyuan, are you still struggling? Behind these account records are numerous transactions. Don't worry, come back with us to the psychic military region first, and these transactions behind the account records will soon be matched up for you. After he finished speaking, he looked at Si-yoon. Colonel Si, we have presented the evidence, can we take him away now? No. Si-yoon's face was stern. If he has committed a crime in my Western military region, it will be handled by my Western military region. Joishu chuckled. Colonel Si, isn't that unreasonable? In this situation, it is normal to conduct investigations in a different location. Moreover, this involves people plotting against our psychic military region, so the psychic military region has the right to take him away, right? As a colonel, you are not qualified to take someone away from me. Si-yoon's eyes also sharpened. The momentum continued to rise. The powerful aura felt like an extremely terrifying gravitational field enveloping everyone. Joishu stood in front of Guo-chan and the others, his eyes cold. Colonel Si, are you trying to shield them? How dare you? Si-yoon shouted loudly, took a step forward, and with just that pressure, Joishu was forced to kneel on one knee. Joishu struggled hard, his face contorted in effort. But he couldn't get up at all. Si-yoon coldly said, do you know the consequences of slandering a great general, a level 58 awakener? At this moment, Guo-chen felt as if a gust of wind had covered his mouth. He could hardly breathe, let alone speak. Once this level 58 powerhouse gets angry, it's terrifying. Without Joishu this time, he might be in big trouble. Si-yoon, it's been a while since I beat you up, right? How dare your people bully mine? Boom, a deafening sound rang out. The gates suddenly exploded. A figure appeared in front of Guo-chan and the others. The pressure from Si-yoon disappeared instantly. Instead, the next moment, there was a flurry of movements. It turned out that the 6 people behind Si-yoon were all lying on the ground, unable to move. Playing mind games with me, Sima Hui? It turned out that the newcomer was Sima Hui. He looked coldly at Si-yoon, who was sweating profusely. Si-yoon, do you really think there's no one in my psychic army? Sima Hui, Si-yoon trembled all over, his face extremely ugly. It seemed like he was about to erupt completely. Buzzing. The entire space seemed to vibrate like waves the next moment. 2 forces were silently confronting each other. Wow, so exciting. Guo-chen felt as if there was a volcano about to erupt between these two. If it exploded, he might be done for. Alright, you two. Just then, an elderly white-haired man with a sturdy build walked in at the door. As he spoke, he had already arrived between Sima Hui and Si-yoon. He smiled, gentlemen, don't hurt the peace for the sake of this unfilial son of mine. If you two really fight, any injuries will be a burden our republic cannot bear. It turned out that this man was Zhao Anshan, the father of Zhao Wenyuan and the grandfather of Zhao Liang, the Minister of Education, ranked 16th nationwide. Humph. Si-yoon snorted coldly and gradually eased his strength. Sima Hui withdrew his power. Finally, the space returned to calm. Sima Hui looked at Zhao Anshan. I want to take Zhao Wenyuan back for investigation. Zhao Lao, do you have any objections? Since he is suspected of plotting against Guo-chen, you can take him for investigation. I have no objections, Zhao Anshan sighed, but then changed the subject. But I believe the psychic army can enforce justice. You can rest assured on this. Sima Hui nodded calmly, then looked at Si-yoon. Si-yoon, what about you? If you want to take him away, go ahead, just don't smear the reputation of my Western army. Si-yoon said impatiently, looking at another person, inform everyone to relieve Zhao Wenyuan and Wu Ziming of all current duties and tasks until the psychic army completes the investigation. Yes. The person nodded busily. Zhao Wenyuan looked panicked, as if he had aged 10 years. Wu Ziming gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, but could only say, I accept the organization's arrangements. Zhao Wenyuan also added, I also accept the arrangements. Alright, Joishu, take Zhao Wenyuan away. Sima Hui waved his hand. Yes. Joishu stepped forward, gestured, General Zhao, please. Zhao Wenyuan looked helpless, lowered his head, dared not look at Zhao Anshan, and walked out. Si-yoon, sorry for the disturbance. Zhao Lao, goodbye. Sima Hui said, turning to leave. However, Zhao Anshan looked at Guo-chen. Wait, Guo-chen, I have 2 things to tell you. Oh, Guo-chen's heart trembled. Zhao Anshan, with his high status and strength, was also the Minister of Education. What did he want to say? Threaten him? Or something else?